Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, we're stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz, most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clout, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is where black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my life, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great, with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take. Black money in the black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check, let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your city, reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. Bring your sword, don't take coming with the anger and hate of all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto, effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. You be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my line, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my line, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Cold stove, stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and guns, you know the aim is. Living levels and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Woo. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and the law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, I let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play out to the graves, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and the law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, I let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.
All right, we back in the house. One more time. Oh no, not doing that again. Let's see. 1 second. Okay. All right, so we back. Yeah, it's the same title. Y'all can change the title depending on what kicks off. Hopefully the last stream loaded. A couple of y'all been up all night, ain't got no sleep. We'll see y'all later. You others just now making it up to sunrise. And it's the 3rd. Today's 3rd. Let's see. Last week was February, Black History Month. What's this month? What's March? Getting ready for spring break. A lot of people talking about the Trump-Ukraine situation. Maybe truth will come up later. Yeah, some more AI news. Y'all don't like AI. I hear a lot of y'all talking about AI like it's one person. It's one person or one thing. AI. Y'all been cool with AI for at least 10, 15 years minimum. When it comes to doing calculations, figuring analysis and all that stuff, y'all don't like doing that. Y'all trust computers. Y'all love to see them zeros and them digits. Y'all don't really like carrying coins and cash no more. Yeah, ChatGPT. Somebody made a comment the other day regarding Open ChatGPT, one of the ChatGPTs being biased or shows some racist responses. I didn't really see it. You ain't gotta be dependent on ChatGPT. Damn sure dependent on AI though. You dependent on AI right now as we type. Whatever you type in for what you trying to watch, something you trying to buy. Y'all don't really look for references, research and stuff. That's kind of low priority. But yeah, y'all depend on that very heavily. The $100 bills in the mirror, I never did get those. I seen somebody had a Jeep with the Benjamin Franklin interior. That was so ugly. How long you gonna keep that? So somebody really tell you this shit look ghetto. But yeah, man. Y'all been cool with AI, robots. Y'all don't even mind talking to the automated operator no more. Y'all used to complain about, oh, I never get a live person for customer service and shit. And y'all just cool with it. You know, I don't really hear any complaints. Because if it was a live person, somebody be making minimum wage, they have an attitude, you trying to get them to something they ain't supposed to do, shit like that. Now most of corporate America have heavily invested in automated response to at least catch the front end of the call. If you really need something worked out, you know, you'll eventually get a operator, a live person. What's up with the old student? I can't sit still for nothing. Gotta keep moving. Keep it moving. Well, the first 2 months went by fast as hell, didn't it? It's gonna be 2026 in a minute. Afro with the papers on all topics. Keep them coming, man. Keep the papers coming, yo. Keep the papers coming. Y'all don't like reading newspapers and books no more. What y'all got in y'all database library for its references? Try to cut down on the entertainment talk and news to next court case. What's up with the Google? Yeah, I'm trying to get some extra coffee time in. I'm not gonna be around probably about another hour or so. Gotta put that work in and get into the registry. So has anybody looked up in the Pan African directory when they're looking for stuff? They go to a new city or they're trying to find a service. I'm hearing we got we're supposed to be in the middle of a boycott with Target. He's supposed to be sending out a list of black-owned businesses to pick up the little slack. Jamal, what's his name? Jamal Bryant. Yeah, one reason it's slow because it's income tax season, boy. Shit. Motherfuckers ain't sitting still. There's no computer these days. Fucking refund came through. The auto dealer is now serving number 100 and so and so. Did Kia finally relinquish the top #1 auto sales this season? Who's gonna be the top auto sales for this tax season? Since we had, I think we had Kia. I think Hyundai is supposed to come out with a new luxury vehicle. We got a string of some electric vehicles coming out. I thought I read somewhere where Mercedes-Benz even slacked off on some of the electric vehicles this season, supposedly. Yeah, income tax season always crazy. That's one thing Black America never came up short in. You know, all the categories were Black Americans, Black folks in general. You know, we'd be low at the list, you know, down there, you know, whatever. But the one thing they don't never be at the bottom of the list when it comes to spending. Black folks know how to spend. I know that. Swipe and hit send. Submit payment. They were very familiar with that button. So we about what, in our third month, 2 months in. What happened to them New Year's resolutions? Everybody still on track? What's up with it? We had a whole list of resolutions a couple months ago. Folks said they was gonna do this, they was gonna do that. Next thing you know, y'all keep the link going too till we get it posted. Thought I put the link in. Didn't I put the link in? Yeah, I put the link in. I'll put it in there one more time. New Year's worn off. They don't give a fuck about the New Year now. Oh, the year ain't new no more. Oh, okay. My bad, Lily. What's up with? But we're in the third month of the year, getting into the first quarter. Almost time for our quarterly assessments in terms of progress. How far have we progressed? Moved from this time last year. I don't know. Y'all don't take notes, do you? Do y'all even use ink pens or pencils? Nobody writes anymore. Yeah, I might be talking to the wrong crowd. Get to talking about daily goals, weekly goals, monthly goals, quarterly goals, long-term goals, short-term goals. Man, y'all don't care about no goals. Yeah, I like to move the goalposts. Move the goalposts to where it fits. Airplane was low. Writing is about to be gone. You only use an ink pen while you're at work. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, all this time on the keyboard, and half the people still don't know how to type. Yeah, I actually got a real tablet with paper in it, the spiral binder and everything. I got the regular tablet too, but I'm in I'm in an academic environment for some sorts. I'm not gonna make the official announcement as of yet. I'm trying to be the oldest person in school. I'm going for that one. Y'all only right when it's time to go to court. Yeah, they got AI dictation now. What's up with it, Corey? I charged up this damn device and I didn't even turn it on. Let's see. Yeah, I thought the sun was gonna pop out today. Guess we was on a delay. We're trying to get the people going for before it start getting mad on Monday. Monday madness. Monday morning madness. My phone been in my pocket all this time. Marcel, what's up with it? Y'all throwing out down there? Supposed to be some not so bad weather coming up through y'all way. Yeah, it's crazy. Boy, motherfuckers still got their coat on like spring break. It's supposed to be fly your kite weather down in that neck of the woods. So y'all haven't been keeping up with the news for real, huh? Still cold. Yeah, Marty up here talking about it's cold. 25 degrees, 29, 28, New York City. Never heard such a thing. Yeah, if you're in Arkansas, yeah, 29 degrees is cold, but not if you're in New York City, Chicago. 29 degrees is regular weather, even for this time of year. I didn't got so bold with it. I'm wearing a short sleeve shirt for the first time in this year, really. To be honest with you. Yeah, save some of this battery. One second. All right, you can still hear me, right? All right. Yeah, most of us in up north in the upper regions. Not quite yet time to put the jackets and coats up. I haven't put my long johns totally out of sight. They're within elbow's reach. Just in case I get into a windy situation like I did the other day. Like I think it was Saturday. Was that Saturday? Yeah, man. It was crazy. But if you're in the Bible Belt out west, parts of Texas, Carolinas, and Florida, you should be welcoming flip flops and wife beaters. Y'all talking tech talk in the chat. Let's see, the Trump. Somebody was against civil rights? Who was against civil rights yesterday? Over the weekend. All right, y'all better hit the link. It's Monday.
Hey, you can hear me?
Yeah, what's up with it?
What's up, Devastating for you? And I've been listening to you, and I like your vibe. You a good one. And motherfucking, it's like so. Me as a woman, right? And I choose. Okay, no, listen to me, right? So I choose to love a man, right? But he over here confused and shit. It's like, what the fuck is going on? This ain't no Curious George. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no Blues Clues. Like, what the fuck is you got? The fuck you got going on? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's motherfucking. It's like if we can't even go on lives like this, like if I can't write a dick to that nigga
Whew.
come, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck is the point? What's the point of living if we can't goddamn please a man? Me personally, but don't get it confused though. Don't get it confused, okay?
Yeah, we're gonna scale back on the relationship talk.
No,
We
don't do
had
that.
all weekend.
Don't do that.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Why for
Monday
you?
now.
Why?
Yeah, it's Monday. We had all weekend to yell at our companions about what they were supposed to do on the first, and Sunday, this and that. But we back to
Not on the
regular schedule
first.
now. Yeah.
You stupid. You funny as hell.
So who in your household is going back to school?
Me? What you talking about? I
What time you got class?
every day, all day. What you talking about?
Oh, you got online?
Shit, I'm a trapper. I do what I want. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
And it's
Yeah,
like yeah,
yeah.
it's like motherfucking my
Come,
my
come,
mental
come,
health.
calm down on the language too. We got kids watching and
Okay,
everything today.
all right. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So your mental health is more important than your mental health is your existence. You know what I'm saying? King.
yeah.
Exactly. So it's
That's true.
like
That's true.
if I can't have a mental health and just even with the kids, it's like if we're over here on an online platform, we're living for each other. We build each other up. What is the point of being on here? You know what I'm saying?
Build.
Build is that
Dr. Lamb.
Miss Dr. Mo. What's up, beautiful queen?
Good morning, y'all. What's up,
What's up
Devil?
Good
with it?
morning.
What's up, Ladybug? What y'all got? Did I jump on
Uh,
here because I heard you was by yourself, so I was like, let me go help.
That's all good. I'm doing the same. I'm doing the same thing you're doing. Trying to get ready for the mad rush.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. You might need to send
So,
me
so I'm the out. Yeah. Who won the fight? Was it the Baltimore man? Who won the fight?
It was a draw. It was a tie.
Oh yeah, I heard.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Dr. Lamb, was there any major shift in developments from your standpoint of overall, or were your projects that were in process still in the
Mm,
same status?
mm,
So we have one grant that was dealing that came through was like a pass through from
Hmm.
mm,
Department of Energy. That's
Energy.
yeah, we got it through because we're near a nuclear facility and
Oh,
mm,
okay.
we have a group of kids doing water testing, water monitoring,
Yeah.
mm,
and that grant was they have it on pause. We can operate it, but we can't do anything as they call quote unquote interface. Um,
Operational.
what does that mean? What's
Oh,
interface?
that's what we said. So as long as you're not what they call it is well, what happened is, right, the money you usually draw down money from the federal agency. So Clemson University,
Mm,
the person who was over the grant had already drew down a
mm,
majority of her funds, and so she just dispersed all her grantees. And our project is not dealing with well, it doesn't specifically have any discriminatory categories or any
mm,
wording for DEI. So we were in the clear to continue water testing if we wanted to. We just had to
mm,
make sure that we didn't use words like injustice, environmental justice in there. We can
right.
have environmental, but we couldn't have justice. Like when we go out and we report to the public because we do listening sessions,
Yeah.
that we keep it, straightforward. However, our person that's over the program, who's now a representative, he didn't want to sugarcoat the language. He wanted to be able to say
Mm.
underserved, black, girl,
Hmm.
he wanted to be specific on what he was doing. So that project we have on pause.
He
Because
submitted it
the
with
the new
that language.
huh?
He hit submit with that language.
Oh no, we already had it.
Oh, you already had it in rolling. Oh,
Yeah, it
okay.
was awarded. Yeah, it was awarded before the election. We got it in
Oh, okay.
October.
Oh, okay.
mm. What
Yeah.
what is
So we had
the
to
what
go
what
ahead,
is
sweet.
DEA? What does DEA mean?
Mm-mm.
Mo.
Oh, DEI,
Uh,
Oh,
okay.
diversity,
DEI. What is
equity.
that?
Yeah, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Yeah, and so
Mm, mm,
now we had another
mm,
grant for the same project,
mm,
but it was different. It was for capacity building, and those grantors we had already exalted the funds, but we were in the process of getting more, and their grant is paused as well, only because they have their funding as well, but they're saying, hey, if we're not gonna get any more, if they're not gonna send us any more of our grant, then we can't send you all any. So that one's on pause, and then um the rest of our funds, grant funds, come from corporations, so they're not
mm,
affected about any of it because they're private industry. And then the rest of what I'm involved with is government contracting, and because our contracts are veteran from the veteran set aside, we're not affected at all. We actually
mm,
we actually was awarded a new contract in Baltimore. So and getting
Mm,
ready to bid two today. So we usually, without some government certification, our contracting,
mm,
not that we did it intentional to be predominantly under veteran status, but that's where our opportunity kind of fell in the lap. So we
mm.
grateful for that part. Um, Now when it comes to,
Do you feel like the veteran status that was granted to you is from manipulation?
oh no,
Okay.
nah, no, no, no,
All right.
no. Our so we have the VA hospitals
Uh,
predominantly award veteran owned contractors,
mm,
and the
mm,
very first contract that we had with the VA was a PO, purchase order, right? Meaning they needed more transportation companies to provide the service. So we were under a PO, so that helped us get our past performance, and then uh, we
okay.
we got in, and then this was back in 2010, and then we bid a contract in Louisville, Kentucky, and those, because we provided good service and we kind of stay up in the know of what the VA is looking for and the different systems that they put in place.
Right.
So we and our vehicles, once we gained a relationship with the bank and we were able to stay with vehicles within 5 years old. So every time we get a contract, we would get brand new vehicles because um we at this point we had a fleet, meaning we had more than 20 vehicles, and we can switch them out at will. So once we were able to do that,
I know that right. I know that right, mom.
yeah. So once we were able to do that, we secured that contract in Louisville. And then once we started getting inspected and going through audits for federal contracting, and our service kind of went before us, and that helped us out. So once you give quality service and you do good deeds, now here's where the favor comes in, right? So now we have two contracting officers. They're very familiar with the work and other places. And I always tell people, when you're doing contracting, they're always looking for new contracting because somebody always screwing it up. They get over besides themselves because of the type of money that they're bringing in, and then either one
Right.
or two things drop: the service drop, or they don't properly pay employees, so they end up losing their contracts. And
Right.
one thing we kind of pride ourselves on, we always pay people properly or probably pay them more. And then because we so militant, the quality of the service is always on point. And so that contracting officer in Kentucky ended up getting promoted to a regional position. And what does he do? He start everybody who's under him in that region. He starts communicating, "Hey, I got this company down there. They doing great work. When your contract come up for bid, you might want to consider." And so relationship became big and key. And so we kind of almost eventually, if we keep going, we could probably sew up the East Coast, because right now we're in Tennessee, two VAs in Tennessee, in Kentucky, in West Virginia, in Baltimore, and the only outside
Okay.
state we're in is Illinois. Matter of fact, we don't even have any contracts in the Carolinas because, they pretty they always protesting, and the person who's the incumbent end up staying in the contract. So we'll see how it goes this week
Mm.
with that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so that's where we are. Dev, we are uh right,
We
like
are
right
the one.
now.
We are the children.
Right. And what we try to do now, the space we try to roll in now is so we got, the contracts on lock, but with the nonprofits and the grants. So now we're trying to help um in the public education, in the education space. So I'm about
Yep.
to be
Right.
involved with that
And
conversation.
and with in the educational system, because everything that you just said, that's beautiful. And like the gist. in the 2 second realm. You know, you got on 5 foot 10 toes. It's like motherfucking. But I speak in the spiritual realm, and it's like queen. You know what I mean? It's like motherfucking. How can you speak in the
Just keep
spiritual
it,
realm?
keep it simple. Keep it rated G.
Okay,
Thank you.
I will, and it's
Mhm.
like you know what I mean. My love, it's just like how you broke down everything. That's a whole college education. You know what I'm saying? That's $20,000 right there. I need my money now. It's my money, and I need it now. But but
Yeah,
at the end of the day, it's like you know, it's just the education. But what about the spiritual realm? Because you know, it's like I have my voodoo dolls, but it's like it's not my fault that I am who I am. What do y'all think about that? Because what about the spiritual system in our reality? There is no
yeah.
spirituality.
We just gonna keep it academic for right now. We don't
Okay.
really have room for that
Oh,
at
well,
this time.
I'm sorry for that. Like this is my
It's all good.
reality, though. Thank you.
It's all good. But Dr. Lamb, yeah, very interesting on those, and I appreciate your updates. I'm actually going to be hooking up and partnering with a solar company. It's called Solar One. They're based out of Dallas, Texas. So once I get my certs and all that, I'll be moving forward on that end. There's a lot of women in that field, in the field, technical field
Mhm.
in
Oh,
that.
Dev. So
Yeah,
you should be, you should, if I was you, I would think about, I mean, I'm not sure who you know in Dallas or if you even interested in the nonprofit side of the house,
yeah,
but that's big. That solar, uh,
yeah,
is big with, if you, especially being with your knowledge, can educate or so right
yeah.
now my project I'm doing home repairs and I have to start switching my understanding
Hmm.
of renewable energy and instead of saying I'm going to help people, seniors, repair their homes who can't afford to, I had to
Hmm.
start switching my dialogue to say, if I can help them lower their, light bills and things of that nature. And solar
Yeah,
panels is one of the things that can do that, right? So I'm
yeah,
gonna help them and purchase solar panels to help instead of saying low and underserved, but the community
yeah,
understand renewable energy, indoor what's the other one? Indoor air quality with
yeah,
upgrades. Man, that's a that's a market by itself.
yeah. We're gonna be getting into all that. Uh,
Yeah. It's a
primarily
little
with
corporate money in
the
that.
yeah, the academic. My academic and education part is state funded primarily.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I'm not affected by the recent uproar from the
That's-
two white guys.
All right, let me get out of here. Devastating and Dr. Mo. Thank you so much. Everything is
Hey,
education.
good to meet you.
Thank you.
I share.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah,
Oh,
the
that's awesome.
yeah. I'm trying to. I don't want to get. Last time I tried to do this, I kind of overwhelmed myself and got up ahead and kind of fell short. So this time around, I'm gonna take my time and try to actually follow the structure. Uh, that way, I have a better handle on things. And like I was telling Jihad on the last stream, once your credentials are registered, it's kind of
Oh,
like Indeed for your resume. I mean, there are companies out there that are constantly monitoring and that are looking. So
oh
once you
yeah.
get registered with your certs, uh, they don't even have to worry about putting an ad out or screening or doing anything. They can just go to the little database. This person got this person got that. Is he available now?
Yes.
So yeah, straight like that.
Yeah, and that's how you stay in the know and stay relevant. You know, um, I remember one of our guys here was trying to do a solo farm,
Mhm.
and at the time, and this was back in 2015, 16, because I was still in the military, and they had purchased the land, and at the time he wasn't into politics. He's a representative now, but and man, they was he had gotten investors and boy, they was giving him a hard time, a lot of pushback. Whew. He ended up when he um was voted in, he ended up selling the solar farm though, because the fight in the area was like crazy. They was fighting him hard, man. They did not want
Mm.
him in that market.
Hmm.
It was fighting him hard, and so those are some of the games we gotta play. We have these ideas and say, oh, we can do this, we can do that for the
Mhm.
community, and come up with all these different things. And guess what? Then you run into local and state opposition,
Mhm.
and they be like, "Oh yeah, okay,
Yeah.
let's see." So you got to do your homework and make sure. So what I noticed some of the larger companies is doing, they go after the zoning piece first. Y'all could have watched
Yeah.
that first, right? So
Yeah.
now they get they get the county or the city on their side,
Mhm.
and hold on, let me let this garage go up. It's loud.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, back in the
Okay.
'90s, when I was doing cell phones and pagers,
Ooh,
I missed my window to get in on the cell phone tower, getting the
ooh.
residuals. Yeah, I should be getting residuals to this day from that.
So what you gonna do? Build them? I mean, you was gonna help
We
create them?
it was some white boys that was looking for some partners. They didn't even ask us for money. That was the
Okay.
bad part about it. We was so high heated. I mean, it was just very unprofessional like.
So
And yeah, they were actually getting building their own network, partnering with at the time Ameritech and Cellular One, and they had us positioned to really in the beginning just work the office. They didn't even want us to do field work. We were so busy counting that money. Kind of let that one slip through. I'm not gonna let this solar shit slip through, nor
yeah.
the wind tunnels, the windmills. I mean,
Hey,
wind
yes.
farms. Yeah, yeah.
So were you on when the guy? I forgot the guy name that came on, and he's from he lives in Canada. And he's talking about was talking about the grants, and he was talking about the windmills and things of that nature. So
Was that the one from? Was he from Tennessee? There was a couple of guys that were talking about that
can't,
in the
can't
last couple of weeks.
remember. Yeah, it's been
Yeah,
a while. Cause yeah, it's been at least three. I think maybe 2 3 weeks. Because man, time is going by super fast.
yeah.
Cause I I had looked up. I had looked up the solo. I mean the windmills.
Wind farm. Yeah,
Yes, and grants and how to expose. So I'm almost interested now because, of course, I don't know how to do it, but just doing like pilot programs or introductory programs and doing like little science projects with it to
yeah,
pique the interest of the youth, right?
yeah.
Um, so I'm looking at what is it? Oh yeah, yesterday when the president put the order out, the executive order out to cut down more trees
Hmm.
or whatnot. And I was looking at, okay, so what harm would that do, and how do you actually, what could you do, things of that nature in it. And I remember telling you all about the National Association of Black Geoscientists,
Yeah.
And I remember one of the professors from Tennessee State University,
Mhm.
and they were
That's
speaking
an
about,
HBCU, right?
you know it,
Yeah.
uh, and they were speaking about um, ways when they had the tree grant out, they was looking for people to plant more trees. And
Yeah.
they was talking. There was one guy. He was from, I want to say he was out of North Dakota, and he was teaching them, or he was sharing information about carbon waste storage. And he was like the
Yeah.
only person at the time in the U.S. that had a hand on how to store carbon. So when I thought about the trees and the carbon, I put it in when I had put in why, what are ways, I mean, what are ways you can use trees or tree chips, and one of the things that came up was to store carbon in the
Mhm.
wood chips, and you could store it inside of facilities, right? Because that's one of
Mhm.
the pushes. So I was like, oh snap, okay, need to kind of get ahead of this a little bit and research that just a little bit more.
Mhm.
Because in order to stay in the know of some of this, whether it's commercial, private, in the private sector, or
Yeah.
on the government side, you still gotta you have to be in some of the innovative pieces of it. And so if you don't know how to, then what you do is try to find a way to educate. And that's usually the space that we can kind of fall under the
Yeah.
education side.
Yeah.
E- Even with the information that True Storian shares. I'm working on that too. So we're working on a little science lab. Not a science lab,
Yeah.
but like a computer lab
Yeah.
to
I think
create.
I was in the clouds when he did your little demo the last time he was up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have a guy. He's a lot into IT as well, and he's pitching cybersecurity side of it, and they're
Yeah.
doing classes. Um, and so when True Story started speaking, I was like, oh, okay, maybe we can have a few classes going on because we're
Yeah.
creating a space now for it to educate. But I like that solar. I like the solar panel thing. I'm gonna have to learn something from you, from the educational piece, and how to do a little project and get started, so I can.
Oh, oh yeah, it's gonna be mandatory. You ain't gonna have no choice. I'm gonna be blasting the damn chat with it. Make
Yes,
everybody drop they light company.
drop the light company. Hey, listen, that light company, man. Oof, Lord help us.
They be getting
So how
nowhere,
much?
huh?
How much does a solar panel? So how many solar panels is ideal for a home?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's kind of like phones and kind of user friendly now in 2025. Obviously, in the earlier stages in the 80s and 90s, there was one set. It was only like a specific set of solar panels. They were big, they were heavy, uh, took a lot to install, and they were cumbersome. Now you got so many variations. Uh, panels as small as you know a sheet of notebook paper, depending on where is it going. Is it going on a single family home, a townhome? Is it going into a mixed use
Yeah.
commercial property? You know what I'm saying? So you could
Yeah.
actually divvy it up depending on what you got going. The storage is going to be the key
Okay.
though. How much energy can you store? Obviously,
In the
the sun is not going to be shining, even in the daytime, that much. But if you can, uh, calculate and have your analysis for your storage based on your usage, and like you said, right now, with your traditional light company, anybody can meet it and say, hey, this month, this week. I mean, my light company actually has an app. I think it's up to not only the billing cycle, but up to like the previous day, like 11:59 p.m.
uh,
You can see,
uh,
you actually literally read your meter from your device. So once you do that,
oh,
then that will let you know, okay, I need this type, this size, or I need two of these, or whatever, based on what you got
Oh,
going.
I see what you're
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, 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 like that.
Like, so so let's say can the solar panels be like reused? Let's say you have to repair your roof and you take
Yeah,
them off. You call the company to take them off, and then they can put them back on once the roof is replaced.
yeah, same flavor.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah. I think they actually
oh.
work that into your paperwork. You be able to actually look at that. I think you
So
have to
it's
give them
like a
so much
lifetime
notice.
warranty.
Yeah, most of them now. I mean, in the beginning, things were kind of sketchy, but it's based on the productivity and the usage. Most companies, I don't even say all, but most companies, they don't have a problem coming out, 4 or 5 years or even 7 years down the line and say, hey, they get a new deal done. Can you just lift them up, and then we'll give you a date to put them back on, or if
Right,
not, minimal cost.
right.
Hmm.
I was Yeah, so I was looking. I think a friend of mine had them on her home. My roof is not flat; it slants like a triangle.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Most residentials are diagonal. Some of the
that's
some of the solar panels are not even mounted on the roof. You can do it on the grass, just like your satellite TV dishes. Depending
oh,
on,
I've
yeah.
seen that
I mean,
before.
y'all in the
But
south, yeah, yeah. We can't do it up here in the city, but yeah, y'all got the space to do that.
and it has the same effect on the electric company on the electric bill.
Same effect.
Stop.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Now, what's the cost?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not going to be a one fits all, or I can't even really give you an estimate. You may pay, five, 1,500 two bands to get in, and then yeah,
It's not bad.
yeah,
Oh, that's not bad. I was thinking. Oh,
yeah,
you don't want to know what I was
yeah.
thinking.
You're not buying. Yeah, you're not going to be putting in an investment where you buying another car or another
That's what
home.
I. That's what
Yeah,
I was thinking.
yeah. I mean, if you got a big space, you're trying to do commercial property, or you running a lot of power. Yeah, you expect to put in a little bit, but I've seen single family units get installed for less than a band down, all day long. Yeah.
You know what? I okay. So I don't need to. You know what? I need to include that in my. I should have included that in my grant. I did include. I was just scared for the solar panel because I thought it. I was like, man, I'm not gonna be able to do many homes because those things are expensive. But if you say that, I think I can. I can make that happen
Yeah,
if
you
I get
just
one of these.
get you an some sort of analysis. You can have a like a solar estimate. At least that's what the
Oh
company that I'm working
yeah.
with. Yeah, yeah. So that way you'll know, down to the dollar figure. How much do I write the check for? When can I expect delivery? When can I actually cut the cord to the light company? You know what I'm saying? They give you all that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Ideas. I told you all I'll be listening to you guys and I come up with an idea.
Hmm.
I come up. I use your idea and say, okay, now how am I gonna make this work over here for us? And let me see if I can
Hmm.
get this awarded. If I get any of these awarded, I'm definitely gonna put y'all in it and be like, okay, I need you to come down here and do a block of instruction. I got you down as my one of my consultants.
Hmm.
you know, fly you in, put you in a hotel, and
Oh yeah.
let's get it popping.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, somebody
That's
asked me about a Louisiana roof. Um, I think there's some programs in Louisiana for repairs. I just think that from what I hear, they move very slow. But the next time I come on, I'll find out that company. I can't remember off the top of my head what's the company that was doing repairs. USDA has an opportunity, but it's income based and for repairs. But um, you may make too much money to qualify. Sometimes they'll let you get the loan.
mm-hmm.
But I want to say it is, yeah, the too much. Only there's only up to 50,000, so you may be able to apply for the USDA um and get the 10,000 and then get the remaining in a little loan payment. And that is it's called the 504 application. If you look for USDA single homes 504 application, you can apply that way. Hope that helps you out, Elmo.
Ain't that the area code down there?
Yeah. It's in the area code in New Orleans. The
Mm-mm.
some of the rest of the state is 337.
Man, boy, I'm old, man. I remember the whole state was 504.
Yep, yep, man. I missed the whole Mardi Gras this week, but
Yeah,
oh, tomorrow's Fat
yeah,
Tuesday.
yeah,
Yep, now I go hit my mama all every Friday talking about you better not eat no meat.
yeah.
Yep,
Well, that went by quick, boy.
man. Listen here, the first quarter almost over.
It's almost over.
Yeah, I, so I'm gonna I'll be there at the end of the month. My cousin Keon Coleman paid for the Buffalo Bills. He's doing a
Yeah.
football camp. I think we have almost 500 kids
Oh, okay.
down there. So I'll be there at the end of the month doing
This
my little
for high
community.
schoolers or
Oh, any. I
oh,
think
okay,
it's,
that's cool. Yeah, yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
yeah. They're going to be doing those skills drills.
Yeah.
This will be his first one as being in a league.
Oh, okay.
So this is first, not his first charitable project. His first charitable project was like a coat drive in Buffalo. That went over very well. They gave out a lot of coats.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
and then so he's gonna do the football there, which is really interesting. It's gonna be pretty cool.
Yeah.
First one, bring some. We need some change in my little town because ever since Katrina, man, gun violence has been over the
Off
top.
the chain. Yeah, I heard.
What I have, and I didn't grow up with it.
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm
it's
saying. Same thing with Arkansas. Uh, I mean, everybody know about Little Rock now, but man, coming up, man, when nobody popping off like that
yes,
nowhere in Arkansas.
nowhere near that.
Mm-mm.
Not in New Orleans, yeah, Baton Rouge, yeah, but not in my little bitty town. But man, I've
Yeah.
lost three cousins to gun violence, like young adults.
Damn.
So it's like so weird, it's very, very, very weird. And
Yeah,
going there and the streets are dry. Older people are scared to walk the streets or
man.
be outside. Back in the day we grew up, we
Yeah.
outside, throwing
Southern
barbecues
hospitality.
every
Yeah.
weekend. You know it. Every weekend, right?
Hmm.
Now you got to be in the house doing it.
Yeah.
You
Like we
know,
in, like we in some crime-ridden under martial law, or some shit, crazy shit.
yeah, it's super weird, super super weird. But that's the life, and I'll be telling my mom, I'm like, man, I don't even know how you. And it's like, well, you got gun violence. Oh yeah, that's a yeah, but where I'm at, I'm so close to the countryside of it all. I don't get involved. Whereas in a little town, everything is right there.
Yeah.
It's super weird. But yeah, I'm one of my so I'm excited today, being Monday, based on the information that True and I were speaking about for the
Yeah.
kids. And I'm also excited about, we were talking about what do you that our state elected officials are talking about. You know how we always say, well, y'all keep sending these kids to college, all they doing is racking up debt. Now we got our officials saying, yeah, let's get these apprenticeship programs back popping. Let's
Yeah,
get
yeah.
this let's get these science career fields.
Mm-hmm.
Let's seek out the individuals who knows how to put these together, who has a curriculum, and we're just
Yeah.
fortunate enough to have a few people in the circle who already has it that can make it happen. So I'm excited, like, cause you know how hard it is to, like, you'll have an idea, like we're talking about the solar panels or um, air quality stuff or whatever, to get people who has the linchpin, so to speak, the influence over some type of funding or just partnering in relationship. It doesn't necessarily have to be you
Yeah.
relying on government funds for grant opportunities. You got corporate responsibility out here who don't mind shifting some dollars and investing in you. Because if you go into the bank and the bank is not going to give you any favor, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you then your next best thing is to try to get some type of grant or investment opportunity. So to have them to be on your
Mm-hmm.
side, all you need is a letter of support. Boom. Who's going to take the senator or the representative? Shoe, they want to be in those spaces. Why? Because they got corporate influence too. They want the state to do some things for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Everybody win.
hmm look, Judah said,
So it's one.
"Oh, go ahead."
No, I was going to read the same thing
Oh, go ahead.
before 1958. No, it was as late as I was down there in '82. It was still 504
Yeah, I don't.
down there in Opelousas,
Yeah, we go back.
Slidell,
What you
New
good?
Iberia.
Huh?
Uh, yeah, I don't need no Google Maps to get to those places.
Now you want to see my phone? Like what? I'll put it. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. I'm a I'm craving food right now from Louisiana. Listen, my taste buds started going super crazy.
Yeah, it's a lady up here. She from Louisiana. She had gumbo a couple weeks ago when it was real cold. I
Oh,
smelled that. I smelled that thing all the way from the next building. Well, I was like, somebody got some gumbo somewhere. It was going through the vent. I was like, man, I was hunting that thing down, boy. Yeah,
wish
give
you
me
just
two,
had like a little
two.
potluck for everybody.
Yep, just for her department. But I'm not in
Yeah.
her department. But she saw my eyes, man. I was like, come on, come on,
Look,
come
don't
on,
withhold the goods.
man.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah, it's a
crazy.
little young girl. She's in the program. She started last year at this time. She was out there.
Mm-hmm.
Dropped out of nursing school. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
doing the drill rap, hanging with a bunch of nobodies, not really doing anything. Now she got her stuff
Mm.
back on track. Uh, she's got her certifications. She's on
Uh-oh.
permanently with the solar company, and her current base salary is 89.46 an hour, no matter what.
Mm.
Straight like
Oh,
that.
that's what I'm talking about.
Hmm.
Now, do y'all go out? Oh, that's right. You said you really gotta go look for no clients because once you get certified, they looking for you.
That look for client shit. That's for people hoping. Not saying that it
Mm.
don't work, but if you got to look for somebody, that means that it's part of the market that you don't want to stay in. You don't want to be in that. Well, I got my certs. I'm qualified.
Mm.
I did this. Now let me go look for somebody. That just happened to have a spot open. You know what I'm saying? What's the chances of that happening? What
Mm.
makes you so special? Yeah. But when the calls are coming the
I
other
like how
way,
you put that.
yeah, calls are coming the other way, then you have options. Do I want to go with this company? Do I want to go with that company? Straight like
I
that.
like that.
Yeah,
That's a different spin.
yeah, that's a different skin right there.
Cause it's true. Now, do y'all wait? How do you get it? What's how do you become solar panel qualified? Is it a
Yeah,
specific? It's like
the solar panel
independent learning
company.
or
Yeah,
partisan?
yeah, the solar panel company partnered with a Department of Labor apprenticeship program. So that's their foundation.
Yep.
Yeah. So basic
See.
construction, laborers, uh, you know, painters, millwork, brick masons,
Yep.
electricians. That's me. You say the word electricity, lights. That's me. I'm the light guy. But
Oh, I need
yeah,
an
they
electrician
part
right now.
right straight up. So they don't necessarily have to worry about screening nobody or you know seeing if they're gonna put some false information on their resume or anything like that. They just check the database. Hey, they're certified in this, they're certified in that. They went through this program, they're skilled in that. Um, couple references.
Nice.
Everybody's networking. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, that's the foundation right there.
I'm definitely listening. Take it off. Yeah. Oh man, that's you know what, and as as open as that program is, a lot of people, a lot of I guess institutions don't apply. Like you'll see a lot of of organizations up north applying, and you'll see very few southern states presence on that DOL site for that apprenticeship program, and that was really huge. And
Yep.
that tells you when you start seeing where DOL is putting their grant funds at, that'll start
Mhm.
telling you where the opportunities are for the rest of the world.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, I got to
Good.
start familiarizing myself on that part of the navigation. What you was talking about too.
What?
Cause the traveling, yeah, where they putting the money at.
Oh yeah.
Uh, yeah. So down the
It's
Midwest, that
uh-huh.
that whole tornado alley, that Nebraska, Upper Texas
Mm-hmm.
Panhandle, uh,
Mm-hmm.
Indiana, Kentucky, all up through there. New
Mm-hmm.
projects, new developments,
Yep.
ready to break ground. Pow.
Who So
Who
you
ready?
know, so right, so if they're gonna knock down trees, you know what's gonna
Hmm.
happen next? They're gonna put them
Yeah.
up. They call it put them up, put them down.
I literally seen that driving all across the country, even in your neighborhood. What was that 20? I think that was
Mm-hmm.
2018, 2019. I just
Mm-hmm.
that's all they were doing is just knocking the trees down. I'm like,
Knocking the
man.
trees down. Yep. Hey,
Next
they
thing you
put a
know,
whole
boom.
whole
Ah,
neighborhood, whole neighborhoods. Like I was telling oh, call your daddy, tell him unlock the door. Contractor's gonna be there. Yeah. Um, I was just telling the contractors that was in my area, they was like they was asking about the neighborhood. I said, man, when I moved here in '07, it was none of these people, no houses, no nothing, trees, trees, trees. I look
yeah,
again, 3 years later they started, cutting them down, and then I look
yeah,
up 3 months later, you got a whole neighborhood.
up and running.
And running. And so even now, when you ride through, especially if
Hmm.
you just go to work, go home, go work, go home, go ride through your city. It got a
Yeah,
whole nother, whole nother shopping center going on.
yeah. It don't take no time to put them up. They had deadlines to meet.
Right. Yeah, it definitely got deadlines to me, and they are real. So I was like I'm looking this Southern Commercial Company. They're getting ready to put some cones down because this side of the road where I'm looking at right now on the right side is full of trees. I say, watch, by the
Hmm.
end of the summer, is all these trees gonna be gone.
Yep.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. See, these are things that we're not really paying attention to, like okay, what's going on and what are they doing and what do they need, what are they looking for, because you can't take all the money now. You gonna have to open up some opportunities because y'all not coming down here and do it. So somebody's doing the work, somebody's getting the contracts,
Oh yeah.
and I'll sub them until, look at all the trees, look. See how they got all the logs on the side of the road. What do you even use it for? Huh? Oh, you can use the trees for almost anything, different types of production or whatnot. Um, like when they did all of the infrastructure money. Remember that when they well, not the
Yeah.
infrastructure per se. It was the
I know
American
what you're talking
Rescue.
about though.
The American Rescue money is what one I'm talking about. When they shifted all those millions of dollars down to all the different states who would accept it, because some states didn't want to take it. Um, Perfect opportunity to get your city, state, or county in shape. All the we living off infrastructure that hasn't been touched since they put it in the ground. They must be about to have a wedding, but all of the some places, like I was fussing at I call my buddy. He's a water treatment person down in St. Landry Parish, and I said, "Yo, man, how you all end up with the water treatment problem? And they had a whole $20 million grant out there for municipalities could have applied for as well. Like you all the ones are shoot into this stuff." Um, he was like, "Man, I'm just one person. I tell these people." He was just like, "You can't tell them nothing." When I'm like, like, why are we, even if it's governmental, like, why are y'all just letting the money just sit on the table? That's why they taking money and sitting at the places, because you all don't go after it. I couldn't be a mayor and you tell you there's a $20 million grant on the table and I have an infrastructure issue. You know, man, I'm trying to find the best writers or whatnot and putting them in the grant.
It may
Come
not
back.
be amazed, but me actually driving through different parts of the country and seeing these projects,
Mhm.
literally seeing them dollars swing through, and yeah, I'm making a couple of dollars rolling. Not
Uh-oh.
not nearly enough.
I know. We say not nearly enough.
Hell no.
I know, because the more you make, the more you got to spend out.
Uh,
But that's where you have to take a couple. If you're making a pretty good penny though, and you're able to put it into some type of investment vehicle and let it make money for you,
oh yeah.
kind of helps out.
Oh yeah. We definitely not slacking up off the entrepreneurial uh tax ID, being able to delegate this particular project. Kind of like what Mumu's friend came up on the panel the other night.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
guy's down in Dallas, and
yeah.
he
Moving in
he
Texas, isn't it?
yeah. And so his major project, he signed that contract on January 28th.
Wait, you got to repeat because you went out.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just
Okay, yeah. His friend signed that contract on January 28th.
which contract?
The FEMA wildfire cleanup project.
See, I told somebody, I said, y'all are crazy. I said, if I was on the West Coast, man, I'd be doing darn. Why? Wi-Fi cleanup or into anything that has to
Man,
do with the Wi-Fi's because I know they making money. I
man,
remember
nothing
him
but
saying
money.
it. I saying that he if anybody was interested in the
Hmm.
job. Yeah, where you at,
Hmm.
Moo Moo? If you're listening, jump on up here because I missed that information. I caught the telling of it before he
I
jumped
got
off.
I got the info. I talked to the guy directly the other day.
Really? Let me.
Yeah,
You got my number there? Text me.
I
Let me
would
put
I
it
would
back.
give you all that. Yeah.
Yeah, I need that.
So just to let you know, he wants to have at least 45 crews of 3-man crews uh, later this month. He wants everybody to meet up in Dallas, and everybody's gonna fly to Dallas to LAX, and he's gonna be
Mm,
rotating them. Yeah, some of the guys, have families, court dates, because he works with the reentry program, kind of like
yeah.
GQ. Yeah. So when those people go back, whoever don't have to go back, if you don't have kids or you got not that much home responsibility, you can stay out there.
You doing per diem?
Yeah, you doing hotel, per diem, lunch, all that.
You just
Stack
got
the
to get to
bread.
Dallas.
Stay out of the dispensaries and stay out the red light districts. Make that money. I'm telling
Mm,
you, whoever listening. No.
man, that's gonna be sharp.
So they got to get OSHA certified. They want the OSHA 40.
40? Okay, I
Yeah,
was just getting
yeah,
ready to say which one.
yeah,
And
40.
that's gonna be going on for a while. And
Yeah, yeah. His contract expires 2026. Yeah.
that's what I'm talking about. I need to so you have to let me see what I was gonna say. I was gonna ready to ask a question. I know I was. I know I was. I know I was. I know. Oh, brother Rob, you sent me an email. Oh, I need to go look. I need to go look. Um. Oh, I was getting ready to ask you something. Oh, so how often is he gonna like take crews to Dallas? Is he
Uh, yeah. What's up, brother
willing
Rob?
to?
Brother Rob, you in on this?
Yeah, tell him jump on up here.
Yeah, yeah. If you got time, man. I know it's Monday. You probably got class.
Oh, that's right. I forgot he a teacher.
Yeah, yeah. I'm texting
Oh,
you right now though.
okay. Somebody in the chat asked for the contact info.
What's up, LL? Keep your ears close to the speaker, yo. Close to the street, as we said.
Close to the street. So it's gonna be like, oh, so is he's going by the end of the month, and then are you always gonna be transported out of Dallas or?
No, once you go out to LAX, you post it up. It's gonna have reoccurring. Once that week is paid for the hotel, you just pay the next week. Now, if you do have to come back, yeah, you can come back, like a week or so, and then you
I
go
know.
back out. Yeah, like that.
Yeah. So I wonder. Okay. Ooh, that's a nice opportunity.
Yeah, $35 an hour.
See somebody you know, it's easier to do that with. When I remember when the hurricanes were happening, people were scamming folks. People go out there and work and they didn't want to pay
Yeah,
down in Houston. But yeah, this whole
yeah. I know a
now
couple of people got caught up in that.
now, now what about the PPE? He's supplying. I mean, I'm sure they have to have some type of mask or something like that dealing in the atmosphere.
Yeah, he got all that covered. Full some sites is the full body gear, like you
Yeah,
totally covered. Yeah,
yeah, respiratory.
bacteria, yeah, all that.
Hmm. So you just need to have your 40
Hmm.
OSHA.
Hmm.
certification, which takes, yeah, you could do that online, ain't it?
Yeah, they got online certs for that.
Okay, okay, okay. Ooh wee, that's what I'm talking about. I can So we're looking to do like employability training to help to bridge the gap for these different type of jobs, And
Yeah,
coming out of the Texas, Louisiana, that area, or even Mississippi, Arkansas, a lot of people go offshore a lot. So
yeah,
having certain certs and things of that nature, they're kind of familiar with. It's not foreign to them.
yeah. If you have some any type of construction background, that definitely is going to help.
Hmm.
Drywallers, roofers, plumbers, the whole nine. Yeah, nobody left out. Brick
Yeah,
masons, HVAC. Let's do it.
yes. That's super. You got me excited early this morning. Yeah, he came on here and said that he knows somebody who actually, got into it. I know we just picked up a subcontracting, clean, stripping and waxing floors on Fort Jackson opportunity. So after today, we get that walkthrough. Hopefully, we pick up the entire compound. Let's go.
Man, that's
Tell
tight
you,
right there. Yeah,
everything ain't. Listen, we know they have things going on, but hey, you just gotta stay in the know. Like you said, get skilled up, get licensed up, or get your little credentials together. Get your little, those. I think everybody should at some point have some type of OSHA certification, first
yeah,
aid. Those simple opportunities that when things pop up, you can always fall into something simple. Like if you lose your job, there's another way. And if you are one of those high federal employees who lost their job but real skilled at what you do, man, you could go consult. I'm like, why is y'all on here crying?
yeah,
They gonna need you in a few minutes. Hold on, I gotta order me a tea then.
yeah. I'm finishing up my coffee now. Yeah, get that morning trouble in. Oh, you rolling? Rush hour, rush hour. Shout out to the Monday morning rush hour traffic. Okay, I lost my words. All right.
Yeah. I'm like, I like when people come up and we hear the different opportunities that may be available that can help
Can you
someone.
see? Can you see your screen while you're driving? Is it on this phone or
Yeah,
another phone? Oh, okay.
I can see it. You share your
Oh,
screen?
no, no, no. I'm talking about your text on your phone.
Oh, oh, I'm
Yeah,
stopped. I'm stopped, so I'm gonna look at it. Let me pay for this. I'm gonna look at it right now.
that's cool.
And y'all always into the high pen stuff. Oh, yep, I see my text. A 224 number?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. I, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got it. See, that's that think tank stuff right here. That's that sharp. Help us sister out. Thank you. I hope. Listen, I hope today wasn't boycott Starbucks day because I sure just bought me drink.
Oh man, I think I missed off on the boycotts.
You missed that. Well,
I
it was
didn't
a
know what they was
un,
doing. I was like, okay. I didn't go to that store yesterday. Can I roll over my boycott? Cause I
you
need
rolled
this
it.
shit today. Yeah.
You would. I don't usually go. I'm not a Target person, so
Nah, I ain't never had Target in my.
Man,
want, and I mean, even if
I
it's the
try,
only place open, I'm like,
yeah.
there's nothing there.
Yeah. I think I went to Target twice in my life. I don't
I
even,
know, right?
yeah. I tried to go one time because somebody was telling, they was like, oh, you should go to Target. And when I went in there, it was just like, nah. Now, I'm going to tell you, I was a Dollar General girl. Like, I loved going to the Dollar General for some reason. And I think it's because it's one store, it was small. I just go to Dollar General, come out. Go to Dollar General, come out. And I absolutely hated Walmart. Um, well, if I don't have to go to Walmart, but since I have my niece and nephew, I've been okay, I see my text. I
Okay.
been in Walmart more than I would like to be. And then the smaller Walmarts, I'll go in them. And when I before I got my truck, I would go to Walmart for all oil changes. But then when they put up the five tank where you can stay in your car and just roll up, oh please, I wouldn't go into any other facilities. But now I don't have no choice but to go to the dealer. I can't go can't go to roll up and get my oil changed no more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I ain't like that. I'm like, y'all better get up with the current times because I like to just get it and go. I'm
Yeah.
super spoiled. I used to love the full service gas stations back in the day.
Oh, yeah. I think New Jersey, the state of New Jersey, and maybe a few places down south only got that still going. They do it. They do it for big trucks too.
Yeah, cause I yeah, the big. Well, I wish, man. I
Yeah.
wish that would come back. Listen, I have no objections to the full service gas station. I hate getting out the car. The other day, somebody left there. Well, the lady was asleep in the car, and the kids and the father got out the car to go to the restroom or whatever they did, and they left the door unlocked, and somebody jumped in the car.
Damn.
And they jumped in the car, tried to steal the car, and went and end up on
Mm-mm.
a heist. She got on the phone. He wasn't even bothered by her.
Mm-mm. That's crazy. Hey, brother Rob, I ain't forgot about you, brother Rob. We definitely gonna be hooking up sooner than later, bro. Definitely in the mix. Uh, our head office is actually down there on Cermak in Michigan. You know where that's at.
Yeah, that's. Oh man. So so you go out and install solar panels every day. Are you getting ready and gearing up to get out in the side?
Yeah. I'm not certed up as of yet. But yeah, that will be the primary job duties. Uh,
Yeah.
and then after that, I'll be delegating that task to other people in training, in apprenticeships, other companies.
Okay.
Yeah,
Look at you bossing up.
yeah,
Now, Deb, you're a veteran, right?
yeah,
Dev.
yeah. Can you hear me?
You're a vet, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so that's your
electronics. Yeah,
oh, nice.
yeah.
You a smart one. Yeah, that
Everybody
just
keeps saying that, boy. That shit was in the
hey,
'80s. Yeah,
hey,
boy.
I don't
If you,
care. That was
yeah,
even worse.
yeah.
You know how difficult it is to get into those programs, even
Oh
when you
yeah, for
have the
sure.
GT scores. You
Yeah,
know, you
yeah.
know you know the rules.
No,
80s or
yeah,
no whatever.
yeah,
I like to think those times were trainable times where manual understanding it manually and knowing the shortcuts
yeah.
was the way to go. You know.
Yeah, I still got
Um,
my green military books. All them
Those
diagrams, yeah, I still got them
yeah,
down to the
task
component.
conditions. That's it. Task conditions and standards, huh?
Hmm.
Going back to the basics.
Back to basics.
I love it. Where were you stationed?
Right outside of Norfolk. Our base was
Oh,
actually called Little Creek. Yeah, and I was in Virginia. But I,
look
I
at
went
you.
to school up in Great Lakes and Vallejo, California, before I went out there.
You were in the Air Force?
Navy, yeah, Navy,
Navy. Navy. Oh,
yeah, yeah,
because I was like, wait a minute, I don't recognize none of those names.
yeah.
Y'all had all the
Valle,
cool
yeah,
assignments.
yeah. Vallejo was down the street from Travis Air Force Base. We used to
Gotcha.
shoot ball with them.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Gotcha.
Hmm.
I gotcha. I the Navy. I remember I was in Navy ROTC in high school. But man, I think I visited a ship and it was just so I was just like I would have anxiety every day if I had to be on this. Oh, I wasn't gonna make it. Not in the Navy. Not in the water.
That
And
that's
I
one
love
thing
water.
where I couldn't figure out because there was a lot of kids in my boot camp and my classes that said they was in ROTC in high school. We didn't have ROTC at all at our high school.
Yeah, that
So
came
I was,
late.
yeah.
Wait, we our high school got ROTC in '93 because I only had it 2 years, I think, before it actually it actually became a thing. Yeah, we had just got it in my high school in '93,
Hmm.
but now it's super. It's all over now. The kids.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, friend of mine, her son had ROTC ball last night. I said, ROTC ball for the kids. It's kind of cool,
Yeah.
and he's going straight into the military.
Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna be putting the link up in the chat. So y'all want to get on? Y'all better do it. Okay, I'm gonna be putting the link up yeah, gonna have Wale up here. Have Wale hour. Will find his way back up on the panel. Especially after last night. Y'all keep the link going in the chat though. What's up, Nala? What's up, Neferu? What's up with it? Yeah, I'm actually supposed to be on the clock right now. Actually, I'm just hanging back for a few minutes. Make sure everybody get a chance to come up. Yeah, he probably getting going. It's the third, so Wale got to make his runs before he come back around on the low end. get rid of some of these keys. Oh yeah, I was kind of messed up when I heard that Angie song situation. I still got my ticket stub from I think it was August 27th, 2002, at an outdoor type of acoustic venue. She opened for Luther Vandross. It was Sinbad, then it was Angie Stone, then it was Luther Vandross. And yeah, well, she rocked the house, yo. Yeah, LL. Just hit my email at devastatingforyou@gmail.com. I got you covered, yo. What's your background? You got any apprenticeship, labor, construction, anything basic? Even if you don't have no experience, it's still good. Yeah, that was a live concert. I went with an older lady. I was in my mid-30s at the time, and yeah, she was 53. Definitely some good memory. I think she got the pictures though. We took pictures, but I didn't keep no pictures. She got the pictures, but I got the ticket stub.
I got it.
But
Alright,
I'm not with the conspiracy theory story though. Just a bad accident. I've been on I-65 in that area at nighttime, early part of the morning. That's how it is. Weather was kind of choppy. I think it went from 70 degrees to 40 degrees in like an hour or so. So yeah, they did. They doing it dirty. Hopefully our family will get all that situation squared away.
stupid car. They want to follow the car. That's why you gotta keep your hand on the wheel. She knocked my volume out. Dev, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Yeah, you good?
Oh yeah, I think she had knocked. Somebody had tried to call my phone and knock my little volume. Whatnot.
Yeah, they was talking about the Angie Stone situation.
Yeah, you said is something going on with what a state or something?
No, they was talking about the Angie Stone situation that happened. Is that Saturday?
Oh yeah, the accident.
Yeah, yeah. I saw her in 2002. It was Sinbad, Angie Stone, and then Luther Vandross in Kansas City.
Ooh, I bet that was a good one.
Yeah, yeah. She rocked the house.
Man. She was 63, I think.
Yep.
She was headed to a concert or something.
She was, but she what?
She was headed to go perform.
I think she said she just left the concert.
Oh, hey.
It was one or the other. Yeah, yeah. It was definitely. She was definitely doing on tour. Still to this day.
Mm. Wow. Is she the only? How many people was in the vehicle? Did they say?
I think it was. I think that band was kind of packed. Her main, her main person that be booking her shows and shit.
Uh-huh.
I think it was some kids in the car too.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Did everybody? Nobody made it.
one of them Sprinter vans. Yeah, I haven't heard anything to say if somebody survived the wreck. I haven't heard none of that. I ain't seen none of that.
Wow.
Only picture I saw that van flipped over in the median and that CRST semi truck.
Whoa.
Yeah, man, they got such a bad reputation out here, boys. It ain't even funny. Yeah, ain't no telling what happened. It looked like the truck slid off, lost control, fell asleep, something happened. Wrong place, wrong time.
The semi or the van driver?
Looked like the semi truck driver definitely went across on the other side because that's where it was crashed. But
Wow.
the van was just in shambles. The van flipped over. So it was no getting out of that, no matter who was driving.
Dang.
Yeah. But one of them stretches down 65 where there was no street lights. You know, that's how it is down there in South Bama.
Oh, it happened in Alabama.
Yeah, she was doing something in Montgomery. There's something going in Montgomery. Yeah.
Man, oh man. Eat that for her.
Y'all better hit that link and get on this panel. I'm gonna call Wale up. I got his WhatsApp.
I like talking to Wale.
Yeah, Wale, you catch Wale in a good time. Cool conversation.
You always can have different perspectives coming on at different times of the day. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
They start going wild.
Yeah, it don't take much for that.
I know the market's about to open. I was making money on Friday. I actually forgot I was trading. And so I think that when the market opens, hopefully it's still on the uptrend a little bit. So I can go make my little ice cream money and call take my coins and run.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do. Just call it in, man. Come on up, Wale. I gotta. I'm gonna be on the clock. I'm already on the clock right now. Actually, I'm supposed to be somewhere else other than this phone.
Come on,
It's
Wale.
probably
You
be
got
up in a little bit when he catch a break.
who?
Miz.
Yeah, where Miz
Q.
at? That's who I'm
Yeah,
used to seeing.
yeah. Miz get up with the chickens. Then Q. I think Q said he had some meetings sometime today as well. So he'll probably pop in later as well. But you definitely won't be seeing me until almost when the sun go down. If then, I got a business schedule today. Today is the first business day in March.
It's March.
Change the number on all the forms I'm about to fill out. I gotta put 3 on them now.
When the new year comes in, how long does it take you to adjust for the new year number? You be put 2024?
About 6 months.
I know. Oh, that go Wale.
So my birthday is in May, so once my birthday kick in, I was like, oh, okay, it's cool now. I'm good now.
Yeah, the new year now.
You know, I'm like a genie. If you call when you call my name, I come.
You appear in the smoke. Good morning to you.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning to you and everyone else.
What's up, man? You been woke for a long time, or what's up with it? Did my mic go out? You still there, Marley?
No, I
Yeah, I
heard.
say I haven't been woke for a long time. Not at all.
Oh, okay. My bad, bro. I didn't mean to call you early, man. You can go ahead and clock out if you need to clock back out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out and come back. But I was on that.
But I'm saying I'm not gonna be around though.
Oh, Major Mo will be around, right?
I think he should be popping through.
No, I mean, what is it, Sergeant Mo?
Yeah.
Sergeant.
Mo, you a sergeant, right?
I like that. I was on first class.
He just
I
gave you a
retired
rank.
in 27. Yep.
You know, I told her my daughter's nickname is the same, Mo, and she was a sergeant, Sergeant Mo.
Mm-hmm.
She was a sergeant in the Air Force.
She was Air Force? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Most of my cousin went Air Force.
Not me.
She wanted to go Navy though. After me, she wanted to do the exact same thing I did. I was like,
Yeah,
you gotta get your grades up. Yeah, get them grades up.
Oh.
She couldn't get her
Gravy.
grades up, but she got her grades up to get in the Air Force though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Got her a job at Disney and all that.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Y'all know I'm an Army girl.
I went in the Air Force as a linguist. I took a test. The guy saw my name. He said, "You know how to speak language?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Take this test, man. Be a linguist." And so that's how I went in. I took the test and passed it, and I went in as a linguist.
Oh, that's super cool.
That's crazy, man. A sales job. I think my recruiter gave me the same spiel.
Oh,
Take
yeah?
this test. Yeah, he said, take this test, and then you be living the high life. Well, I took that
That's right.
test. Couldn't tell me nothing after that.
You passed the test. Once you pass the test, it's on.
It's all downhill from there.
I guess.
Hey, I didn't have to do nothing. I didn't do no KP. I didn't do I had to do the the introductory thing, the exercise and stuff.
Yeah.
But I didn't have to do no KP or nothing else. But then again, I was in the military. I was in the military marching band.
Oh, okay. You ROTC just like everybody else.
No, not RTC.
No, he was in a
the
band.
military. The military has its own band for when people come or they have parades.
Yeah. Honor guard.
Not honor guard. To play music.
No.
Play music.
Actual band.
That's right. Actual band.
Oh, like an orchestra.
Football.
Yeah.
Like the football team has a band.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Yeah, I seen
military
him at the Army Navy game, at the football game. Yeah.
Yeah, they got regular bands, man. And not only that, they have entertainment bands.
Shows,
I mean, yeah, all that stuff.
MWR shows.
I saw some excellent shows in the military. Dudes were acting up because they were free
Yep.
of all economic problems. They didn't have no economic problems, no social problems. They were able to just do a
Perform.
lot of stuff you couldn't do. Yeah.
Hmm.
And they were free of all those other issues. Where I'm asleep tonight, is it too cold? All that stuff. They were free of all that and were able to innovate like you wouldn't believe.
So in the
Nice.
Navy we call that skating.
We call it
Yeah, yeah.
shaming.
You call it what?
Skating.
No, I mean Mo. I didn't hear what she said.
Oh,
Because we call it skating too. So I recognized that right away when you said it. Skating.
Okay.
But I didn't hear what Mo had said they called it.
Say it again.
I didn't hear what you said that you called it.
Shamming.
Oh, shaman. Oh, no, we ain't called it. Call it skating.
Yeah.
Skating is a smooth ride. You roll right on through. Damn.
Yeah.
Well, you knew too, because I was out by the time you were there.
Yeah, I came in 99.
I came out in 85.
Grown. Yeah, I went
Then
in.
too, I went in when I was 27. So I wasn't a child like the other children. They
Yeah, I
were
went in.
17, 18, stuff like that.
I went in late too. I went in and I was 20. I came in out of college.
Oh, okay.
I was just running away.
Okay. Oh, so you did go to college. Did you graduate?
Yeah, I told you that.
Oh, good for you.
Yes. Why late?
Good for
I
you.
got 3 degrees.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah.
what up, Bartane? Bartane, you got about
Yeah.
like 5 minutes, bro. Then it's gonna be the Wale show.
I got.
Oh, no, Major Mo gonna be here. I mean, Sergeant Mo
Major
gonna
Mo.
be here.
I'm a major.
Hey, you know what, though? I knew a Major Mo. Back in 81, I met Major Mo. He was a odd guy, but that was his name, Major Mo. On paper, that was his name.
Can you hear me?
Sometimes.
I'm cutting out.
You cutting out too?
Hold on a second.
I can't even hear you now. Is she you can hear her there?
Yeah, she going through another cell tower. It'll come back. It'll come right back.
Oh, okay, she traveling.
Yeah. Go ahead and dip out and dip back in real quick.
You traveling today there?
Yeah, I was. Now I'm finna be I gotta go all the way on the clock now. No phone.
Oh, you're not traveling so much.
Yeah, I'm already about to park and lock up.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah.
I heard
So we're trying to get the not just the young people, but people in general back in the education mode, get some skills, get some certifications, get on these contracts, stop messing up and letting all this money on the table.
You know what, Dave? I went in because people were talking about coding, this computer coding.
Yeah.
So I went and looked at it, saw a couple of tutorials.
Yeah.
And I was able to pick up a lot of it in about a half an hour. I was like, wow. A lot of the stuff is easy, but the way they teach it sometimes, I guess, offends people. Maybe people don't have some basic rudimentary knowledge.
Yeah.
But it's very simple.
Yep. Not that hard at all.
Not at all. But it's scary to people who be looking at that. Well, if you're scared of stuff you don't know, that's why when I told you I homeschool my children, and I would
Yeah.
always tell them there was never anything they could come across in life that they can't do.
Right.
It don't exist. So when they look at, I don't know if I could do that. No, you can do it.
Mm.
Or come from the point of view that you can do it, and you'll see right through it.
Yeah.
But if you come from the point of view, if you can't do it or you're scared and reserved, you're beating yourself up.
Nah,
Your
they don't
stuff
like
don't
that
beat
cat.
you up. You beat yourself up with the words you use and the attitude you bring to the situation.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't like that cant, man. If you got cant in your vocabulary, they tell you to keep on stepping, yo. Keep on stepping.
I had a wonderful time in the military when I did what they call boot camp. Boot camp was one of the best times I had.
Yep.
We used to run miles through the swamp and jungle, not jungle, but the swamp and the woods and stuff.
Yeah.
Miles. And every time the guys say, "Oh, we only got 1 more mile left, man. We got 5 more minutes," something like that. He'll say, 15 minutes later, we still running. Man, it was fun. I was like, check him out. He's wild. And when he see people falling, he say, "Hey, we almost there. When we hit that bend up ahead, you gonna see. We hit that bend, you don't see nothing." He got him to the bend. I was like, wow, that's beautiful.
What's good with y'all?
Yeah. Oh, there's Tigo. Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm good, Wale. How you doing, bro?
Oh, I'm great. Good morning to you.
I just jumped up here so you ain't got to talk to yourself when Dale jumped down when he get off the thing.
Well, I appreciate that. But I'm so used to talking to myself. I'm my best company right now. I understand everything I say. I don't argue too much. I like myself, and I laugh a lot. So I like me.
It's a good way to be.
I didn't hear you.
I said that's a good way to be. I'm the same. I love myself. I talk to myself too.
Hey, I'm the funniest guy. Well, I'm not the funniest guy I know, but I'm good with it. Yeah.
Where you from originally, one day? I don't know if I ever heard you say where you was from originally.
The place down by Miami, Florida.
Oh, okay. I was born down there. I was born in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, well, you know Opelika. That's where I'm from, Opelika.
Okay, yeah. I know about Opelika.
I usually say the whole name when I'm not around there, Opetisha Wakalaka. That's the whole name. Matter of fact, I said, more people what?
I said, only people from down there say that.
Oh, you heard it before?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I got people from Broward County and shit, so I've always been around all the more southern Florida. So I used to go visit my dad down there every year.
What about down south by Goulds and Homestead?
I ain't really go down there like that.
When you go down, do you still visit Florida?
No, because my dad moved to Augusta now, and most of my family only got like a few. I only go like if I'm going to Miami just to chill.
Okay. Yeah. But further down south, past Homestead on the west coast, there's a lot of original Negroes. You will find them down there. There are a lot of them. They're not as touched by the city life as, in the county of Dade. I don't know what that county is called down south like that. Might still be Dade. Dade kind of big. You know what?
No, go ahead.
Huh? You were asking a question.
No, I was just gonna ask about when you said original Negroes. I didn't know if you were just saying like the natives of the land. I didn't know what you were referring to.
No, I mean they got more habits, more customs, more styles of the old times. That's what I mean by original.
Oh.
They not get a haircut every day type of nigga like in New York. They not cityfied. They still real country.
Okay, last chance, true story. I'm gonna get off, man. You come up, or it's gonna be the Wale show for a few hours till Liz get back. What's up, Fatane?
Nothing over there.
Saying that's still grinding, yo.
I already know, bro.
Yeah.
Gotta get that bag.
Man.
I was gonna say to you while you down there talking about Florida, Broward and Dade, you ought to look them two dudes up, man, and see how their life went, what they did, what made them so pronounced in the affairs of that area.
You talking about the names Broward and Dade?
Yeah, them were dudes. I know Dade was. I don't know. I think Broward was, but I studied. I mean, I read up on Dade.
Oh yeah, I never looked into that.
Because they brought the county to us. See, even though we were there in Opelika, the county had not started where we were. It had not reached where we were. The county started somewhere else, and then it broadened out, and it started encompassing people in different towns and stuff. And it came and encompassed us in Opelika. Opelika wasn't originally part of Dade. It became part of Dade. And then it came under the county seat.
There was some white boys?
Oh, yeah, man. Dade a real dude. He was a real dude. A lot of these places like that, they named after dudes, man. They named after, people who are prominent in the area for their welfare. Because they only be talking about their welfare. I mean, if you get something out of it, okay, but their focus is their welfare. You understand what I mean?
No, I got you. They basically colonizers.
Well, I mean, okay, but colonize it. You can colonize it. Like if I bring my family over to Trinidad, my family, I got 3 children, my wife and me, and maybe a couple of cousins and stuff. Do you know I am bringing that's a colony? That in the definition of the word colony, that's a colony. When you take a group of people
when you displacing a group of people and moving in your people and what y'all want to do, you colonizing that group.
You don't have to displace anyone. In order to colonize, you have.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just saying the strict definition of the word colony is a group of people who move to a new place and settle. That's all. It don't have nothing else to do with displacing people, taking over nothing. It's just a group of like they call the Negroes from Vancouver. Where they had sent them, all them Negroes went back to Liberia. They went to colonize. That's a colony. Them Negroes went over there and colonized Liberia. They built a colony called Liberia inside a place where people already existed, on a land foreign to them. But all they did was go there and build a colony. They ain't attack the people and all that.
But they put the people under their political situation though. Like they took political control. Once you say they made it a county, that's political control over an area. That's colonization.
No, that's well, I'm just saying if you're saying colonization, I was talking about counties at that time when I said became.
No, but that's what I mean. Like that's the county thing is their political structure that they're bringing to what you said was already an inhabited area. So they came, and this inhabited area is no longer functioning how it used to. It's now functioning how the people who came and settled there are functioning.
Oh, that's imperialism. That to me, to me, because I know the people went from, Nova Scotia or wherever they went, and they went to Liberia, and they went to Sierra Leone. Colored people now went there and formed colonies because they were a colony going there. They are the colony. They go there, they set up fences around their house like a fence community, and that's the colony. Inside that fence is the colony. They do what they want inside that fence. And then what they're doing inside that fence should affect people outside that fence. That's public relations and shit. But the colony is already set when they arrive. That's a colony. Now, what if they go there in a colony and they say, hey, well, we need a couple of people to come over and, cut my toenails or something. So they hire somebody outside of their colony to come inside their colony to cut their toenails, right? Okay. That's colonization. Because them people don't have to come inside their colony. But they make it like, if you come in, we do you good, and then people start dealing with them on a regular basis, and then they start joining them, which is what I meant about the people down in, what's the name of that place? Homestead area. Them people haven't assimilated so much European culture. That's why I say they original niggas, because they haven't assimilated so much European culture. Somebody asked about integration, and it was not truly integration. It was more assimilation. We took on all their ways. That now people call that colonization. Okay, taking on all their ways. You don't have to take on their ways.
No, I'm sitting here reading the differences between imperialism and colonialism. I just never thought about the question. And the way you explain it is kind of right. It's basically saying colonialism is more or less a country dominating another country economically, politically, and socially. And imperialism is more defined as the policy or practice or promotion of extending power and domination of a nation by acquiring and holding colonies and dependencies. So I get why you're saying that would be more.
What is a colony? What is a colony? Just look up colony by itself. Not colonization, just colony. Mm-hmm. What is a colony?
A country or area under the full or partial political control of another country, typically a distant one, and occupied by settlers from that country.
That's a colony.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Exactly.
Yes, now, I get why you say that's not colonization, because it's just one little small area. It's like, I get what you're saying. It's not a country sending somebody over to this other area and say, hey, that's now under our control. That's what you're saying, right?
Well, colonization, now that's a function. But the colony itself is an item.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, what you do with it, like, okay, you got a knife, that's the colony. It's a knife. You can kill somebody, or you can cut up some chicken, or you can throw it at a chart or a tree, whatever. But you can do a lot of things with the colony. Once you got it, there's one thing is called colonization. Otherwise, you can go into imperialism and all them kind of things. That's why I'm not into all that taking over thing. I don't think that's, from what I heard, our ancestors, and I say ancestors, now please bear with me when I say this word, ancestors. I find that I'm not talking like most people when I say ancestors and they say ancestors. So I'm going to tell you what I mean by ancestors so you can understand what I'm saying. Most people, in my opinion, when they say ancestors, they're talking about their forefathers. I know separate words for close relatives like my great-great-grandmother and my great-grandfather, those are called forefathers. They're not, in my vernacular, referred to as ancestors. They're referred to as forefathers. I can find their names, tell you where they live, all that kind of stuff. I call that forefathers. Our forefathers did such and such. Now our ancestors go back a lot further. Mostly your ancestors, nobody even remembers who they are. That's ancestors. It's an ambiguous term. It's set like that to be ambiguous. Ancestors. That can go back thousands of years, or hundreds of years, or millions. You don't know. Nobody knows. And then there's foreparents, our forefathers. You know, usually that's within the last 400 years, forefathers. And or sometimes 200 years. Some people limit it to 200 years when they say forefathers. Like now they say, in American vernacular, they say the founding fathers. Our founding fathers. They don't say our founding ancestors. Because that's not far back enough for ancestry. Ancestor goes way back. That term it goes way back. But forefathers, 300-400 years ago, they forefathers. Our forefathers. And then when people talk about this slavery thing, it was only a couple of great grandmothers ago.
No, so I might be missing what you're saying with the forefathers thing. What are you saying?
I'm saying the forefathers is a term that we have not been using. We've been saying ancestors. That's mostly because of the cultural nationalists talking about our ancestors, this and that, and then people picking it up and utilizing it without knowing exactly what it means. So they call their brother just died, talking about, well, he's on to join the ancestors. Oh yeah, maybe he's on his way, but he ain't reached.
But forefather and ancestor are like interchangeable.
I hear that, but they're not the same. I'm saying people use them interchangeably, but they are not the same.
I don't really get the difference. So the forefather is basically an ancestor. It's people who you descend from.
No, a forefather is someone like, okay, your grandmother or your grandfather. I'm gonna say grandfather because we're saying that word forefathers, right? But your parents, your grandparents, like that. They are not ancestors. They're your foreparents. That's what that's called. I'm talking about speaking English now. I ain't talking about speaking, colloquially.
Once my grandparents died, that's their ancestors. Then at that point.
Yeah, that's the common concept, and I'm saying people are misusing that because they don't know, and I'm attempting to allow you to understand the difference.
Okay, so my bad then. So I guess explain the ancestors part for me. Maybe I'm
ancestors. Okay, ancestors is ancient. You know the difference between ancient and old? No, I ain't gonna even go there. Let me look at this thing here. Yeah, because that's too finite. Foreparents go all the way to my great grandmother, my second great grandmother. That's how far foreparents go. Ancestors go past that. Ancestors don't start until you pass that. My grandmother is still my foreparent. She is not my ancestor. She hasn't reached that stage of those words.
Yeah, I just pulled up the definition for ancestor, so I think you're saying what you're saying. I just wanted, I like to make so.
Read it.
Say a person. Yeah, a person typically one more remote than a grandparent, so from whom one is descended. So I think that's what you just said. Like a grandmother can't be your ancestor. It'll be the person, the people before her that would be the ancestor, and she would just be a core.
So we're together on that now. Thank you very much, man, for checking it out.
I actually never read that definition because I was going to tell you tripping. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know. That's what most people with attitudes always do. They fight and argue with me about that kind of stuff instead of doing what you did, a scholarly thing, which I think is very shows your character. It's a character thing to me that you went and looked it up first before you just said, "Oh, nigga, you crazy." You know what I mean? You went and checked it out, and I really appreciate that, man. You don't know how much I appreciate it.
No, it's all good, bro. And I done called you crazy before, so it ain't like I done got it.
But I haven't. Okay. I don't know. I don't keep up with who calls me crazy.
Nah, I already know. Like, you don't hold no grudges.
Okay, so the thing that I was sitting there wondering is you gonna read what I said? Because sometimes, I don't know. Shoot, I might be wrong. I'm like, back in the day when I first started learning voodoo, they used to tell a story. And they said a boy was looking for the ultimate answer, right? A young man was looking for the ultimate answer. He went through this sage. He went to that sage. He went up to here where they had these hermits and all that. And he asked everybody. So he's looking for the ultimate truth. He was looking for the ultimate truth. You heard of that search before for the ultimate truth? So he finds somebody in the old, way up in the Himalayas or something. And he asked the guy, what is the ultimate truth? And the guy tells him, a wet bird never flies at night. Were you able to hear that?
Yeah, I was muted out, bro. Yeah, you got.
I see you muted. Yeah, but he was looking for the ultimate truth. And the guy said, when he finally found it, the guy told him, a wet bird never flies at night. That's the ultimate truth.
Explain that one to me.
And the young guy got mad and he wanted to beat up on the old man and stuff. He said, I came through all this stuff and all you're going to tell me is a wet bird never flies at night. That's the ultimate truth. I did all this just to find that out. And the guy looked at him because he was so upset by finding out the ultimate truth. The old guy looked at him and he said, you mean they do? Meaning he wasn't even sure if a wet bird flies at night. He said, you mean they do? So when you read the thing about colony and you read the thing about ancestors, I'd be waiting to hear somebody say, yeah, wet birds fly at night. I don't know. I'm just telling you the ultimate truth as I know it. And then you verify it. So sometimes I'd be like, you mean, I got to be ready for, you mean they do?
Yeah, you got me with the wet bird. I still don't get that.
Well, you have to be a seeker. I was a seeker.
Got me with that one.
I was a seeker. There's a movie that David Carradine put out. I think it's called Fist of Iron or something like that. Circle of Iron, that's the name. I think Circle of Iron. And David Carradine put it out. And the star, the lead character is called Cord, C-A-R-D, C-O-R-D, Cord. And he's a seeker, and he's seeking the ultimate truth. And in this particular thing that Carradine put out, Carradine fancies himself a sage of Chinese, stuff, because he did that little movie Kung Fu, and so he put on that thing about a seeker, that movie Circle of Iron. But if you ever get a chance to see it, at the very end, for what Cord finds out, he finds the place. He finally reaches the place where the secrets are kept. And when he goes, they lead him to the place and the altar with the book on it of secrets. And he opens the book of secrets, and every page is a mirror.
So the secret is to reflect on yourself?
There's a beautiful thing I learned that most people do not know. The original mirror that people used was made of silver, real silver. The mirrors that we use now are not made of silver. They're made of another substance. That substance that we look at now gives us a different reflection than the substance, than the reflection that silver gives, because they're made from they're two different molecular structures. You understand what I mean? They're two different molecular structures. It's almost like twins. They look alike, but they're not the same. And if you know them, you'll know the difference once you know the twins.
What's the difference?
Silver is silver. The thing that's used now is called quicksilver, or by its proper name, mercury.
My phone blanked out.
I'm sorry. Right now, the mirrors are quicksilver, not silver. They're quicksilver. But yeah, the thing about Cord in the Book of Mirrors is that you are each one of us are the ultimate secret. It's inside you. Yeah, like you say, you must reflect on yourself. The ultimate secret is inside you. You just have to go look for it. And that's what a lot of people are doing these days, looking inside. And they're finding stuff that other people cannot even conceive of, and until they bring it out and make it manifest. In what people call the real world or the physical world. Hey, Miz, that you're still on? I just saw your thing pop up.
Yes, sir. What's the word, Wale?
Oh, life is good, man. Life is good. I got a call from my friend in Brooklyn. I call him Will in Brooklyn because I met him in Philadelphia when I was living in Philadelphia area. And at Aldoon Day, you heard of Aldoon Day, right? No?
You said Doom Day?
Aldoon Day.
Nah. I don't know nothing about that.
Wow, for over 20 or 30 years or something, Aldoon Day is a big deal in Philadelphia. Aldoon Day. Aldoon Day.
Oh, I thought you meant it was a big thing in Brooklyn.
No, it's in Philadelphia. And he would come down to Aldoon Day. And I met him one time when I went there. I didn't know about Aldoon Day. I went there the first time, and I carried my wood with me because I carved wood at the time. I was selling wood carving. So I had my wood with me, and he saw my wood carvers, and I talked to him last night. He gave me a call. That's how we met. Was at Aldoon Day.
Okay.
And he lives in Brooklyn. He's been there a long time, actually, living in Brooklyn. And he said, I checked with him last night because I never bothered to know where he lived until I started talking to you guys. He's in Crown Heights, Brooklyn.
That's the Caribbean part of Brooklyn. Heavy Caribbean.
Oh, really? Fontaine, your thing is making noise, you know. Fontaine, your thing is making noise. You might want to mute it if you're not talking. I guess. Yeah, you say Crown. You say Crown Heights is is what kind of place?
Heavy West Indian presence, heavy Caribbean presence in Crown Heights. That's where they actually do the Labor Day parade up.
Oh, okay. He'd be telling me about meeting guys from Africa on the street corners and guys from the Caribbean, as you put it, and Puerto Rican, not Puerto Ricans, but mostly the Caribbean he talks about. And, I always just took it as generic information until I started talking to you guys, because I never even asked him where he lived at in New York. And so I asked him last night, he said Crown Heights. Near, I guess, a library botanical garden. Botanical garden. Is that a thing? Botanical garden. I seem to remember it.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing. That's definitely a thing.
Mhm.
Botanical garden, a lot of flowers and flora out there.
Uh, Down in Miami, there used to be a botanical garden. I don't know if it's still there. I know when I was living, that was nice. But then the whole place was like a botanical garden. All kind of. That's why it was called Florida, meaning flower, I guess. Meaning flower. But yeah, that's a whole nother concept, ain't it? So I'm glad you came on, man. You could take care of this because my earphones are Bluetooth. My other thing,
Oh,
I broke it, so my earphones will die off in a few, and I have to go to this cheap thing. And some people telling me when I go to the real cheap thing, earphones, they not as as clear. They make noise or something. I think
yeah,
that's
nah,
like
you good.
my yeah. Right now I'm on the Bluetooth though, but it's gonna run out of charge. It only lasted. I didn't know this. I thought Bluetooth, you charge it up, you could use it for a while. It lasts 1 hour to charge, full charge, 1 hour.
Oh, you need some new Bluetooth then.
I was waiting on today. I said because my other one broke. I had a Bluetooth speaker with just a speaker, not no headphone, but I could talk through it. Uh, and I kept it charged, no problem. We did it all this time, but the charge port was put on very weak. It was put on with solder, and by me pulling it off and pushing it in, it broke. The soldering broke, and I'm looking at the breadboard now where the solder broke, but I don't have a solder. A soldering gun. Maybe I put it back on or something, but I don't have those tools. So I have to get another one. I'll go down to the store and buy another one. It cost me that much to buy the doggone tool anyway, so I should just get a new one. I thought to fix it. I said, it's going to cost me the same money to buy a tool. I was working
Yeah,
time.
truth is right. It's a botanical gardens. Yeah, that's a park and a garden all mixed in one. I'm not really a big tourist. Like I live in Brooklyn or in New York City, but I'm not really like a Statue of Liberty, Empire State Building, Prospect Park kind of person.
You know what I was getting to with my Fontaine is this thing. Oh, I was coming back around, and you know how I do, man. Once I pick up on something like a dog, I'm gonna hang with him until it tear up or rips up. I eat it, and that thing that I hung on to was Terrence Howard. So I just was looking at some updated stuff on his concept, and they are implementing them in the breadboard. That's why even when I mentioned the breadboard, I was like, wow, that they're changing the style. I mean, not changing the style. How do you put it? They're contemplating rearranging the way the board is set up. Now this is like 10, maybe 15 years away because of the dynamics in doing that on a large scale. You have to change a lot of stuff to get to it. But it's being considered because what they're doing is by changing it, they can take the heat factor out or reduce the heat factor high, probably a lot. Computers and stuff get hot, and they have to have a fan to cool them down, all that kind of stuff. And
You said they talking
so
about changing the periodic table of elements or something else, some other kind of thing.
that not the periodic table, but the understanding of it. That's also in effect. That's been in effect a long time. From what I'm understanding, that's not new. The periodic table, as he's approaching it, is not a new concept. What he said was, when the concept came out, because people were boo-hooing it or pushing it back so bad, they didn't look at it and finish the work. And he looked at it and finished the work, the concept, the rest of the story, as it were. And by him finishing the work, that's what he's taking, Terrence, he's taking credit for having finished the work to where he has, which is still more work to be done, but just from where the first guy left off to where Terrence has taken it. That's what all.
Yeah, I would have to see that, because I don't think Terrence has done nothing to update or improve the periodic element table. Like I
no.
that.
I got that part. I get that. However, the Chinese people, like I say, I've noticed the Chinese are willing to take innovations that comes out of the colored people's mind and look at them uncritically, or maybe critically, without bias. Without bias and prejudice, and just look at it. And when they look at it, they can see it. And when you can see it unprejudiced and unbiasedly, then you can see it. That's how you have to look at the world, unprejudiced and unbiasedly. Like you were very biased and prejudiced when you spoke about Terrence just now.
Very much so. Yes, sir.
So without even looking at the work or seriously looking at the work,
I've looked at I have looked at his information more than once, and it never adds up to what science actually says. He either gets it wrong, or he tries to put his own spin on something where it doesn't say what he's saying.
Oh, I haven't.
So yeah, I'm very biased against Terrence Howard. I think he's like pseudo there.
Of course, he's pseudo. I am pseudo. They used to call me pseudo grandpa, something like grandpa pseudo. I'm good with being pseudo, man. I ain't got no problem with that. However, when pseudo works, when pseudo is real, which is what everything comes from, everything you're looking at came from a pseudo idea. Everything you utilized came from a pseudo idea.
But he even backed off his 1 + 1 = 3, whatever that little shit he was saying. He even backed off of it and said he was just. Yeah, he even backed off of it and said, I was just trying to make people question it and yada, yada, yada. He even admitted, like, that shit don't even make no sense.
No. Wait a minute. He admitted that he put it on for its shock value and for people to look at the mathematics a different way. But he never said that he was wrong about it. I never heard that, because he's not wrong as far as I can see. It's either is or it ain't.
Definitely wrong. He's definitely wrong with the math.
I could do it. Are you a mathematician then?
Not at all. Neither is he.
Oh, well, how could you that's what I'm saying.
Because the experts have already said he's wrong, and then I'm not a mathematician, but I understand math to a decent rate. And what he's talking about, I don't understand how that's possible at all.
Okay, so now there's a guy that's in Zimbabwe. Say he's come up with a motor that's, free energy motor. And I've heard people come on and talk about him real bad. Experts and scientists come on and say, oh, he's full of shit. That can't even work. I ain't going to even look at that because that's stupid. I've heard scientists say that, just like you were speaking. And then, because like a dog, I say I stick with stuff. I knew he was right. So I stayed with him. And I've been studying, keeping up with his information. Yeah, I know he was right. When I heard the concept, right? The guy with the perpetual motor from Zimbabwe.
Yeah, he's not right even.
Why? Oh, right. Okay,
it's not, no problem. It's not real.
Check this out, though.
He hasn't done that.
Right. So check this out. Once again, the Chinese, though, are building his cars and instituting his stuff with him in partnership, because they
I haven't seen that.
Go to the you looked up the other thing. Look up Safe Technologies. Safe, SAITH. Safe Technology. You don't mind checking shit out. So check it out. Safe Technology. I got the stuff. I don't have the name on the stuff for Terrence yet. But Terrence hooked up with the Koreans. Terrence Howard hooked up with the Koreans I haven't found the website on the Korean yet, but I found the website on the guy from Zimbabwe who hooked up with the Chinese. That website is called Safe Technologies, SAITH, Safe. Have you found it yet?
Yeah, I see them.
Google.
Safe Technologies is a dynamic, innovative, and transforming technology company, which is driven by groundbreaking technology.
Put in there, and once you find safe relationship to Zimbabwe or some kind of way you ask the question so you can get to the information.
Well, this says the owner of the safe is a Zimbabwe guy.
Oh, it's already saying. Okay, beautiful.
Yeah. Maxwell Sangalani Chikom.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's him. That's the guy that came up with.
Yeah, this the dude that dropped out of high school.
He came up with the free running motor, and there's no moving parts.
Yeah, he dropped out of high school though. It's gonna be hard for me to believe this is real.
Right, it's not a matter of belief. That's why I say I don't believe almost anything.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what have you seen to make you say that? Because, like, so I was watching Unknown channel, and they was all going back and forth about this particular dude, pulling up all the information on it, and all the sources they were showing. Now, I'm not saying I went and looked any of this up myself yet, because when people start talking about this type of stuff, I take it with a grain of salt. But all the sources they were showing saying that this stuff ain't, like, his technology ain't doing what he's saying it's doing. So where is the proof of it?
Mm-hmm. There's a
like
guy
they even showed one of his. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was saying they showing one of his devices and showing how the device basically had had to be charged.
Had to be charged.
Yeah, it had to be charged. It had a outlet to be charged. Now, like I said, I'm watching this through somebody else's thing, so I have to go pull this all up myself. But
okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Meanwhile,
I haven't seen nothing to verify what the Zimbabwe do.
But check this out. Sometimes, like when people say, "Oh, they just realized there's a star over the nebula outside of Jupiter or something," they've never seen that star. What they're going by is the things around that area and how they move, and you could tell something is there. Are you familiar with that concept?
Yeah.
Okay. So now what I do is I looked at China and I say, China, what y'all think of this? And they say, oh, we working with this nigga here, Wale. And I looked at what was the other thing? Oh, I looked at Zimbabwe, the president, whoever, the representative of Zimbabwe, the political representative of the country. And I said, hey man, what you think of this thing here this little nigga's doing that dropped out of school? He said, Wale, that nigga rough, man. I'm way behind him. I'm setting him up. We doing the thing. Now, I don't know this little nigga. I can't even see him. But I'm saying China is backing him and Zimbabwe is backing him. That means it's something there. That's the same logic I'm using. There's something there. You get what I'm saying? Otherwise, these two big bodies wouldn't be affected by whatever he's doing. That something is doing. And then they both say that it's something there. And then I looked up, and I want to show you another thing too, because I was like, do you know how are you familiar with electronics or science and stuff like that? You have a background in either one, electronics.
I don't have a background.
No, but you know enough about it. That's what I mean by background.
I like that information. I'm an enthusiast, for lack of a better word.
Okay, so do you know about radio frequencies? Yes, you know radio frequencies. You know about frequencies. Let's just go with frequencies. Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah. But there's a guy on YouTube, a colored guy from Ohio, I think he's from Ohio. He came on and he said, hey, he's been dealing with this stuff for over 30 years. He knows exactly what this guy is doing. Not only that, he shows in a little video on YouTube, he puts his name and telephone number I gave it to people last night on this same panel. And people on here talk about they want to do science and stuff. And when they get this kind of stuff, their prejudices are so strong, they won't even go forward. And I keep saying, we're not behind, we are in front. But if you think you're behind, then you got to go and check with somebody else. When you think you're in front, you check with yourself. And I'm saying I think we're in front. So I always check with myself, meaning my people first. So when a nigga come up and say he got a free running machine, I'm checking with him first. I'm going to believe everything he says until proven different. Right off the top.
Nah, that's what we different. I'm not going to believe him until he prove me different. I don't care if you white, blue, or
Right.
yellow. I ain't believing that bullshit till you show me.
When Tesla comes up, if Tesla came up that same day that this boy came up and said that he had it, everybody would have believed.
I wouldn't accept it.
That's
I'm
not
like,
true,
nigga, show
That's
me.
absolutely not
I
true.
said, show me.
Tesla didn't come up and say he could do something and everybody believed him. That's not how that works. You don't get you got to get patents and all that kind of stuff like that to show stuff.
Gotta have proof of work.
Let me go
what
on
is it called?
with that.
This is proof of operation or something like that.
So as I was
you got the
saying,
terminology
proof of function or something.
Yep. But you definitely don't work like it. Definitely don't work like that here.
Oh, definitely in the minds of the public. I'm saying I'm not talking about like you're talking now. You're being very specific and very
no, but I'm saying that you can't produce nothing. You can't produce nothing for the public to use without people being able to check it and investigate and make sure that nobody can get hurt from it. Like you're not going to get a Tesla put on the road without people being able to inspect it and make sure that it ain't going to go haul off and hurt somebody. That's why they don't have the fully automated Teslas running everywhere. Not enough studies.
I wasn't saying that. I was saying simply that people would believe that he had it, and if he said he was going to, like,
but what I'm telling you, there are official governing bodies. You're talking about the public perception of what they're willing to believe.
That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah, but that's different from governing bodies. The public is ignorant, so that's why they don't allow the public to make decisions like that. They got governing bodies who make those type of decisions because the public will say, "Oh, I believe that," and it'll run off and hurt somebody because ain't nobody checking behind it. That's why you got licensing and stuff like that. That's why people got to get stuff licensed and certified and everything that goes along with anything before it's just brought to the public.
Of course, that's not germane to what I was talking about, but it is interesting information. Thank you very much.
No, I'm talking about the benefits, and then I'm talking about the negatives of just the public just believing stuff.
Okay, I know. And I was talking about simply of what people believe off the cuff when it comes from different mouths. The same words come from a different mouth. The public has a tendency to believe it or disbelieve it based upon what mouth it comes out of. Is all I would say. Not about the rest of it.
I agree with that. We do tend to just take stuff from, like, I'll just say it, from white people, like they just right and truthful and all that. So we do tend to do that, especially when it comes to science and stuff. But that don't mean we should just take what a nigga say like it's facts just because it's from a nigga. Like that ain't the right approach either. Yeah, I mean,
that's the approach I use. I'm not saying
that's why I spoke to licensing and certification, because once it's certified and licensed, then people know that it's been tested by people who do know and not working with belief. That's why I said that's a negative of just thinking that the public can look at something and judge whether it's good or it's bad or it works or it doesn't, because then those same people would go ahead and use it, and then things happen to them where they get hurt, and then there's nobody to be responsible for that.
I agree with all of that public safety stuff you're talking. Yeah, and Vartain agrees with me about the belief system of most of the public and how it functions, which is they hear from a different mouth, they automatically believe it, and when they hear it from this mouth, they automatically don't believe it. And what I'm doing is flipping that script in my domain that I can control, which is my mind. In my mind, I believe it right away.
But you just said, that's what I'm saying. So you're no different from the public, because you just said you believe it right away as soon as they say it without any proof. So if the public is doing that, then you're not any different from the public.
I didn't say I was different from the public. I just say I flip it. And that's different from the public.
I mean, it's not different. It's the same concept. Like, you're doing the same act, just from, instead of siding with the white people, you siding with us. You know what I'm saying? But you're still doing the same thing.
No, you put it so beautifully. I'm siding with us. Yes, I am. Thank you so much. You put it so beautifully, brother. Yeah, man, you brought that down to like the common denominator. I viewed that.
I'm But I'm gonna read this from this website. I ain't vet this website or nothing, so the name of it is techzim.co.zw, and it's talking about the Zimbabwe dude. The name of it, the article is Science and the Problem with Chingumbutu's Free Energy. I ain't gonna read the whole thing because it's a whole article. So
what's the date on it? What's the date on it? But that's important. What's the
date on this? Oh, let me see.
That's important.
January 28th, 2025, and the author is LSM Kabweza.
Okay. Oh, one of them. Oh, yeah. They the worst. But go ahead. I'm good.
What was that engine? What was that engine again?
The engine?
Yes. Wale said that he created some type of engine, a powerless engine. I'm trying to find
free energy.
Free energy. And the name of the company is SAIT. SAITH.
I've been looking for it for the last 20 minutes since you said it, and I haven't found it.
Vatane found it right away.
On a powerless
less than 3 seconds.
No, what I'm saying is I haven't found the powerless engine. All of these engines that he has a power source.
Mm-hmm.
Powerless.
It's not free energy, basically.
Thank you. It's not one that's running on strictly on this perpetual movement. None of those engines are doing.
I have no idea what you're talking about. None at all. I don't think you have no idea what I'm talking about.
Well, you say he created you said that he created an engine that strictly relies on perpetual movement. I'm looking for it.
That relies on what?
Perpetual movement. You know what that is, right?
I never said that.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I did not say those things you're saying I said. I didn't say that.
Okay, that's what I heard.
I mean, you didn't say those words, but that's what it is that you're describing. What he's saying is still what you're describing.
No, I'm not. No, it's not. Wait a minute, Fatane. You were able to find it immediately. He said he's been looking for it for 20 minutes and cannot find it.
Listen to what I'm saying.
What's up with this? What's up with that?
I found this website. I found his website and all the YouTube channels. But everything that he's showing has a power source. There's no motor running strictly on perpetual movement.
What do you mean? Everything? I don't understand that last sentence you said. I'm trying to just understand you right now, man. I'm not trying to argue with you.
No, I'm not arguing. I'm when you said that he created an engine that ran on
I didn't say he created an engine. I didn't say he created it.
What did you say? What did you say?
A device. I would, if I spoke on it, I would say a device. But I said it had no moving part. I said that, so you say perpetual movement. That all them words were throwing me off. The thing that he did create is the power source.
So he got a block that makes power with no moving parts.
Correct.
I'm going back in the chat.
Now there's a guy that came on YouTube that I just saw his video. He explains the whole thing just like I thought it was being explained when I heard the guy talk about it, because I have some idea about electronics. And so when he was the guy that came up with the idea himself, when he came up with it, he explains it. And I thought I understood it, and I was visualizing what he was saying. And then this next guy that's from Ohio, he put on a YouTube video. He said he's been working with this concept for almost 30 years, and he can explain it. He said the man is absolutely right. It's a matter of just, when you read it, most of the scientists say, Fatane, the people that you were looking at who said it don't work, the problem with it and stuff that you are about to go into, please do read that. You said it was written by somebody.
Yeah, it says, so I'm going to go to the scientific and legal challenges, because that's what we talking about was,
Please do.
So it says, Chimbuku acknowledges his invention allegedly violates fundamental laws of physics, specifically the laws of thermodynamics. When attempting to patent the technology, he reports being rejected on the grounds that it violated natural physical laws and lacked industrial applicability. Rather than addressing these scientific concerns, he says he opted to treat the technology as a trade secret. His narrative includes a concerning account of attempted operations in Silicon Valley, where he alleges that he and a partner were poisoned due to their revolutionary discovery, resulting in his partner's death. He claims this led to his return to Zimbabwe at the invitation of the president. And now to the scientific method problem. It's tempting for amateurs like me, and probably you, the reader, to want to go into the science of energy and why Chickum Boots, whatever his name is, claims are impossible or God sent, depending on the side you are on. Of course, his claim has been proven to be false, but I think that would be going at the wrong issue altogether. The core issue lies not in old boy's claim of a revolutionary discovery. History shows breakthrough innovations can come from unexpected sources. Rather, the problem is his apparent rejection of the scientific method, which has been instrumental in validating every major technological advancement, from telecommunications to aviation. His association with Spiritage Company from around 2013 framed his technologies as quote unquote spiritual gifts, suggesting they transcend scientific explanation. That company, which bet significantly on his technologies, eventually went bankrupt. The spiritual angle to his technologies remains, though. It's reflected in his company name, saith Technologies, derived from the biblical phrase, thus saith the Lord. While spiritual beliefs and scientific innovation aren't mutually exclusive, verifiable scientific evidence is still crucial for technological claims.
Damn, that hurt.
That's beautiful. That's the whole article?
No, it's a lot more, but I was just reading what I felt like was pertinent to what we were talking about. He went from saying it was a godsend, like something spiritual that's deeper than scientific explanation, and now he's saying he has a scientific, that's come on, man. That's why I say these things he gotta verify.
Oh man, why you did that, Five, man? You have to
okay, this is what I understand from the guy that I was watching the other day, the guy in Ohio, who also gave his name, his phone number, and an invitation for anybody who wants to understand the science and be able to produce it themselves.
That's crazy. These niggas that come up here and press Wale. Hey, Willie Daniels, you fucking pussy. I've been waiting 2 weeks.
Come on, Taz, you're going to make me leave, man.
I've been waiting 2 weeks for this man to come and show me where. Hold on, fam, because this ain't like, fam, some of these cats come on here, they pretend like they know something. Dude claimed he was on his way to drop his daughter off. And he claimed that Donald Trump did all these executions and shit. So he said he was going to come back and show me the information 2 weeks ago. Where's the info? Why I got to come and try to track you down to find you, bro? You thought I was going to forget? You thought you were
as soon as you came, too, Taz. As soon as you showed up, he dropped off.
I know. That's why he left. I'm just reminding him that I ain't forgot. I still need to see that info for you to bow down.
He sure did drop right off. Well, about the article you read, I thought that was very interesting and very prejudiced in a way, because the first thing he said was, and it's been proven this and that already. To me, it's propaganda. Secondly, when I actually heard because I listened to the guy who made it, the old boy, as you put it, that asked Chikambuzu. I listened to him and what he said about himself. And when I listened to him, I understood what he was proposing, I should say, as a concept. And by my understanding of first frequencies, second, I did a little study of Tesla, and third, I actually studied electronics. And from those three things, I was able to put together that what he was saying made sense. I took what he said and the way he was saying it, and then I looked at his product, which is what the guy came in with the new video I just watched from Ohio, the guy from Ohio. He actually takes the video and shows you the same thing I was looking at, trying to take it apart. He took a screenshot and started enumerating the parts of the doggone device and saying what those parts are, what they do, why they do it, and how it comes to be that this thing is going to work. And he said he put his phone number. I have his phone number. If you'd like to have it, I'll give it to you. I put it in the back chat. He said he welcomes anyone that wants to come and talk to him about it. He's ready to talk to you, and he will explain it to you. He seemed earnest in his statement, and so I haven't called him. I just got some phone credit yesterday. I plan to call him myself, but I haven't yet because I agree with him. Maybe he's lying. Maybe none of this is real. I don't know until I check it out.
So for
I
me,
don't just
Wale,
mhm.
I just want like for somebody like him, and I ain't just talking about him specifically, but for somebody like him, a black person, we're
Mhm.
already gonna be considered like you ain't got that. You prove it. You know what I'm saying? So I want a nigga to be able to stand up there and stand on what they talk about and say, go ahead, check it. All y'all niggas put it through all the tests y'all think y'all can put it through and watch it be what I say it is. If they can't do
Right.
that, I'm not getting behind that shit, bro. And he ain't doing
Okay.
it.
Oh yeah, he's doing it, and I'm telling you what
No,
I
he
see.
ain't.
No. Wait a minute. I ain't gonna argue with you. He ain't doing it for you, and I can dig it.
Mhm.
You're not behind it. He's doing it for me. Let me explain why. Because you just explain why you don't see it. I'm just explaining why I'm saying I do. That's all. I'm not arguing. I'm just saying I see it. You say you don't see it. You tell me why you don't see it, and then I tell you why I do see it. That sounds reasonable, doesn't it?
But if you believe
Yes,
him
sir.
when as soon as he say it, then you don't need. Where does the why you saying that he proved it to you? Because belief doesn't need proof. Belief is just belief. That's what separates belief from everything else because it doesn't need proof.
Belief is a thing by itself. I agree. However, until it manifests in reality, it is simply in a mind of a people, a person.
Yeah, but you also just said that he proved it to you and not proved it to 510. And what I'm saying is if you believe people as soon as they speak because they're your people without them having to prove anything, why even go through the scrutiny of proof?
Oh, because proof comes into matter. Now we into matter. Otherwise, we just talking about beliefs and stuff in your head. Yeah, I could believe in
Yeah,
Star
but if
Trek,
you
but
already
that's in
believe
my
him,
head.
but if you already believe him, then you already looking at the whatever he's trying to prove to you with an inherent bias because you already went into it
I
believing him
agree.
before he proved it to you. So then
I
whatever you're
agree.
looking at as proof is already going to be biased by your judgment going to be biased in terms of favoring whatever he's showing you as proof because you already believed him before you went into it because he's simply your people.
I agree. I agree with everything
So
you
that
just said.
so that's like a flawed way of going about checking to see if something is factual or not. Because if you already inherently believe it, then you already going into the looking at the proof with an inherent bias. And if you're
I,
inherently biased, then that's going to taint what you're looking at, and so your
mhm.
judgment is going to be off. So why would anybody else trust your judgment if you already letting them know that your judgment is going to be off because it's already biased?
Let me ask you a question about this logic that you're attempting to use. Somebody tells you, oh, I say, I can fly. A, a person that like attain, he said, oh, no, I don't believe you. A person like me say, I believe you. Show me. He said, I don't believe you.
No,
And
see,
he's done.
when you say show you, that means you don't believe him.
Well, oh, is that
He
what it
doesn't
means?
have to, yeah, but he doesn't have to show you. Already believe him. Why even ask for him to show you if you already believe him? You only ask
Because
for
that's
him to
why,
show you when you don't believe him. If Fatain says,
oh,
I don't believe you, show me, that makes sense. What you're trying
that
to
would
say is,
make sense. Yes,
yeah,
I would agree with that. If he said, I don't believe you, show me, to me, that would make excellent sense. But that's not what most
that's
people,
opposite
that's
what
not
you
how it
saying.
goes. No, it's
No,
not opposite because that's not what most people do. When they say they don't
no, we're
believe
not
you, they
talking about
dismiss the
wait a
whole
minute,
thing. Go
Wale. We're
ahead.
not talking about most people here, Wale. You may be talking fast, but not fast enough to get that past me. You said you specifically says, yes, I believe you. Show me. I like you're talking fast, but not fast enough to get that past me. And then you went
Go
from
ahead.
yourself and saying most people. So now
I did.
I don't come on, brother, man. Come on, don't do that, man.
No,
Like
what I'm saying is this. I
I'm
was trying to
almost
get
feeling
to a
insulted
point,
if
but
you do that. I
what I
almost
was
feel
saying is
insulted,
this.
bro.
My Miz, what I'm saying is this. I've listened to the guy who we're talking about, this incident that we're talking about, when he said he didn't believe him, he dismissed him. I said most people because I was saying that's the characteristics of most people. But in this particular instance that we're talking about, that just occurred here on this call at this time, he dismissed the man. He didn't say, no, show me. He said, I don't believe you, get out of here. That's different than I don't believe.
Who said I don't believe you, get out? Nobody said I don't believe you, get out of here. That's not even what the scenario was. The scenario you said was Fontaine says he could fly, or somebody tells Fontaine they could fly, said they could fly. Fontaine says, I don't believe you, show me. And then you said, in the same scenario, somebody says, I believe I can fly, and you said, I believe you, show me. And I showed you the contradiction in the statement and the difference between the two. There's a clear dichotomy in there, in the sense that it makes sense for Fontaine to say, I don't believe you, show me, because he doesn't believe, so now he wants proof. Where it doesn't make any sense when you say you believe him already, so that means he doesn't have to prove it to you.
No, he doesn't, but I asked him to show me.
Then you don't believe. Then you don't believe him.
That's not what that indicates. From your point of view, Miz, then that's what you can say. But from my,
okay, so now I can't dispute
that's not what it
I can't see right there. What you just said was a perfect response in terms of, let me shut Miz down. If you want to shut me down, you say simply, Miz, maybe that's how it rationalizes itself in your point of view, but in my mind, how I rationalize it, it doesn't work like that. And now that's something I can't dispute. You know what I'm saying? How your mind rationalizes things as opposed to mine. So you're absolutely correct.
I would simply say, though, on both parts, for the equation to be the same, both would have to say, I either believe you or don't believe you, because belief is a transient. Show me is the bottom line from both speakers. When that's the bottom line from both speakers, to me, there's really no biasness. It's just a matter of, either you do it or you don't do it. So now when the guy came on from Ohio, he showed how it works. And once again, how he sees it. He's supposed to be a scientist or something. And he saw it the same way I saw it. But the thing I go by mostly, like I was saying, on the subject matter that we're talking about, is the guy from Zimbabwe with the car. That's the subject matter that we're actually talking about. And I'm saying, by him hooking up with the Chinese, and the Chinese putting faith in it with all their knowledge in making the car and the vehicle, and they are saying that they have handled it enough to say they're backing it. And then, of course, the government official being the president, I'm sure he had they got universities there that he sent this to and asked them if it worked. From what I was saying about the dude with the patent, as a referral to the patent, I've heard two things about the patent. One of them is what the guy said, he couldn't get a patent because of this, that. I don't know about because, but he couldn't get a patent. He tried to get a patent in the U.S. The guy that I saw from Ohio said he couldn't get a patent because the patent already exists. That's why the United States won't give him a patent. The patent already.
What Chinese company are you saying is backing him? Because that's the part I'm not seeing.
Oh, okay. Who said that?
Fontaine.
Okay, when you looked up Safe Technologies, you didn't see no company, Chinese company involved at all.
No, they just say that they ran. It just talk about dude. It says an innovative African company.
Oh, okay. I'm not gonna look that up right now, but I thought you would have found that when you went through it. But you can check by saying, is what Chinese company or car company is working with Safe Technology? That's a simple search for you, if you won't mind doing it. And then you'll see, because they make the cars. They actually make the vehicles, because Zimbabwe don't make no vehicles. It's not about the vehicle.
Yeah, they did say that they had a Chinese car, but I don't know if that company, From what I was reading, it
way.
was saying that like he used the Chinese card to finesse what he was saying. It didn't say that the Chinese company was like in cahoots with him.
From the article you just was reading, right? That's where you're going by? Or are you going by?
Well, that part wasn't in the article. That was on another thing. But the article didn't say nothing about a Chinese company.
Oh, okay. So I'm asking you to Google it in a specific manner to get the answer that you're asking me.
Yeah, that's what I just did, and I'm not seeing nothing that's so I'm gonna tell you exactly what I'm typing. I'm like, what Chinese company is affiliated with Safe Technologies? That's good.
That's what I would do.
Okay. And the first thing that pops up is the article that I just read, and then they got a fact checking website, factchecks.org, and then they got a Wikipedia. Now this is it BatX, because Wikipedia is showing a BatX, Alibaba, Tencent, and it's a tech firm in China. I could look up if they got anything to do with it.
Or Alibaba is a cell company. That's a company. That's like Amazon. But Alibaba might be big. Alibaba got big fast. But I don't know if the name of the company. I don't remember the name of the Chinese company that they're backing. That said they were backing, but they said they making they putting this thing in motorcycles and the car. I was just watching the doggone. Watch a YouTube on it. Let me see if I got it on one of my tabs. The YouTube. Because I be following all the stuff about it as much as I can to keep up with it. And I just saw it not too long ago, a YouTube on it. But I'm looking through my last tab, see if it's still on there. List of tabs. The guy say Control H will give me my history. Okay. Okay, here I'm pulling the. I think I got the right one. The one I got several of the YouTube concerning this guy. However, what I'm doing is looking for one that specifically said the information that we are talking about, right? Which is what Chinese company he's dealing with. And I don't have that right away, or maybe I do. This might be it. This is one of the first sites that I saw. And so I'm going to give you the link for it, and you watch it as you wish. I don't know. But I'm going to read the title to you. I think I got the title.
Hey, man, Wale, man, you put niggas to sleep, man. The church is over with. Hey, man, I came up here to say one thing. I challenge True Story into a one-on-one civilized debate.
So do you really wake up with True Story on your mind? Like that's just something you wake up and be like, True Story. I need to get True Story like that. That's really something for you. Kind of
Wale, you put niggas to sleep, man. We tired of hearing that shit.
Man, the answer is no, though, by the way. So you know, the answer is no. He's not going to debate you. He's not interested.
Why you always talking for another man, Taz? Let him answer.
Why are you always looking for
another man? I told you 50 times. I mean, shit, somebody else got to say it. Maybe you'll get it when somebody else says it. The nigga don't want to be around you. You're weird.
Man, watch that, man. Why you talking for another man for? Man,
he don't swing that way, bro. He don't swing that way. Let him be.
Move around, my nigga, for real. That shit right. How you gonna beg to debate somebody who ain't trying to bitch, I want to debate. Debate me.
You too dumb. You too dumb.
I thought so. I debate niggas.
You too dumb. You too old, nigga. You another old dumb nigga.
I've never I'll be ready today, bitch ass. Talk about it next hour. Damn boy.
You another old dumb nigga, just like this other nigga right here, Wall Street Willie. This nigga dumb too. Yeah, you catch a hollow too, you catch a straight bullet too. All you niggas gonna catch a straight bullet today, even this nigga 5.
Well, you got sat down,
Yeah,
right?
bro, you
Cut
ain't even
that bum
shooting
ass TV down,
paintball,
man.
You ain't even shooting airsoft, my nigga. That shit you shoot throwing paper.
Cut that bum ass TV down, man. Hold on.
Shit ain't nothing you talking about.
We'll see
No nigga that wake up with another man on his mind can never debate me on nothing.
Well, go get you some chai
I'm about to get
tea,
put in the
my
back. It's
brother.
all good. It's all gravy. But hold on. I will be back, nigga. Wall Street Willie, you a sucker. Taz, you an old dumb nigga. 5, you a foot soldier. Wale, stop putting niggas to sleep, nigga, with them bedtime stories.
Sad to just need somebody to talk to so bad that you just come up on the panel and just look for anybody.
Matter of fact, I'm about to pay $10 to get put back up here. Hold on. What's the cash app? Fuck all that shit. Hold on.
$sign Ziax the movement.
And I about to get put back up here. Hold on.
Don't do it. Don't waste your time.
All right, well, links, nigga. I'm about to pay $10 to get put back up here. Fuck, nigga. Watch this.
So my nigga, we links.
Show me how long your bank account is, how long your paper is, nigga. Hold on.
We links is the little jerk of this shit. You better chill. Put a bag on your head.
Let
Pause.
the nigga put a bag on me then. So, hold on. What's Wall Street Willie, nigga? You a goofy, nigga. I heard that battle you had with Taz, nigga.
Bitch ass nigga, don't bring me up, nigga.
Nigga, fuck you too, Taz, nigga. You old dumb nigga. You old dumb bitch.
That's my brother, nigga. Bitch
That
ass.
ain't your brother.
I can argue with that nigga if I want to, bitch ass nigga. Don't bring it up, nigga. It ain't
Too old goofies. Y'all niggas was dumb 20 years ago. You dumb now.
Hold up. Who we link sat down? We link sat.
He sat down Taz. He sat down Wale's old ass and this other foot soldier over here. $5 a piece on each one of them niggas' domes.
Wait a minute. We links. Wait
a minute. Yo, old goofy ass.
Nigga, hold on. Can I pay to come back up?
Hey, that was quick.
Yeah, it's gonna cost you $20. I think it's gonna cost you
$20.
20, yeah, because
no, nigga, I'll be back in 10 minutes. This is all gravy. Hey, Wale, stop putting niggas to bed.
20 minutes.
20 minutes, little nigga.
Go ahead and show that bag. Yeah. So what else, Sabio? So yeah, I had found another article. This was February 3rd, 2025, and it said the title is Zimbabwe government duped by radio wave energy, quote unquote, invention. So it's talking about how senior Zimbabwean politicians, including, I haven't read this yet, so I'm reading it right now with everybody else. Senior Zimbabwean politicians, including President Emerson Mnangagwa, appear to have fallen prey to false claims that a well-known local inventor has developed an ultrasonic generator that converts radio waves into electricity. The farce has led to mockery worldwide of Zimbabwe's government falling for what appeared to be absurd claims. Zimbabwe officials claim that the groundbreaking invention uses radio waves to power generators, motorbikes, and electric cars using a microsonic energy device that converts radio frequencies into pure energy. So Zimbabwe's official presidential communications account last week posted a statement and a video saying that Mnangagwa met with the inventor at State House to discuss this and other inventions. The president praised Chimbutsu as a brilliant inventor whose invention has never been seen before anywhere in the world, making it first of its kind. The president said such talents need to be cultivated and nurtured for the benefit of the nation. He further described it as a perfect actualization on the mantra, whatever that is, I don't speak that, but it stands for a country is built by its own people. So then it scrolls down to change of tune. The Twitter account from the president or from the representative account said the vehicle named Saith cost US $14,000 to manufacture, and that plans to establish a manufacturing plant in Zimbabwe were underway. The rest of his inventions will be launched on February 10th. But the tune from Zimbabwean officials has quickly changed. The Crime Watch Zimbabwe X account on Thursday noted that accounts belonging to the president.
Did you say Crime Watch?
Yeah, the Crime Watch Zimbabwe X account or Twitter account on Thursday noted that accounts belonging to President Mnangagwa, the Ministry of Information, and Broadcasting, and Nick Mangwana, Zimbabwe's permanent Secretary of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, have since deleted all posts regarding Chikumbutsu and his invention.
What?
Yeah.
So you mean to tell me that Terrence Howard shit ain't working?
Yeah, not according to this.
That main math, man. Main math.
Fontaine, you still attacking this dude, man?
I'm just going at the information,
Come
man.
on, Bob. This is getting crazy with you now, son.
Yeah, man. I mean, what did man say about Wale?
And really,
Wale don't block. He blocked
hey, Sabio and Miz, I'm really attacking somebody else who be pushing this shit, who's like be talking shit about me, who swear he be doing the best research in the world, and ain't gonna call no names because he been pushing this shit too. Every time we be up, he paused. He always talking about this same invention, trying to throw it in our face. So all these niggas who claim to have so much research and so much knowledge and don't know who the vice president is, I'm just saying. So I ain't just beating up on Wale, and I ain't beating up on Wale. I'm just showing Wale that I don't see none of the information he referring to as being factual.
But didn't it say something about a creator?
I'm gonna learn how to slip my shit in like that, though. I'm gonna learn, bro. I know how to be as as discreet, bro. I'm gonna learn.
Oh man.
Didn't something say something about a creator or something like that in one of them sources or something?
Oh yeah, the first one was talking about it was a spirit. You talking about the spiritual?
Yeah, the
thing?
spiritual.
Yeah, it definitely spoke on that.
Crazy,
he used to be a part of or he did business initially with I gotta go back to the article, a spirit something company, and he basically was claiming that it didn't need to be explained how the technology worked because it's beyond science, it's spiritual.
What?
Yeah, basically what he was saying. And then that was in 2013, but fast forward now, he's saying, I got it. It's official. I got something for real.
At that point in the conversation, it left the scientific realm. You can.
Well, that's why I told Wale it said in that same article that the dude dropped out of high school. I'm not saying somebody who dropped out of high school can't accomplish nothing, but
right.
But this ain't. You'd be hard pressed to sell me that.
Wale finna buy it. Hook, line, and sinker. He believe it.
And this just goes to what I'm saying about championing people without fact checking them, and with the whole conversation him and Miz was having. We do each other as Black people a disservice by allowing them to push this type of stuff like it's authentic, and us not checking it before we get behind it. We supposed to get behind it after we know, oh, this it right here. Yeah, let's push this. Let's protect them. Da 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 da. We can't get behind all the bull. That don't help us.
It does, and I'm gonna tell you why they think it does. Because it's pushing innovation. In their mind, it's pushing against the status quo. So them innovating is challenging science to some extent in their minds, which is kind of weird when you actually, but that's actually what it is. Because to them, the status quo is white man science.
Yeah, that's what they think.
So if you can challenge the status quo by doing something that the white man don't support, then the white man don't support you because it's out of the white man's realm of knowledge or whatever, however they like to term it. And at that point, it should be supported because it's a Black person or an indigenous person or a native or whatever challenging the status quo to them, but it really isn't challenging the status quo.
It's just lying.
Flat out.
And putting a stain on our science.
I don't get it. They be halfway saying it. It's time for niggas just to say it for the fam. Them the white man robots created with the white man science. Now, listen, just stand on it if you're gonna say it. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree completely, but I do like the fun in it. So I call them the white man's robots, but I think it'd be a stretch to call it the white man's science, right? But we're gonna call them the white man's robots. I'm gonna get that debate out of Truth about them robots, nigga. Watch. Those are the white man's robots. Them his. Them ain't yours. He gonna put black people in the robot and shit, call it a black robot.
I don't know any actual black robot inventors, but I haven't looked either. So
me either.
Identity Withheld is a black robot inventor that does not want us to know he's inventing them hints. That's why his identity is being withheld. Damn. These niggas trying this shit with these robots is not gonna work. So when them bitches turn on us and get us all, it's his fault, but we won't know who he is. Why? Because his identity is withheld. Shit is crazy.
Damn. Oh man, he exposing me right now. Damn. I've been found out.
Damn.
What's up, ID? You doing all right, bro?
I'm good, man. It's been a minute. I know. Yeah, I've been checking in and out. You know, this conversation woke me up though, because you obviously know why.
No
like
doubt.
It's just crazy, crazy. I wanted to really just make the statement that like it's not bias of not knowing, it's bias of what we do know. Like we do know how electromagnetism operates. We have math to show that it repeats itself. So when you violate those laws and those theories, you better pass the sniff test if you want us to believe you now, because you clearly don't follow any kind of classical physics to any standard. So now you come in and saying you have something new. The only burden you have is to prove that it works. If you can't prove it, it's bullshit. Like, I don't know what else to say about it. It's not bias. It's you don't pass the sniff test.
You're not looking at it from a spiritual angle.
Oh, well, then I don't know what the equation is for that one. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm not that robotic. I have no idea how to come up with that one. But yeah, that to me is like it's outside of science now. Once you make that statement, then you're no longer delving into the sciences, because science can't even explain what you just said. Like, how do you go from there? Like, where do you go from there?
Exactly.
You know? And so, I think Fi laid down Wale slow. Pause. He laid him down slow, but you know, it is what it is. No disrespect, Wale, but you know, I didn't like the idea of calling it just strictly bias. Like it's based on something though. So sorry.
Yeah, that's why I emphasize the fact that I would be so enthusiastic, or enthused, I think would be a better word, if we had a black inventor invent something amazing like that. Like I would be completely behind it. But the black scientists and people that work in that field, I know, would have proof once they open their mouth to say they have that. They'll be welcoming the challenge to show that they don't have what they're saying.
You know some scientists?
Yeah, well, not personally. When I say I know, I should say I know of. That should be the word. I don't know them personally.
I would like to know what the scientists that you know. I'd like to know what they say about it. If you knew one, you know, just run it by him and say, "Hey, man, what you think about this?" See what he says.
I don't know. I wish I did, because I would have been sent an article like, "What you think about this?" What up?
But as a group, we just did that though, right, Wale? Like you actually got a chance to present what you found, your information. You gave links, or at least a name, but no one could verify what you were saying. I even took the time I'd listen to everything you said, and I couldn't find it either. So now I'm asking you, like, well, can you show me where I'm missing something that you're saying? Because I'm not getting what you said I should. But that's giving you the floor. That's not shutting you down. That's letting your source prove your stance.
Oh, right now I'm looking through the videos that I was watching. The one that showed I'm looking for the one that showed the Chinese company that he's working with. It might not be Chinese, it might be Taiwan. And I'm looking for that now. I'll get back at you.
What, while they talking about that energy, the radio wave thing again?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. What's up, Q? You got history with this?
No, he brought it up before, but Wally's into esoteric stuff. So no offense, Wally.
Yeah, I don't want him to feel like we're just shutting it down just because we're biased towards anything innovative. I don't think it's innovation if it doesn't prove anything. Like, how innovative can you be? You haven't changed anything in your natural world, or at least proven. So I don't see the innovation.
So I don't know. Like, so where do you think this is? What drives the part of this where it can't stand in conversation? Like, what's driving that? Because I hear a lot of these conversations that's kind of over my head. I didn't study none of that shit. But then when it comes, down to the information and it don't be, what's driving so much falsehood and so much pushback that they can't stand on? What's driving all of it?
1 + 1 = 2, Taz.
You mean 1 × 1 = 2?
No, I'm just saying, Taz, science is very much, physics used to be part of math, like in teaching, so it's very much 1 + 1. So when somebody comes up and be like, no, it = 7, and then they're like, well, you got to be open to the perspective. It's like, no, you don't. It's math. There's nothing about physics and when they start going, then they'll jump straight to quantum mechanics, the highest form of math that you need, and the highest form of physics. They'll jump to that one like, yo, in quantum mechanics, I'm like, bro, I'm on physics 2. I got to do electricity and magnetism left. I got to do calculus 3 and linear equations. Identity probably did quantum mechanics already. Identity did quantum mechanics already. But out of here, probably like 4 or 5 people who actually took the prerequisites for quantum mechanics. But you'll hear the pseudos talking about quantum mechanics every chance they get. Well, quantum mechanics. Oh, quantum mechanics. Then with gravity, they'll be like, well, density means the same thing as gravity. It's like, no, density is a specific thing that relates to the volume and the mass that's within a specific volume. Has nothing to do with gravity. Gravity is the movement of something. So when you hear this language being used completely wrong, it's like, what are we talking about? How that? Yeah. Then they'll jump out and be like, well, no, you just using the white man's version. It's like, what? How the hell we get to the white man's version?
Because you're using English, Q.
Like, yeah, we speaking English already, so I'm confused.
So let me ask you this though, because and keep in mind, bro, like I just be trying to have conversation, but like, please don't nobody try to take this shit and put this shit on me. I'm just talking about it. Like, I promise you, I'm just talking about it. I'm just saying it. This ain't me. This ain't what I believe. I ain't pushing this. All right, so listen. So about 10 years ago, a motherfucker was trying to convince me of some shit with math. And he was saying that 1 + 1 can equal 3, right? And what he was saying that based on was a man and a pregnant woman. What do you think about that?
Don't know those biblical niggas. That's the same. Yeah,
That shit is stupid.
Yeah, that's the biblical niggas. Is the same ones that believe in Terrence Howard.
I hate that you started off with biblical, bro, because he's a Bible nigga, bro. He was a Bible nigga.
We already knew.
So this method actually worked for Terrence Howard, but where it breaks down mathematically is when he says an action times an action is a reaction. He changed the units. He went from basic numbers in math to an actual entity. But he did it to where he's equating them to be the same. Hey, an action times an action is like 1 × 1. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's the breakdown. But you can get that off if no one's really to listen to exactly what he's saying to find out where the hell he is. I don't know where'd you come up with this? And then you start seeing, oh, because you made that assumption, and now we're here. And now we're arguing about metaphors. And no, now we left math. Now we're in metaphor. Wait a minute. You just changed the language again.
And went to metaphors. And that's what happened.
Laptop.
And it's
might talk you. I don't know if you know.
And it's crazy with that whole little Terrence Howard situation, because trying to read his book, it'll confuse you more.
All right, hold on, let's put that.
Like, you hear me, Identity?
Yeah, I'm here.
Trying to read the book that he wrote on that 1 × 1 = 2 and all.
I read it. I mean, it's only like a 5-page PDF, I think.
It's bigger than that.
Which one did you read? I read the one that he posted in the PDF format from his video.
I got
And
the original.
it was a lot of philosophical break. There was a lot of stuff outside of the realm of mathematics
and science
and
itself.
he was just intertwining language with numbers, but he was doing it as a 1-to-1 comparison. Like, I can swap out the number 1 with action. You can't do that. That's like swapping out voltage with power. You can't do that and still be like not violating any of the laws that we already understand exist. Like, the math doesn't govern the sciences. The math models the sciences. So whatever the sciences, or at least the study of natural phenomena, the math is to follow that. It's to model that. So it doesn't govern what nature does. It just repeats and predicts based on what it sees. That's all it does. It's not a spooky thing. It just lets you, it gives you an insight to what's coming without it actually happening
you
yet.
Sure numbers aren't spooky? Because you can't hold a number.
I mean, yeah.
No, math
it's
only
abstract.
obey
Abstract.
the laws of physics, That's all math does. It obeys the laws of physics.
I can't hold the number 11 in my hand, so is it real?
Hell no, not unless you on Sesame Street or some shit like that.
It's abstract, man, but I'll give you that.
Look, let me say this though. You could always hold up a piece of paper with 11 written on it, like Will Chamberlain did for his 100-point game.
Yeah, you went old school.
Yeah, I mean, it happened on March 3rd, 1962.
That's all I'm doing. Q tripping.
What is Q doing? Q is tripping.
Wilt, he's watching the highlights from the 100-point game from Wilt Chamberlain as well.
The only reason I said that is to show how numbers could become spookified.
It's easy when you start intermingling the language, and the listener is none the wiser. They just listening like, oh wow, that's cool. Yeah, it sounds cool till you break it down. And then you look at it closely and say, wait a minute, you just violated a couple rules already just by saying this 1 equals an action.
Right.
It doesn't even make sense. $1 times $1 is $1. It's $2. He said that on a podcast in front of the university. I forgot what university he was in front of. But he said $1 times $1 is $2.
Yeah, I think it was Union College.
And I said, wait a minute, this dude is, what are you doing? You violating.
$1 times $1 is $2. For real?
That's what he said out his own mouth. No one made it up for him. He came up with that himself. So this isn't somebody making fun of him.
Chance.
Yeah, I mean, innovation. That's so. This will be my question. So
innovation task.
Why don't
people
get their chance to change the world?
Oh, what's his name?
Change the world.
Identity.
They do, but sometimes it gets masked by people stealing their ideas at a certain period of time.
So $1 times $1 equals $2 is changing the world, Ty? How?
Well, it depends. Now, when you say times, are you talking multiplication or like New York times? Because times change. You know what I'm saying?
What is Taz doing, man? What is he doing?
Taz stupid. Taz stupid.
That nigga slick with it.
He has a point. We are talking language, and we are talking syntax. So he actually has a point.
I'm talking multiplication.
So you got to specify multiplication. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. Like I said, I do find some of that interesting when people try to change like because I heard some of that like maybe like 10 years ago, because my son and daughter was still in school when I heard it. That's why I kind of jumped out at me. It was the Common Core math. And they was doing like a whole long ass equation to get to simple shit that it used to take us 2 or 3 seconds to figure out. You know what I'm saying? So like I'm watching kind of the math or whatever change. So it does seem like they've entered like a set or a sort of math in education for people to sound crazy when they saying it, bro. Because I remember seeing it myself, and I'm like, damn, I wouldn't even know how to help my kids if they was teaching them that shit. Are y'all familiar with what I'm talking about? That long.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, I was looking at that shit. And I'm saying as a parent, because my kids graduated and shit now, but I'm looking at that as a parent, like we didn't learn
long divisions and multiplications.
How the hell could I help them with this if I didn't learn it this way? This ain't how we learn to multiply, fam. Like the fuck.
Now, I could tell you definitely, this is a strong opinion of my own. That new style, it's eliminating the more in-depth understanding of what's happening. It'll give you the answer faster, right? We have computers for that. Speed is not a problem. We have computers for that, to do that math. But to understand the answer, like, what is the strength in knowing that answer? Like, even if you do it fast, okay, that's great. Why does it work? That's missing in this new way or new approach to teaching this style of math. You lose that in-depth understanding of how it works, why it works, because eventually you start applying that knowledge to later forms of math. You start applying that because I know how that operates. So I can now manipulate this more complex thing without really thinking too much about it because I know how it works. If all you know is just that, let me put some blocks together and then, whatever way they do it, I saw that people use lines and dots, add up the dots. That's cool because you can get the answer fast. But do you know what it means? Because, you can set those questions up in an easy format to where you can use those dots. But there are numbers where you can't use those dots. If there are numbers, it's going to get crazy complex. You're going to be adding up hundreds of dots. So it's useful in a very small pocket, but for longevity, I believe it's going to separate those who know versus those who don't. Because those who know are going to go back and try and understand why that method works. And then they'll be the ones that can explain the more complex stuff. I think it's going to create a more divide between the science world and those who aren't privy to all of that stuff. So I don't know. That's just my sense.
What's the new method though?
You got to go to YouTube. You can literally YouTube and just say new math or anything like that. It's just the way that these kids are calculating these things faster than our long division method from back in the day, which I hated. I'm not going to lie, it wasn't fun, but yeah, it's instead of doing division and multiplication is adding dots and squares and sides and stuff like that. I don't want to explain it. That was a horrible explanation. Just watch a YouTube video of it. We probably could. Yeah, Taz know what I'm talking about. It's crazy, but it's only you can see it in like 10 seconds. It's just different.
Yeah, it's different. It's different.
It's faster. It is faster. It's just different.
So they're doing that without a calculator?
Correct.
Oh, then
but the numbers have to be set up a certain way. That's the nuance of it. But certain numbers will give you trouble.
Yeah, but if we're talking about just basic arithmetic, then once you're keeping numbers in their correct place value, then you should be okay.
Yeah. Like I said, it's good for the application of what it's trying to do. Solve this.
But again, I get you, because if they miss the basic, then just starting there is going to cause a lot of problems.
In the later part, in the latter part of learning, yeah.
Division, the long multiplication is just so you learn place value.
Yeah. I had. This is anecdotal, but I had a physics. Actually, no, he was a math instructor, but he was breaking down the long way of doing a derivative. This is calculus stuff, but he was breaking down the long way to do a derivative. There is an f of x plus h divided by h as the limit goes to 0. There's a mathematical model for the derivative of a function. And then he showed us subtract the power and divide it by the power. It was so simple when he showed us the second part that everybody was like, why didn't you just show us that first? Because you wouldn't understand why it worked. We showed you the long way so you understand all of this encompassed in what I just showed you can be solved with these 2 steps. If I just gave you the 2 steps, you don't even know why it works. And that to me was powerful enough to say, well, I just got to go through the grind. Now, let me learn how it functions first and then start learning the shortcuts. I'm a little leery of teaching people shortcuts for the sake of teaching shortcuts. It doesn't help them, really.
Yeah.
Only for
When
that
it comes
moment.
to maths, the shortcut is a disadvantage. It makes you learn it the long way. Then you got all the shortcuts. You even make your own shortcuts.
Yes.
Just understand the basic principles. It's almost like science, where once you understand the formula, then you can play with it.
Yes. But you know who hurts when they don't learn? The person who's learning these shortcuts, they're the ones that are really being affected because they're missing out on the understanding. Unless they go back and try and figure it out for themselves, you're going to lose it. If all you're going to do is hold on to the shortcuts.
Yeah.
It's going to be a nightmare to try and learn calculus at that point because you're now based on shortcuts. You really don't know how they work. Like that, it's as simple as that. The ones who are going to be more affected are these kids learning this newer style. But we have computers now to sort of balance it out that can process this stuff. I mean, you can do a derivative on Google now. You type it in a Google search bar, and you can get the answer to an equation, like a integral, a differential. You can do all that in a computer now. So that's sort of the balance because we have this capability now. But
Yeah, but
again,
it's like
the
you're
user.
getting the answer, but you're not getting any real knowledge behind it. You're just getting a raw
Correct.
answer.
Correct.
But that's the kind of world we live in, though. Everyone wanted, packaged goods, instant gratification. You got it like with the computers and stuff. You don't have to do your own work. People don't even
Right.
want to spell no more. They use spell check and chat GPT for definition. So I guess with maths, it's the same thing. Computer, it provides that shortcut, but it takes away from your ability to really do calculations,
Now, to answer
which is going to
Taz's
affect you in
question,
the long run. That is
how
why a
can
lot
we
of
be
people.
black and be effective? Like, how come we're not inventing this stuff? How come in order to actually impact this stuff, you need to know how it works.
But this
You
is the
have
thing,
to
though.
know how it works in order to change it.
They always try to escape the basic. I don't know why people are so against going to school. And I'm not even talking about like higher level. Just go to school. Kids
Wait,
go to
God,
school.
don't put me
Pay
in that
attention in
lane.
school.
I ain't saying don't
That's
go to
it.
school. I didn't wait.
Not
Hold
you,
on.
Dad. Not you. Not
Oh,
you.
okay, yeah, I'll go.
But
No,
Whoa,
he's speaking in general.
okay, yeah.
no,
I just thought
like
back to like, whoa, I heard what you said, and then that was followed by like, whoa, wait, what y'all talking about? Yeah, okay.
it's just a
I
general
agree with you on
pseudo.
that. I agree
Like,
with you. Go ahead, bro.
for instance, the dude in Africa, I've been following him since last year, seeing if he's really up to something. And like everyone else, I was a little bit excited too. A new invention coming out of Africa. He's using the electromagnetic frequency in a way that we never used it before. But then I have to sit back and look into it and say, is this even is it even possible? Is it? Yes, it's possible. Is it practical? No, it's not practical. Is it plausible? Not really. And if you understand the way energy flows on the electromagnetic scale, it's possible to use radio wave and make a higher frequency of electromagnetic wave. But the energy that you're gonna input would make it not even feasible for society. It's gonna cost it's like making salt water into fresh water. If you don't have a natural process to evaporate it, and you got to do it your own self to desalinate the water, it's going to cost too much energy. So even though it seems necessary, it's it's not feasible for society. We're putting in too much for a little output. It's the same thing with what this dude was saying. He didn't build nothing more than a battery recharger. He built a charger for a battery. I don't know why people saying he built a car, he built a perpetual energy machine. No, the dude built at least he claimed to build a charger for batteries, for car batteries or whatever batteries. But from from what he's saying, using the radio wave, if you're gonna use radio wave in all reality, you would have to be making microwave, or is it? Yeah, probably, and that's even I'm giving him a probably, not definite. You wouldn't be able to make electricity or any higher frequency or energy from radio wave unless you're putting in energy. You
Yeah,
understand? You got to put in
yeah,
energy
yeah.
to concentrate radio wave for it to even be infrared. That is why your speaker, no matter how loud you play your speaker or whatever frequency you want to play a sound on, it will never make X-ray. The most it will make is a wavelength that's barely above it, which is infrared. You will get heat, and that's it. You won't even get visible light because radio wave is below those frequency or those energy wave. I'm getting it mixed up. Frequencies, magnetic, electromagnetic frequency. Like talking about electricity, you can generate electricity from light and in some cases from infrared. But usually, what you even doing, you're taking the light, which is more energetic than infrared, and you're gonna use that light and wait until it gives off energy naturally through the loss of entropy, going from a higher state to a lower state, and the next energy level under it is infrared. That's even how solar panels work. It uses the light and turn it into heat. If you're gonna use radio wave, the most you could get is microwave. And that he didn't say anything about turning it into microwave. He claimed that he used it to make some form of electricity, and that's not even possible.
Well,
Well, it's
the
possible.
language
Everything is
itself,
possible. It's possible, but
the
it's not
language itself is off because once you say you're creating energy, we got a problem because there's a fundamental understanding that energy is neither created nor destroyed. So if you're creating,
exactly,
so
exactly,
we got to straighten out the language. So the only thing you can do with energy that exists is convert it or use it as is. If you
exactly.
convert it to a different form, heat to electricity, wind to electricity, if you do some sort of conversion, you're going to lose energy because that's the cost of crossing that bridge when you convert.
All right, and that's the
So when you
identity.
do that,
So if
I'm sorry,
you know, radio wave is a very weak
it is
energetic
extremely
wave,
weak because
extremely
we
weak.
can
So
exist.
if
We can
you're gonna
exist
use
in it.
radio wave to make electricity, that means you would have to be concentrating a lot of radio wave. You would have to have something that's containing the radio wave, and then you would have. It's almost like you're using air to power tools. What you got to do, you got to concentrate all that air into a compressor that's going to release that air at higher pressure, and that's the only way you could use air as energy to run those tools. But you couldn't use the air to make electricity. You can't just like that because what the energy that through natural conversion, you're going to be losing energy. And the source that you're starting with is already of a lower it's on a lower scale, it's a lower energetic level, and naturally nothing moved to a higher energetic level. Nothing in nature, it will never happen. If it does, there has to be some source of concentration or some input of energy by human beings. Other than that, energy moves from high to too low in every facet. Radio wave, microwave, these things are at the lowest band of the energy scale. So it's impossible for them to move up naturally. And that's it. You just got to understand basic physics to know these things.
By any means saying people are already using radio waves for electricity. You can convert radio waves. So this goes along the lines of what Amin said about the battery. If there's not enough energy in a radio wave, the only way to get more power out than what you put in is to store it. So if I need $100, I gotta keep putting $1 in, put $1. Eventually I'll get 100. Now I can use the 100. It's the same idea. If I want a certain amount of energy and radio waves ain't cutting it, it ain't got enough, I gotta store enough of it until it builds. That's the concept of the
That's what I mean
battery.
by you got to concentrate it. Like, I think that's what I'm saying. His idea is not really impossible, but the way he went about it shows me that he didn't have nothing. Because again, you got to concentrate the radio wave if it's gonna be of any use to you. You got to concentrate it, and he did not explain how he's concentrating these radio waves. There was no form of container, no form of capacitor, no form of storage, nothing. He was just harnessing radio waves from the atmosphere and turning it into energy. That doesn't happen naturally, and
No,
it
no,
doesn't happen without you putting in energy, which would make your system inefficient.
yeah, any conversion, because I'm in the RF world, any conversion of that radio frequency is going to cost you. You're going to take away from the system because it costs to convert. That's just fundamental law of any conversion. I don't care if you're talking about light. If you something needs to be amplified if you want more power out than in, but amplification takes power. So you got to put power in the system to build that up. Like there's you can't just get something for nothing. There's no system that we know that you can get something for nothing with I don't want to go down that rabbit hole because there's something called like cryocomputing where they're actually operating in such cold temperatures that the resistance that's in the system to convert a signal is so low it's negligible. So you're almost at a 1-to-1. You're not at like you put in 1 and you get 1.2. It's not that. You may put in 1 and you get it at 0.98 or something. So you can get close to zero loss. But again, you would have to be having such an extremely cold system to do this. This study has been going on for a long time. A lot of companies are still doing it, trying to figure out how to move this into the computing world of the common home. I mean, no one
Okay,
has
energy
liquid nitrogen laying around, so
identity repair.
it's not feasible right now for like the masses.
I don't know. Is this thing on?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Wale. I hear you.
Okay. I just put in the back chat the telephone number of Lord Stovall. I spoke to him while you were talking this past few minutes because he's the guy that I was telling you that will explain it. He was ready to explain it to me, but he doesn't have international telephone, and I run out of credit trying to talk with him because I buy.
Can you get on the internet?
He don't have internet telephone. So I just put his telephone number in the back chat, but people who are in the United States can call him without any suffrage. I have to pay extra to call the U.S.
No, I mean, can he get on the internet, like get on the panel? Like that would be a lot easier than a phone call, right?
Not easier, but it must be facilitated by a phone call. In order to get him to come on the internet, you must give him a phone call and set it up. I ran out of international credit on my phone because I have to pay for it to call the States. Are you following me? So I put the number there where you can call him directly. He already made a public statement that anyone can call him directly. and he will explain the science and how it works. I just spoke with him. He's very cordial and easy to speak to. He's more like that guy Mike that comes on that's a nuclear scientist thing. He got that kind of flow with him, and attitude. I'm saying. So when I talked to him, he was ready to explain it to me at that moment. I told him, no, not now. I don't have the credit, and I want others to hear it. So I'm asking you to call him or somebody here to call him and talk.
Where is he where is he? California, you said?
He's in Michigan.
Oh, Michigan. I don't know if I could call Michigan. But I would really love to hear his explanation though, because if
Yeah,
there's something behind it, it should be interesting.
it's a video he did on YouTube that I looked at his video. That's how I get his number. He put his number, his name, and his dedication to respond to anyone who calls to explain it to them. He put all that in the video. And
what exactly is the video about? Like, just like 2 seconds. What is exactly he's trying to prove or show?
No, what he's showing is the validity of the science that Chisumbuzu is coming up with, the radio frequency thing. That's his thing, the radio frequency. He said he's been working with radio frequency for decades now. And when he heard the guy's thing, he said he has a lot to say about it. I can send you the video his video, what's it called? Link to his video where I ran into him. And then I just called him to see if he was real. If he's a real person, if he's really doing this. Anybody could put on a video, yes? So I followed up on the video and gave him a call. And he said, yeah, he's ready to follow up on it. We've been attempting to talk, but he says we can't talk on WhatsApp. He has WhatsApp, and I have WhatsApp, but apparently he said he can't reach me. And my WhatsApp keeps saying he's not even on WhatsApp. So I said, he does answer the phone, and we are communicating via text, but I've run out of international credit, phone credit. So I can't text no more. I can't even text anymore. So I'm asking one of you guys who's over there who could just dial these 11 numbers and talk to the man and then tell him where you're at, bring him up on the stage. He has an internet ability to come right up on the stage and tell you and everybody else you want to know. He would, I think, enjoy being able to do that because he says the science should be brought out so everybody can understand it, especially our people. So, if you want,
I would love them to hit the panel somehow. That would be great.
Somebody got to call him and invite him up. I'm gonna put it in the regular chat. Maybe somebody in the regular chat will work. I'll move through it. I put it in the back chat. Y'all won't deal with it. I can't do much of that. So I'm gonna put it in the regular chat and see if anybody in the regular chat might want to give the guy a call. Tell him how to come on the joint. He can come on the joint right now. I just spoke with him. I don't know if he's gonna do it, but I'm just saying. I'll put it in the regular chat. And because he put it on YouTube, so it's not like I'm putting out his personal information. He put the information on a YouTube video with his name and phone number. And I just put it in the regular chat. One of you people in the States, give him a call. It's a matter of the telephone system. My telephone system is not compatible with the one in the US. So you have to call that. You can call freely. I cannot. I have to pay extra to call. Taz, Wall Street, Willie, Fontaine, all y'all can give him a call with suffering no damage at all. Let's see if anyone will. And then see what he says, man. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if he's going to prove nothing to you or make the world spin in another direction. I ain't saying all that. All I'm saying is give him a call, man. Hear him out. See what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm thinking that this is along the lines of getting energy from radio frequency. There's millions of people trying this across the world. That yes, it's been proven we can get energy from RF or radio frequency, not just RF. But the problem is the level, the power. If we're getting it from radio, if we're getting it from energy around us, that energy can't be so high that it damages us. So that energy has to stay low. You're talking waves that's bouncing off walls and buildings around us. There's a reason why we can't survive in something like as simple as a microwave, because microwave would kill us. So, like, even that is not even like considered high energy, but there's only a certain amount that we can be even exposed to. So, unfortunately, in order to pull it out of the air, it's going to be low power. It has to be, because otherwise you'd be dead.
Don't the Bluetooth and like your remote controller uses radio frequency?
Yeah, it's all RF. Yeah, it's
And a
low,
lot of
extremely low
communication,
level
a lot of
energy.
communication energy, telecommunication uses radio frequency, but that's really low, as you said, really low energy. Because when I was cutting trees off the power lines, whenever we reach those RF lines, we could touch it with our hands. We didn't have to wear safety equipment for those. That's how low energy it is.
Yeah, but those transmission, the ones with the high power transmission, like you better stand clear of them things, because
Oh yeah,
there's a
we know
certain
that the black
level.
ones, the thick, the one that
Yeah,
they're insulated, the ones that are insulated, we know. Yeah.
because we can suffer easily from radiated energy. It doesn't even have to be pointed towards us. If we're in the vicinity of a certain level of energy in our atmosphere, we're in trouble. You can even Google these videos of all the Google antenna testing,
So you
and
know
hopefully
that.
you land on something with like high power. Watch how much safety features we have in place for certain levels of
Oh,
energy
those
that we're transmitting. Because once
So,
you start
so,
transmitting, you amplify that signal so high that the radiated energy could kill you.
so
the
you know
antenna
that.
towers, the those towers that they have all the satellites and stuff. Yeah, those are powerful. Those will burn you.
Don't stand in front of them.
You're familiar
That is
with
why they
atmospheric
got them
electricity,
fence
right?
around and stuff. Yeah, those are
Are
dangerous.
you guys familiar with atmospheric electricity? In the atmosphere,
Yes, Wally.
there's
Lightning is
I
a
ain't
form
talking
of
about lightning,
atmosphere.
man. I'm talking about every square meter of atmosphere carries a voltage of 25 to 50 volts in it automatically. That's you can Google what I'm saying. Fatane was here Googling what I'm saying because I'll Google it now anyway. Atmospheric pressure. I'd be looking this stuff up all the time, and then have to go back and
Ah,
look it up again.
Wally,
Right?
so Google
Atmospheric
basic
pressure.
physics before you start to Google all of these ideas that you don't understand. Just
Okay.
Google basic
I'm
physics
not
first,
talking about
and
nothing about
you will
what you.
understand. Electricity wherever is the same thing. It's just moving charged particles. Anywhere you hear electricity, it's the same
You
thing.
are,
If it's
man.
in
I
the
don't
wire, if
argue.
it's in lightning, if it's in atmosphere, if
You're
it's
right.
in water, it's the same electricity. Moving charge ions, electrons, free electrons moving to a medium. That's all. Yes, there's
Oh, you're
charged
not
He's
particles
familiar.
in
That
the
whole
air.
concept is being rearranged. That whole concept you just ran through is being totally rethought right now. You must not be aware of the new concepts that are being uh, considered at this moment
Well, no,
concerning
no, actually, Wale, he's actually right. This I and I'm only saying that because sorry, I got to say your name, Lance, but I've been trying to tell him this for the longest. When you
Go ahead.
don't talk about a moving charge, why are you talking about electric and magnetic fields? What you're telling me is something's moving, a charge is moving,
That's all it
something's
meant.
moving.
In
So
their head, it's
when he
something
tells
more.
me
It's
nothing's
magical.
moving, when he tells me like there's nothing moving, I'm like, then you're not talking about what you think you're talking about then,
We already
because
know. Mhm.
the fundamental is something's moving.
We
And
already
so
know
Min is
every.
right.
We already know everything is moving.
Wale,
There's not
without
one thing
moving
in the
electrons,
cosmos
not not
that is
not
not moving.
anything and everything
We
moving.
already know.
Without moving
Yeah. Name
electrons,
a thing
you
that's
do
not
not
moving.
have electricity.
Name a
Without
thing that's not
moving
moving.
electrons, you do not have electricity. I don't care what you want to say, what new method you want to read. Without moving electrons, you do not have
What
electricity.
I know
To
where
the
he's
point
going with this.
where, do you
He's
know that
talking
a
about
piece of glass, a glass that you drink from, that your cups are made from, can conduct
Yeah, you
electricity?
have it right in the
Once the
screen.
glass is molten and the electron is freely able to move through the glass, it will conduct electricity. Sometimes even better than a copper wire. But once the glass is solid again and the electrons are not moving, it no longer conducts electricity. Wale, go back to school, dude. You're too old for this. Honestly.
Meanwhile, I'm waiting on the guy to get through so he can explain it to you, because I don't like arguing with you about things that you don't even
I
understand what I'm
want him
saying.
to come explain it too, because maybe he knows more and I'm willing to learn. If not, I will set him straight too. I ain't partial.
Oh, you don't set me straight. You just talk loud like you always do, and then I have to just say, you know what? I ain't gonna even deal with this. I don't need this in my life. And I say, hey man, you're right, whatever. And I walk away from it.
Yeah, I'm not. I was saying Amin was right about what his statement was, and how does it differ with Wale is saying? Wale wasn't speaking of anything. He's saying atmospheric. I'm assuming he meant like electrostatics. That immediately came to my mind when he started talking about that. But again, if you can't tell me what energy particle is moving, because these are how these fields are generated, these are how these fields are manipulated, and you can manipulate the field to manipulate the movement of that charge. It's a duality. So to my understanding, that's how this whole concept is built. So when you don't know, assuming you don't, Wale, I'm assuming you don't. If you don't know that, you can't even break down what charged particle is even moving, what energy is moving. Give me a frame, a reference. Give me something that I can at least grasp on to understand. Well, maybe, because then we can talk about possibilities. But once
Dude,
you
right?
violate what we know, we got a problem, because we do know this through testing. This is how it operates. How do we throw that
Okay.
away? We can't.
I
I'm
don't
sorry. Go
know,
ahead.
but
Go
you
ahead.
know, all I'm gonna do is put the definition, because I put it in Google like Patania was doing for a few minutes. I thought somebody was on that's willing to do that kind of stuff. I put it in Google, and now I'm gonna put it in the back chat and the front chat. What Google says about it, man. I'm not making this up. This not. I don't care. It's not something I need to prove to nobody. I don't really care. I'm just saying through the thing to you that these things exist, and this is how they exist, and this is what the atmospheric electricity, the study of electrical charges and events in the Earth's atmosphere. Yes, that ain't got nothing to do with me personally. I don't care how you want to see
Wale,
it.
you're not wrong. You're not wrong. There is atmospheric electricity, Wale. But what you're not understanding is the same thing that caused lightning in the atmosphere. Atmospheric
I
electricity, static charge in the atmosphere. When it builds up
understand.
and you got a potential difference, then it tries to balance itself. During that process, it gives off electricity because the charges, the ions are moving from a high concentration to a low concentration. Moving electron produce electricity. When the concentration is that great, you get a flash of lightning. That's the charge balancing out themselves. We shouldn't even be arguing because I'm agreeing with you.
I don't think
But
Miz up here to
for
let
some
you up,
reason, you
though,
think
Psycho.
I'm around.
lightning is not
Okay,
atmospheric
cool.
electricity because atmospheric electricity, it doesn't matter if it's atmospheric electricity, AC, DC, rubbing a balloon on your head is the same electricity. The difference is how it flows and how fast it flows and how much ions are flowing, the rate. That's where you get the voltage and you get the amps. But it's the same thing. No matter what electricity, it's the same electricity. You got to have moving charged particles, and those particles are usually charged electrons, ions.
Yeah, the reason I brought it up about the atmospheric electricity is because it's rated at about 25 to 50 volts per square meter. And that's electricity, whether you look at it as static or whatever, it's detectable because it can be rated between 25 and 50 volts per square meter. So it's something there that's happening. And I'm saying simply that even Tesla, and I think this is what I was going, the guy that I'm trying to get to come on, because he said the reason that the Zimbabwe guy could not get a patent is because the patent has already been acquired. It was acquired decades ago, because it's simply a matter of Tesla was working with a similar concept. And that's why he was able to pull the electricity from the atmosphere. But the electricity, as you say, and all you say, we all know that is very low energy, as he likes to put it, identity likes to put it, low energy. But it's very low frequency and very low energy, as you say. And what was used as a transformer, a step-up transformer. Whether you step this up or step that part down, you know how transformers work. If you step up one part of the equation, the other part of the equation steps down. You recognize what I'm saying about a transformer? Yeah? ID? Identity with health? Is that
Yeah,
correct?
I'm listening. I hear you.
So far, so good?
I'm listening.
Okay, so far so good. Because if I run across something that you object to, please alert me. That's why I want to be alerted at that point so we can fix it. So meanwhile, what we're doing, what the guy says when he looked at the device, because he in the video he does. I would love for you to see the video. I just haven't went and gotten it yet. But in the device that he in the video that he did, the guy in Michigan, he shows the device in a still frame and starts describing it. And as he described the device, he shows the transformer, the step up and step down, step up transformer. And he shows how that can, once it's being fed, it can continuously do that, whatever this job is. And as you were saying earlier, you have to store it someplace. And that was taken care of, because this is not something they just came up with, like, I would say what we think of when they say, oh, Leroy them under the tree. They have they're a little bit more sophisticated than that, even though the article reads whatever it reads. I don't know about articles. I try to go by what I'm able to deduce. And the guy says what happened is he couldn't get a patent. The Zimbabwe guy said he couldn't get a patent. The United States refused a patent. And the guy in Michigan said it's because the patent already exists. And he knew about it already. The patent already existed from back in the day with Tesla stuff that he was looking into. So that's all. I wanted him to come on because he seemed to know those kind of words that you like to use. And he could, if you ask him, does he know what this mean and that mean, or he need, them kind of questions you be asking me, then he can answer you in the same lingo that you're familiar with. He seems to be able to do that. Me, myself, I don't talk that lingo. So I'm not able to, manage that. To me, that's just argumentation. But he's able to manage that lingo. And I gave the number. Has anyone given that number a call? Has anyone, out of the 4 or 5 of you that's on here, has anyone just picked up their little telephone and dialed those 10 or 11 numbers?
What's the
See,
number?
it's in the back chat, man, right there.
Hold on.
13 13 777 30 31.
I'm gonna call it.
You gonna
That would
call it?
that would be wonderful.
You know I'm gonna
Yeah,
call it.
please do, man. Thank you
On
so much.
fire
Who
on
this
some
supposed to be?
gold
This
right now.
chicken booster?
No, this is Lord Stoville. Lord Stoville.
Hit the
Lord.
panel, Lord
And what?
Scoble.
Oh, he did. This Lord Stovall. Oh, he did answer the phone. What we supposed to be asking?
Hit the panel.
Oh, you gonna get on the panel, Lord Stovall?
He backstage, but his he ain't something up with his service.
Oh,
Okay.
Miz, he really
You
is.
gonna get on the panel? Oh, he said you on the panel, Wale.
No, he
Miz
not.
say
He no,
Miz
he
say he can come in.
backstage, but
He's like,
he don't have his service right. I can see him backstage, but he don't got it to where I can let him on stage.
Hmm.
So what you want? Did you want me to ask him something, identity or Wale? Because I asked.
Yeah, to
We
explain that we're asking him to explain this to identity. Identity is the one that.
Yeah, I'm curious to get the knowledge. If he has
Yeah,
knowledge
yeah,
that
it's
we
what
could
Psycho
use,
said. It's what Psycho's saying. He got to connect his audio.
Is your mic
oh, his
connected?
mic.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Don't worry, Wale.
Uh,
We'll be
Did
respectful.
you go to the settings, into the audio setting?
Go to setting audio and then click audio, take it off default, put it on like speaker or headset.
Yeah.
And you could, if it has the automatically adjust mic volume or something of that sort, click it off and click on the mute background.
All right, I'm gonna hang up the phone and they'll walk you through it on the panel. I hung up with him so he could hear y'all though. I had walked away for a second, so I didn't know. I just heard somebody saying we didn't call the number, so I'm gonna call.
Hey, I'm gonna be real. I was a little skeptical. You got this kind of
Hey Lord,
technology, but can't hit a panel. I was a little skeptical. I ain't gonna lie.
hey
That
Lord,
was weird to
I'm
me.
glad you came on. I'm
I ain't want to
understanding
say
you
it.
can hear
Identity. I just ain't want to say
what we
it.
are saying. I'm understanding you can hear what we are saying. You can also add in the chat on the right. You could actually type something into the chat anytime you want to, even though you're backstage. But as soon as you can work out whatever is going on, that you can't come up. Like I said before, I tried to get him up on WhatsApp, and even though he has WhatsApp, they won't sync. My WhatsApp won't sync with his WhatsApp. I don't know what's the problem with that, but it won't sync. And I think that's similar what you're having now. You can see he does exist. You talk to him on the telephone, and if you stay on the phone, he might talk to you through that apparatus. He invited me to just talk to him through a chat system where you got to type stuff. So he's eager to bring out the information and put it forth. If you're willing to, you know, I don't know. Like you say, if you want to ridicule him as well as the Zimbabwe guy, I guess he should know that that's probably a, a, a convenient course that people might take. But meanwhile, if y'all could help him come up by giving him instructions of what to do, whatever. I mean, to beat that thing, whatever it
He
is, he might be
backstage
close.
again. Well, he
Yeah,
got to connect.
he's
He got to
trying.
connect.
Yeah, so if y'all could help him up, that would be good because I don't know nothing about it. People had to help me to come up on this thing. So, that's all I can say about that.
Yeah, I'll give him the
Thank you
benefit
so
of the
much,
doubt.
man.
He might not be used to just this world. I got it. This world of YouTube and gotcha. Hey, we're trying to give it a chance, man. Let him speak his piece. I mean, if it's what you say, I mean, I don't know. It's nothing we can really question or challenge if it's up to snuff.
I'm saying my daughter just texted me showing me she got a 90 on her test. I'm trying to see what class this is. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I think by any means of saying I was being a little too extreme with the levels of radiation energy that can harm humans. There is a level that is fatal to humans. I mean, and there's levels that can damage. I mean, that's the whole concept of treatment for cancer is the same idea. You expose them to a certain level of radiation to the point not where we're able to kill them, but hopefully just kill the cells. problem is it's damaging the other cells. So too much exposure to certain levels of radiation can kill you. That's a well-known fact. Now, when we're talking about radio frequency, like just talking over the cell phones, and the energy levels in those frequencies are extremely low relative to any frequency that could kill you, which is why it's safe. There is an FCC level that's allowed in the strength of these signals that can propagate around us, where it's safe enough, or at least considered to be safe. Some people think it's dangerous no matter what, to operate. And you're talking from cell phones, televisions now have Wi-Fi, anything Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. I mean, we have Bluetooth devices in our ear. You can't get any closer than that. That's actually in the cavity of our ear. That's not just a cell phone sitting on
But
us. So, but
a lot of times you
I'm sorry.
can't even wear the Bluetooth for too long. You know, I know it's from the heat, but again, it
Yeah,
just get irritating after a while.
yeah,
You know, even they will advise you in some like neo health clinic not to be sleeping with your cell phones and your video games on because of the radio frequency. You know, it's radiation at the end of the day.
yeah.
It's just
That's exactly.
He left
But
again.
trying to
the
limit your
levels.
exposure, even though it's not fatal. You don't want to be too overexposed. Sorry,
Yes.
I just gotta say
No, no, I agree. That's kind of it's spookism hidden in there when people say, stay away from microwaves and cell phones. It's like, well, wait a minute. If you know the level that's coming off of it and you know it's below a certain threshold it's not enough to harm your cells in your body, right? Like chemo, obviously those levels can do damage. That's the point of chemo, to destroy specific cells. But it can destroy other cells, manipulate the function of other cells. Then it can, it is what it is. But the point is, there's a level that's considered safe to be exposed to. Maybe not for greater time lengths, but cell phone call, not going to kill you. Now, there is question of the long term thing. Okay, how about over 30 years? I don't know that study personally. I can't give you the answer on that one. But as far as any of the technologies that we have now, there are regulations of levels that these designers cannot exceed, because there's safety features built into the designs of these things. Now, who would violate that? I don't know. I mean, that's an ethical call there. But but we do know that there's a certain level that's considered safe to be around, and we function in it every day, even if we don't feel it, we don't see it. We can store it, as Wale was trying to say earlier. Yeah, we can store it. It'll take a long time to kind of get enough energy that's feasible, that's used. You can use it somewhere, but yeah, we can do it. It's just going to take forever. But technically, you're just talking about a battery charger. That's what a battery charger is. It stores energy. You feed it energy, it stores it. And it keeps building up, building up, building up. That's a charger. And I think Amin mentioned that. Like, you're just talking about a charger. We do that already. Our cell phones now can be charged just by sitting it on a dock. You don't have to
yeah,
plug it
that's
in
what I'm
anymore.
saying. Identity. He builds a charger. That's what he builds. A charger. You know, but
Yeah.
as I said, he didn't explain away how he's storing or how he's capacitating this energy, this radio frequency. Because as we know, it's a very low energetic frequency. Not much, not very useful for anything to do with electricity in terms of charging a battery, which is high energetic frequency. Because to charge a battery, you're gonna have to input energy into electrons that have lost their charge. You're gonna have to recharge these electrons, which takes energy. And anything that you take in that energy from will be depleted of its own energy. And that energy will
Yes.
be transferred into those electrons, which you're gonna use to run your device. That's like a rechargeable battery. So what he builds was just a battery. If he did build anything, I want to hear the dude explain how this thing works and stuff, because I want to see how I heard someone say something like a step up, step down generator or something. I would want to hear how all of that get involved and how it works, because it's not that it's impossible, but how he's explaining it, it's not even plausible, you know. And even if it is, he's hiding something. He's hiding a part where he's saying, "Oh, the energy that I'm putting in is greater than the energy that I'm getting out." So in all reality, it's not something that's going to save the planet or even save your pocket money. He needs to say that.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, I have no problem listening. You know, I wish he did get the internet thing straightened out though.
And for people who are saying that we don't like black people invent stuff and we're tearing down black inventor, there is actual inventors in Nigeria, in what's that place called? Not Tanzania, Kenya, that are making electric vehicle, that are supplying their country with electric vehicle. And we're talking like electric bicycles, electric bikes, electric scooters, and some are even venturing into electric cars. They're not trying to reinvent the wheel, they're making their own wheel. They're taking the concept of the wheel and implement it in Africa with electric vehicle. They're not trying to make some weird spiritual mumbo jumbo that their great ancestor told them in a dream. Nope. You're looking at what the rest of the world are doing and say we can do it too. That's a human being. He's doing something. I can do it too. It's the same limbs, it's the same brain, and Africans are using it to do the same thing Elon Musk and China, Russia, and everyone else is doing. They're making electric vehicle. Those are not being publicized on YouTube and on social media and all these media because it's not. It doesn't make for good headlines. Africa makes an electric scooter. There's companies that make thousands of electric scooter, supplying it to their country. They're using it to do stuff that we do over here: Uber Eats, taxis, personal transportation, using it as mini tractors and stuff like that, like cargo vehicles. No one want to hear about those things or research those things. This dude, he's coming with a mystical side, and he's coming with something quote unquote new that the white man did not even know about. And that's what makes him so fascinated to a lot of people. It's the same thing. It's a underdog against the system. The system, for some reason, science, math, and the whole education uh, academic field falls into the system. Some people call it Babylon system, the great white supremacy, but all of it falls into the system. So anyone who's going against academic standard science and maths, then automatically they're the underdog. We need to support them. We need to throw everything behind them, whether it's real or not. And if it's not real, at least we get a moral or some emotional upliftment. And if it was real, then we did something the white man never did before. We need to get out of that mentality. We're competing with people like the kind of competition we're doing in our head, we versus the white man. And it's not even we versus the white man, because we will sit down, use the white man technology, eat the white man food, drive the white man vehicle, but still look for someone to go against the white man. And I'm using the white man colloquially. It's not really the person or the human being, it's just the term, the terminology, this phantom entity that's stuck in a lot of people's head. Because science is not the white man. Medicine is not the white man. Invention is not the white man. But to a lot of people, it is the white man. So anyone else comes with something, Terrence Howard, weird maths that does not work, it has no place in reality, somehow needs to be credited because he was going against academic science and maths. He was going against the white man.
Let me reiterate. It wasn't that he was trying to improve upon the math. I'm talking about Terrence Howard. he specifically said the math is wrong. That's a different approach.
Yeah, he
You
said
come
he's
in with guns
reinventing the
blazing.
maths or something.
Yeah, that's a different conversation. You're not here to tell us like, hey, this is my idea. This is what I think we could use in the future. It'll be a better way to do ABC. He didn't come in like that. He came in like all of this is wrong. You got to prove that statement right off the rip, because you can't just come in and say that and now we're going to listen. Like, wait, you lost me at step one. So yeah, so it's a different beast when he came in with that mess.
Exactly. Now we have the radio frequency guy. We've been using radio wave and technology. We've been implementing radio wave in our technology for ages now. It's nothing new, but to say you're using radio frequency to recharge lithium ion batteries, some of the most powerful battery that we know that we're exposed to. You're using the weakest electromagnetic frequencies to recharge these batteries. How? You got a lot of explaining to do. And if it's real, you're gonna make a lot of breakthrough in technology. Identity, the first time I heard it, I'm like, holy shit. I start to think about the entire magnetic scale. And I'm like, solar panels. How could I make solar panel better? Solar panel are depending on like visible light, but there is a spectrum of visible light that is more energetic than the one that we're seeing, and it's called ultraviolet. Imagine making a solar panel that only focus on ultraviolet light, that only utilizes ultraviolet rays. And I'm doing the research, me and Chat GPT like Marley and Truth. And Chat GPT is telling me, yes, it's more powerful than visible light, and it will take less ultraviolet to make the same amount of electricity from a regular solar. Research to the end, I realize it's not feasible because Earth does not get enough ultraviolet rays to make that even a possible thing to do. So I'm like, shit, it is possible, but on Earth, it doesn't make sense. Because the amount of visible light we get compared to ultraviolet, the ratio is like 97% visible light, 3% ultraviolet light, and you got to be in the right location to harness that ultraviolet light. But the
It
idea
has to
is
get
like,
through the atmosphere.
yes, but the idea is like, it would make a better solar panel than the regular solar panel. Guess where that idea is now being used? Outer space, where
In
ultraviolet
space.
rays more
Yeah.
abundant than visible light. So the solar panels that are going outer space now are being designed to harness ultraviolet light and
Hey,
not visible
think
light.
think about it. This is actually like it's proven time and time again. In order to carry energy with you, you need some sort of storage capacity or have the ability to generate it from your environment. Those are the only two options.
Yep.
You either carry it with you or you convert from the environment you're within. If you're in space, you have a constant sun source. If there's no planet in front of you, right? If you don't have a planet blocking you, that
Mhm.
source is there. It's energy. That's energy coming off the sun. You convert it. How do you convert it? Solar panels. That
Exactly.
converts to electricity. How do
Yo,
you think these things run in space for so long? For
identity.
years.
I'm telling you, when I heard about this dude and he's like, yo, he made some perpetual energy machine from radio frequency, I didn't doubt him. I wasn't like a hater. I'm like, shit, maybe we could use the electromagnetic scale more. And I'm doing the research and I'm like, shit, a lot of these things, like sometimes we're so egotistic and self-centered, we think that great minds that come before us have never thought about these things. Then I'm realizing we've been using radio wave for over 100 years now. Everyone use a remote controller in their house. That's radio wave. You know, my idea about ultraviolet rays solar panel, they've been utilizing that in space.
Hey, let
You
me
know,
ask a question, bro. Let me ask a
Yeah, that's
question.
an old technology
Let me ask
now.
y'all niggas a question. So when it comes, and I'm only asking this because it's kind of relevant to me now. Motherfucker was trying to sell me some solar panels and shit. And some of the pitch is, a cheaper energy bill and all that type of shit. And they were saying like, I don't have to hook everything up to the regular electricity, and I can just use the solar panel. So I guess my question is, are what y'all saying is that there's a new or different type of solar panel that's better to get, or is it the traditional?
They've been upgrading those technology, but it's the same principle. It's just basic solar panel that harness visible light and transfer it into electricity. Some uses a gas. You got the gas tube that have a gas inside that the visible light excite those gas particles move, and you get moving charge particles. And I think Identity could correct me. These ones work by there is some form of heat transfer that happens. There's some form of thermal radiation transferring going on there with these solar panel to get it to turn light into electricity.
They get hot because of the remember I told you the conversion.
Yeah.
Converting solar to electrical, it's going to cost you something. Usually it costs you heat. That's why computers run hot. That's why anything electronic runs hot. That's wasted heat. That's the cost of playing the game. Can't avoid it unless you have a near perfect conversion, but I don't know any system like that.
So just so I'm clear, right? Because I just it's just something I've been looking into. So when you say the heat, now how does that play out like on a house out here in Las Vegas where the sun is beating down on the solar panel at 112 some days? How does that? What do you mean when you say heat?
It's really line of sight of the sun. It's so I wouldn't really focus on the heat so much for the solar because the energy is going to be coming from the actual light.
Yeah,
now
you could
your
have
exposure time is going to
you could
matter.
have a hot day, but if your solar panel is shaded, then it's not generating no electricity. It actually needs the light. The light needs to shine on it.
Okay. Because like I say, man, I'm just kind of thinking about doing it, just to try it. You know what I'm saying? Get a couple of them and put them up there and see if it reduce any costs or any of that. Because we got a hot tub in the back, bro. That shit run up a bill like a motherfucker. So even if I could put a couple things in the house on it, that would
if you could get maybe like a 1500 or a 15 kilowatt. That is like a 1500 watt. You could do something. Hot tubs, fridge, anything. You could do something. You could do a lot. Save a lot of money on electricity.
So let me understand. You're talking about a hot tub? I came in on that one. I'm sorry.
Well, no, it's just something else that's here that's tapped into the regular electricity. You know what I'm saying? So when we use it, you could tell the difference in the bill. You know what I'm saying? When it's been ran for 2 weeks straight. You know what I mean? Because you want to use the motherfuckers, you can't let it get cool and whatnot. So you got to kind of keep it on.
It's a heater. Water heaters, any form of heater burns a lot of electricity. Heaters burn electricity.
So that's
you can save. So you can save money with the solar panels. That's all. That's a given. It's the bureaucracy that kind of gets me now because I was going to pull the trigger myself on it years back, but it's not as beneficial as it used to be. It used to be that the kickbacks came to the homeowner more so than the installer. Like hey, Jamar, where you at? You install these things. You can talk about this. But because like they sort of shifted who benefits, it wasn't enough for me to install me personally. I don't get enough sunlight like that to really, you got to do all those calculations. How much of the percentage of the day is sunlight for you? And kind of convert that to how much energy that means, and then subtract that from what you use and see if it's a bigger impact. So there's the installers and whoever's talking about this stuff should be able to do that, but it has to be worthwhile for you to do it.
There is a lot to it, because the grid is an infrastructure that costs a lot of money to maintain. So they're looking at it like if you are tapping into the grid, like you are inputting energy in the grid, and your system ain't right or something, you could literally mess up the whole grid or cause them to spend money in repairs and stuff. So they forces you now to go through a lot of bylaw process, get a lot of permits and regulation, which deters a lot of people because I heard those are mad expensive. And then if you're gonna be dealing with the grid in any way, you can't install your own panels. You gotta get it installed by some certified
Yeah,
electrician.
there's like there's regulations and
Oh,
all
they
that
like
Yeah.
home
So
security
involved.
work. Yeah.
but
See, I
that's
didn't know
of
that.
lately though. Like I think 10, 15 years ago, everyone could have just do whatever you want to do with solar panel.
And you can't I mean, I'm not telling you not to do it, but just kind of look more into it
Yeah,
if
that's
you
not. No,
actually get it done.
I'm asking straight up though. It was more so because again, I'm so ignorant to it that a motherfucker trying to sell it to me. So I'm asking people who have read a little bit and a little more familiar with it. So nah, if you saying you ain't pulled the trigger, I already heard that, fam. Like, shit.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I you know what I did? I looked up how it used to be. It used to be a lot more beneficial to the user, but now
Yeah.
it's people taking cuts out of it based on the regulations. The
Hmm.
regulations start cutting into your benefit of having it. So now it's like, well, wait a minute. I'm my panels are going to make a third party money. It's not a one
Yeah.
time payment for some of these. These contracts could be really like long term lucrative for them, but it's coming off your energy consumption. It's coming off you collecting it on your house. You technically don't own that electricity. The company that makes that panel owns that electricity, and you're
Yeah.
like paying off a debt, so to speak. So I know these contracts are now stretching out in double digits on years now.
Oh,
So
that.
it wasn't like
Man.
that before. It used to be
Yeah,
like a
I hate
one-time
that shit
payout.
because they do that over here with the furnaces and the water heater. But you could buy them out, but it costs a lot of money. Like if
Yes,
you
yes.
go that way, like it's like a water heater costs like $1,000, 2,000 the most, but the buyout is like 8 grand. So most people just keep paying the freaking $50 a month because that's the rent, like a $50 a month. But if you check it up, you pay that 50 a month for fucking 10, 20 years, man, you could have buy a house
Yeah, for the chat,
from
I'm
a
actually
water
giving
heater.
them things to look out for, not as a definitive, but more look into it. I said some contracts do extend that payout. It could be in double digits, 10 years, 15 years, depending on whatever contract you sign. There was a time where you just paid out 5 grand, 10 grand, and then you own it.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
what I thought
whatever
it
you
was.
collect, you good. But now with the way they reworded a lot of these regulations and all, this middleman is like he ain't going away if he doesn't have to. So that's what I'm saying to look into if you're entertaining it. So it was just too much for me to do it in my area because I didn't agree with how it was set up in my area, and I don't get enough sun to make it beneficial to me.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's going to take a lot of energy to run a whole house on panels. That
Yes,
you
and then
got to be
I
in a
didn't
sweet
know
spot.
Cause
how
see, now
much
that's what I'm saying.
energy it takes to run a house and how much panels you need.
Because that's what
You
I
know,
did see in
yo,
terms of
Dad, you have
looking
a
into
whole
it. But
setup and you realize you could only run light bulbs. You try to run a fridge, the whole shit crash.
yeah,
Yep.
that's what I'm saying. Nah. Like, but like I say, in terms of like the hot tub though, even if I could just get something to reduce the cost of how, because that's
Yeah,
more
yeah.
so
You
the
could you
biggest
could have
drain.
a small setup. You know, you could.
Yeah,
I think they
yeah.
sell
You
the,
could
the
do like a
battery
small.
pack that comes with like the transformer and everything in it, the converter, and you just hook that up to your solar panel, and it comes with all the outlets and stuff. Instead of you have to go buy pieces and pieces here and there, just get the kit. They sell small kit for like I would say maybe like a $1,500, $2,000, and you could run a hot tub and a few appliances.
So the I guess the best way to do it is to obviously involve whoever's trying to install this. You can find out how much energy that hot tub takes and see if their numbers compare to how much energy that whoever's installing calculates how much
Yeah,
energy you can get. You know what I mean? Like if that number's higher than what the hot tub needs, then you probably could get like a small little system for the backyard or something for the hot tub or whatever. They come in scales. You don't have to throw it on your house. It's just that's where you get most of the sun on whatever side of the house the sun's on. It's exposed the most without any blocking trees or stuff like that.
How about putting your panels in your basement?
No, I don't have one.
Did anybody go to Lloyd's YouTube channel and see that he has his panel in his
Oh,
basement?
this is Lloyd. Lloyd, hold on. Let me introduce my man. Okay. So Lloyd, welcome to the panel. Finally, we got you. We good. We are extremely interested in what you have to say. Can I ask one request is to give me a 2-minute spiel of what you're actually speaking of so we all can get on the same page because we have different levels of knowledge of science in the chat and then on the panel.
Okay. Well, like I said,
Appreciate you being here.
I heard some of the comments and stuff, and like I said, when I went into solar, I believed the same way. But then I asked a simple question. I says, didn't they used to have solar calculators that worked off ambient light? I says, I wonder why no one had actually tried using artificial light to run a solar. So that's what I did. I took some LED lights, which were daylight, and I sandwiched them between two solar panels, and the panels start giving off full voltage. But I lost the amps. But because I knew that I could get my amps back through a MOSFET circuit, MOSFET circuits, when it switches at high speeds, it produces electromagnetic waves and it kicks back. So you have that magnetic kickback, and it produces spikes they call transit energy. So if you look it up, you'll know that transit energy is real, but the scientists don't like talking about it because it actually puts out more than the scientists want to admit. So what they said, well, we have this law about confirmation. This should be impossible. We don't know exactly why it happens, but transit energy is real, so therefore they try to suppress it. But what they also tried to suppress is that Nikola Tesla not only harnessed the same transit energy, he also made it where it doesn't damage components by over spiking. So when you start following his patents and you actually use what he put in his patents, you're going to get the same results. So transit energy becomes usable energies, and that's what I've been talking about on my channel. And now I have countries calling me. They want me, Malaysia wants me to come down, and they're going to fly me down, and Saudi Arabia called me and they want to fly me out to Saudi Arabia to put up these panels. But I told them I'm just a simple librarian. What I did is I studied very hard on how all these systems should work, and I found out how all the components work. And I was like, I don't understand why people don't understand that MOSFETs put out pulse currency. Transformers put out pulse currencies. Amps do not travel across the air. Voltage travels across the air, but not amps. So when you get the amps from the high wires, and when it goes through the transformers and gets into your house, you don't have real amps there. You only have pulse amps. So if you look up the word pulse amps, you start to see that it says it's current, and currents and amps are two different things. It's not real amps. So
Got to echo him in.
yeah. So the
Here we go.
current can be artificially induced in any system, and therefore you can boost your production of your solar panels. So that's what I start doing. The 20-watt solar panels that you would see on my channel,
which fit in my lap. When I put the MOSFET circuit on there, the original panel only does 1.5 amps, but the MOSFET lets me to do 5 amps out, and it lets me do up to whatever the MOSFET is. But here's the drawback with that. MOSFETs, when run at this highest peak, get super hot, and then they pop, and they're very cheap components. This is why the industry doesn't use this. But what you will find out if you go to other countries or watch videos that speak another language, everybody uses it in other countries. So they know about this in lower countries. India, what's named, they're using this post currency, but they're telling every American that this is impossible. So that's the reason why I just got on and start saying, how about doing the research? How about just actually getting some MOSFETs, they 90 cents a piece, and run the experiment? When you see that it is actually working, then when you go to Maxwell's site, you'll start to see every component that you just used is in his components. But he's having the same problem, and this is what we are our suggestions that he's having these problems, which is a thermal runaway. That means he's popping these conductors because he's trying to drive them too hard, and it's a common practice all through computers. Anyone that uses MOSFETs, and you got 1,000 different products that use MOSFETs. One of the best ones is an inverter that change DC over to AC. If you do the calculations, if you put 100 amp 12-volt battery, that's in the thousands of watts out. That means voltage times amps. But how do you get that extra 1,000 watts when you run it through the inverter? If it's a 2,000-watt inverter, you have an extra 1,000 watts. That comes from your MOSFETs. And if that unit overheats or one of the fans kick off, the first thing that pops is the MOSFET. So that's how we repair. A lot of people throw them out. We get them out of the trash. We check the MOSFETs. We repair the MOSFETs. And 90% of the time, we repair old ones and we resell them. So when we start learning that Nikolai Tesla gave us frequency amps, that's the best way to describe it, even though it's not in a dictionary as that. They call it post currency. So frequency amps describes it better. And they never wanted people to know that, because then now you can produce whatever current you want. And even if you have low voltage, because you have such high current, you can always step down and get the voltage back.
So right off the bat, and just so you know my background, I actually designed MOSFETs, so I know exactly what you're talking about. And from what I can gather of what you put together, you're saying to harness the energy at that spike voltage, right?
Yes. Transit energy.
And for anyone who wants, in layman's term, and like having a car radio and blowing your amp, you hit it with so much power it blows the circuitry. So one, that energy is damaging, right? We know,
Yes.
because you just said it's definitely damaging. But
Yes.
also the time period. It's a spike. It's not continuous, which is part of the problem. In my head, this is how I'm processing what you said. If it's not continuous, then over time, it essentially flattens out, right? Like if you're talking
Now,
instantaneous, it's a lot of power.
okay.
It's a spike. That's correct. But after a certain period of time, it goes back down to zero or whatever reference level you are. That's
So
what that
here's what I
spike is. So
wait a minute
if you're
now.
talking
Wait.
about harnessing, hold on, because I wanted to make sure I got what you said. So before I responded, I don't. I'm confused on how are you harnessing that energy without damaging the system when you clearly said that it damages the system to the point of destruction.
Okay, then you missed a few parts because I said Nikola Tesla solved that problem. Did you miss
Okay.
that part? Okay.
No, I'm
So
asking you directly. Like, how are you planning on? I thought that's what you were pitching. Take that harness, then take that energy, harness it, and use it.
what I'm pitching is that the spikes that all the scientists are saying damages things, and they try to get rid of the system. First of all, it's producing more energy out than you're putting in, technically, and they don't like that. So they're trying to suppress it, and they do everything they can to suppress
Mm,
that.
I'm going to
Okay,
have to
but
push back on that as being more
what
energy
let
out than
what
in, because again, once you take into the pulse width, when you take in the time it takes to create that really high spike, what you're doing is time is the denominator in that equation. So if you shrink time down to almost zero, that value gets erroneously large. Like, it's because of the time being so small. So that's why I was asking about the time period. That's what makes it large. So,
okay,
but you're not getting more out than you put in. You're not
okay.
getting that.
Here's let me break that down. Okay. The MOSFETs are very efficient of utilizing energy. So what you're doing is that because of
Mm,
what it's made out of, it creates back EMF. That means it switches from north to south. When you switch that at high speeds, it does act like a generator. So actually, what it's doing, those spikes are acting. Um, that's why you get
your
these
phone's
high.
ringing and we can't hear you. All right, there we
It's
go.
actually creating these spikes.
Yeah, real. Can you explain how EMF translates to generator?
Electromagnetic waves is in a motor. The
I know, but how
magnet
does the EMF, electromotive force, translate to generator?
a generator produces EMF, back EMF, and forward EMF. Electromagnetic waves. That's the whole concept of motor. What it means that it creates electricity when you have it back EMF, which is causes the spike. Anything that's creating the electromagnetic waves, that means magnets and electricity, you're producing or generating power. The back EMF means that it's trying to also generate as well as make a motor move. So it's trying to go both ways, and one force has to overcome the other.
Nah,
So
that's graceful. That's egregiously incorrect. Where are amps in this conversation? Identity. I know you was gonna bring that up. Like, so the EMF and motors and generate is to. I'm sorry, Jenny, you got it, but please don't let him slide past that point, identity, because that's
well,
He
let's do
made
this.
a lot of points. He made a lot of
Can
points, and I was
someone
trying to be methodical with him.
niggas said
what
egregiously wrong.
can someone do me a favor
Yes,
and
sir.
go to the last video I did? Look at the demonstration that we did where we show how we take a speaker that cannot even run an LED light, and when you put an LED light and you tap it, because of the rapid tapping, it causes the LED to light up temporarily and go out really fast.
There's the
That
time
is
period
the
I was
time
talking
period.
about.
That's a
So,
spike.
okay,
You said you rub the
wait.
LED
Let me
against
finish.
against the
That's
magnet.
wait a minute. This is why we don't understand. So if you finish out the video, it's a real short that
No, hold on.
first
Before you go
part.
to your video, though, I would like you to discuss EMF, specifically not electromagnetic waves, EMF and its relationship to motors. Specifically, you said generators, and where is current at in that conversation?
Okay, let me slow down. And what I'm trying to get to you, if you look at the example first, not only did it answer the question on how we can use and utilize those spikes, if
No,
you
I know,
look
I know.
at
Before we get to your
okay,
video, I just want to be
wait,
clear.
let me finish because everybody, if you cut the information off, what we end up doing is that you only using the technology that you're used to. So if you're used to a technology and you're versed in the technology that you're used to, and someone's trying to show you something new, and you go, no, 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 that doesn't make sense because you're going back to the old way. So I'm introducing to you how those spikes can be used. If you watch that and I says, well, did that solve the problem? Then we can move forward because that is working on back EMF spikes and it's working as a generator. The example that I put in there and actually using those spikes, it's just perfect. That's why I just say people, if you go to the video, watch the first little part of that and see the things, it just blows a person's mind that someone would actually use it in that manner.
So EMF and generators. Can you just elaborate on that?
Motors work on electromagnetic waves. That means energy. Okay, that's what it comes
so I'm
from.
confused. Why are you saying electromagnetic waves, but you're talking about EMF? I'm confused.
Because
I'm confused.
Because you have
then you keep saying EMF.
in a motor,
EMF
you have
they're not the same thing.
in a motor,
EMF,
you have a magnet and you have wire, right? When
While
that
you're
wire
explaining that, can you send a link or something to your video? I can at least have it.
I see the confusion. I see the confusion.
Hold on, because I want to make sure I want to see what he's talking about because it might be a learning moment in there. Does anybody know where the video is? I don't know even where to look.
Go to Lloyd Stovall and go to YouTube. My
Okay,
name.
so you're just your name. Okay.
Yes.
All right, go ahead. Keep talking. I'll do it in the background.
Okay, so you in a motor, you have a coil wire that's spinning.
No, I get that, but I'm confused in the way you're describing it, brother. When you're saying EMF and then you're saying electromagnetic waves. So you're saying electromagnetic waves include magnetism, radio waves. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So you got magnets.
That's a confusion there.
That's why we're confused because you keep saying EMF and then you're saying electromagnetic waves. So
Okay,
electromagnetic waves don't use
magnets put out magnetism, right?
No, magnet produce a magnetic field.
Okay, is that a wave?
It's a magnetic field. Yeah, it's a magnetic field.
I got that.
Okay, but you're saying field, but the way they describe it, a field is also a wave, right?
No, because
so
I can tell you haven't studied field theory. So it's not one-to-one. It's not the same thing when you're talking about a magnetic field. Because you're talking about an environment versus a standing point.
With the electromagnetic frequencies. We're talking
about I'm not talking about frequencies yet.
Like for example, brother, we live within the Earth's gravitational field. The gravitational field does not define gravity.
Yes, but in the field, the magnetic field, I'm asking, is that also a wave?
Yes, it is a wave technically, but it has nothing to do with the electromagnetic waves that you're talking about. If you talk electromagnetic wave, you're talking about a spectrum, an energy spectrum. Magnetic field, you're talking about a single entity produces by.
He said EMF. EMF is a very specific term.
So no, what I'm saying is that when you put electricity into the wire and that wire is spinning into that magnet field that you got, you just introduce electricity and magnetism, electromagnetic field or waves, because you're spinning it and the frequency comes in on the cycle of the motor spinning the wire in the magnetic field.
No offense, brother. That's gravely incorrect.
Okay. So then, like I said, look at the video and explain how I did that. Explain how that was possible.
I'm sure we could, but your experimentation doesn't rule out the need for language. You know what I mean? If we're describing
do you know what a magnetic field is?
If I tell you we're using a hexagonal screwdriver and then I pass you a flathead, would that make sense to you? And then I tell you go watch my video, would that make sense to you?
Well, again, what you're
Before I just
saying
want to be
is
clear,
that
you
you
have a
don't wait a
hexagonal,
minute.
you
You
have a
you you
hexagonal screw, and
wait a
I
minute.
tell you that
You're
you have a
making a
hexagonal
point,
screw,
and
and
I
I
get your
pass you a
point.
flathead screw.
But the whole point is that every scientist who really gets into the field has a point where he says, if you don't describe something in my terms, I won't accept it. So, guess what? You have scientists or inventors like Nikolai Tesla who has created things outside that realm, and you say, I dismiss it.
No,
So, what
Tesla did not create anything outside of that realm. George Westinghouse invested thousands of dollars into Nikola Tesla. Like that.
okay, so
You
you
have
really thought
alternating.
he was going to transmit energy over the line, over uh to antenna to antenna? You thought he was going to actually do that? It's
Right now,
impossible.
we're doing it. Right now,
We're
that's very
doing that. Oh
right now.
man,
You're
dude,
not
you never watch
transferring.
TV. God
You're
damn.
not transferring amps over the way.
No,
That's
no. See, hold on.
impossible to
All right, all right,
transfer.
all right. See how you're throwing the words in. What is an amp then? Because I'm confused. No, nobody said the word amp.
Current.
We're not discussing current. Is what? So what do you
Then
define as
current
current?
can't be transmitted. That's what we're talking about. Amps
So
can't be
we want
transmitted.
to
The
understand,
current
what
can.
are you calling when you say current can't be transmitted? If you got struck by lightning, what would that be called?
High voltage spikes.
And what would kill you with also part of that lightning? What's the average amperage in lightning? Because what you just said was another egregiously incorrect. And lightning has amp.
Yes, lightning has amps.
So therefore you can get lightning from something out of the air. So that was incorrect what you just said.
But lightning is a physical wave. It's not just
No,
unseen. So
lightning is a plasma that's produced by.
yes, exactly. So therefore, it's more at the light spectrum than it is just a regular wave being
No,
transmitted.
no, no. When you're
No,
so yeah,
completely
wait, so
wrong.
brother, we want us to move forward, but the challenge is we want to understand your definition. So if you're saying because you're using words that we use, but you're using it in your own way, and so we're just trying to
Well,
understand it. That way,
I'm using what every paper is wrote that they said Nikolai Tesla's antenna would never work because you cannot transfer amps long distance. That's
all right,
what they
we
wrote
understand
in
that, but that's
every
what we're
picture.
trying to say. Why are we talking about transferring amps in long distance? Right now, we want to understand how are you moving a motor without amps? Because you just talked about a generator using electromagnetic
You
waves.
don't transfer amps, bro. You transfer current.
No, current is
That's what I
amps.
just said.
No.
That's
Hold
what
on.
I was
Current
saying.
is
I said
amps
post
now.
current. That's what you're
Yeah, but
transferring.
I
It
know,
turns
but
it
why would you
into.
be transferring current that
No,
you
the
have
way
to?
he's saying it, though,
The
doesn't even.
logic makes no
Yeah,
sense.
like saying you transfer amps. The current that you transfer
In
is
order to power your
It's post
signal,
current.
in order to power
And
your
I did
antenna,
say in the beginning that current is different than amps.
oh my
They're
god,
two
no, it's
different
not.
Well,
Current and
phenomena.
so I
current.
can see
dude.
he's using the terms, but he's using it at his own volition.
Has
Like
own
he's
reason.
not
Yeah, he's
like
pulling a
so
Wally.
I'm okay with you like transferring the knowledge, for lack of a better term here. I'm okay with you transferring the knowledge, but understand if you're not reaching me, if I don't understand, I would at least hope that you want to try to explain it in a different manner that I can. You can't just say, hey, you just don't get it. That's not a good back and forth in the conversation. So when you're using these terms, sometimes you're using them specifically, and then other times you're using them as like a placeholder. Wave is a field. Wait a minute. How are you that nonchalant with that? But then you say current and amp. You're very specific with that. So you're like in and out with what you're standing on. So that's the confusion for me, and I'm sure other
Yes.
people are
And,
hearing it too.
and that's the confusion. That's the confusion that they've always put on there because they have a specific way
Who's
you have
they?
to tell the scientists, the people who are putting out this information.
I told you, science is the day now. Science
That
is the system.
they have a specific way you must say everything, and if you don't say it in those specific sequence, then they have a problem. They say, "Oh, this doesn't work."
Do you
So
understand why that is true though? Do you understand why that's true?
and I'm asking
Because
you, do you understand why that's not true? Because you can't advance
I
if
will
you don't
explain to
try
you
to
why
do.
it is true. I will explain to you why it is true. Because if I explain it the exact way I did the experiment to you, you can repeat it the exact same way I did it. The same units, the same components, the same circuit, the same. I don't need to change the language. This is how I know it works. That LED turns on because I put 3.7 volts on it and I limited the current with a series resistor. Now, if I told you the current is a wave, and like that's why it's important. It's to transfer the knowledge. So I am not going to stand here and say that we shouldn't be speaking specifically. We should be. This is
And
just
that
like
was very precise and straightforward, easy to comprehend. Very easy.
So why does the experiment work? Explain it.
What experiment? Do you
see again? That's why we broke down because
well,
you
you
didn't
have
go
like
in.
you have a bunch of videos. I don't know what experiment you're
No,
talking about.
it was the latest video out there, and right in the book it shows a water droplet dropping into the water to explain transit energy. This is the topic that no one wants to touch.
13-minute video, you mean?
Yeah, but you only had to watch the first few minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'm literally trying to find out where you wanted me to be. That's all. Go ahead,
Right there in
continue.
the beginning. And
Hey
then
Q, do you want to bring this up? I'm gonna lead us to the panel. Whoever's running the channel, Ms. Do you guys want to do this or no?
We could bring it up if it's important. But what are you going to show us? The water drop in the pond and create a ripple or something?
Okay, now that's the part where I'm explaining transit energy, the spikes. Then it's going to go into showing you on a speaker as you tap it. That is the same thing, transit energy. These are the spikes they say is unusable. Then it's going to go into how we use those energy and keep constant power running the LED lights. That's all I wanted you to see. And then explain it because maybe I'm explaining it wrong. But when you see the experiment, maybe you can explain how that's working.
I think Ms. or Q or somebody got to bring it up. So I'm on your page now. Hey Q, can you hear me, Q? Or Ms. or somebody? All right, until they come up, you can keep going.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, what we end up is being on the same page because then in your terminology, you can explain how a speaker that does not have the power to run the LED lights in the first place, but the tangent energy that you cause because of the coil and the magnet and the abruptness of it causes that spike to make it temporarily light up. So we agree about the tangent energy.
Wouldn't the potential energy in that coil show the same thing?
What do you
You
mean?
would have to show me that coil has zero potential within it. Within that speaker is a coil. With a coil is an inductor. An inductor can store energy by simply passing current through it. So when you disconnect the battery, there's still some energy in that speaker unless you dissipate it, right? Same thing with a capacitor. Same idea. Maybe not. Well, it's just a straight wire, but it's still energy. It's energy storage for electrical current in a certain frequency. So energy in the speaker. So if you dissipate it through an LED, honestly, that's not impressive to me because that to me tells me there was energy in the speaker enough to drive that little LED that takes next to nothing.
Identity, I have like the old time component set that I play music on. And you're right, because when I plug it out, fully plugged it out from the power source, shut it off, like a few seconds later, there would still be a light, like power in the system.
But wait a minute, you're changing the scenario. We dissipated the speaker.
That's not what I heard. That's what I heard. That's not what I heard. That's why I was asking.
I thought you had watched the video so we could be on the same page.
No, I was gonna watch it with the people. Once we're able to bring it up, we're all gonna watch it together. That's what I was hoping somebody could bring it up.
let's watch it together, because like I said, once you see the experiment, you go, okay, this is a fully um it has no energy in the speaker, and the lights, when you tap it abruptly, it flashes, and that's all it can do. So what we're trying to get to is that tangent energy, is the energy spikes, and explain why those energy spikes happen in that scenario. If we can get to that point, then we can go to the next point. That way I'm not
Yeah. When they come up,
explaining.
we'll show the video. We'll walk
Okay.
through it. But to my understanding, again, if you're saying the coil is dissipated of all potential energy, and
Yes.
then somehow that light turns on, you've just violated a fundamental. You cannot create power from nothing. Like, you can't create energy from nothing. So there had to have been some conversion. So again, that's the part where you're going to have to show me you started at 0 and you ended up at 5.
Okay.
That you would get
So
Nobel Prize for this.
okay, and we'll start with that. So the word transient energy, transient energy is how it's spelled. Tell me the definition of it.
Oh boy.
What is it, Glenn?
Transient energy.
Yes.
Oh, he's asking a question. I was letting him talk.
Isn't
Well,
that
I was
energy
letting him
that
talk.
is isn't that like kinetic energy? Energy that is being utilized or in motion or in work?
No, these are spikes that happen randomly in
Yeah, I already
electronics
got a
and what's
page
made.
that I want to show for that to break
And
that down. I
Can
actually have that.
you read a definition of it then? Because you're saying no, these are
Transient
spikes, but it
voltage,
doesn't sound like
often
it.
referred to as voltage transients or electrical surges. That's kind of what it is. Electrical surge is a sudden, short-lived spike in voltage levels within an electrical circuit. So this is why it's damaging to circuits, because the voltage is extremely high
So isn't
relative to where the operating of the material can handle. And if
so
you're
yeah,
talking
identity?
MOSFETs, I'm sorry,
Isn't
go
yes,
ahead.
one reason why you'd imply like fuses and stuff?
Yes.
yes,
Yes,
yes.
and also there's a circuit design. You can actually have shunt capacitance that actually
Hmm.
resists the spike, so you
Exactly.
can actually
Exactly.
control it that way as well. But the point is, it's
Okay.
transient. It's you know what a really good example of it is? Electrostatic.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you touch a doorknob, it's
Yeah.
really high and it shocks you, but it's so short lived, it's not going to kill you. You
Yeah.
feel it, yes. And it is extremely high relative to the doorknob's potential, like essentially 0. But because of that transfer, it's immediate. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm asking about the harnessing part, because if it's an immediate, you're going to need a bunch of those just to collect that energy. You're going to need a
Okay.
bunch of them.
That's why it
And
was
if
so
you have a
important.
bunch of them,
Wait
I
a
don't
minute.
see how
That's
you
why
get
it was.
around not
Wait a
damaging your
minute.
system. These signals are detrimental to circuit design.
Yes, exactly. That's why it was so important for you to look at the example. So you've already covered the transient energy, and we are in total agreement on exactly what those are. Now we're getting to the point, how did we harness them? So finish the part, you'll start to
Oh,
see.
your phone's ringing, bro. We can't hear you.
I disconnected it. I thought I disconnected it.
Still ringing.
Boy, it's countries. Like I said, other countries are
Wait,
trying
he
to
can't answer because if he answer, he's gonna get cut off.
I'm trying to cut it off now without disconnecting you guys.
Yeah, we'll wait. We'll wait.
Okay. But yeah, that's why I said it was important to watch the illustration, and this is the reason.
Uh-oh.
You lose him.
Illuminati. Uh-oh. Trying to keep a black man down. Uh-oh.
Lloyd.
Lloyd, where you at, bro?
Man.
Yeah, sure.
Ah.
When I was doing
He literally got that spike. He got that transit energy right now when he got the phone call.
Damaged his
So when
circuits.
Damage it. Phone can't take it.
so let me ask you though, identity
I'm
with
still
health.
here.
Is it
Can you
possible
guys hear me?
are you hearing me? Okay.
Yeah,
Go
we hear
on,
you. We
Lord.
hear you.
Go on, Lord.
No, I'm just. I thought you said I got cut off.
Yeah, you were going for a minute, but we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. It does that for some reason, but
We thought the
again,
Illuminati got you.
The energy
right?
got you.
Yes, right, right. But like I said, this is one of the phenomena that we've been trying to talk about, utilize, and I think Nikolai Tesla. Well, I know Nikolai Tesla was trying to say the same thing. He says, if you want to know the whole universe, think on the lines of vibration, frequency, and energy. And he just left it as that. So it was so open ended. And when we apply those things to the circuits that we're doing, we start to see that the phenomena that they said they couldn't control those spikes is not true. They don't want us using those spikes because they don't have an explanation for what transit energy actually is. So they discount it. And when you go to any AI and what's, and they say we discount it. We understand that we know what the phenomena is, but we discount it. So I was saying, if you discount something in science, either you have to go so far into the future for us to start looking at it again, or it takes open-minded people to sit down and say, okay, let's look at this, find out as best we can what it is and how we can harness it, and then you made something new.
So again, like the only pushback I really have is it's too short-lived to be useful. High voltage doesn't mean high power, for one. Because it's high voltage, doesn't matter. If it's high current, doesn't matter on its own. It's the power that matters. That's what we transfer, not the current, not the voltage. We transfer the power through different mediums. So if you're telling me that the voltage spikes, but the time frame is so minuscule, what am I going to use that for if it averages out to essentially zero? Like
Okay.
that's if it's not a constant signal for me to capture every time. If it's not constant, then what am I going to use it for other than like damaging my circuit for one?
Okay. And this is where frequency comes in.
Okay. Explain. I'm waiting.
Okay, but it's easier to explain when you see the demonstration. So when you see the demonstration, I show how we use frequency to get those spikes to be at a level that we can use tangent energy, those spikes. So that's why I said I did the representative. That's why I said I have all these people calling in because they never seen that. So when you look at it, we asked the first question. First of all, is that tangent energy the way I did it? When we go to the second part, it was like, okay, this is not usable, which you hear me say. But then when you see the results at the very end of the example, you see me put frequency into that. And now we're using that to light not only the few LED lights, but 100 LED at full power. So then we go, okay, so what just happened? That's why it was important to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I have real world experiences of just that. I'm trying to make sure it relates to almost everybody in the audience. Like the idea of did anybody like hit the vacuum and then their lights flickered or something flickered or something like drained power? Or
yes,
that's a real world experience of a spike. Like something came in with a huge current rush, but it was very just a small moment of time. It's not didn't shut the house off, but it did dim the lights for her like a split second. So
yes,
those spikes, yes, they have high levels, but the usability of them, you're saying, yes, we can use them. So the first hurdle to me is the harnessing. If you have that part, I am wholeheartedly going to listen and watch.
So
I wish somebody
okay.
could bring the video up. I'm sorry, people, but we don't have anybody up here to bring the video up. I don't have that power.
So this, first of all, just get one person to go see the video and let him describe it in his explanation. Because you guys
put it in the back chat, in the private chat.
Yeah, I can watch. I was trying to listen to you. I didn't want to watch and listen because I'm not going to be able to process both. So I can take a peek at it, but I'll be
peek
gone
at
for a
it.
couple of minutes. All right. Well, you got it, Amin?
Yeah.
You want to hold it down? All right.
So when you say frequency, though, what do you mean by frequency? Because a lot of people use that term out of context.
What I'm going to go and I'm going to use the example that he's taking a peek at. What happened is that when we do the speaker and we tap the speaker, we get the LEDs to flash. Like he said, this is what the scientists are saying that's unusable. Okay. Then we go on to the next example where we glue a magnet onto the speaker, and then we put a magnet onto a motor that spins at high speeds. Okay.
Yeah.
We then lower that next to the speaker, and the speaker is matching the speed of the north and south back and forth of the moving motor, which now lights 100 LED lights, and they can continue lighting them. So we're saying we just confirmed that this is tangent energy when we tap the speaker. Now we're showing how we can harness that. So when you see it and you start to understand what's going on, it was like, okay, so this is usable. So then I start to explain that Nikola Tesla made a wire configuration.
So hold on. You're saying all of this is done without any external energy source?
Yes. That's what that was the whole point.
But you say you got two magnets and you got them turning, so you pretty much make a motor.
Yeah, okay, so now
what are
you
you
understand
using?
why
What are you using to turn the motor?
In the example, we're using an external power source. But the whole point is that MOSFETs, when you trigger it, we use a reed switch. So the whole point of turning the MOSFET on at high speeds like that, that's why we're calling it a motor, or like a motor, not a motor, but like a motor. Because now what we're doing is we're harnessing transient energy, and this is making what they call post current. That's why I'm saying, to get on the same page, when one watches the video, then if
I need to watch a video to fully understand.
Yeah, and when you do, then you can explain. It was like, okay, this is what happened, and this is why it happened. So the whole at the end of the day,
put the video. You could share your video in there if you're on a laptop or a computer. Miz is here now, so we could share it.
Okay,
all right, cool.
Is Miz here? Yeah, he got to be here because
just showed up.
Yeah.
Can you pull that?
We can watch it. We can share it now. It sounds interesting, but for some reason it doesn't sound new. It sounds
I see the issue though. I think I do.
Like
I don't want to taint the waters. I don't want to taint the waters.
It sounds like something that been implemented already. It doesn't sound like anything new. The only part you're saying is that you're using transient energy.
Let's say something. I think all through the videos, I keep saying this is not new. I keep saying this is not new.
Okay. Well, we didn't watch your video yet, so you got to give us that. Let's.
Okay.
How can we see it though? You got to share. You got to share your video. Present the video.
I'm on the phone.
Yeah,
put it in the
share?
private chat. Put it in the.
I got it up already. I'm waiting for Miz to pull it up.
Oh, you got it up.
Yeah, I'm in the back. I'm sharing. There we go.
Yeah, bro. From what I'm hearing, I could tell you it's nothing new, but the part where you're saying you're harnessing the transient energy, that's the part that's interesting though. I want to see that part.
video is not mine that's up there, so
this is that I didn't know where I just kind of skimmed through to see where you wanted me to be. But one thing that struck me was the fact
click on Lloyd Stovall.
Yeah, I was there.
So it brings up the back channel. Do you see that one that looks, it's white and it looks like it's got a solar? That's the one. That's the last video that I made.
That's the one I was on.
This one?
Okay.
That's the one I was on.
Show you how I afforded this car.
Sorry,
Okay, you ready?
hold on.
All right, 100.
Shout out.
Hello, everybody. I'm
This one,
talking
right?
to you from the country of.
Can you hear it?
Yes, I can hear it.
So where do you want me to go to? Because we're not gonna watch 12.
Yeah, just skip ahead just a little. No,
Yeah,
not too far. Go back towards the front.
Yeah, you had a lot of still imaging. That one?
Nope. It's go towards the front. Keep going.
That one?
No. Hold on. Go out of that video. Go back to the other video.
Oh, you had
it's
me
right
on the
there at
wrong
beginning.
video, bro.
Okay, hit that one. There it is. That's it. See, that's the speaker.
Fair use, fair use. This is for learning purposes, fair use.
Energy.
Now, this is 24 minutes, so we got to skip through.
It's only,
Where do you want me to stop?
The content creator is on the panel. So
you went too far. The demonstration is over.
Droplet at the top, the big one. That is the initial energy going into the system. Let's watch what happens. That is regular energy. And this spike coming up is tangent energy. See? Look how large the spike is. This is what we're trying to explain. See this?
I'm sorry, what's the difference?
Keep going.
No, because I don't want to go too far where I missed the question. What was the difference between those two? Because I lost the point.
All you had to do is measure the spike. If you measure the spike, you see the water droplet going up in the air is much larger than the other one.
Yeah, it loses gravitational potential.
Run it back 10 seconds. Run it back 10 or 15 seconds so you can see the difference.
Top, the big one.
Just run it back a few seconds.
That is the initial energy going into the system. Let's watch what happens.
Mm-hmm.
That is regular energy.
Regular.
And this spike coming up is tangent energy. See? Look how large the spike is. This
a second drop
is what we're trying to explain. See the spike?
Yeah, I'm still lost. It looks like drops.
I saw two drops of water.
Yeah, one was higher than the other, but what makes one regular and one?
That's why we're going on to the next. We're going on to the next example. Keep going.
Yeah, I lost that point. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's tangent energy. Let's pause it for a minute. See this bright?
Do we agree that that's tangent energy?
On? We represent this as tangent energy. It's not.
All right. How do I say this? So in that speaker is a coil. In that coil, there's two electrodes. When you actually move up and down that what is it called? Is it diaphragm? What is it called? I forgot.
Diaphragm.
Yeah, when you actually move that, it's the reverse of putting energy in and moving it as a speaker. You put electrical power into the speaker, it vibrates that cone. But if you move the cone manually, it generates. It's an electrical generator because it's physics. It's just a magnet in there
That's it.
with a
And
coil. And when you move that coil, it perturbs the magnetic field and it generates an electrical signal. That's
so
not.
right. Lloyd, with your water example, what if that drop of water fell on like grass or concrete? You know, you wouldn't get that splash because the only reason why you get that splash is because it fell
But
in the body of
the
water.
water example explains when you put energy into a iron field or a conductor and it kicks back. It was supposed to show the example of electromagnetic kickback. That's what it was supposed to do. And the spike coming back up, it's explaining that. Okay.
Actually,
So
it's
what
the
we're
sum of all
trying
the
to
forces
understand
that
is
hit the water and it reverbed into one center, and that's why the spike comes up, because it's all
right.
the energy that radiated from the center bounced back at the same time. That's where the energy of that
Is
water
coming
shooting
from.
up. Yes,
Yes.
but that's energy that was put into the system with the drop hitting the water. That energy
The water that
is
fell has
dissipated and it's brought
gravitational.
back.
That it has
And
gravitational
here's the
potential, and
thing.
when it
Here's the
fell,
thing.
it delivers
If you had ever
energy.
finished, if you ever finished this thing, I'm saying the same thing. See, you're
Okay.
see, that was the whole point. We're saying the same thing. That's called back EMF.
Well,
Because you're
I'm
not
I'm
only
looking for the aha moment, to be honest, because I'm looking for that. Okay, this is something I've never seen. Like, I'm looking for it. I'm just
okay, but
walking through it as we go.
I'm asking you as you stop the video, when you
Uh-huh.
tap the speaker, is that considered tangent energy? Because it doesn't have enough power to run the LED or slowly dissipate it. It just
That
immediately
depends on
stops.
how you define tangent energy. How are you defining that?
They're a temporary spike. So that's a temporary spike.
Yes.
But that spike is caused because of your tapping, though. You're inputting that energy.
Yes.
Yes,
The input
it's
is
an
the energy
example.
from the ball.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you're
Okay.
mechanically inputting in energy, inputting
Yes.
energy into
And
a
so
system.
does a MOSFET. When you put energy into a MOSFET, you're doing because you're making those same spike. They're temporary, but when you put high frequency in there, it does the same thing. It is making those spikes. And it
I
said
would
so.
argue no, because there's no moving part in a MOSFET
Okay.
other than the charge carriers.
Okay, so there we have the point that we disagree, because everyone that I ever know says that MOSFETs does create tangent energy spikes.
That depends on the input. It depends on the parasitic capacitance on that FET. There's a lot of dependencies on that. You can eliminate that spike, yes,
But
if
I
you
don't
don't
want
filter
to.
properly, and you don't.
But I
It's
don't
what
want
here.
to.
Okay, so I'll give you the term that's used in industry. It's called ringing. If you
Yes.
Google ringing, that's
Yes.
what that is. But
Yes.
ringing dissipates, right? It's never
If
going to
you
be as
let
high
it.
on that when it goes up and comes back down. It's never going to be as high as it was in the first pass. And every time it passes a cycle, it dissipates. It
Just like
flattens out.
just like dropping a tennis ball. It never
So
bounces high
Yes.
as before.
that now
Unless you
And
keep inputting energy.
well,
wait a minute,
here's
wait a
the
minute.
catch. Here's the catch. If you put enough energy to where that's sustainable, the system has to be able to handle that kind of power. So
That's what
obviously
I've been
that's damaging,
saying.
right?
Wait a
But
minute. That's what I'm just
if
saying.
it if it actually amplifies, if it comes back larger than it started, if the feedback is horrible, like that's extremely damaging to a system. That's runaway. I heard you say that word. I think I heard you say
Yes,
that.
you did. That's why I said
Yes,
we're in agreement. But then I
but the
said Nikolai
MOSFET
Tesla.
itself is not. The MOSFET itself is not the source. It's based on what you put into it.
Yes, exactly. It's based on what
So
you put into it.
It's not creating energy.
So
I
you're
never said it
basically
was
saying
creating energy. You guys are saying it's creating energy.
I
See,
heard
that's what I'm
create.
trying to.
I heard
No, no,
create.
no, no. I'm
If
saying no.
I apologize if I'm wrong, but I thought I heard create. I thought that you said the MOSFET's doing all these different things.
No, I
It's
said
no. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You know what? I'm gonna let you explain it because this is not my experiment. But go ahead. Go ahead.
okay. We're saying that the MOSFET is doing exactly what that speaker is doing. Okay, it's creating a back EMF, and then I confirmed that and I researched that. Does MOSFETs, when you switch it at high speed, create back EMF? And the answer is yes. So if that is creating a back EMF spike that lights the LED lights temporarily, we went to AI, several of them, and asked, is that tangent energy? And it said yes. Okay. So I'm asking you the same question because you guys are the experts. Is that tangent energy? You're seeing that, oh,
Define
it's being
tangent energy
generated. You're
again.
putting energy
Define
in
it
it.
again for me.
That it's just an energy spike that's unusable because it only lasts for short periods of time.
If you say that's what tangent energy is, I'll agree with that definition
Okay.
of what it is. I'm not familiar with the term of what you're using. But the definition, it's a spike. I agree. It's a
Yes.
spike.
Okay. So what I'm saying in the example, did I do a good job in the example explaining the spike with the LEDs?
The correlation, no. Between water drop, that was not really correlated at all, to be honest.
So what about this?
Because you're well, so I don't want to get too technical with this, but
No,
when
I
you're
want you to
talking
get
about that
technical.
reflected, so when you're talking about the MOSFET doesn't do anything but react to the input you put in it. So,
Yes.
depending on the levels and the power and the current and all that other stuff, it just
Uh-huh.
reacts to what you do to it. So
Yeah.
when you're sending in that signal and it spikes and there's no feedback in the circuit, for any amplifier designers out there, you know what I'm talking about. If there's no feedback, then what you're watching is a reflected wave. If it's certain frequency, maybe it resonated, whatever, and it came back. That's useless because the energy that we
Yes.
pass through the system is useful. But the energy
Yeah.
that's coming back is just a fraction of what we put in.
Yeah.
A fraction,
Okay.
not more.
But
So
okay.
why would
So
we care by getting 80% of our energy back? Why don't we just use the energy we started with? Like that to me is why I don't see the
now
purpose.
now
Well,
we're defining what energies. Because you did now you're doing what all the scientists saying. You just switched from we put energy in there. Okay. So what energy did we put in there? We put voltage into it, right?
voltage is an energy.
It's not a form of energy.
No.
Okay. So what is it?
A volt times an amp is energy.
Okay. Wait a minute. I'm just saying voltage. What is it? Potential energy?
Potential. It's a potential difference between
Okay, a
two
potential
reference
difference.
between 2
Okay.
points.
So we put potential difference into um that circuit, which we're showing, we're putting the potential energy into it when we tap the speaker. But because it's short lived, that's what we call a spike. All right. So now what you said is that why would we take that and then get back the same thing? But what we're doing is we're transferring it from one form to another. We're taking the voltage and getting current out of it because of the high
That's
wave.
what a MOSFET does.
Thank you. That's what I've been saying.
Well, you're just explaining how a MOSFET operates.
Yes, I am.
It's a voltage controlled current source. That's all it is.
Yes,
You apply
exactly.
a voltage, a channel gets created, creates a path within the device. So now you can pass a current through it and you can control that current based on the bias between the drain and the source. Like all of that we understand that to a T.
Now you just
Where's
said
the
what I said in the video that this is old technology. So you keep saying that you
where's the
understand it.
use is where I'm looking. So maybe I'm missing that. Where's the usage? Where are we talking? What's
Okay.
new
No,
here?
okay. We didn't say new. You see, you going back and saying new when we just said it's old.
If it ain't new, then what are we talking about? Why
Okay,
are we talking
so
about
here,
old
because the whole point is little nuances that they keep skipping over, because again they dismiss it, and that's what you're doing. You're dismissing something that we're trying to show. We've yet to even get through the little example.
You want to get through the example? I'll stop talking. Amen. Do you have anything before we go back to the video?
Yes, let's go back to the
At
video.
this point, I understand what he's saying. He's just explaining what a MOSFET does. So
Thank
we could
you.
just watch the video.
Well, I don't understand the victorious laugh though.
No, I'm very
you
underwhelmed, and
I am too, Amen. That's what's bothering me, Amen. I am too. I'm waiting for that wow moment.
I haven't had that spike. Put it that way. Pause.
Okay.
All right. I'll go back to your video. Hold on. Wale, we're giving it a chance, right? Are we being respectful, Wale? Are we being respectful? I hope Lloyd doesn't feel like we're disrespecting him.
He's trying to prove his claim, and we have to watch his video, I guess. But so far, he's good. I ain't gonna lie, he's good.
The spike is. This is what we're trying to explain. See the spikes? That's tangent energy. Let's pause it for a minute. See this bright light that's on? We represent this as tangent energy. It's not really usable in this type of form. That means you tap it, it appears, and then it disappears. But it's a way to harness this energy, which Nikola Tesla talks about. Now, ordinarily, this speaker, which you see in the picture, cannot run those LED lights. That's the reason why when it's tapped, it flashes so fast and then it's gone. Let's watch it again.
Are your drainage holes often clogged with hair?
Sorry. Hold on.
This is energy not being able to be used. Tap it rapidly and it's usable energy. In this short demonstration, we're going
to hold on. That statement right there is what I said. Unless you continuously hit this thing, what do you do with it? Because it has to be a constant. In order to keep that LED on, it has to be a constant current, not up and down.
Wait a minute. And here comes the explanation about frequency. Here comes the explanation about frequency. So continue.
Okay. I'm sorry, I mean, you had a question? Sorry.
Yeah, because I'm saying every turbine I could think of work based on the same principle. If the water turbine is spinning too slow, it's not going to be generating the current at a frequency to sustain a grid. Any turbine. But if it spins fast enough, because each turn produces a little current, just like when you tap. So each tap would be like a turbine, whether it be wind or water. One of those turbine blades turn each tap. So if you're gonna tap it fast enough, that's like the turbine spinning, wheeling up fast enough to produce a sustainable amount of current. When I say, I mean the flow. So
hey, all my Zions kids out there, all my Zions kids, if y'all want to do this, take one of your hobby motors, put an LED on the end of the hobby motor, and just turn the axle of the motor fast enough. You'll see it light up. It's the same principle.
Yes, it is. And that's what we're saying, is we're saying the same thing. So that's why I said we can get on the same page. So
all right.
We're
waiting for that wow moment, Lloyd. We wait for that wow moment.
Yes, I know.
I'm waiting to see the new part.
We haven't gotten through the video. That's the whole point. That little,
we don't have to watch 24 minutes, do we?
No. As
it's almost done.
This is something that science kind of overlook and scientists kind of missed it. Everything you're showing so far has been utilized in electricity.
And I said that. So you're saying everything that
you said we only got a couple of minutes, right?
On my videos.
Couple of minutes, right? We pass through. Hold on.
All right, show you how to use tangible energy. As you see, we took and destroyed a speaker and put a ping pong ball with magnets on it. We're now going to show you that the second magnet you see in this person's hand can move the magnet is on the device or the old speaker. Now, as you see him pushing, no energy can be made. So how do we use Nikola Tesla's tangent energy, these energy spikes? We're giving you a representative of what the magnet looks like. So you can see as it's moving, it's pushing the wheel. And the faster you vibrate, called frequency, the more energy can be produced from tangent energy.
I hear you, bro. But again, I just said hobby motor, didn't I? So before I hit play, because I think this is your wow moment, but what you're doing is you have an electrical source going into the motor that's converting it into a mechanical axle spin, a radial spin with a magnet. When you spin that magnet, you're changing the magnetic field, which is perturbing the magnet below it, which why it vibrates. So again, we're not transferring current, we're transferring energy. This is energy. Electrical energy to mechanical to
Back to
magnetic.
electrical.
Yes, and then you're going back to magnetic. So now the only question I would have after this for you is,
you
how
said
much
going back
energy
to
did you put
magnetic.
in versus how much you got out?
So you saying that we're not getting pulse current out of this?
I didn't say that. I didn't ask that
but
either.
I'm saying that. So the whole point
No,
is
yes, you're going to get it because you have a magnetic field that's constantly changing, which is
So
going to
the
make
whole
that other magnet constantly change its magnetic pressures. It's going to
Which
feel
produce
that.
electricity.
so
Yes.
you're making my
Current.
point that I've been saying on all my videos.
Wait a minute. So here's what I want you to follow. The energy that you put in will always be less than what you got out.
Exactly.
Okay.
And with so many different means of
But you
transportation,
keep saying
you're
energy,
losing
and I'm
a
not
lot
talking about
more.
the energy.
Listen,
We're,
it would
we're
be more
trying to
efficient
convert
if you
it
just
over
hook
to
up those
current.
LED bulbs straight to the
All right.
source that you're running the motor to,
I'm
and
gonna
save
give
all
him the
that crap.
grace. I'm gonna give him the grace.
Well,
I'm gonna let him finish the video. I'm sorry for interrupting, but I'm just trying to be thorough.
this right here is produced from frequency. And Nikola Tesla talked about this. 100 LED lights being lit up from a speaker that people normally say cannot do this. But the difference between voltage and amperage is its frequency. The frequency of shaking voltage or vibrating it produces amps. Thank you.
1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay. So that's pulse current.
I still haven't seen the moment yet.
That's pulse current. The pulse current is what we're seeing. So now, when I go into using LED lights to run my solar panels, and I only have voltage, that means I get full voltage potential from using a lesser light because it comes from artificial light. And we put it through the circuit of the MOSFETs, we're changing that energy into a higher current. And since we have 2 for 1 input, that means 5 volts to run the LED lights. We got 1 on the solar panel on the top, and we have 1 solar panel at the bottom, both producing 17 volts. When we take 117 volts, because we only need 12, and we put it on one end of the MOSFET, that means that this is the energy going into the MOSFET, and then use the other to trigger the on and off, turn the MOSFET on and off. What you end up doing now at the output, you're creating a higher current. So we're not saying that we're producing more energy out than we're producing. What we're seeing is we're getting pulse current that's higher than the energy that comes from the solar panels themselves. So that means that I got all my amps back plus the amps, because the 20-watt solar panel only produces, rounding off, about 1 amp. So if I can get 5 amps out and the regular 17 volts, now we can times the 17 volts times the amps that comes from the MOSFETs, and now you got usable wattage. That's my wow moment.
See, if your input energy was from a natural energy source like solar, wind, or water, or otherwise, then it would actually make sense.
You
But
just
your input source is
wait a
coming
minute, did you
from.
put me on mute? I just said my energy comes from solar.
Oh, so you're using solar energy to run all this.
Okay, so let me go through the
So
explanation.
you're using solar energy to pass that through the MOSFET,
Yes.
MOSFET, and then back to
transfer it over to current.
Yeah, to power LED bulbs that then use as source for a secondary solar panels that's gonna now produce electricity for you.
Okay, that's why
So
I'm asking. Wait a minute.
Wouldn't it be more efficient to just set up the secondary solar panel outside and just use solar panel and done? Because
again,
unless you're telling me that maths doesn't count, because according to the physics, not the physics, the
did you hear
equation
the explanation on how I set up
electricity? You're gonna be losing current. You're gonna be losing energy somewhere.
Okay, yes, we're losing energy somewhere, but I'm saying is, if you didn't hear what I said, then you can never understand. Okay, so how many solar panels do we have?
All right,
I'm back. My bad, y'all. My bad.
Got 2 in your basement and the ones that you got outside powering everything.
That's what you're misunderstanding. That's our disconnect right there.
Okay.
Okay. I'm saying let's go over the 1 unit. I take LED lights, wrap them around foam core. And when you wrap them around a foam core, you have 2 sides. Then I sandwich that LED lights, which only runs on 5 volts. Okay. And we put them between the 2 20-watt solar panels. We get only voltage. We lose our amps because of the LED light being not an intense light. If you do that, we now have 17 volts with 2 different sides, back, the top and bottom. So we have 17 volts. If you put that 17 volts into that MOSFET as the power source, that means the bottom one, and then take the top source, this is where you're losing power, and put it in for triggering the MOSFET to trigger at high speed. Okay, you're now
I'm walking it a little
transferring.
late. What's top and bottom of a MOSFET?
This is what the energy thing. You have to go through the rest of the video. That is my system, and the only thing that we're doing is we're just getting our current back using pulse current. And everything you just said, guys already admitted, we're saying the same thing. You're losing energy, but it's coming from a 5-volt source. The energy, it comes with the efficient of the LED lights.
I guarantee you the voltage times the current coming in is higher than the voltage times the current going out. That's energy conversion. It has to, brother. It has to. If you prove that is not right, then again, you are going to be the only man to ever experience this And you should get a prize for this. If you can tell me that that statement is true, you get more power out than you put in.
No, we don't get more power. We get
So
transfer
again,
power.
wait a minute, because when I said voltage times amps in is greater than voltage times amps out, what that translates to, power in is greater than power out. That's all I
No,
said.
I
That's all
understand,
I
but
said.
all I'm saying is that it's a transfer energy. I'm transferring high voltage spikes and I'm getting pulse current out. And the pulse current is higher than what the solar panels will produce.
You're
Because
not transferring voltage, brother.
What do you mean I'm not putting voltage in it?
You're transferring energy. Energy gets transferred, not voltage, not amps, not in as individuals.
So
It's
what
a
will we
power in. Hold on. It is a power in, power out. That's why you cannot just say voltage because it depends on what that amperage is. I can get high current, but a really low voltage. Power is crap.
Yeah.
Like it's a duality. You can't just say voltage. I put in a voltage and I get a current out. Yeah, that's nice, but what is your power in versus power out? I guarantee you, I will put my life on the line that you have less power coming out than you put in. So, with that said, you don't lose any. The only thing you lose really is energy through the transfer, the conversion. It's always going to lose. If you show you get more power in, more power out than you put in, you deserve a prize, brother.
Okay. So here's the thing that you disconnect. If I'm rapidly putting high speed switching in this, isn't that a form of energy?
You're putting energy into the system. Yes, I'm following you.
Okay. So I'm saying is if you're taking a frequency that's moving at a sonic speed, okay, and you're putting it into that MOSFET, am I going to get the same amount of current, which is shown on the solar panels, which is 1 amp? Okay, 1 amp. We're rounding it off, 1 amp. Are you saying that if we're pulsing that MOSFET at sonic speed, okay, that is only going to produce 1 amp of pulse current out?
It depends.
Okay, that's all. So we at least got
depends.
there. We at least got there.
Yes, but you can also have it where it gives you more current. You can also have it where it gives you less current. That's why I said it depends. But at the end of the day, you're not going to get more power out than you
I
put
didn't
in.
say that. You
So
keep saying that.
why are we saying it's a monumental thing that we're getting a higher current relative to what?
We're not. I keep saying that over and over that we're not.
You did. You said current, voltage in, current out. MOSFET. That's how it operates.
Yes, but we're transferring voltage just like a transformer. You either step it down or you step it up. You can't have both on both ends. You're not going to have higher amp
Well, you
or
can, but you would use something other than a MOSFET.
okay. So all I'm asking is that we put high voltage in from the solar panels. The solar panels can only produce 1 amp, but it has 17 volts. It has two sources of 17 volts, which I show. Okay. Then we put that into the MOSFET. We're turning it into pulse current. And I asked you, can we get more than the 1 amp that the solar panels is giving out? Because all we were trying to do, which we did successfully, is get our amps back so the solar panel is usable. Why did we do this? So
Why
we
don't you
don't have
just
to.
eliminate the whole thing and just get the amps from the solar panel?
That's what I'm
Because
saying. It would be more
you
efficient
have
if
to put
you
all
just.
your solar panels on your roof, and mine's is sitting in my basement.
Hey, I'm just saying, eliminate this whole conversion thing. You get more. You'll get more power.
No, you're not getting
Than
more.
passing it through your system. You'll get more power because you're the
Dude,
source.
if you
You're
want to set
tapping
up
from the source.
You don't have the current to charge the batteries.
if
That
you
one
want to
amp
set
that
up
comes
a
from the thing
energy
is not enough
system,
current to charge the battery.
If you
If
want to
it
set up an
doesn't,
energy system in your basement, I don't think a solar panel would be the best option. A solar panel, it's meant to be outside in light.
okay, so again, this is where we
And
go
I
back.
get it. It can work in artificial light, but artificial
My
light is
solar
taken
panel,
away from solar panel,
my
which are
solar,
very inefficient to begin with. That's the
okay,
one thing you need to learn about solar panel. It's not the
okay.
most efficient technology, but
You
sunlight
can
is
say
technically
all that.
free.
The whole
So we
point is
use it.
that my system
So
does the work.
using a solar panel and you're the one powering the solar panel is a waste of energy.
Okay, so I accept what you say. Again, while you saying it's a waste, the system does work. That's the whole point of it. I got the amps that it needs to charge a battery in the system, and my system sits in my basement, and it has 4 years. Okay, so the whole point is the battery chargers that run the LED lights run at 5 volts, 1 amp. So even though you say it's so inefficient, okay, my energy runs 24 hours a day. It goes into my tie grid inverters, and my house is totally off the grid. So how inefficient it is, like cars that you drive is only 70% efficient, but you drive them anyway. It's a waste, but you don't argue about wasting that energy. We're just worried about wasting solar energy, which comes from light. So what I did is I just used the efficiency of the light. I didn't say I was producing more energy out or not. I'm just saying that we did a conversion. We did what the MOSFETs were supposed to do, which you've already said
Did you
several
use the
times.
conversion based on voltage or watts? The
Conversion on what?
efficiency, the efficiency calculation. Did you use
No,
voltage or
I did.
watts?
I didn't even worry about efficiency. That
You
wasn't the
just said
goal.
efficiency, and you did the
You said
numbers. That's
yes.
what you
He
just
said he
said.
I
wasn't
said
worried
you
about it.
guys said it's not efficiency. I said I wasn't worried about being efficient. I was worried about, can I charge the 100 amp batteries that I have, and I needed to be at a certain currency. And when you put that into your charge controller, it reads as amps.
Currency.
That means, yeah, the currency coming from the MOSFETs. Post currency, when it goes through
The
your
current?
yeah, post current from your MOSFETs
Okay.
is higher than what the solar panel puts out. That means
Hey,
that I
Miz, are
have
you there? I want to share something real quick while my brother's talking here.
you talking to me?
Yeah, I was the host of the show. I was hoping he was there. But go ahead,
Oh,
keep going.
but the whole point is that now I have enough current to charge the batteries, the main batteries, to at a level that will keep those batteries charged. Now, if I put them outside, I only got 6 hours of light to do the same thing. If I use this conversion, I got 24 hours 7 days a week. So that's why I ran the experiment for years. Okay. From 2000 till today, that sits in my basement and it runs my tie grids. And tie grids go and puts the electricity right back into my household.
Hey,
So
Taz, this is a great. Are you there, Taz? Oh, Taz ain't here. My bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. So again, everything that you were trying to say, I'm just saying that we use the conversion, we use MOSFETs as what they were supposed to do. And that says when you rapidly um, put high frequency through a MOSFET, you get pulse current out, which is higher than the voltage. Is it a loss? Oh yeah, the heat loss, the what's things. But remember, I'm only using 5 volts to run both solars. I'm getting that 17 volts. I have voltage to waste.
What is your voltage on the output of that MOSFET?
It gives if I use a 20 amp MOSFET, I only pulse it to get 5 um simulated amps, because I know I'm
What is the
saying
bias
current.
on that drain of the MOSFET? These are very critical numbers here. Because you
Okay.
can't drive a MOSFET without powering it on first. You actually
Okay.
have to put a bias on that drain and current run through the device. And that gate that you're putting the bias on actually creates a channel to turn it on and off. That's where the
Yeah.
pulsing comes in. That's where that comes in. You're
Okay.
pulsing a voltage to pulse to get an output pulsed current, but you
So
still have to put a bias on that drain. So you're saying how many volts on that MOSFET?
17.
17 volts on the drain. How much bias are
Power
you putting on the base, on the input?
17.
So you're putting 17 volts, 17 volts. Go ahead. That's
Okay.
a lot, though, for a MOSFET, though.
Yes, it
That's a
is.
lot. You already talking about damage in the circuit.
Wait a minute.
MOSFETs don't need nowhere near 17 volts.
I know. You
They
would
don't need nowhere near 17 volts.
exactly. Exactly. So
Well,
you know you're
by
gonna break that.
increasing the
You're going to
voltage,
break it down. So that means that's called a resistor. So you know you're going to break that down. That's just
what do
101.
you mean? Wait, what do you mean?
That means you're going to take the 17 volts and make sure the full 17 volts are not going to go in. It's going to just need
What you're
enough
talking
voltage.
about in terms is the threshold voltage. The voltage that
Yes.
you're going to turn that thing on, you have to have enough bias on that base in order to turn the channel
And
on to
all
conduct.
I'm asking you
Now,
is 17
17 is
volts.
rather high. So
Yes.
I don't know why you putting 17 on it, but that's just experiment. So keep going.
No, I'm again, you saying you don't know why. I'm telling you where the voltage that we have. I said we sandwiched two one LED light between two panels. They both those panels give 17 volts apiece. So if we got two sources of 17 volts and we only need 12 volts, okay? So that means it has to go through a charge controller being broke down, and we have to put resistors because we got too much voltage coming from the secondary of a solar panel. So again, you're making my point. The point is that we needed
Okay.
current, and that pulse current MOSFETs do create pulse current, and you said yes.
Well, they don't create. The bias on the gate creates the channel. The MOSFET is reacting to the inputs that we have on it. One being bias on the drain, the other being the bias on the gate. Those are the
So
two inputs that we have.
do
But
we
that
meet the
drain,
qualification?
when you
Is
put a
the
voltage
answer.
on that drain, you are already running that system at a relatively high current in itself. So you're already putting a lot of energy in.
Yes.
This is where efficiency comes in. This is exactly where efficiency comes in.
But
You
that's
can't
again,
eliminate
okay,
the energy you're putting on the device and in the device.
okay. Again, I'm a
I
librarian.
wish I could share this because I don't like
Wait a minute,
talking
wait,
like
wait,
this
wait, wait,
technical
wait, wait.
and not
See, here's
having
the
anything
thing.
to show to
Here-
people.
Everything that you're saying is correct. We're on the same page.
Yeah, but
I'm
we
telling
gotta. I
you,
don't know how many in the
but
chat. I mean, we're losing them if we don't. We're just talking.
okay. But I'm
You know what I
also
mean?
asking you, did we meet the threshold of the MOSFET? You said we have more power. We have an enormous amount of power putting into that. So we meet the qualifications of the MOSFET, and now we're pulsing it at high frequency, and we're getting the current to charge the batteries.
What are you
Did I say
pulsing?
that?
The gate or the drain?
We're
The
we're
input.
we're we're pulsing the gate.
Okay.
We're pulsing the gate, and you know that the energy from the other solar panel is going into the MOSFET. That's what's being pulsed, the 17 volts. But the second panel of 17 volts, which is way more than we need, is causing it to pulse. So what I did to keep it simple is I put at the gate, I put a reed switch. I took the motor, just like in the video, and I spin the motor at high frequency with that 17 volts. That turns the MOSFET on and off. Okay. And that's how we get our pulse current to charge our batteries.
when you do the calculations of how much energy you're putting in versus how much you're actually getting out, you would do a lot better just eliminating that whole system, brother.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed you to say.
Yeah,
Because
that is a super inefficient way. You
and
only do
guess
that
what?
kind of conversion unless you have to.
But guess what? I've been doing it for years, and
I'm not
I
saying it
don't
doesn't
look.
work. It works. I get it. I'm not saying it doesn't work. It works. Yes. I'm not disagreeing with that. I am not disagreeing with that. I'm saying it's you're introducing a lot of pieces that are unnecessary, to be honest. If you're talking about efficiency.
Okay,
And if
no,
you're
we're
talking
not
about
talking
storing
about
the energy,
efficiency.
you're
We're
better off
not.
coming straight off the panel.
Look, we're not talking about efficiency. What we did is I did an experiment. The experiment works, and then the whole point is I'm giving it to people to make it more efficiency that knows more than I did. I'm
That's what we're
just telling you.
discussing.
Yes, but the whole point is that every video that I put out, I say the exact same thing as what you're saying. This system works, but it's very inefficient. The whole point is that it's been running in my household for years.
You pay for a lot of electricity. You probably shouldn't
I
have
don't
to.
pay for any electricity. It's only 5 volts
I
that
didn't say
charges.
just monetarily. I didn't say monetarily. It could be other forms. Meaning, like I said, the inefficiency is yeah. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I'm not debating whether or not it works. I'm telling you, it does work.
Now, let
I
me
mean,
go
but
back to this point.
what you're explaining is like putting yourself in a car, put that car on a truck, and then drive the truck. When you could
Okay,
have just drove the car. Like
now, how do
that's
I?
what it sounds like. You're adding pieces that are hurting you more than anything, as far as
Okay,
the
and
amount of energy you're
again,
actually using.
I'm agreeing with you. That's the point. Now, well, going back to what I did when I put this on YouTube, okay? This is what Maxwell is doing. That was how all this got blown up in me on YouTube and talking to you. You wouldn't even know me because people didn't even come to my channel. I had the highest level of people ever at my channel, all because I told a guy named Webb that I know what he's doing with those MOSFETs. So when I explained the MOSFETs and how inefficient that it is, it just blown up. Now you just confirmed everything I told them.
Not necessarily, but I'm listening because I think we're speaking different
I
approaches here.
think I think you're saying the same thing. The system
I
is
don't think
inefficiency.
you've created anything that's unique, which you said you didn't. I
Thank
don't
you.
think you've created anything that's useful because there's way more efficient ways to do it.
Okay,
I
so
don't
you go
think
with
it's, I
efficiency.
don't, well, again, if we're not talking efficiency, if you're repeating the technology, but it's worse than what we already have, then why are we talking about it? If we
Because you
already have
drive
something in
cars,
place.
there's very inefficiency. And
Bro,
there's
Excuse
high
me?
efficiency that we could be driving, but you drive an inefficient thing and you don't complain about it. You only complain about it when it's green energy. So if it's green energy and you waste the energy, you have a problem with it. But if it's polluting energy, you don't have a problem with it.
I don't know where
bro,
you went with that one. I have no
you
idea where
know,
you went
Are
with that
like
one.
very inefficient.
ever
Cars are
since
very
cars have
inefficient.
been developed, ever since cars have been invented, people work tirelessly to make cars more efficient, and they
But they're not.
continue to. Yes, cars are way more efficient
Relative,
now
they are
than they were
extremely
20 years
efficient.
ago.
Yes,
Yeah,
What are
they
you
are,
talking
but they're
about?
still inefficient.
relative to older cars, they are extremely efficient, and that is it evolved, right?
70%.
Hold
Cars
on,
today
hold
are
on,
only
hold on,
70%
hold on,
efficient.
hold on, because you run into real world scenarios when you bring up these type systems. There's losses in the systems that's inherent to the system. So you're going to have to overcome as much as you can. You're not going to overcome all of it. If that's the expectation, again, you're talking about a utopia. We don't
You're
have
making
systems
my
of that
point.
nature. So
You're
so so
making
is the
my point.
is the engine more efficient than what it was 40 years ago? Hell yeah.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
40% to 70.
How much horsepower was in
40%
a
to
car
70%.
25 years ago? How much horsepower versus what it is for a
40%
four cylinder right
to
now? The
70%.
75.
efficiency goes up. The
Yes.
efficiency goes up. Now,
Yes,
an
but
ideal
70%
world,
is
an
bad.
ideal world, you want 100% conversion. You're not going to
And
get it
there's
in
no
real world
system that does
scenarios.
that.
Dude,
Correct.
like
So why are
20
you
years,
saying it's inefficient
you
relative to
got
what?
you got four-cylinder
Look at
cars right now
70% is
that are
bad when you
doing
talk
what
about
a V8
efficiency.
and a V12 was doing 10 years ago.
A
So think
Yeah.
about that.
four-cylinder, yes, that's a great example.
The engine became smaller, but the
Yes.
output became larger. That's efficiency, bro.
Yep.
You didn't have to go through a bunch of steps and put no mop here and this there and 2 solar panels.
So again, wait a minute.
Like,
Wait, you're missing the point there. So first of all, you
no.
have something that works. It's inefficient. So you work on it and you create it. If you put the energy
Yes.
in it like they put into the car, we can now have a
I'm
green
telling
AC that
you,
doesn't pollute it
I'm
because we're
telling you,
working on the problem.
I
So what
apologize if I'm
you
cutting you
do
off.
is
My
you
bad.
The
throwing
thing
it,
is,
you're
though,
throwing it
the
out.
more complicated you make a thing is the less efficient it is. And what I mean by complication is all the different energy transfer that that's taking place within your system. You
It's a
should
lot.
try to make that less. If you're getting
Yes.
energy, say you're using solar energy, if you could just transfer that solar energy into electricity, and if you could work on the heat as a byproduct and try to utilize the heat, even to turn a little turbine and get some more electricity, that would be like working on efficiency. But to transfer solar into electricity, then back into mechanical energy, then back into a magnetic field that gonna generate new electricity, back into solar, that's a sign of complication and inefficiency.
Okay. And now you heard me say the same thing. So all my videos were saying the same thing. So the whole point is we go back to the point. It does work. It's inefficient. But when you put energy and time to make it more efficient, that's what everybody's arguing. They
We
saying
already
I
have
don't
systems that are more efficient is the point.
like cars.
No. Don't try and pigeonhole me.
No.
What I'm telling you is your system is going backwards. You've decreased efficiency with your system. This is why I keep saying you'll have a better efficiency rate if you eliminate all that other conversion stuff and come right off the panels. You'll have a way higher efficiency. Well, maybe not way
No, you
higher,
don't,
but
because
it'll be higher.
you don't have more efficiency because you're losing all that power at nighttime. Your
You're
panels
gonna
don't
lose.
even work.
Wait. Walk with me. Walk with me. Whether you introduce your system or straight from the panels, you're going to lose that anyway. So that's a 1-to-1. That's a wash. There's no gain nor loss because you change the system. Your input power from the sun is going to be the same. So you can eliminate that as a way of increasing efficiency. It's going to be exactly the same input power to those panels. Coming
Okay, so
off those
let
panels,
me answer
now
that
you want to
argument.
introduce other components to
Wait a
take
minute, wait a
energy,
minute.
convert,
You're
and
saying
then
the
get
same
back out
thing.
to
So let
electrical
me answer
energy
the
again.
question. Let me answer that question. Okay, because we
Did I
still
ask
agree.
one? I'm sorry.
No. We are agreeing. So I'm
Okay.
saying you made a rebuttal. I want to get so my inefficiency charges my batteries 24 hours a day, even though it's inefficiency. So I put that energy into my tie grid, which runs my house, even though it's inefficiency, and my batteries never go dead, even though it's inefficiency. Okay. So again, I've been doing that for years. So
What if
I'm
I told you
asking
you can
you,
run 5 more houses if you just eliminated your system?
I don't want to run 5 more houses. That's not the
See,
point.
now that's selective. See,
No, wait a minute,
I just
It is selective
because
because
the reason why I asked that question is because I'm asking you how important is the actual power coming out of your system. You're saying it doesn't matter, but
you
then what
still
are you offering the people then?
let me make the point. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm asking you the point if I'm running my house and I'm totally off the grid. That means I get no outside energy coming into my house. I'm running my house solely on the energy that's in my house and the solar panels are in my house, that means I'm not taking any energy from the grid at all.
Yeah, we
So
know that works.
where am I losing? Because my energy bill, which went down, and I put them on my YouTube channel. Look at my energy bill. Where am I losing?
Do you understand? You're pitching an idea to the masses that do not live at your address. Why would it be important to me? You're telling me why it's important to you to not care about efficiency. But what if I got a house 5 times bigger than you? Now we're talking about more energy. Now we're talking efficiency. So I'm asking you, what are you offering to the people relative to not just to you, and it
System
works for you?
they can
Great,
run the
that
bigger
works.
house.
But we got that already. That's my point. We already have that. What is the wow? What is the here you go? Like y'all not thinking about this. What is
Okay,
it?
I'm still
now,
waiting for that part.
okay, so let me ground this out again, because I'm a librarian. A librarian who worked with this, okay, run the system, and then I told people exactly what you're telling me. Now you have people calling me saying that they can work with that and make this system more efficient. So the whole point is you're arguing the fact this is inefficient. Just throw it out. Just get rid of it. Stop.
No, I'm asking, what are you offering as a pitch to the
I'm not
people?
offering
I
anything. I'm
thought, I
telling the
thought,
exact
I
same thing
thought
that you saying.
conversation was again. Am I wrong for expecting a wow moment? Am I wrong for this?
Yes. You are
Oh
wrong for
wow.
that, because you heard me from the very beginning that said this is nothing new. That I'm amazed that everybody keeps jumping on this, thinking it's new. That they think Maxwell thing has something new, and he's using the same energy thing.
No,
And I
but
told him all
I'm
about the
at least
inefficiency.
expecting something productive. I
Yeah,
understand it's not
something we
necessarily.
can actually like ponder and like, okay, that's there's a benefit there outside of your address. There's a benefit to what he's talking about. That's what I
Okay.
was expecting. So,
Okay. But I keep saying that I don't have that expertise, but people who are calling me say they do.
Yeah,
Okay. That's all I'm saying.
I'm lost on the details, I guess.
I
I'll
know.
chalk it up to that.
How
Okay.
is it? Oh man, I get the 24-hour charging ability, and I'm guessing you need 24-hour charging because your charging is so slow. While if you got a solar panel set up, just a regular solar panel set up with adequate batteries, those batteries get charging like 4 to 6 hours, fully charged and able to sustain you for the next 12 hours, which means all night, and get recharged in the morning. And
Yes.
most people, that's a more efficient system and even a more reliable system, because the reason why you need the batteries to charge fast, because if you have a lot of stuff that's pulling the power from the system, you're
Now,
gonna need that system replenished as quick as possible. Based on
now
what you're saying, and I can tell you this, and I'm just using basic maths. Based on what you're saying, your charging abilities is really slow. You don't get a
All right.
full charge over.
Dev is here,
yes, I
so we
do.
want to
You don't
talk
get a
about
full
No,
stuff.
charge.
no. Yes, I do.
Let me
So
ask, how long does it take you to get a full charge, and
3
what's
hours.
the capacity of your battery?
3 hours. And here's the second
And
point.
how many
Wait
kilowatt
a minute.
hours you get from your
So
batteries?
we're about to get into a big doozy again, okay? Because I know what you're going to say, but let me
Doesn't
finish
matter,
before
man.
let me finish before you
Okay, my
jump
bad.
into my case. I use a system which I create, and I wrote books on this, called Over Unity. Okay, Over Unity is not more power out than in. The word over and the word unity in the dictionary is how I use the word as the compound word to make my definition when I created when I was 14. It means that a bucket brigade is over unity. It means I hooked up my battery systems with a relay, and when 1% of the energy drains from the battery using my system, it switches over to the fresh battery that's fully charged. and it cycles through all the batteries until that first battery is fully charged. And then it cycles through all the batteries doing that. And I called that over unity. Then everybody changed the definition and said it's more power out than in. This is perpetual motion. And I said, that's not in the dictionary, and that's not how I'm using it. I'm using this to pass over to a fresh battery. So my system only has to charge one of my batteries in my system at a time. The whole system only has to charge one battery. And because the relay goes to the next battery and the next battery, I now am working on what he was saying earlier, time. And I put time in the equation, and I wrote a paper with all the equations, which I can share with you, so you can look at that and say it works or it don't work. But many people who have looked at it says, yes, this works and it's possible, and
Hey,
my
Dev,
equations
while
are
he's
right.
talking, can you share my screen real quick, bro?
Okay, so you can tear it apart.
No, you explain yourself. You're using a lot of batteries, so you make up for it, bro. Something have to give. That's all we know. We're not saying your system doesn't work. We're just saying like the math says it's not very efficient.
Yes.
So here's the reason why I was stuck on this screen. This is your video, and this is the reason why I was stuck on this screen. I want you to listen to how excited you are on the 5 amp thing, and this because I want to put it in context. This is what I heard.
You have to ask, how do we go from 1 amp to 5 amps? How does this work? It's old technology. Let's go on.
That harness radio frequency.
So before I show what you came up with, why is it important that you went from 1 amp to 5 amp?
Because when you charging your battery, we're talking about the speed of charging the batteries. If you have less current, you charge the battery slower. If you have more current, once I put that 5 amps, which is basically pulse current, into your charge controller, it shows up as amps because that's what pulse current do. Why? Because household use pulse current. That means when it comes to the transformer, you're not only working with amps, you're working with pulse current. But yet you have 20 amps at your wall plug. But that's pulse current. But we all call it amps. This is why it's so confusing.
I think it's confusing because you're using the terms interchangeably. And I can't find it now. Oh, wait, is this it?
Do you know the U.S. solar company's nasty little secret?
Look at the commercial.
It turns out if you live in Maryland, they have to give you solar panels for absolutely no.
Hold on. This is your video. Hold on. I saw one where you actually had
is a regular in what frequency amps actually works.
I don't know where it is now. Sorry, but I know you had something here where you were showing voltage in and voltage out, current in and current out. And I wanted you to look at the numbers because there was a step up in voltage. Was it this video? This is your
I'm
video.
not sure because I do a lot of videos.
Yeah,
and
I apologize.
I make a lot of products, but like I said, I know this.
I just wanted to show the math behind it of where I'm tripping at, where I'm actually tripping at.
Yes,
it's not making sense to me. So maybe it's your other video.
I just don't understand when I tell you that we agree and that the system is inefficient. Okay, but I'm running the system. The whole point is that when you take something and you work on it,
so
it becomes more efficient. And that's why I use the example of the car. The car was inefficient at 40%, 20%, and then over the years we made it 70%. 70% of anything is still bad. But we got cars.
Whoa! That's a strong statement there, brother.
It is. It is bad.
That's what relative to what? 100%? Everything's bad relative to 100%.
Compared to 80% and 85% is where you want to be at it, not 70%.
Not again. That's relative. That's relative. I can't find it, people. I'm sorry. I had it set up too. I'll find something else. Yeah, so that's relative. When you say 70% is bad, relative to what? Everything's in relation to. Everything's relative to something else, some reference point. If we're talking baseball, is 70% at bat good? That's
No,
excellent.
no,
That's excellent. Do you know what
no.
the average batting, you know what the average batting percentage is, bro? Do you know?
85%.
Are you out of your damn mind?
I guess I
I
am.
don't want to be disrespectful. I'm sorry, brother. But the point is, 30% is good. It depends on what you're talking about. So when you're talking about cars, 70% for a
If you own
machine
if
that
you own
is able to
60% of
turn
the
on,
business,
it can
60%
turn
of
on
the
and
company,
run
you're the damn
and
owner.
operate in the coldest temperatures, the hottest temperatures, the amount of systems that are in that damn thing, the
Well,
engine, the electrical
my
system, the
opinion,
computer. You're talking about 70% efficiency for a multifunctional system that operates in extreme environments. That is excellent relative to what we know today. Are you crazy? You know how inefficient the car was 40, 30 years ago relative to now? 70 is amazing because we got better at certain technologies. We got more efficient with the battery. We got more efficient with the motor.
The
We got more
emission.
efficient with the system, the load on the car, the weight, the materials we use that doesn't drag the car. Back in the 70s, everything felt like you were driving a tank because they were made out of such heavy metals. Now we're using materials that are not great with crashing, but it's efficient to make a car and drive, and the
Well,
efficiency goes up.
they said it's actually better for accident too because the heavy
Well, we
metal
got better with that
cars
too.
goes,
We got better with that too.
yeah, the
Crash dummies
cast
help us with
iron
that.
cars, it like an accident back then used to be fatal because the car itself, the chassis, used to kill the driver.
Hell, the seatbelts was introduced. That
Yes.
helped.
Oh man.
So like when you say 70% ain't SHID, like whoa, relative to what? What system do you know in the car industry that's operating higher than what we have right now?
70% for a car is pretty efficient still. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Considering the weight of that thing and what it's supposed
Yeah.
to do. And
That's
you're talking about a few pieces of fiberglass, steel, and rubber. Come on, bro.
them solar panels you driving. You know how inefficient they are? Well, they're efficient for the technology. What are you going to get? 25%? Maybe, depending on the brand, depending on the material used to build that solar panel. Like, it's not going to be in the 90s.
No.
That's like you're getting all the energy from the sun, like 90%. That's amazing. You're not getting that with no solar panel. But because you're talking about sun that's always out and you don't control it and it's there and you collect. So if you get 10% of the sun, that's more than yesterday. So that's always a plus to the system. That's converting energy that would have been wasted anyway. So
But that's what I'm
that's
saying
different.
though, to bypass that and know a off-grid system that is not independent but is actually dependent on whatever source of batteries you're using to charge that system up. I think it would be better if you just do the regular solar panel like everyone else and charge your batteries, then make sure they could sustain you for at least 8 hours through the night.
So
Yeah, I
that
mean,
was the Lord guy
don't
y'all
take
was
it
talking to?
personal, bro.
That
Yeah,
was
did he leave?
Lord y'all was talking to?
Yeah, he
His
left.
connection might have dropped. My bad. Yeah, I'm trying to do three things at once.
He
There you
keeps
go.
saying he's a librarian. Does he mean like he works inside of a library, or is he from Liberia?
No, Liberian. I thought it was Liberian.
Hmm?
Am I hearing it wrong?
Liberian. It's a library.
Barry?
I own a
Barry?
Library?
Yes, I own a library. I own a library.
Oh,
Barry?
you
Oh
own a library.
yeah. You're missing the R in there, brother.
Yo, hey, yo.
I'm missing the R in library.
Barry?
Yes. It's library. I thought you were saying you were Liberian or something. I didn't know what that was.
I gotta ask because that was a bit confusing. Like, is he in Africa or
He's saying library?
Yeah, me still ain't got it and shit.
So
I think he's saying library.
I'm not the only one
accent
thinking
you
it.
got the problem
I'm
with.
pretty sure other people are thinking, oh, he's from Africa. He's like,
That's what I thought.
No, I own a company. It's called Media Library. Sorry about the accent. Yes. I've been saying that all through the whole thing.
We assumed you meant yeah, we assumed the wrong thing.
Dude.
That's all.
I'm from Arkansas. I'm born and raised in Arkansas. I'm an older guy, man, and yeah, we knew what they meant when they said bury, but my mother is a retired English teacher, and if she ever heard me, even grown as I am to this day, I mean, it would not go over well if I said
If you came
bury.
in the house saying library.
Yeah.
Library.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all. It's just a confusion in what.
Well,
yeah, I was way off.
I commend you guys for speaking the King's English very, very well.
Damn. Here we go. That white man's knowledge.
You made up your own, or did the black people get together and say, you know what, we just gonna call it berry?
No. I speak Patois. I speak Jamaican Patois, and I thought you said you were from Liberia. Because I thought you said you're like a Liberian.
No,
that's what I thought. Me and my English.
Yeah, when you keep saying, "Oh, I'm a Liberian," I'm like, okay, he's from Africa. Cool. He's another.
No, I'm not from Africa. I'm from the United States.
Okay.
And like I said,
I ain't gonna lie, yo, this actually hurts your argument, bro. Now that I know this, man, this is hurting me a little bit now.
Okay. But see, you gotta understand. Look, you guys gotta understand. You already confirmed everything I've been saying on every one of my videos, and I'm happy with that. You're confirming everything that I said in my videos. So nothing I said was incorrect.
Well, I didn't say it was incorrect. I said your emphasis on changing the current from a low number to a high number. That's not. Well, how can I say? It's not
everything that you're saying.
It's well understood already in the sciences. Is the point?
Yes, and I said that too.
So I thought we were waiting for a wow moment, and I guess I was wrong. Like I said, that was what I was.
The wow moment I kept trying to tell you is other parts of the system when we were only talking about one part. So while you were tearing me down in the one part, you don't understand the whole system because it works in unison. So if you got a system like the batteries and they say, oh, you got too many batteries. Okay, we know this, but this is how the system works. You keep saying the system works, but now it runs inefficiently. I keep saying that I work where it has a lot of books, and I'm not an electrician. I'm just a person who tinkers with these. I don't understand as much as you guys. That's why I called you professional. But the simple thing is when I put that on YouTube and it said these things as facts, I have people calling me from other countries saying we want that system because we can improve on it.
Are they asking, you know what, by any means, I'm sorry, you had a question that you wanted me to ask this brother. Why are they calling you? Like, even though they may be calling you, they may be interested like we are. Like, what is he talking about? I don't know.
Because the videos,
what does he mean?
The videos, all I did was explain what Maxwell did in his system and how he was able to use his systems with the MOSFET. He's doing the same thing. And that's the reason why I believe that he's not putting out his system because one, the MOSFETs are not very good to do that. And second, we will all find out that he's using someone else's technology that's old, it's known, and which I've been saying in all the videos. But they keep, they've given all the raise to this guy who's saying he's getting energy from radio waves and converting them into things. And I said, dude, he's using the battery and he's using the MOSFET to charge the batteries. I use that in my own system. So when I explained it, And then I had AI explain it. Then I had another AI explain it. Then, because that went viral, all these people are calling me because I explained what he did and it actually works. But it doesn't work well.
Again, I'm not shooting down the idea of what you're saying. I think the audience that you're at, again, maybe it was the way it was pitched to the panel, and I'm going to put that on Wale. Damn it! Why? I was literally waiting for the wow moment because it was like, hey, let's hear this brother out. He has some innovative ways of thinking. He has just hear him out. That was the purpose of all of this.
Okay, but
And then at the
So
end, it
what?
was like,
So put the blame on the nigga. Right?
I
Put the
have.
blame on the nigga.
Yeah, of course.
But you kept not listening to me when I kept saying that it's nothing new. It's nothing new. It's
Well,
nothing
see,
new.
again, that's what I'm saying. If it's nothing new, we have a full understanding, well, as best as I know, of understanding
But the
spikes
only
in a
reason why
system
I'm on your
and
show
how
is because
damage.
the hype of this guy called Maxwell. And all I
Well,
did is
I'm not
explain
tripping
what
on
he
who
did.
came up with it. I'm saying the idea of a spike in the system. You're saying to use it. I still haven't seen your way of using it.
Okay.
I hear you say we can use it. I just don't know. That's what I'm waiting on. The wow of, hey, we never tried using it like that. We can try that.
Let me explain something. Is this thing on? I have a transformer. It's a half wave transformer. The one I have, I bought it, I think by mistake, I should have checked. It's a half wave transformer. It only uses half of the wave. Just like he was saying about using the spike.
Yes, you can design that with an inductor and a couple diodes.
Yeah, la-di-da. But meanwhile, it's possible to use the spike just like it's possible to use the half wave.
He hasn't proven that, Wale.
Yeah, man, he has. He's saying he's doing
He
it.
hasn't proven that, Wale.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying. He said it exists. Don't get mad. This is the information we're talking about it. What else you want to
No,
get?
I'm not mad. I'm not just gonna argue with you about something the man said he proves every day at his home. I don't have time for that.
Again, where's the proof?
Nikola Tesla's patent.
No. He said you proved it at your house. I want to know what the proof is, bro.
Well, hold on.
If Nikola Tesla
you want somebody to prove it, but then you overtalk them before they can even answer your question.
Well, you went to Nikolai and he's in your backyard.
So Lloyd,
I'm just trying to figure something out.
The question. Let me
Lloyd,
answer the
are you
question.
crediting yourself for the one that completes Tesla's work?
No.
So how is Nikola Tesla patent proves your work?
Okay, so let me answer the question. In his patent, he uses a half wave. He takes the radio wave from a jewel ringer. He puts it into what do you call it when you have energy only going one way? Because it's skipping me. It's two not bridge rectifier. What do you call this?
A diode, man. It's all a diode.
Thank you, bro. So he takes two diodes and he connects them together. This means that the energy that's going in here can only use one side. That is in his patent 100 years ago. Okay, it is also in his tower. So all those towers that sends these spikes out, which are just voltage spikes, and everybody saying, "Ooh, look at the spikes." They use the halfway again. So when I brought up these subjects, that this is Nikola Tesla's work, because again, he made something before they had MOSFETs and all these things. He used motors and these half bridge, and they worked 100 years ago. I said, why don't we take this technology and work on it as much as we work on things like the car? But they don't want green energy. They want polluting energy because it makes them money. So of course you're not going to work on something.
You're just speculating, bro, because you could Google and find research right now about green energy. Like we're literally in the green energy revolution. So how are you saying that they don't want green energy when, like, majority of their budget is going
Do you
towards.
know? Do you know how long it took the solar panel to even get on the market? They had the solar panel in the 1800s. Okay, they resisted that for long periods of time, and they kept saying it's inefficient, and then all of a sudden, as people started working on it, it kept getting more and more efficient.
Yeah, because without the batteries, what is a solar panel? What are you going to do with a solar panel if you don't have the batteries to store the charge? How would that be more efficient than the regular grid that we have, that we could use 24 hours? How?
Because
why would
my
they try to
system,
push solar panel before they develop batteries to hold the charge?
my system only charges my batteries.
Yeah, you're on the my tip. That's what identity said. We're not like
that's one of the reasons
everyone
why
have
you
their
don't
own
ever
little
Why
understand
you
what
experience.
I'm
won't let the
saying.
man finish a sentence? What the hell is
Right.
wrong with you? You sound like a crazy man.
All I'm trying to explain is my system only
All right, Wally, we know you're gonna defend
uses the
your boy.
battery.
All right.
But it only uses the batteries if as a backup, because the system that I have goes into my tie grid. Okay, so if my tie grid, the energy never fails, it is running 24 hours a day, and there's enough energy to go through my tie grids, and that energy goes to AC, because that's what a tie grid does and runs my house. Then the batteries itself are only there for backup because I have constant energy, even though it runs inefficiently. So again, me not being experienced, knowing and telling people the system is very inefficient, but it works. And this works because Nikolai Tesla's work that I've been duplicating makes the system work. Nikolai Tesla's system was inefficient too. It's 100 years old. It's very inefficient. We have adapted that and worked with that to make it
I think
efficient.
Nikolai Tesla is the new Egypt. Like every pseudo has this thing with Nikolai Tesla. Not that you're a pseudo, but it's a name that keep coming up on the wrong side every time we have these
So do you
conversations.
believe I'm
Nikolai
using it
Tesla,
on the wrong
Nikolai
side?
Tesla, Nikolai Tesla.
Do you think I'm using it on the wrong side?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't argue with you on that. I listened to you. What's name? You said I'm using it on the wrong side because I used his patent and I duplicated what he did in the patent. I'm using that on the wrong side. So I just wanted to clarify how you're saying that I'm using it on the wrong side, even though I tell people, hey, this system is inefficient, but I copied his work.
If you're just doing it to prove that it works, then kudos to you. We already knew that it works. It's like the flat earthers flying to Antarctica to see the sun in its 24-hour rotation. Kudos to them. We already knew it happened. So
but now
you're proving something to the world that the world already knew. Like
now
we need inventors that are solving problems. What
you're doing,
we don't need inventors that create problem then solve it.
You're making me more popular because all this extended from the same thing you just said is what I said out on all these systems. I was like, boom, they act like they've never heard of MOSFETs doing this. This is what they're having a problem with, that MOSFETs don't do what MOSFETs do. So every time that you're disagreeing with me and then you agree with me, you're making me more famous because I kept telling you all through this whole course that I agree everything you're saying and that we're saying the same thing. You're looking for a wild system, but I'm not telling you that it is a wild system because the simple fact was I had already said in many videos that this system is old and Maxwell is using an old inefficient system, which he's trying to sell for $10,000. That's how all this occurred. You wouldn't have even known me if it wasn't the hype that everybody was talking about just because I explained what you just explained.
No, you got to give that credit to Wale. We wouldn't have even known you if Wale did not introduce you to this community. So come on.
Okay.
Get a hold of yourself.
That's 100% fact there, bro.
I want to say thank you, Lord, for coming up because I had
Yeah, I
told them
appreciate the
about you,
time, bro.
and I appreciate you coming up, man. I really do, and your patience and everything, and your endurance to go through all that grilling and stuff. But I figured you were a strong guy when I heard you on the phone, so I really appreciate you doing that. And keep on, man. Keep on keeping on. I'm totally. Wait a minute, Lord. Let me finish, dude. Lord, I am actually fully solar myself. I am actually fully solar myself. All I deal with is solar. I've been on solar for 3 years, for the past 3 years. I went through it with these guys and they were like, oh, why are you stupid? You this and that. And now I'm fully solar. I got my whole thing running.
Called you stupid for using solar.
No one called you stupid for using solar.
Yeah, whatever. But whatever. Meanwhile, I'm talking to you to say to you simply that I'm glad that you're willing to persevere your curiosity and your goals. I really appreciate that, man, and I want to respect you.
Thank you.
Hey Lloyd,
how
this
large
again.
is the setup though? I'm curious. How large is the setup? Is it takes up like the whole basement or something?
No. Matter of fact, again, if you watch the video, I show the whole system. See, I put it out there free because I kept saying that if someone takes this technology and improve it, we have something. The whole point is that I'm showing that I've been using this for what, 8 years now, or it's been a little bit longer than 8 years.
People will use it because not everyone cares about efficiency. People will use it, especially people who are trying to do stuff discreet. Like, you know, you got people who are still trying to grow weed in their basement and shit. They need that power source.
Use
People
what,
will use it,
bro? What are we talking about using?
His setup, his solar panel in the basement.
Okay, this is why I asked. Well, how is it good for the masses? How does it work outside of your backyard?
I'm saying what I've done.
That's what I'm thinking.
This is my question. This is my question to Amin. That's why I was asking Amin. What are we talking about?
Yeah, I'm thinking about the dude on parole, ankle bracelet. He still wants to grow weed in the basement. He can't come outside, so you got to think like Lloyd. Do the solar panel in the basement. You could still have your.
You put a solar. Wait a minute. Wait a damn minute. Hold on. We're talking about putting a solar panel in the basement and driving it with fake light.
Yeah,
that's what we've been talking about.
Hold on. Do you have any idea how much energy you're creating? Oh my God, this is even worse.
That's the whole setup, though. It's 2 solar panels in the basement, powering a bunch of batteries.
Hold on. You know how much electricity
powers the house. That's what I'm saying. Why not put the solar panel outside with the rest of solar panels?
What the hell? What's driving this? What's driving the lamps? What's driving the lamps?
Stop. Let me answer the questions, okay?
Okay.
One at a time.
Go ahead. My bad.
We've been on this phone all this time. I've been saying this over and over again. Okay. So you just now figure out that I said I've been driving this thing with LED lights. Second of all, I said go to the YouTube channels and scroll through them, but you were scrolling through my videos to find arguments to stop me instead of looking at, hey, what's this thing all lit up in your basement?
Nah, bro, that's you being disingenuous, bro. I didn't do that, man. I don't have the time to be on a panel talking and watching a 24-minute video.
But
like I'm on a panel, bro.
You did in my video that I was talking about both of you. You were scrolling through my videos
because you lost the conversation. You lost your audience, at least the technical side of things. You lost your audience.
Lloyd, seriously though, this could be a great invention for like inmates. Like if you're in locked up, you still want current, you still want to grow your weed, you want to barbecue your chicken, you want to run that hot plate. It's a good. I'm saying people who want to live that discreet life and still want to have a independent energy source, it might be good for them. Like you can't leave the house kind of vibes, or you can't leave the jail kind of vibes, or you're stuck in a cave kind of vibes.
Is Lloyd on house arrest?
You guys,
damn identity. When you got so ruthless.
I'm
really
just playing, man. I'm having fun with it, man. I want Lloyd to come back, man.
Yeah, the whole thing is, I don't mind coming back, but please just look at what I'm doing and how long I've been doing it. And then if you do the research of what I'm doing, even though you disagree with it, even though it may be inefficient, which I've told you all this time, the whole point is I'm using the system. So what I'm saying is, if you say it's good if it's just you, because you keep trying to take it out to the world. I didn't want an audience. I did this, man, because I was studying Nikola Tesla's work, and I was copying his patents, and I was just talking about these things. And then when I happened to see another person's video, I said, hey, he's using Nikola Tesla's patent, and then it went viral. So everybody's talking about it. They've made all these videos on me, and I kept saying, dude, this is inefficient. It's inefficient. And now that's how we got here.
Real quick, because maybe you're not familiar with the channel, are you? I don't know if you are.
No, I'm not
But
familiar with the channel.
so over here, this is a STEM channel. We talk a lot about science every now and again, a lot of other stuff too. But when we get into the science stuff, we try to be as thorough as we can. It's not just to attack you; it's more to understand. We gave you the floor. We definitely gave you the floor. We've been talking about this for almost 2 hours now.
Yes.
But at the same time, I'm not a fan of being just critical for the sake of being critical. I like to have the conversation, and where the disconnect happens, I want to bring it out, because if I'm lost, then the conversation is like, well, will you please explain it to me in a different way? I don't know what you're saying. So,
but you were lost.
Take it personal.
You were lost on the point that I was using LED lights. No.
Hold on. I was not lost on the LED lights. I was lost on the fact that you kept using voltage as what's being transferred into current. That's where I was lost, because you don't transfer voltage, you transfer the energy. That's not the same thing as voltage. That's where I got the disconnect.
Okay. I told you that I'm not a technician. I'm a person who tinkers with stuff, redo things to try to explain it to people who really don't have any idea about it. So I said, if I start working on these things, I can understand them better. So that's all I do. It's this private research from my private librarian, or library, as you say. But the whole point is that I did this for experimental purposes. But when you explain what someone else is trying to do because he's trying to make a fast buck, and you expose that, it went viral. It went viral, and I haven't changed my stance on what I said. We both agree on exactly what this MOSFETs do in the system that I work. We all agree on that. So the whole point was,
respectfully, I don't have, like I said, this is my space, and I don't expect everybody to know all this stuff, but I don't do this as a hobby. I do this as a career. So that it's not me just shooting in the dark. I do this. I build MOSFETs. I build amplifiers. I build circuits, systems, efficiency. I know the nuances of just what that MOSFET can do. Metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistor. That's what MOSFET means. And that just means you put a bias on the gate and the drain current increases because there's a charge carrier current that's in the middle of the device. It heats up because there's resistance on that line. That's inefficient. Your voltage on the drain, and you're grounding the source. All of these things, I know the science of it, not just theoretically, but actually using it, implementing it, and optimizing it. So when you talk about using that spike, and I'm saying to you, I know that spike very well because it's a problem in RF design. It is a problem because it rings within the system, and certain components fail when that ring hits it. So you got to be able to filter it. How do you filter it? You better know the frequency. You better know the amplitude. You better know how to use it. Do you use shunt capacitance? Do you do parasitic capacitance? Increase, decrease that? CDS, CGS, all those things, they play a major role in all of that to eliminate that. Because technically, in how we design, it's useless and damaging. And that's why we don't use it, because in order to use it, you got to have a system large enough to even sustain that large voltage pulse. It's a large value. That's why it's damaging. And that's why you want to make sure it doesn't get near your system. Because when you're talking small electronics, electrostatics destroy small electronics. It's just a known fact.
Unless you use that halfway, the halfway signal that I'm sorry, I don't know his name, but he brought up. And that's why I said when I showed the patent, Nikola Tesla, he uses a halfway and uses the diode to rectify it and into a halfway. So again,
why does that make it relevant?
Because that means he filtered the spikes. That's what makes it relevant.
That doesn't filter the spikes. You only cut the signal by half. You didn't filter the spike.
Okay, so you disagree, but that's what he did. That's how he filtered the spikes.
Yeah, that's not filtering the spike though. Filtering the spike. Hey Dev, show this real quick.
I know you're trying to eliminate the spike. He wasn't trying to
eliminate. I want to make sure we're talking the same language here, because this is where a conversation can go left real quick. Are you there, Dev or Ms? Can anybody share that real quick? I'll show you the difference between the actual signal and a spike and what it means as full versus half wave. So here's a sine wave, right? You see the sine wave. It's going up and down, up and down, right?
Can he post the link so we can see the video too to relate?
Yeah, we did that like 2 hours ago. We can do it again. It's cool. I think it's in the back chat. Maybe while I put it in the back chat, I'm not sure, but we can get that. So when you say spike, do you see that little peak right there on that sine wave?
Mm-hmm.
This is a sine wave, right? That spike right there is what you say is useful, right?
Yes.
And what you're saying, half wave just means take everything above zero as your signal here, then it goes to zero, then it goes up again, and goes to zero. That's a half wave. That doesn't change the spike. That just changes your input signal. The spike itself is a problem. It is a problem because one, usually it's not predictable. Only on the transient input, you can see it, but it causes problems because it starts rippling in your system, and there are extremely sensitive devices that can really get damaged because of that. So that's why we get rid of it. But half amplitude, full amplitude, or full rectified, that doesn't matter. That introducing it as a half wave, that doesn't do anything. That doesn't help you or hurt you. It's just half wave. It's just,
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like the whole above zero?
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm just
Okay,
saying
I'm just making sure we're on the same page. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you're looking at Nikola Tesla's patents and you look at the structure in which he did, you'll see that he's taking a jewel ringer, okay, and the jewel ringer is putting it into another, I would say, coil. That coil has two diodes that's facing each other, so you only get one side of the phase. So that's what I said. You only get one side of the phase. That means he has a center tap in his patent. So he's getting the spike because he's purposely making the spike using the jewel ringer. Okay. So when you get the second part of it, it starts to make current. And then he puts the two systems together, the voltage times the current. So that's what's explained in Nikola Tesla's patent. But like I said, if you're listening to what I'm saying, I'm agreeing with everything you're saying. I'm just following his work. So if you're not following his work and you can't explain it from his work, what he's doing, then yeah, we're going to have a disconnect because, again, what he's doing is purposely putting these large spikes into his system. And he's calling it amplification. But remember, this is 100 years old. So we have to decipher from the day's technology to what he was explaining back then. And I think that's the disconnect, because people are like, look, he was a good thing, but his stuff really didn't work. The Wardenclyffe wouldn't have worked. And I think that's a misnomer if we all just sit down and start to understand people's fault in language or not saying something properly or correctly. If we get past that and say, okay, what is he trying to say? And looking at the work and then explaining it from there, I think we'll go much, much further. Otherwise, it's just a fight uphill trying to explain something that is already old and proven, like you said. But did we miss something, or did we not miss something? It was the point. And I was making those points in a video to someone else that was in Africa. And that's what I kept saying. It went viral. And that's how
I don't think we missed the point. I think our disconnect, and just based on everything we just said for the last 2 hours, I think our disconnect is understanding energy in the system versus external system to the system. When you introduce that spike that you call it, that pulse, you're putting energy in. And then you want to capture that energy on the back end. You're going to have less energy on the back end than what you put in to create that spike. It's all energy. It's all energy. That's why I don't usually speak at voltage and current levels, because that's when you're talking about energy propagation, that's waves, that's particle movement. You're talking energy, power, watts, not volts, not amps individually, collectively. So it matters what voltage and amperage we're talking in, and it matters what voltage and amperage we're talking out. But that's just DC. Now you want to introduce radio frequency. Now efficiency comes into play even more, because it's a comparison of your DC in versus your AC out. Like it's even more inefficient. That's the word. It's even more inefficient now, because now you're taking a fraction of what you already lost, add that to the system of losses, and now we're even more down the line of losing energy. I don't understand the purpose in following that when we already have systems that are already efficient. Why would we introduce more stuff to make it more inefficient to learn something? That's where I'm lost. I
got a question.
See it.
Identity. Did it I didn't see it, so there's no video in the back chat. Did it work?
Okay. Yes.
Right. So the point that I'm making is, when I built drones when I first started building drones, bro, I didn't know the name. I didn't know about voltage regulation, none of that. I didn't know. I made a lot of mistakes, burnt some shit up and everything before I even knew what the shit did. I just followed instructions, right? So then I start learning after I followed the instructions why such and such works and why this is doing that. And it gave me the capacity to build even greater things and add things like severos to my joints and all of that, right? So not all the time. Sometimes things just work because of the way, the setup of it, but you don't necessarily gotta know how it works and the name of the things to make it work. You agree?
Yeah, I agree 100%. And I'm not actually challenging him on just the terminology. It's more so when you're talking about introducing it. Let's say you're pitching drones, and your drone is worse off than 90% of the stuff that's already out. You got to now convince me to even listen to you, because I already got stuff out here that's like, we got that, and that. What are you telling me? Why should I pay attention to what you're saying? Is there something in here that we can learn from together? So
right.
that's where the conversation is.
Application to my drone to see if I can get more efficient time, even if it's just 1 minute more. It's better than what I'm getting.
But is it better than what we already have?
Well, there's nothing. I mean, I'm talking about just for what I'm doing, drones and remote cars and shit like that. Can we add more battery life by using solar power even over a short period of time? I just wanted to know. That's why I'm interested in his application.
Yeah, see, and from my standpoint, it looks like he's going backwards in efficiency. He's adding more components to the system. He's converting solar panels to mechanical energy from a motor to magnetic field transfer, then back to electrical and then output. It's like you could have. Yes, it works. But what see again, you want me to throw away the word efficiency?
Now, are you wasting more energy going in? I mean, are you losing more energy going in than what you outputting?
No, you're not understanding, bro. You're not understanding. You're gonna have loss, bro. Like once you move something,
we keep saying that we're going to have loss. That we're going to have loss, but look what. That's why I said it was important for people to examine what I was doing, so you can see me actually put it together. You see me putting it thing, and I'm explaining everything that you were explaining. The whole point is that the lights itself run on a battery phone charger, which is 5 volts, 1 amp. That's where I'm getting my power for the lights. When it actually charges through the system, which we already went through, which works, I plug in my phone charger, which has pass-through charging, into the charge controller, which comes from the bigger batteries. Do I have loss? Yes. Does the system make up for that loss? Yes. Because it's been running for 8 years.
No one says it doesn't run. See what I'm saying, Lance?
No, you're changing language.
No one's questioning that it works. That's not the question. So, Lance, just to give you an idea, he's saying use artificial light to power solar panels to drive something else.
Okay,
he's missing the point that he's putting power in the lights.
So yes, you're using electricity to power to get electricity, but it's not more electricity.
Correct.
So if you take away electricity that's coming from the walls, what alternative do you use to get out more output as opposed to what you're putting in?
Good question. And that's what I kept saying, because my system is not plugged into the wall. So I'm not drawing any energy from the wall. No, I've been trying to tell you that. My system is not plugged into the wall.
I just didn't understand the relevance. I'm sorry.
Okay, but I'm not drawing energy from outside sources. So if it's been running for 8 years,
what's driving the lamp?
What's running for 8 years?
Okay,
the system I just described, bro.
Yeah, the system that we talked about has been running for 8 years. And the second question was,
what is the system? I missed it. LED light?
And I said the phone charger, which runs on 5 volts, 1 amp, is what's driving the LED.
What's driving the LED?
The phone charger. I'm going to keep saying it.
The phone charger is plugged into a wall or not?
No, it's not plugged into a wall.
You're using solar power?
Yes, I'm using solar power. What I'm saying is the battery charger runs the lights. That's its only.
I know.
Where's the battery charger?
Hold on, wait. What's the wattage of the LED?
5
watts.
I
got in trouble for that.
5 watts.
5 watts?
Yes.
That's the wattage of the LED?
Yes.
And what's the wattage from the lamp? The solar power system you got?
The lamp and the LEDs are the same thing. I don't understand the question.
No, do you have a solar power unit hooked up?
Yes, the lights run the 2 solar panels.
You said the lights run the solar panels power the lights.
The LED lights run the solar panels, just like a solar calculator.
Q, you gotta picture this. You gotta picture this. He has lamps driving solar panels.
That doesn't make any sense. Solar panels.
Exactly my point.
Solar
panels is so you use free energy.
No, hold on. Wait.
Wait.
What you're saying is you're using a sponge like a super soaker. That's why we're confused. A sponge.
Okay, the reason again, it's an easy way to settle that. When you actually go to the videos
No. We keep, bro. We don't do videos here. We do logic.
Exactly.
What you're
Exactly. So you're asking me questions, and then you're saying
Listen
it's
to the question.
impossible,
Listen to
but
the
you
question,
haven't
bro.
seen the
I
system.
didn't look, bro. No. It's what's impossible is communicating with somebody who wants to use the language but does not understand the vocabulary nor the colloquial usage of the language. So you're misinterpreting or misplacing the words to people who know where the words belong, and then you're telling us to watch a video. That's not how it works. An alternator is an alternator. If I go to your mechanic and your alternator tells me, well, no, go watch my YouTube video, I'm never coming back to your mechanic. We live in
good. But see, but that's okay.
Okay, now let's stop right there.
That's okay. That's perfectly
panels,
okay.
Okay, a solar panel does what?
Take light and turn it into electricity.
A solar panel absorbs solar
electromagnetic waves.
Solar radiation, right? So now, what is it going to do with that if the only purpose of the panel is to absorb electricity? Why would it be powered to do what it's already designed to do? I want everybody to understand. Sponge.
Wait a minute.
The only
you want me to answer the question, or you just because, like I said, I've been attacked when you ask questions.
We're not playing victim. Don't play the victim shit over here. You just said.
Well, let me answer the question.
Yeah, but don't say attack. Like that's combo stuff. Nobody's attacking you. You're attacking our intelligence.
All I'm asking is you ask the question. Can I answer it? That's all. All I'm saying is that's what I'm doing in my system. I have LED lights. I did other videos to show that LED lights can be used.
You're not answering. This is why I reworded the question. The purpose of a solar panel is to absorb light. Whether it's plugged in or not, it's going to absorb light. What is your LED powering in a solar panel? That's what we're confused.
Okay, let me understand the question. You saying what is my LED powering? And I said the phone charger, which is 5 volts, 1 amp, is powering the LED lights.
Okay, where is the power coming from for the LED from the phone charger?
That's coming from the big main battery, which is plugged into the solar charge that has the USB on the solar charge controller.
So you have a solar panel. Is it lithium battery?
No.
What type of battery is it?
Acid? Sealed lead acid.
Okay, what is the milliamp hours on the battery?
100 amps.
What is the milliamp hours on the battery?
I'm not sure.
It should say MAH on the battery.
Yes, but I'm not sure because I'm not looking at it. So.
Oh, all right. So then the identity would tell you go from an MAH, and that would tell you how long the actual light can stay on for. So if your battery is putting out 20 amps or 20 watts per hour, and it can do that for 50 hours, and you have a 5-watt battery, that battery was going to run that, 5-watt light is going to run that light for a long time. And then if you're cycling in electricity from the solar panel to the battery, your battery's never going to lose charge. Am I correct, Identity? Did I word it right?
I'm sorry, I was watching this video, bro.
No, because he said he has an acid battery going to the charge output, and that output's going to the LED, and then the solar powers are connected to the battery. But the battery that he's using, the milliamp hours might be like 100 times that of the wattage of the light. So just off the battery alone, that light could be on for a long freaking time.
Yeah, milliamp hours is just the capacity of the battery.
Okay, yeah. And now let me answer with the rest of the system, because
just so example, like an infrared light in a remote, like old school batteries in your remote, you would go years without changing your batteries in a certain remote.
Yep, very low current.
Very low current, and the signal output is like nothing.
Okay,
so that would last for years. An LED, a 1 volt LED, it's probably, if you have a 5, I don't even know if they do. Aren't they use like 1 to 3 volt? Your LED
Depends.
light.
They could go up to 3. They have 5-volt versions. They have different ones.
So, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
A 20-watt solar panel, is that more than 5 watts of power?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that one panel, which I have many in the system, could charge that battery charger, that phone charger, right?
But you understand that this isn't any. You just made a glorified solar battery. Recharging solar battery.
Yeah, I said I've been running it for 8 years.
No, you keep bringing up the running for 8 years. The point is the sun isn't going anywhere. So long as that battery, the sun stays on, you don't have a system that's going to require anything that's there. So when you're saying it to somebody else, it sounds like something, but having an LED on you can have it on for 100 years. The sun isn't going anywhere.
Here's the wrinkle, Q. Here's the wrinkle. His solar panels aren't outside. They're in his basement. They're being powered by lamps.
That makes even less sense.
This is what I'm trying to understand, bro. Yes.
That's a loop.
Yes, he's just dumping. He's dumping more energy than he has to, but
energy over and over.
Exactly, but it's not. But he's wasting it because it's going to go to heat. He got moving parts. It's gonna get wasted. So whoever his energy company is, they're like, good looks.
It's going to get wasted, but I have the power because the 20 watts that I'm using is going to get wasted, but it's way more power being in the system itself.
But you're powering it by lamps. So how do you expect to get 20 watts when you're powering it by lamps?
Because we use the MOSFET. We just went over that. That's how I got
MOSFETs do not create energy, bro.
Yeah, that's not what they do.
They do not create energy. I'm sorry that they just don't. They react to the environment. You put a bias on them and a voltage on them in the proper way, which is called biasing the FET. But you do that, it's only going to convert your voltage into a current. But power in is going to be higher than what goes out. That's physics. That it doesn't.
Yes.
I don't. It doesn't introduce more power.
I have plenty of power. I can waste it.
You have an abundance of power, and you're willing to just trash it.
Yes.
Basically, you're making a fun toy to experiment with, bro. But does it work in the woods?
Yes.
Okay. So where are you going to get the electricity from in the woods?
It comes from what I said, the small battery, which is 5 watts, run the LED lights. It puts it into the 2 panels, which are 20 watts apiece, which means that 17 volts plus 17 volts. And yes, I waste a lot of energy, but I have abundant of energy because when you stack them, which is, like I said, when you look at it, you go, oh, that's a very large stack. So it's putting out a lot of power, but it's drawing the power needed to.
What's putting out power? Well, look, the only thing putting out power is your battery and the solar panels. Your LEDs are not putting out power. They're using it.
Yes.
But he's using aren't those the lamps though? I think he's using the lamps to power the solar panel.
Yes, thank you.
How are we going to power your lamps in the woods?
With a battery charger, which I show how I did it.
Listen, bro, we trying to apply the application without any outside energy. So before you create the loop, let's say you just take the battery and that starts it. The battery's dead now.
Like, hold on, but you see this? Like, look. You see this right here? Look. So identity put together this layout part of it, right? So this is a buck converter, and this takes 12 volts and brings it down to 5 volts. This battery with this setup can run for almost 2 weeks straight. But this setup doesn't even use that much wattage. So we want to put a solar panel on this with, I forgot whatever with the capacitor setup, and that way this can run with the sun. Who knows however long.
Yeah, why you just don't use the sun to recharge the battery and loop from there? Like it's like you got your solar panels in the wall.
Who's saying
that wasn't the experiment? The experiment was to try to find, which I did, is to take 2 panels sandwiched between LED lights, which is efficient because it runs on 5 watts of power, and you're putting out 40 watts of power from the solar panels when you run it through the MOSFETs to get your pulse currency.
How do you get 5 watts into the solar and get 40 watts out?
Because that's what it says on the actual solar panel.
We got a problem, bro.
Okay.
We got a problem. If you know how to get 20 watts from 5.
Yeah, what's increasing it?
What do you mean what's increasing? That's what we just went over with. What's increasing
when he's saying what's increasing
is the MOSFET. Was the MOSFET.
There's very specific things we use to step up voltage and current.
Yes.
I don't just explain that.
We're using MOSFET at high frequency to get pulse current. That's why we're getting a higher current out than the solar panel
at a much lower voltage, though.
Yes, but I have 2 of them,
which means your power out is lower than your power in. That is not what you just said. You just said I put 5 watts in and I get 20 watts out. How?
Yes, because I have 2 panels. If it's a 20-watt panel,
I tap out, bro. Respectfully, I tap out, man.
Okay.
You can talk to the rest of the panel, but respectfully, I tap out.
Okay. Again, if you have 20-watt solar panels, that's what it does. It says 17 volts on there. If you get full voltage and you put it through your MOSFET to get your current, and the current, when you put it back into your charge controller, is at 5 amps. That's what the charge controller would read. That means I have enough current to charge my batteries, the big batteries, and then that has enough amperage to run something that's 5 watts. That is a cycle, but one uses one less energy, and one the panels do what we call surface area. Is the reason why it puts out the power that it puts out, because there's more little panels on there to give you the power that you need from the LED lights, which are just
Bro, you can just plug that shit in the wall, though. It don't make sense.
I got a question for you, Lloyd, if you don't mind answering just a simple question, if I may, please.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the benefit of this system?
Careful, Wale. I asked that. Be careful.
No, I'm asking a specific question. Well, specific.
The benefit was to show that I can run this in the cycle, and that I can, and how long I've been running the system, which is still running today. If it was done for emergency purpose in the first place. Because I said, what if you don't have sun? What if you just always have this clouding, this raining, this what's named, or a volcano erupt and you just got this cloud cover? Everybody's solar system is useless. In the system
real quick, homeboy. We link sat down, Deity, you back in you sat you down again. Shout out to We Links. Go ahead with your wasteful energy, bro.
Yeah. So what we did is that we created something that runs on LED lights. And even if it ran down, that was the point, to find out if it's going to run down. But even if it just ran for 8 years, wouldn't that be a good backup system? No. Even though if it wastes energy, inefficient. I kept asking, does it work? And they kept saying, yeah, it works, but it doesn't matter if it works.
Where is that system that you're talking about? Where is the initial power coming from?
From the small battery charger that runs the LED lights. The LED lights turn on the panels. The panels go through the MOSFETs so we can get a higher current. And the current puts that back into a bigger battery, in which we can draw power back into the system as a loop.
Okay, so the first thing that you mentioned is just like a turn-on switch.
Yes, that little small battery is just a turn-on switch.
And then once the thing gets to going, it rejuvenates itself through a system of loops.
Yeah, it goes back to the loop, because once you put that onto the charge controller is hooked to the back. Matter of fact, the charge controller won't even work if it's not hooked to a battery. So if that battery is much bigger then the little 5-watt battery charger, you said it run for a long time. But then we saying we're wasting all this power that we're putting it, which is going through a charge controller and charging the bigger battery. So
I think you're not gonna
Wait till
if
he
you measure
finishes.
that power out, bro.
But he's saying, "Hey, I'm asking him a question. Will you please allow him to answer my?"
You repeated the question, bro. That we asked that question an hour ago, Wale. Relax.
You
We asked
relax.
that question
You
an hour
relax.
ago, bro.
I didn't hear the
Okay,
answer.
we
So can I
asked it.
get the answer?
Okay, all right then. Then don't act like somebody's up here. Not we covered that. So don't get mad at me because you weren't around, bro. Damn.
So
So why you mad at me? I'm trying to get the answer from the guy, and he's willing
I ain't
to.
mad at you, Wale, man. I'm just go ahead, man. I ain't even gonna go there. We good,
Real
Wale.
quick.
We good, bro.
So if you add more panels, will it still only take 5 watts to push?
Each one of the units that I stack up has its own battery powered thing. So each level, we in between the solar panels, we put those phone chargers in between each one of those panels. And because the phone charger has pass through charging, it is able to take energy from the big battery, charge the battery charger, and run the lights at the exact same time, which I show in my video.
So what your thing is, the benefit of this thing, what you have here, you're presenting, which is what I asked you. It seems to me that I want to make sure I'm understanding. You say the benefit of it is it could work without the solar light, direct solar light. It could work in a basement, and yet it'll still reproduce at a rate that is, it can redraw itself. It can get its energy back. Is that what you're saying? You're you're creating a lot of energy, and only, let's say you're creating in that scenario, you're creating or you are assessing 100 volts or whatever. It don't matter, 100 of whatever.
Okay.
And then when you try to use it, you're only being able to use about 30% of it. Is that like an accurate statement or toward accurate statement?
Yes.
Okay,
so
then
the 30% that we're using was higher than the tie grids could handle. The tie grids didn't even need 30% to turned into AC, which has more MOSFETs in there because it is an inverter. That means I've always asked this question to people who know more than me, and I've already admitted you guys know more than me. I said, if you use 100 amp battery, so you got 12 volts, 100 amps, that's in the 1,000 range. That means you rounding it off, it's in the 1,000. And you hook a 2,000 watt inverter to it. Where did the extra 1,000 watts come from?
They were never there.
No, the 2,000 watt converter, yeah, that was never there. That's just its capacity.
Okay, it's capacity. But so if I plug my microwave into it, will it run my microwave for a short period of time?
I'm not into
I've done that. Yeah, those are the videos I've been doing. So yes, the microwave will run, but it doesn't run for long. So mine runs about 15 minutes before I delete the battery. That means I'm fully using the 2,000 watts, but it's depleting the battery really, really fast.
Yes, okay, I get it. I'm up with you.
Okay,
I've done that to my battery. I depleted them really fast.
Right.
I'd be pulling down 2,500 watts.
Right. So that I kept saying, where's this extra energy coming? And that's where you get your post current from, because the MOSFETs make up that post currents. That's why you have so many in there. So
correct me if I'm wrong. You're running a microwave off a battery?
Yes. And
It's
they
possible.
do in all kind of RVs. Every RV in the world does the same thing.
Exactly. That's not new. So now what I'm saying, I'm not saying
that is
to you,
new.
it seems the benefit of what you're saying is that when the sun doesn't shine, you can still use this system and get what we're going to amount to as an overdose of energy without putting an overdose of power.
Yes.
Okay.
I like that idea, bro. Why don't you try to add a ground battery instead of using, like, the whole thing is trying to be efficient from, in my idea, my mind, to try to get away from using produced electricity, by the government, right? If you can use a ground battery and then extend a pole up, you can get energy from that to start your loop.
Have you done that already? The
No,
ground battery.
but
I'm talking to the guy that offered it. Has he done it?
Yeah, I made a ground battery before. I was there to see one being made. Yeah.
Oh, so you haven't done that? You don't have that in your? It's not yours. You don't have one. Okay, good. Sure. I'm just trying to get the perspective of.
Well, I've seen one. I was there to see one get made. So my little brother's yeah.
Well, let me make this statement. The guy who just made the statement, I don't know your name, but thank you, because now what you just did is that you start working the problem. All I did was sit in my basement and try to figure out something. I got a system that worked. I just stated how it works, how long it works, and told everybody that it's inefficient. And then you worked the problem and you came up with a solution to make it more efficient. And that's all I've been trying to get people to say and do is say, look, we have something, it's potential, it does work. So now it needs to go in the lab and make it more efficient. Let's work out these ideas. But my intention was to just do this as experiment for my company and talk about these things. And all I get is people saying things, if you go through my videos, oh, you can't plug an inverter on in itself. So I made a whole video that says, this guy says, if I take this plug, which is in a loop, and I plug it into the system of this inverter, that this inverter is going to blow up. So when I do it and the inverter don't blow up, then everybody comes at you, well, it'll eventually run down. That wasn't the point of it. You said it was impossible. Then when I proved it wasn't impossible, you would jump off on a new thing. And I said, this is what we're saying. We are sitting and trying to come up with things new. And you have to break eggs to make something new. So maybe I'm running in an inefficient way, but my system does work, and other people said it works. Now, how long it works, that's what it's still running over 8 years. And it's running in my basement today, okay? And it's running my whole household, okay?
Oh, so the guy with the ground battery, battery. I didn't mean to intimidate you or insult you in any way.
Why you intimidate me, nigga?
No, okay. So what? Oh, this Pat. I was just wondering how deep
it's Lance, bro. It's Lance.
Lance. I was wondering how deep I could ask you about it. And now that I see it's Lance, I can go ahead. Thank you very much, Lance. And thank you all.
You just accept Lance's answer just like that, Wale.
Yeah.
Well, I seen the dude. It was about the deepest a paint can. He used he put a paint can in there first to make it round evenly. Then he started adding all of that shit.
No, I'm asking about the ground battery now. What's the principle?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's as deep as a paint can.
Okay, that's about 12 inches, let's say. Let's just make it 12 inches.
Hey,
and now what at 12 inches? We make a hole as deep as a paint can. Now what?
Hey,
oh, damn.
So you gotta add some things to it to make it conductive, and then you that's one wire, that's the ground battery, and then you gotta put like a something that goes up in the sky. You remember when what's his name, Benjamin Franklin put a kite in the sky? Well, you can use a rod to get the same thing going, and then can that be the other wire, and then that's how you get energy from out of ether, out of the atmosphere.
So now you're talking about the potential energy between the ground, which is the ground part, and the atmosphere, which is the atmosphere part, and now you're going to try to collect the atmospheric energy. Yes.
Yeah, you extract these charges.
That's what I was. I came into the show telling them about atmospheric electricity. And they were telling me how this, that, and the other. But I'm saying the guy showed it with that experiment with all that static electricity going back and forth. He was standing in front of it. That was atmospheric electricity he was presenting.
Yeah, you got to stabilize it and everything. Before we move too far off of
the brothers setup. I just had it was one question that like listening, I didn't that wasn't fully answered, and I apologize if you actually answered this question and I missed it. But with the setup with the LEDs in the basement, what's powering the LEDs to like to, if like what's the source that powers the LEDs to provide energy to the solar panels in the basement?
You said 5-watt battery.
You said what?
Yes, it's a battery charger that charges your phone. 5 watts.
So what's so so are you saying that it's like latent energy within the charger itself? Because you saying the charger is not connected to nothing, right?
The charger is connected to the solar charge controller. So solar charge controllers have USB.
Right. No.
So
I get. I'm saying like what's powering. So are you saying that the solar the solar panels is powering the LED to provide the energy? Like it's going just LED to solar panel back to LED to solar panel?
No, we're taking the LEDs that charges the solar panels. The solar panels
Right.
go through the charge controller.
No. I know how solar panels work. I'm asking
Damn,
what's
let him
powering the
finish
LED.
first.
But Wale, respectfully, he's been doing a great job as a grown man conversing with other men. He does not need a bodyguard. He doesn't need nobody to escort him through the conversation. So because the question that I'm asking is specifically where is the energy for the LEDs coming from?
Okay. It comes from the phone charger, which is a big battery.
Okay. Right. Well, wait. Is it a charger or a battery?
It is, yeah, it's a battery. It's a you hold on, maybe I misunderstand. You guys don't know what a phone charger is.
Bam.
Yeah, well, but hold on. Nah, I know what the phone charger is, but the charger
Okay,
and the
so that's a
battery aren't the
battery,
same
right?
thing.
What I'm
No, a
saying
charger isn't a battery. A charger charges the battery.
okay, so then maybe that's what the disconnect is. I have a battery that when you don't have power, you're out in the woods, you take it, you plug it in, and that battery is charging your phone. We call that a
Oh yeah,
phone
like
charger.
an external, like a portable charger. No, okay, I got you. So see that's what I was asking. So you have a portable charger that you
Yes.
charge, you charge to completion, and then you disconnect that portable charger from any other source, and then it's its own. Okay, that's what I
No,
was asking. You
no,
use a portable
but
battery.
I don't disconnect it.
So how do you
It
charge? Well, no. Well, when I
now
say disconnected, it's
now let me
disconnected
finish.
from another power
Let me
source.
finish how I get it the circle. Okay, so that explains all the connect. So if we got the phone charger, it's portable phone charger. It's running the
Right.
LED lights. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I get
Now
that.
we have now in one unit. We only talked about one unit because we have many of these units. One unit, it charges two solar panels, a top and a bottom, because the LEDs are sandwiched in between those two panels. So it gives full voltage, but we lose amps because of it's not an intense light to give you the amps the solar panel should give you. So we put that through a MOSFET and run the MOSFET at high frequency, which gives you pulse current. That means I can get 5 amps or more, or 5. I can get 5 amps at the charge controller.
I
That's why it
guarantee
reads.
you don't get 5 amps.
Yeah, we do.
You mean
because
Well, nah, yeah.
and
I just, but you answered my question. Yeah, I'm about to go ahead and hop off because that's what I was curious about. Like, how were you actually
the
powering the
MOS
LED lights, but a portable charger? I got you. Yeah, I got you.
well,
yeah.
here's the problem. If you provide 5 watts to LEDs, you're not getting 5 watts out. LEDs are crazy inefficient. You might get half a watt of light output. You might. So you only driving those solar panels with 10% of what you're putting into the LEDs. Where are you getting these 20 watts from? I have no idea.
Well, answer the
It's
question.
interesting. Identity, but how does he stop the feedback though?
What's
No,
What's the
but
component that he's
his
using for the
source.
negative feedback?
There is, again, he's already lost once he introduced the LEDs. They're going to eat up 80-90% of your energy. It's gone.
Okay,
it's gone. It's only going to output maybe half a watt. And if it outputs that much light, now you want to convert that with the solar panels. That's another conversion. So now you're down another 85%. So now maybe we're at like 0.1 of a watt just to drive out from the solar panels that he's driving with LEDs. His calculations are way off. And I wish I could walk with him pencil for pencil and just show him here's where your numbers actually are.
Y'all should do a show, Identity. Lloyd, look in the back and you can see what I mean about earth batteries. And the more batteries you add, so I imagine it's like 5 watts per battery. The more batteries you plant, right, the more watts you get. So maybe you should implement that within your loop. And I'm just trying to figure out how you stopping the negative feedback to push it back into the charger.
The charger does that. You just buy a good.
It's inside of the. Oh, you don't got to make it. It's already right. I got you. It's already created in the charger.
Yes, it's already created.
Every time it makes one cycle,
and I bought very high powered chargers. I paid a lot of money to get very, very high end chargers. So again, when he said you only get a watt, I've already admitted that. Okay. All I'm asking you.
Yeah, I was guessing with the numbers, really.
But if I'm putting 5 watts in, what is just the voltage potential out? That's all I'm asking, because I show with a meter that I'm getting 17 volts. Okay. Then
at what current?
Again, that's why we're going to the MOSFETs.
No. Forget the MOSFET. What is that 17 volts? What current is that?
It has no current, which I kept saying.
Well, if it has no current, it has no power, bro. You're at 0 again then.
Okay, so that's why we use the MOSFET. And
MOSFET does not create power.
It creates.
It does not create energy. It does not. Why do you keep saying that? No. It does not give you more than what you put into it. It will never give you more than what you put into it.
Into currency.
Yes,
So that's all I'm saying. So we're taking two things. You keep dividing them up. I said I got one panel at the top, one panel at the bottom, and 17 volts will drive that MOSFET. Okay? And then I said the other one will put the frequency in with extra energy, because we have to knock it down with a resistor, because it's too much power going into that MOSFET. The rest of that energy is going directly into my charge controller, because we have extra power. So all I'm asking is, we have plenty of voltage, but the current that's being attached to it comes from the MOSFET, and that running it at high speeds puts current into that charge controller, which we read it as amps, because it shows up at that level in amps, which goes into a big battery, and that 100 amp battery, which is controlled and only using 5 volts, charges that little phone charger. We have plenty of voltage in the system.
I can't really point to one specific area that I would suggest you do more reading on, but transconductance is a thing, and you have no idea what that is. But you need to, if you're talking about getting anything out of a MOSFET. Anything. It's all based on transconductance. If you put a voltage in, you get a current out. That's the transconductance. But it also depends on how much voltage are you putting on the gate, how much voltage you're putting on the drain. There's mathematics all through that thing to tell you how efficient that is, because you're not going to get more than what you put in. MOSFET does not create energy. No. You can go in with a high voltage and come out with a high current. Doesn't matter a damn you got to tell me the voltage and currents of both input and output to tell me what that MOSFET is doing. They could raise your amps. They could raise your amps, but it doesn't mean anything if your voltage is 0.00005. It doesn't matter.
That's the reason why we have two. We split.
Okay, now you got 0.0001. Like, that doesn't matter. It's so small. It just doesn't make any mathematical sense. I'm gonna just be honest. And realistically, it doesn't make any sense. MOSFETs do not introduce more energy. They just don't. That's not the function of a MOSFET.
And you heard
it's
me
not.
say that.
Hold on now. It can amplify.
It can amplify, but wait. There's a caveat to that because it's only amplifying from the voltage that you put on the drain. You already have to bias it and put power into the system. The amplification comes from the biasing that you put on the MOSFET.
Right. So it's almost like a tapering, like it's there to use when you need it.
But you're wasting it. If you're putting 5 watts just to bias it, if you put 5 watts just to bias it, and you put an input signal and you're getting 3.5 watts out, you already put 5 watts in just to bias it. So that's why I said it can amplify. You can go up to 10 watts. Yeah, but it's coming from how much drain power you have, coming from that current voltage tap from the drain.
So
you can't have more out than in.
So what he's saying is that I had the 217 volts going into the MOSFET was enough to drive it, but I'm wasting it. But the whole point is that's the reason why we kept going back and says, yeah, it works, but it's inefficient. So he's not arguing that the system doesn't work. He's arguing the fact that it's not as efficient.
I'm saying don't say that the MOSFET is doing something. You're saying it's doing. It is not doing that.
Understand what you're talking about, bro. That's all they saying. Not to say it don't work, but just so you can explain to people that know what is actually happening. You need to have the dialogue or the words in place to be able to communicate it to people that know what's happening.
Yes,
that's all he's saying. That's all he's saying.
We know
that you have a better understanding in explaining what you're saying. So when you say it's because of the MOSFET we get more power, and that wouldn't be totally true because you actually losing just to distribute that much energy to the piece that is going out.
We're losing the power. We're losing that energy from the solar panels, but we have plenty of energy to lose.
He moved the target there.
We have plenty of energy to lose. So when it gets through the MOSFET, we didn't need all that energy. We needed the current to put into it to charge the bigger battery. And that's what I said. Look,
wait. Hold on, bro.
It's not like you need to replace the MOSFET with something else, bro.
Hold on, with the language, the length, and I know you're gonna hear this a lot, bro. But I'd rather you hear from a black man. Yo, you should go get a book and learn what you're talking about. Respectfully, black man, you should learn what you're talking about.
So you're saying, wait a minute, you're saying that the MOSFET does not create current.
No, brother. What I'm saying is that the language that you're using, you're talking about basketball, right? But you're describing the dribbles as jump shots. You're describing the crossover as a carry. You're describing a dunk as a walk. And we're confused because we all know what basketball is. You're like, no, first and foremost, I carried it, and then I went to the crossover, and then I shot a three-pointer. And you're like, did he just describe a dunk? That's why we're confused, and you want us to understand it doesn't work like that. This is a well-established field, and I definitely think that you have the tenacity and background to do it. You just need to get a science book. Go get a physics book. Go learn electricity and majesty. And learn it.
Getting a science book and actually building the system, because that's my science book, and running the experiment, which I kept saying that my system is still running.
No, that's not the science book. No, see what you're saying. No. What we want to do is help you increase your ability you're just in the first sense of being able to talk. So in your language that you're using for this specific discipline, there's language that is associated with this discipline that you're using incorrectly. We need you to first recognize that you are incorrectly using language in this field. And now if you're talking to a bunch of plumbers,
wrong, bro.
Huh?
it don't mean you wrong. They taught me a lot. Like coming over here and so-called letting them ask questions and stuff, it sharpens you. And you need to be able to ask these simple, because we all not as smart as the motherfuckers that will ask you to make the motherfucker work, and how did you do it? So if you can't answer the questions from, meager layman's, it's gonna be hard for you to communicate what you're trying to those that's in the field. So I know a little bit about this field. Identity know a lot more than me, but I'm able to understand somewhat what you're saying only because I know what the stuff do. But you're not using the proper lingo for me to really be able to take it somewhere.
Yes, because that's not my field.
Then why are we discussing it?
Right. So, but if you're gonna be in it, just learn the lingo, and then you might not even agree with the science.
But
just
that's not the
it.
point
Just
of
learn
what
it.
I did. That wasn't the point that I even got invited into. That wasn't the point. The point is that I showed what I could do. It was a basically YouTube video. I'm showing how long it works. I have a bunch of followers who follows how long I've been running my systems and how well or ill well it runs. And we understand you guys were going to tear it apart, but the whole point is the system's still running.
No. All right, so when we say tear apart, like this entire weekend,
we want you to win, bro.
Look, it's not in understand science. We call this in school, right? It's with students is learning how to take an L. In science, the L is almost more important than the win. You learn
more in the L.
You like the L is ever. That's why the journals are important, the labs are important, because those mistakes help us out. So don't look at it like that. Like you're doing what we want black people to do. You're experimenting. I have not spoke to one black person outside of an airsoft facility and brother Identity who knows what a MOSFET is. Maybe Lance too, but most people don't know what a MOSFET is. Or even seen one. So that's dope. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to stop you from what you're doing. We want to have this going, but we want to push black people to the space where we're making our own refrigerators. We're making our own compressors. We're making our own vehicles, and we're competing. We're not trying to esotericize the conversation. We don't need more of that. You know what I'm saying? We need
respectfully, bro. I'm saying this as humble as I can. I'm offering it because I not only use them, I build them from scratch. I know MOSFETs extremely well, and I know how to use them as amplifiers, and I know how to use them as simple diodes or whatever else you want to. The transistor. I'm telling you because I have experience doing it. It's not a hobby. So anything that I'm saying, fine. I can see if I'm wrong. That's okay. Because I could be wrong on some stuff. But I'm offering this because I see you trying. I see you trying. I'm gonna say I don't think it's doing what you think it's doing. And I would love to sit down with you and we can walk through your experiment. Hell, we can do it on your channel if you want. I don't know if you want to do it over here. I don't care. But we can walk through it to kind of see this is what it's actually doing when you're tracking that signal, tracking that voltage, tracking that current, and watching transconductance, how it operates. We can do a simple class on that. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'm okay with that. So
I'm okay with that too.
And you good over here, bro. You good over here, bro. I want you to know we appreciate you over here, bro. We love science, bro. This is the
right.
The science block for black people over here. And we don't get enough conversation with science. So shout out to you for that, man. And Wale for finding you. Thank you, Wale. We needed this convo, son. This is a good Monday. This is how we start Mondays off. From now on, we want to hear fucking Ohm's law. We want to hear formulas. We want to hear units. We want to hear freaking conversions. This is what we want to talk about on Mondays. Fuck Trump. I'm sorry.
Yes. And for me, I have to sit down
Hey, Lloyd, look in the back, bro, so you can see that what a Earth battery is. And I promise you, I know for a fact that'll help you more than a regular battery. It'll give you the energy that you're looking for, and it won't be a loss. It'll be a gain.
There's no gain gonna happen with you using batteries.
Energy is neither created nor destroyed.
You're not creating that. That's what I'm saying. That y'all using the words. And you, my man, Lance. I know what you were saying though, but yeah.
No, that's what it's called. It's called an Earth battery.
No, I'm saying you would
dig in the ground and you put things in it, copper rod,
Like this natural.
Imagine 10 of them mugs putting out 5 watts piece.
No, but you gotta understand. So on Earth, this is what Amen would tell you: chemistry, and you have chemical elements that have acid, and acid increases. Literally, the TDS sensor that we're using, we measure pp, the parts per million in water through the conductivity of water.
Unless you're using a Nathan Stubblefield battery.
What he just said, I never heard that.
Right. You and your kids should do an experiment and see. I know it works. I've seen it work before. He only powered like a LED. It look like a little Christmas light or whatever. But
you heard what I said? That's a basic chemical battery, bro. That's just no different. It's just the acid in the dirt. Soil got dirt. Remember, we got raining acid. So when it rains and they say acid rain, the rain goes into the soil, and that increases the acidic level of the soil, which increases the conductivity of the soil. So of course you.
Well, that's only the ground. The soil is only the ground. The charge is coming from the sky.
No. The soil is not the ground. The soil is made of material, matter, and that matter has moisture in it. And that moisture is why we have soil moisturized testers. So based off the moisturized.
In the battery, I'm talking about you using salt, you using sand, you using copper. It's in the ground. It's not using dirt at all. It's just because
I'm just stating that's chemical. Anything that you're naming would be considered a chemical reaction, and you're using the acid, so you can produce little voltages out of
Gentlemen, I have to get off. It's been a pleasure. It is 3:37 a.m. in the morning here.
Where you at?
12 hours. 12 hours.
I'm in Laos. I'm in Asia. I'm in Laos.
Oh,
okay.
All right, family. Till the next time.
How long you been living there, cuz? Lloyd, how long have you been living in Laos?
Ever since Donald Trump became president.
The first time, you mean? Talking about the first time?
Yeah, not the first time, the second time. When he said what he was going to do and how he was going to do it, I was like, if he does all that, y'all headed for a recession and a whole bunch of other things, and I left the country.
That was about 2 months ago, 3 months ago, you're saying?
Yes.
Oh,
January
okay.
18th.
5 bands. He's about to give us 5 bands in that Doge finding.
Okay. Whatever y'all do, man, it's cool with me. I was just curious. Laos, why pick Laos? What about Laos led you there?
I'm Buddhist, and this is a Buddhist country.
Okay. I get you. And is it easy?
Oh, yeah.
Living is
It's
easy.
beautiful. It's beautiful and easy. I can drive a car, don't need a license. They don't even have street lights here. The stop green lights, all that. They don't have all that.
Right.
They just have high courtesy.
I understand. I've lived in countries like that. I understand. Yeah, man. So I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you coming on. One love.
All right. Keep my number.
We'll be interested, Lloyd, in your progress, man. So if you find something, I'll be interested in, coming back up and telling us about your discovery or whatever.
Well, I said in the beginning that the people who are interested in what I had are going to take it and progress it. All I ever wanted to do is just do an experiment for my YouTube channel. Okay. So
I got you. So you're not into science.
Like I said, maybe I'm pronouncing this wrong, but I'm a librarian. That's my job.
Barian?
Hey Lance, I put his number.
Don't start that.
Hey Lance,
You went
I
on
put his
all the way
phone
to the
number
other side
and
of the
his
planet.
name in the back.
Okay, brother.
You went all the way to the other side of the planet for a YouTube channel?
No.
He said he moved over there.
I left the thing because Trump became president again.
I heard you.
Okay.
What's your YouTube?
You're not gonna be able to escape it. Go ahead and drop your YouTube though in the back if you haven't already.
I have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
should
don't
have
see
it up.
nothing back here, y'all.
I'll put it in.
I just put something back there, Lord.
That's WhatsApp.
I see that.
Wale.
But
And I
Wally,
put it,
Wally, you
go
see
ahead.
how the conversation would develop like this way. Like he's not into science.
I already got all of that, man. I understand. I'm just saying what he's doing and what I saw him do. He don't have to be into science. He's already doing. He don't have to know all the lingo. He has the thing that he's actually doing.
It's in the
Whether he
chat,
can talk
Lance.
in English or in some language or whatever, the language of the science and stuff. It don't really matter to me that he's doing it is what matters to me. And so that's all.
Tell him, Wale, you building your portfolio.
Hey, real quick, is he still here? Because I want to know about the books. He said he wrote books.
Yes, I wrote many books.
Many
on this topic.
No, on many different topics.
Yeah.
I'll give you one. I think I'll give you one I think you guys are interested in. When I lived in America, okay, I've never had a job. I'm talking about a 9-to-5 job, not like
Yeah, you never.
so I've never worked a 9-to-5.
Right.
And basically, I'm poor. Okay,
Right.
but I buy all that equipment. If you've seen my videos, tens and thousands of dollars, refrigerators, TVs, what's names, all this. And people always ask me, how did I do it? I says, well, one, I scrap. Then people come in, do the argument, and says, well, you can't make that much money scrapping. I scrap. And I says, I know I don't make that much money scrapping. But what I do is, in scrapping, can I make $20 to $100 in scrapping? He says, well, yeah. I says, good, because I got over 100 credit cards. And if I manage my money right, when I spend something, I only have to spend $20 a month to pay it off. And I've been living off my credit cards just about since I was 14 when I got my first credit card, because I owned a company. It was a comic book company, because I draw really, really well, and I own my own company. So
in the 9th grade, you had a credit card in the 9th grade.
Yes, I owned my own comic book. So I had a business, and I actually had an EIN number with that business. And yes, I got a business credit card, or you can say a bank card.
That's right.
To say it that way. Yeah, because it might be a difference between a bank card, because some people say bank cards are ATMs. They're not real credit cards, but it has a Visa logo on it.
Logo.
But
I know what you're talking about.
Anyway, that's what I do. I live off my credit cards, and I scrap, and I put on my channel how I scrap. So when people go through my videos, they start to see two things. Not only do I make all kinds of bricks out of copper, silver, some gold, very, very little. I tell people where I get that from. And also aluminum, which is the majority of it. And then I start making my own Bitcoins, which then I showed how I made my own Bitcoins on the channel. So yes, I turned that into a book. It's called I Make Currency.
You made your own coins. Was that for fun, or was that serious? Like for trading, or just for fun?
This again, I do it because I scrap all that stuff. I turn it in when I need money. And here's a little bit on that. Because I use credit cards, I don't have to pay any taxes. If I ever had real money or getting a paycheck or anything, I would have to pay taxes. But because I take the metal to the scrapyard and tell the guy who fills out the check to put the address of my creditors on the check goes from the scrapyard to my creditors. So I never even touch the money. So therefore, if I make no money, I owe no taxes. So I never got charged any taxes, but I have money that I can spend on things like solar and what's names, and I do.
All your credit cards.
I think the confusion is the interest. Where's the interest going? Like I don't.
Again, it just pays when you pay your card every month. When you pay that, interest or not, okay, you're paying it off from the metals that I collect. And then I have little tricks on collecting it, which is even more fascinating, which I wrote a separate book about, because I say money doesn't grow on trees. That's impossible. You pick it off the ground. So I built a magnetic sweeper that when you pull it, it pulls anything magnetic and puts it into a cart. So if I pull it behind my vehicle, in 15 minutes, that vehicle is full of scraps in which the scrap yard will pay me money for, which I put back into my credit cards.
So all your bank cards, your businesses, your EIN, like you said, everything is pretty much still foundational and based in the United States.
Yes.
All right. Clear that up.
So
hey,
when
Lord,
I came,
you mentioned a contrary to my motto. My motto is money does grow on trees, because I deal in the ganja business. So
right,
the ganja business is definitely a tree. So my motto is money does grow on trees.
Okay.
Put the link in the chat, man.
But yeah, those are the books I write. I write
Hey,
them.
hey, you know what, Lord? You allow us, right? So I'm over here on the island of Jamaica, yeah, and I'm making ganja papers, smoking papers, right? The ganja sticks. So I need a couple of machines so I can go into mass production. Just look at it. We'll talk about it when we can hook up. I don't know why this WhatsApp ain't working, but we'll work out a way to get into communication.
Okay.
And
send it to my website.
Okay. But
I
Laos sound.
I want to communicate with you anyway. So
thank you. Okay.
So again, like I said, to me, I like to.
Are your books online, bro?
Huh?
Are your books online? I can't find
them. Yeah, you would have to go to Telegram, because that's where I publish what I can.
Okay.
You said on Telegram?
Yes, I'm on Telegram.
Yo, Truth, remember I told you about Telegram, right?
You're on Telegram. That's why. Okay, I'll install Telegram, man, and try to reach you there. Does that work like WhatsApp by the telephone number?
No, well, that's a different telephone number. So I have to give you the number.
Okay, yeah, but you know how to give it to me. You reach me before texting. Okay, so we good. I'm gonna go install Telegram.
Here's the thing. My email is medialibraryinfo@gmail.com.
Okay.
So if that doesn't work, my email will work.
Well, I wish you luck as an immigrant, and I say I wish you luck as an immigrant. You immigrated over to Laos, right?
Right.
Okay. I wish you luck with that, man. I know I've been to other countries, and sometimes they're nice, and sometimes,
Well, here's the thing. Again, when I did the videos and it went viral,
wow.
Somebody from Malaysia called my WhatsApp, and he offered full citizenship, permanent residency in Malaysia.
Hey,
And
okay.
him and somebody in Saudi Arabia did the same thing. So I'm sitting in Laos, and everybody's talking about this, and they're making a big hype. And I keep telling them the system ain't really good. It doesn't really work. It's inefficient. That's why I keep saying it over and over. I'm saying what he's saying, but they see potential in it. So we're gonna go with that.
Who in Saudi Arabia? Because I know, I've been to Saudi. Who in Saudi Arabia?
That's why I said I want to converse with you, because I like to show other than tell. So when you get on my website, I'm just going to forward what they sent to me.
Okay, I'm enjoying it. Thank you.
Right.
And thank you, Cubana, for that you know, for thanking me about bringing the man up. I appreciate you saying that.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, he got WhatsApp too, Chad. I think.
I have so far been unable to connect with him on WhatsApp. But I know a lot of people internationally are using Telegram, and I just didn't install it with the other people. But once I do, I have a lot of people on Telegram I can contact as well. Who are
Yeah,
already
that take up more bandwidth than WhatsApp, but they got decent file sharing capabilities also.
okay. You know about it already. Do you
Yeah,
have it installed as well?
yeah. You know, in the trucking business, all types of international, Polish, Russian, a lot of people that don't speak English.
Right.
We actually have the dispatcher. He's dispatching from his home in Serbia.
You know what? To be funny, too, Dave, when I be playing chess online, I be playing people from all of them countries, France, Bulgaria, any country might show up to the next game.
Yeah, like I mean, you know, yeah, it used to cost a lot of money just to hear somebody's voice.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about file sharing and video screen live motion, yeah, it don't take much to catch on.
That's right, and it's beautiful to watch myself. I'm enjoying it. I'm thinking, people ask me, I think I'm living in the best time of my life, man.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's right this. Yeah.
Well, all right.
What's up with the blue? Yeah, this is Kumbaya hour before we get into our spring break crash out sessions.
That was a lot, man.
Dropping
more
so,
scientific literacy, man.
Before I go, I wanted everybody to look up Nikola Tesla's patent number 336961.
Are you giving us a quiz on it the next time you pop up, or?
No, I'm giving you information to the patents that I use. It was 336961. That's his patent number. That is what I used. And anybody who wants it, I will give you other videos that people done the same thing and what they're saying they did. And so we converse and we do each other's experiments.
That's cool. Yeah, keep us posted, man. We'll be through.
It says it's a patent for a dynamo. Is that the one you're talking about, right? Yeah.
Yes.
The object of my invention is to provide an improved method for regulating the current on dynamo electric machines.
Yep.
In my improvement, I make, trying to get to the rest of it.
Who are we reading? This is who stuff?
I'm reading from the patent of 336961, 1885. Who made it? New Jersey, Tesla manufacturer. The patent was done in 1885, Tesla. And this is the dynamo machine. And I'm reading from there. The object of my invention is to provide an improved method for regulating the. Is my do my thing sound real bad, man? I can go to another. It's sounding bad to me.
Yeah, it's feedback.
Oh, okay, I'll go to the next one. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's cool, man.
But y'all know pseudos, like I said, pseudos love Tesla, man.
Yeah.
Pseudos love Tesla. And
Yeah, because nobody was really talking about Nikola until that car came out.
No, before then, actually, but you know, I know it
Yeah,
didn't.
it was only a select few. Yeah, only a select few. Yeah, only a select few. But once the car came out, yeah.
So it said just to run it through, in his improvement, he used two main brushes to which the ends of the helices and the magnetic and the field magnet are connected.
Yeah,
And then
but
he
nothing
goes
you talked
on.
about had nothing to do with what Tesla was discussing.
Actually, it do. When you go through it, it's about 5 paragraphs or it's 8, 9 paragraphs, and I'm not trying to read all that.
Oh, I was just gonna say that'd be a world record for you, boy.
If you read the first thing you read, and you listen to what his thing was describing using a MOSFET, two different things, bro.
Okay, if that's what you want to say, man. But what I'm looking at, it seems like I'm seeing some of what he said in here as I scan across it.
You spanning across it, you glimpsing at
it. He said some of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm scanning through it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
What was like let's do it like this. What's the stated purpose of your invention?
Oh, that would be Lord, right?
Yeah.
What was the question again?
What's the stated purpose of your experiment?
To experiment.
You see the difference, Wale?
What? I don't know what you're saying, man.
Now
Lord.
read the stated purpose of the invention.
I asked Lloyd myself.
Read the stated purpose that you just read.
From this dynamo, okay.
Yeah.
The stated purpose of the dynamo. Hold on.
When you read
the object of my invention is to provide an improved method for. I still hear feedback, but okay. For regulating the current. For regulating the current on dynamo electric machines.
Okay, so you see it's very specific. Now ask him what's the purpose of his experiment.
Okay, Lord, are you around? I'm gonna ask you again. What's the benefit? What's the benefit of this?
What's the objective? What's the objective?
Okay, whatever. What is that?
To experiment with the very the experiment that you're talking about. That means we're working with doing that with new components of modern day and figuring out what he did in his patents and reduplicate that and then verify it and put it on YouTube.
Now
So
you
we
see the complete
basically
difference.
for the
that
same
invention
thing
that you listed
is
was
to experiment.
now you
To
see.
experiment.
All right, so the goal was to experiment. That's cool.
And
The
that's what I
purpose
did,
of that,
but experiment from that patent. From that patent.
now you see the disconnect. Now let's listen to the language. That patent's purpose was to advance an already existing form of technology. You have not referenced that existing term technology once in any statements you've made. I'm not going to repeat it, but if you listen to what he read, you did not reference any of the things that he said.
Okay.
So that's what I'm stating.
I'm not even gonna
Like,
argue that because I've referenced that so many times. It's not even funny. I've been repeating myself all night, over and over and over again.
Yeah.
no, I know, and no, in the 2 times that you just repeated yourself, neither of those times in which you repeated yourself, you said anything remotely close to what Nikola Tesla's invention was about.
Okay, but that's your opinion.
No, it's not an opinion. It's not an opinion. I'm just listening to the words you said, and you did not use any words that were remotely close to advancing the dynamo. Nothing.
Dynamo, yeah.
Dynamo. You didn't say nothing about the brushings, the arrangement of bushings. So there's no connection between what you said and what that paper is talking about. If there is, please, state it. But, and I'm asking Wally, did he state a connection to that? Did you hear a connection?
Yeah, like I said, as I scanned down the whatever the thing was, the patent and the verbiage in the patent, I saw several things that he referred to, as he's been
Several.
speaking over the.
No, well, they're
Okay,
discussing the
that
verbiage.
that
So
he's.
this is the comprehension component right now. So right now, the objective of that invention was stated. We all heard the objective. The object of this invention is to do what? Is advancing a currently existing form of technology. It didn't recreate. It didn't change. It said it was enhancing it. You can read it again. That's the purpose of that invention. So anything
So,
he would be doing would be attached specifically to the dynamo and advancing the bushings and the arrangement of the probably the bushings, the wiring of the bushings, the positions that which we've already done. It's already advancing in that
but
kind of
Nikola Tesla
dynamo.
didn't have MOSFETs, and we
The
use MOSFETs in the
MOSFET.
new
All right.
system
So now explain how your MOSFET is being used to advance the dynamo.
because it's the trigger to make the ringer ring, to make those spikes.
Do you know what a dynamo is?
We understand, we know what he said is dynamo, but that's not what
Oh,
he's using it for. So you have to
yeah.
understand what he's using it for.
We
Oh,
do
yeah.
understand he stated it in the objective.
Okay. But you only got part of the objective, and you're trying
No,
to
there was only one.
analyze the whole thing, and you only got part of the sequence.
Oh.
No. We're not analyzing. That's the purpose of an objective, to let you know what the goal is of our experiment. The objective. That's the reason why you write that at the beginning.
No
Every
guesswork.
student,
Yeah.
like, you know, the goal of this experiment is to do this. The purpose of this experiment is to do that. It's
But
very
he
clear.
didn't read the whole entire thing.
No. You didn't state any purpose with yours. Let's just go to that point. With yours, your purpose of your experiment was to experiment. You stated it twice.
Experiment with his work.
And that's why I asked you, you never discussed anything that was remotely close to his work.
But I
Are,
did.
No,
are,
you
are,
didn't.
are you gunning for a Nobel Peace Prize in physics?
No.
Oh.
No, I would like to hear it, but you didn't state, like, your usage of a MOSFET was about amplification of and conversion of current to voltage and voltage to current, and then recharging a battery with using a solar panel, and then having a battery power LED that had nothing to do with a dynamo. You wouldn't even be able to word that together because you're not using the same components, nor did you have a purpose of advancing the dynamo.
You missed a lot with doing the conversation, but I did mention it because we talked about the halfway, and that's what that dynamo is doing, and it has a center tap, which I mentioned. So again, I only mentioned the patent. I also mentioned how the patent functions and how it was designed.
Okay, if that's what you. Okay, that's not what was communicated, so that's I was listening, so I didn't, and I asked you it twice to be clear. That's why. So that's what comprehension.
And now the weather.
I'm copying a link from YouTube manually.
Mm-hmm.
So when I send it, you can see other people's works, and you'll see the relationship with that.
They're gonna say the word dynamo.
It's on the patent.
Oh.
So if the patent says dynamo and he's showing the picture of the thing, and then he duplicates the actual picture, and then he shows you what he does with it, because he's not using it to run a motor, he's using it to increase amperage. So then you can see the relations between what we're using it for. That means that we are advancing his experiment.
Advance. To move past or ahead of where of origin, place of origin. That's not the same as change.
Language is important.
Yeah, I'm not able to get past the Laos situation.
Oh
That's
wow!
extra
Laos
wild.
part, I just give it the science. I don't give it the Laos shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a whole bunch of that story that's left out and edited.
I don't care about all that.
Motherfucker just pop it up in Laos and shit. What?
So Lloyd, are you a librarian in Laos?
Yes, I brought my company with me.
The library?
Library.
Yeah.
He's a librarian. So you're saying like you're the MOSFET you use it to increase amperage?
Yes.
So what are you sacrificing then if you're using it to increase amperage? What are you giving?
Well, that's what we come to you guys to explain that. But that's the reason why I said if we look at
Well,
the
according to
research.
everyone understanding, you're sacrificing voltage.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not sacrificing voltage to increase amperage, then you got to be constantly inputting energy and then use that energy to increase the amperage. But you got
With
to
the
be
higher,
getting it from somewhere. And you're going to cut down on voltage to increase the amperage.
But how do you know if you haven't seen it for yourself? How do you make
I
those
know it
opinions?
by math. Mathematically, I know it. I don't have to see it. I don't
Okay.
even have to see your
But
system. I can
that's
tell
the
you how
point.
it's working based on math.
I think
That's why I
totally
tell you. That is why
to
I could
make
tell
an
you that
opinion
your
on
batteries
something
take a long
you
time to charge because you're charging based on your whole system to charge those main batteries is going to take a long time. Probably much
But
longer than that is why you got to alternate between batteries because one setup wouldn't be able to run your whole system.
that's
Which
not why
one
I do
setup,
that. You're making
if
opinions on
one setup
something.
is done efficiently, should be
That's
able to
not
run
why
your
I do
system,
that.
but it can't.
That's not why I do that. That is not why I do that. I do that because it saves on battery because I only have to discharge my batteries at 1%. If you discharge your things over 50%, you ruin the battery.
50.
So I don't even go to 50. I only go to 1% before I
Then
switch it over to a fresh battery.
Hey, brother Lloyd, your page it says it's shut down.
Which page?
Your channel that you put in the back, it says shut down. It says not available.
Not available. Copyright?
No.
Maybe location. Geography plays a lot into it. If you're in the east, usually sites that you're able to access from over there, we're not able to access over here.
Good one. Yeah, that's true.
No, we have Canadian
City in
restrictions.
Laos.
No,
he's in
I'm
Laos,
saying
though.
some people. No, I'm saying you guys have access in Canada to several BBC and other English productions that we don't have.
He said the East.
Yeah, I'm saying it doesn't have anything to do with it.
Dev is just contrasting it more, saying the same thing happened over here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you could
Yeah, I
imagine.
get Canada stuff. I get all the Canada stuff.
Try the new link I just put in.
But Laos, Lloyd, not Laos, Lloyd.
Maybe.
You're making it when you say like the MOSFET, you use it to increase amperage, but you're not talking about the voltage that you're sacrificing and other stuff, other waste energy. You're not talking about that. So you're making it seem like you're increasing amperage out of thin air, and that's where a lot of people have problem with it.
Okay. Did that new link work?
Yeah, it did. Hey, brother, like I said, I think from what you explained and you using the patent, I think once you add that earth battery, you know what I'm saying, it's going to change a lot of minds about what you're doing.
Mine.
Then you will be literally getting something and getting nothing, or getting something from somewhere and producing something physical. Like if you're using a battery, it's like kind of like a waste because you got to recharge the battery. Eventually, you're going to be using the same amount that you put in, even more so because you got to waste energy to get the energy. Once you put it in, once you use that rare earth battery, that earth battery, I think it'll be more appreciated, and it can be applied when the electricity grids fall down, and all of that.
Let's learn the science.
You said rare. That was the real
I didn't
thing.
mean rare earth battery. I meant earth battery.
There's no such thing as an earth battery.
Now I will say this.
They call it these things. I would say you'll look it up and you'll find it, but it's in our interest to understand the science. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? So that way we understand it from these are chemical reactions, and in the presence of moisture, liquids, specifically water and acid, you will produce some small volts in current. It's science.
But
It's chemistry.
this is
now what? Can I add some food up for thought?
Implemented in more industries is because it's not very practical. Like a simple acid lead battery outdone the earth batteries.
Why not just use lithium ion?
Because you got to put the energy back.
Let's just be clear. When we're saying these things, right? When you want to find ways of using electricity from chemicals, that is possible. You can stick some zinc and copper into some oranges and get a small amount of
Yeah,
voltage.
you could stick electrodes in a freaking lemon and get electricity, but
exactly.
What are you going to use it for, though? What's the workload?
The combination is energy from the soil and energy from the atmosphere. So you're creating
it's not energy from the atmosphere. There's no energy coming from the
definitely energy from the atmosphere. What are you talking about?
Where are you? What device?
Energy is coming from a chemical reaction.
Let's just be clear, right? If you're talking about powering his device, you're going to be using the moisture in the soil and the acid from the soil to provide that current and that voltage.
Yeah, I'm not talking
about
that.
You got to use certain electrodes that's going to attract a certain
air,
kind of ions.
If you're talking about the atmosphere, then you're going to be talking some type of generator. We're going to be having some rotational device producing the voltage. That's a different.
No, you're not. You talking about look. The ground is ground, and the sky is charged. When you put
the sky. No. When you're saying these things, we call the sky the ground. But when you stick electrodes into soil, I have about 50 of them. If I was at Zeiss, I would show. I have literally 50 of them on the desk. If you just type in soil moisturizer tester, or if you look up if you type in earth battery, it's going to tell you it uses the conductivity found in the moisture in soil. You're going to be sticking electrodes that is going to be one positive and one negative. So that way you have the flow.
The soil probably have to have a lot of salt or minerals in it too.
Yes, you gotta have salt in it.
And that's gonna
come. It's a chemical reaction. You're gonna get the salts are made up of cation ions and anions, like positive and negative ions.
Electrolyte.
Yes, that's why you use salt.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying though, Lance, like the amount of power that you could get from a lead acid battery will outdo the earth battery. The lead acid battery is replenishable and rechargeable, just like the earth acid battery.
Let me respond real quick, just so you have the understanding. He said earlier that he only gets 5 watts out of the charger to power his thing.
I heard his whole setup.
Right. So if you use an earth battery, you can look it up. It's only going to get 5 watts out of that as well. But the more batteries you build, the earth make, the more watts you get.
Yeah, it depends on how he wires his battery. It could increase wattage or increase voltage.
Yes,
But
that's all my whole
I
point.
think that's the
You're not gonna
issue.
get more watts like that, bro. You're gonna get more of the same shit, just be able to use it a little bit longer. You're gonna stick more electrodes in the ground.
Exactly. It's like you're increasing volume.
That's what you're doing.
All right. So this is what it says. It says Earth battery generates electricity
pretty much,
by
pretty much
utilizing.
what it means, that Lance, if you have one 9-volt battery, you still have 9 volts. If you have 10 9-volt batteries, you still have 9 volts. You still have 9 volts. That's what we're saying.
Right.
So if you take a bunch of
if he wants to increase the amperage, to be correct.
You said what?
If he wants to increase the amperage, then he would wire it. He would wire those 9-volt batteries in parallel. If you want to add the amperage, but if you want to multiply the voltage, then you wire them in series.
Series does not increase the voltage.
Oh my! I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to yell over people. But if you want to multiply or add voltage, so I'll give you a quick example, really quick. I don't want to yell over everybody. So if you have 2 9-volt batteries, okay, 9 times 2 is 18. If you want to actually keep the current the same or the amperages, then you want to wire them in series. That means that you would double the voltage. 9 times 2 is 18.
He's right. It depends on how you wired it.
I'm not going to argue.
No, you're right.
It's just a fundamental. That's all.
The only reason why you're getting that increase is because
he's right on that. That's going to
But you just said I was wrong, though. You don't wire them in series.
He said you're right. He agreed because that's true.
I'm saying you're right. I thought you were saying something different. That's why I had to say, I'm like, no. But you're going to lose. You're not going to increase your amperage usage.
Of course, you want to wire them in parallel. Then, if you want to add,
no. I thought you was.
Yeah, you're right. Curious.
I thought you were saying that you're gonna get more voltage.
That's why we have to listen and pay attention before we make assumptions.
Nobody made an assumption, bro. What are you talking about? Made an assumption, bro. It's a fucking conversation. Come with your weird shit. I just said you was right. That's why we gotta listen and say, you know what? He said he was right. Fuck is weird.
Yeah, Q. That's what
like slow down. It's not that serious. Calm down.
Using the same volt batteries to create this Tesla battery. They just wired in parallel.
Who else is gonna tell me to slow down? Who the fuck gonna come with a panel next and tell me slow down?
He created a Tesla battery?
Yeah, it powers your house.
Yeah.
And it ain't nothing but the same batteries I use to power my drone, just wired parallel. Like I think it's like 100 of them.
Yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you're doing that with the lights, the LEDs, you're not gonna be able to power more LEDs that way. And if you do, you will if you add in, if you put in more of the, what you call it, the
electrolytes.
The electrodes. You got to put more electrodes in the ground.
Yes. But that's the whole point. That it's one per battery.
And then the electrolytes they're gonna deplete the electrolytes really fast. So the battery is gonna run down really quick, and you're gonna need to replenish it depends on how you use it, maybe twice a day.
But what's that got to do with Tesla?
Maybe I'm doing the same thing.
Got to do with Tesla?
The same thing he was telling him. What is it called when you run a rod up and then you take, that's one wire and that's connected to the sky, and then you got another rod in the ground. Yes, bro. And then one wire is negative, one wire is positive, and you run that into a capacitor. What is that battery called?
I don't know. That's that shit that they was doing with the keys and shit, right? With lightning.
Yes, that's the same thing. That's why they put the rods in the sky. They don't use the key no more.
That's not a battery though. What you're doing is creating a temporary circuit between the potential difference between the layers of atmosphere and the earth. And why I say temporary, because you're not always going to find a consistent amount of
It's
charge.
not consistent. Right, you're right. Because
that is why lightning don't just flash everywhere all the time. It wait for a potential difference or a gradient to build up enough where it basically tipped itself. Think about it as a tub getting filled up with water to the point where it just tipped over. That's
right, but don't you think that's a good idea to use to initiate his contraption as opposed to a battery?
Yeah,
it don't be
and you got to think about real estate. That is why I asked him, how much space does your contraction takes up? Because
again,
a lot of these things that we're talking, to get an ounce of energy to be useful, you're gonna talking about using up acres of land or going hundreds of feet up in the air.
No, he just needed to start his contraption. He don't need a lot. He said he only using
But Lance, again,
there's so many other
like Lance. There's no purpose in it. He said he was just doing it to experiment. Like, do we not hear that?
So
yeah, I thought he was trying to put the solar panel on his roof. Get over it. Put the solar panel on your roof. If you're really doing something new, don't even pick up solar panels. Solar panel is not a new invention. You're trying
That's
to do.
Why I asked. That's why I was asking. What was the purpose of it? He said his purpose.
It's like taking the freaking rims and say, "Oh, this is the steering wheel." It's no longer the rims; it's the steering wheel. Yeah, I know they're both wheels, but you're not using it applicable. Solar panel in your basement, dude.
What are we talking
about? What is this like a doomsday preparation?
I mean, I guess he said he did it because it couldn't be done, but I'm like, you might as well do it for real. Like if the light get some batteries off of some energy off of that shit, even if it's just a power a phone or something, or initiate a charge to start something. I don't think it's a bad idea. It's already a patent, but you might as well go heads in and prove it.
There might be instances where it probably could be useful. Again, maybe you're stuck in a cave, in a well, you're in a jail cell, you can't come out, you got to be inventive. Like you're on house arrest, you can't go outside, you can't go harness the sun, you're stuck in a basement somewhere with a serial killer. I don't know, but in the real world, I don't see how it's going to work. You got to think out the box to do this.
What do you mean in a not in the real world, but in a world that's not broken? It'll work perfect in a broken world, but since everything's available and it's like it's just a toy.
I don't know. I think. Well, I mean, this is why we got to go back to the basic. Like, what's the purpose of the conversation, and what are you trying to do? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just the basics of the science. Like, what are you trying to do?
Yeah, what is his purpose of his experiment?
I'm building 12-inch drone. I'm like, I wonder if that shit work.
He said the purpose of his experiment was the experiment. That's how I was lost. I'm like, all right, I don't know why.
So what's the outcome of that then? Like, is there results?
Nah, this is where we got confused.
Well, he doesn't care about efficiency, so I would doubt if he's checking results.
I also have an experiment that I'm trying to build that runs off of solar energy, but using batteries, 12-volt batteries.
Yeah,
I mean, you remember when we had this conversation last year?
Nothing that you made in that statement had anything to do with the pseudo world. You know what I mean? You ain't bring up Tesla.
Yeah, I know, but we're just talking about different projects, right? So I just kind of threw my own in. That's all.
Because again, we want to advance the conversation. You know what I mean? Like, we want to be right and exact in the conversation, and then we don't want people to think right and exact means you're being white. And it's like, no, like that's just the point of the. That's why anytime, especially when I'm wrong, I make sure people hear when I'm like, no, let's make sure we get these facts out so people can hear, what's right, what's wrong, and whatever it is. It's misstated, but let's make sure the facts is there, and then it's not no interpretation like, oh, this is how you believe. Like, what are you talking about? That shit is a fucking resistor, bro. It's not racist.
So what is the topic of the conversation, man? I know I jumped in a little late, so.
It started off with the African dude that claims to make what does he think to make some former radio frequency car charger or something? Some people think that he make a radio frequency car that works off radio frequency, but from the stories that I see, dude did not make any cars. He made a device that charges car battery.
I don't even know if he made it. I heard that.
And that's my assumption. If he didn't even make anything.
I heard he said he had the LED on for like 8 years, but I'm like, an LED could stay on for mad long, bro. It's like fucking takes nothing to power that shit. Like, I'm confused. I didn't. So he was just adding a bunch of things, and I don't know.
That's why I want to ask him, like, how much workload is he putting on the system? Is he running like a television?
I didn't really want to, like, it's cool for the
I'm
content, but
pretty sure he's not running a refrigerator. He says a microwave that lasts 15 minutes. So I don't know how practical that is.
So we're helping him with his project? Is that what the conversation is about?
No, think about it though. His whole system could power a microwave for 15 minutes. Think about that.
I don't know what system you're even talking about. I don't
think
know
about that.
Like, no, he got invited over here by Wale, and so we always looking for people to come over here and discuss science, especially people that have like esoteric approaches to how they understand science and what's going on in the scientific world.
Okay, so we're talking about science. That's the topic of the discussion.
We were discussing his project.
Okay.
And Wale invited him because he was intrigued as to about what he was doing. But in the process of discussing, we be fiending to talk about science over here. So anybody that could, make the conversation on science, happen and keep it kind of entertaining. Not to say it like that. It can happen.
Now I know you guys were talking about a MOSFET. Does anyone know, including myself, because I don't know too much about transistors and whatnot. That's not my expertise. But can anyone tell me what is the difference between a MOSFET and a potentiometer?
A potentiometer and a MOSFET, two different things. A potentiometer is like
I know. That's why I want to know the difference between the two. That's why I asked. Does anyone know?
It has like amplification. It's in a whole different category. A potentiometer just controls the amount of resistance.
So there's no other differences between the two?
There's tons of differences in its application. Like a potentiometer we use like for voltage dividers and controlling like current and shit like that.
Oh, the MOSFET is way more
it's like
way more versatile than the what do you call it? A voltage controller, potential something?
Potentiometer. What applications would you use a MOSFET for?
I got introduced to MOSFETs honestly with airsoft. That's what I got introduced to. But the dude, Brother Identity, he makes them for he actually makes them for
what kind of applications would you use it for though? Like what useful projects would you use it for?
Like use them in airsoft guns. They use the MOSFET and airsoft guns to control the voltage from the lithium battery.
Yeah, from what I'm understanding.
But a potentiometer can also control the voltage though. That's why I was asking what are the differences if they could do the same thing.
Well, there's ways of controlling the volt, but there's different types of signals that are sent out with the current, and it depends on the type of motor that you're using with the signal.
That's it right there, the signal.
Yeah, so it's about the signal if I'm not mistaken. So like you got different motors that just can't. You got pulse width motors, you got step motors that you just can't throw it, DC power to a step motor.
Right, we need an inverter.
I won't say. Yeah, you need. There's a couple of things. Yes, you need something in between there. You just can't throw some power to it. So I believe it.
Yo, loud dude with his freaking LED powered solar panel.
I think that'll be a dope project, though. I mean, well, I wanted to be in the process of building a solar power system with the a battery pack.
So
That's
think
why I
about
kind of
it like
asked.
this. A solar power system. Why would you emit the solar part? Why would you wanna take away solar? You want to
So
use
I'm not.
anything else except
Well,
solar.
let me know when you're finished. I don't want to talk over you.
It should be like a LED power panel or a lamp system.
So I
Lamp
Yeah,
power.
think
I just looked it up
so.
and I just looked it up.
If
If you look it up, it's a transistor, so it has nothing. It's not in the same family. So yeah, it's all
okay.
yeah.
So in regards of the LED project with integrated with solar, I think, like I said, I don't know completely what he's trying to do, just because I kind of just jumped into the conversation. But if he's trying to create this system, I don't think he's trying to remake a solar panel. You can buy them off the market, but I think that he's trying to create. Lights like a lighting system that runs solely off of solar energy.
We
If
don't
that's
know.
correct, that sounds a bit more
What he's
realistic.
attempting to do
I
is
mean, to be fair, like let's be clear that we asked him twice, and he said his purpose was to experiment.
Okay, so
I
maybe
could assume his
project will be
intention
a little bit
was
more
to
Yeah,
straightforward.
that's why I don't want to put I don't want to mix it up like that. That's why when you came in, it was a little brag,
Hmm.
because it was I kind of got y'all to. I didn't even realize when he left. I kind of got y'all to mixed because I'm like, yo, bro, like let's be exact. Like, what are we talking about? And then Lance, you know what I mean?
Okay.
he was trying to
So
turn
maybe you guys can
what
help me out
he
then
wants.
with
That's what
my
he was trying
personal
to do.
project. So I want to create a battery system. So pretty much what I plan to do, because I have some land in the rural area, and they don't have electricity out there, or I kind of want to be off the grid. So I want to create um, a power station that runs off of batteries. Now, I did check into the 24-volt system versus the 48-volt system, but what would you guys recommend? It's a small crib, one bedroom is just kind of like a my man cave. I
You
have
know
a
what's crazy?
refrigerator,
It's
maybe
my boy
some.
Jamal. There's a dude that
What was that?
You got solar panels already?
there's a dude that comes on the
Yeah, I have
panel.
4.
There's a
Here,
dude, you
here.
heard, bro? Hold on. There's a dude that comes on the panel named Jamal. This is what he does for a living. He actually sells home off-grid solar systems. So like
Yeah.
he has the whole setup. He works for a company that's what they sell. So he definitely somebody
That's
should
what's
link
up.
up with.
Shout out to Jamal.
I don't know Jamal if you're listening, but he definitely would. Yeah.
Give me some advice on it. That's dope.
He not just advice. Yeah,
Definitely
that's what he sells. Like that's what he does for a living. He sells solar
nice.
systems for houses and shit.
Cool. So yeah,
Like I
so
said,
I do. So I
When
do
it comes
have
to the
So I have
power,
4. Oh, go ahead.
no,
I was just
because
gonna
you
tell you
asked
what
about
what I
the
have.
power system. No, you say what you're gonna say might be important to what I'm gonna say. You say you got
Okay,
4.
so I have 4. I have roof solar panels, and they put out the output is 100 watts each, or 155 watts each, and they have a C rating of 12 volts. So they collect 12 volts at the minimum, well, depending on the time of the day, but their output for wattage is 155 max. And I
Okay.
So
have
what did
4
you?
batteries, lithium ion batteries.
I'm sure Identity would say this. What's the draw coming out of the house?
That's a good question, because just based on the appliances that I'm using, which, like I said, it's small. I have a mini fridge. I didn't look at the ratings, the C rating on the mini fridge, but I have my computer, my desktop, maybe a few appliances that runs off of 5 volts DC.
Yeah, I would
So yeah, I mean, nothing
make a
too
little
serious.
make a little spreadsheet and just program it. So you have like your you got all the different appliances in the house. Then you got the wattage on one side, and it's calculated at the end. So you all the wattage in the house, and then max, and then
Usually around 1500 watt, good enough to
Will be
run
good.
but if you're
medium
doing it for
size
if
house.
you're
So
Nice.
doing it for the like
Have you
if you're
heard of
doing
the
it
power
do
wall
it like
yet?
you would
like
do it like you would do
700
for the
to 900 is usually good for like single family or single person, small setup.
But if you're doing it for the
Damn, that's
science,
all. 900 watts.
nah. If you're doing it for the science, bro, don't do no guessing. Go
Yeah,
to your house.
you,
You gotta
you,
tally
you
up
could
every single
actually.
device that you have plugged
No,
in.
yeah, this is an actual real project
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You
that
gotta
I'm
go
working
do a
on.
tally. You gotta go tally up every device in your house. All of their usage. Are you gonna be going from the breaker box?
Well, this is why I'm here to get your guys' expertise.
Again.
Is it necessary or?
Yeah, more than likely because you got outlets, right?
I mean, yeah, but I'm running a small appliances.
No, but where your outlets all go? Where do your outlets meet at?
Well, in that case, yeah, I'll probably need a breaker, maybe like a 20 amp breaker, or
So
maybe even 50.
you're gonna start right there. So your breaker is gonna define the whole conversation, and then from the breaker backwards, you're gonna be looking at. So if you're doing 50 amps, how many? Like, what's the usage over time?
Right, probably like the fridge since it runs 24 hours. I'm just trying to get a rough estimate. I don't have a tally sheet, on hand. I'm just kind of I'm guesstimating.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
This
I'm going
is
off.
the
I'm just telling
part
you
that people
the one.
fumble with a lot, It's when it comes to the power station, bro. If you got the bread, just buy a power station. They
Yeah,
usually
just
talk
buy a power
about,
wall.
yeah.
But you can
Don't
build
do
one for
the
about
But that
20
takes
bucks.
the fun out of the project,
Nah,
though.
bro, you doing it right. That's what I'm saying. Like, literally go
all right.
Like,
You
come
can
on,
buy
man.
No, that's
go
exactly what you
buy
gotta do.
6-car
So,
batteries, an inverter, and a transformer.
well,
You can do
you want
yourself
you want
power
to power
wall.
the system. You want to power the system. So you got to go backwards
Right,
and so you got to see like
right.
what.
Reverse engineering.
Well, not just like you just got to go from the wall out. So, well, not the wall, but
Yeah.
from the out, the grow out. So if you're doing a 50 amp, then from there, like you run the batteries, and then depending on the type of batteries you're gonna be using, if you're using car batteries,
Nah, we don't do that at all. Those are obsolete. I don't do lead acid. Those
so
are
which ones you gonna be doing?
inefficient.
Those are good for light bulbs.
Inefficient.
That's it, bro. Light bulbs. Don't better think about no TV,
No, so what
no
batteries you gonna
video game, no none of
Lithium
that.
ion. They're 90% more efficient.
not get me wrong, no, which
But
ones you
that's
gonna
what
be
I'm saying though. If you get the power station, it comes equipped with all of that. Lithium ion battery, all the
No, but he wants to
freaking
make it though. He wants
transformer
to make it.
converter and
No,
all of that
I'm
you
with you,
need.
but he wants to make it though,
This
bro.
is a
Like,
project venture. Remember, I want to learn as I go, man.
I
That's the
get
no, no,
it.
point.
bro,
The knowledge and the skills.
bro,
I get
I'm
it. The
100% with
engineering
you, bro.
part, I get yeah.
Right.
It's a video in the back chat if you want to
That's a
do it
sport
yourself.
too.
So look, yeah. So going from the back, you looked the batteries up already. You went on
Yeah.
AliExpress.
No, I went on. It's called the platform is called Shopee. It's similar to AliExpress, but it's mainly based in South America. They have a South American base.
And I would definitely have to include identity into this conversation. To be honest, like me, I'm gonna go with what I know, and I'm gonna use ChatGPT. Very
Hmm.
specific, and then hunt for the parts. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna still call people out. But identity is definitely the one that would be included in this project.
Well, what do you mean by that? Can you expand on that? Like, give an example. I don't know what you mean by identities.
Oh
No,
no, the
identity
brother said
is an
it's identity. Yeah, the
electrical
brother's name
engineer.
he's an
Oh,
electrical
okay.
engineer. He's on
He's
this
a real
platform.
electrical
With us.
engineer. So you
Yeah, he's a
walk
real
it with
Okay.
electrical engineer.
like ABC. Believe me, like all of this that you think is problems.
But I'm with you on the project. You can email me. I definitely want to be involved in this because we're thinking
Hell
about
yeah,
the
most definitely, man.
This
But
sounds
we're doing a
like
smaller version. We're doing one that has to do the same one I just showed earlier with the environmental project.
Hmm.
We need I think 3. I gotta do the thing, but they got the little small that's literally this month creating a little. I don't even want to front like I know what the parts are, but I know there's an inverter. There's like 4 or 5 solar panels, little small ones we're gonna be using because we only use 5 volts, but we need coming in at 12 amps.
Yeah, that'll be really dope, bro.
So yeah, I'm definitely with that.
Hey, if you look in the back chat, bro, it's a video on how to do the parallel to the ion batteries, the lithium batteries. You can run a parallel. You can do it less than $100 for less than $100. Well, that's only if you already own the batteries though, because the batteries is like probably depends on which ones you get. You can get a good price if you buy them in bulk, but I buy them all the time.
Hey, depending on what you're doing, like how you want to set it up. Like the car batteries may not be that efficient, but they definitely gonna be laying around.
Yeah, get them everywhere. Pick them up for like $50.
Right now.
Yeah, you can run car batteries in parallel. Can't you?
Car battery is easy to work with, bro. Only thing you got to do is replenish your acid, and it's literally just sulfuric acid. Just open it, put sulfuric acid, not vinegar, not lime juice. Buy sulfuric acid. Your car battery won't die.
Hey,
Very easy to work with.
I'm in as the chemist.
Yeah, this is sort of like along the lines what me and Amin was talking about when I was saying I want to use my propellers, my props, spinning to charge the battery back on my drone. Create a loop. You remember that, Amin?
Yeah. That's definitely possible because remember, like back in the day, we used to do it on the bicycle. Put the little generator on the back wheel.
Yeah, that's what I was
once
talking about.
Once you got moving parts or moving ions, you got electricity. You just need to know how to harness it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you could transfer mechanical energy into electricity. You could transfer chemical energy into electricity.
Right. The only thing is you need to build a small BMS though. Like that can't fit on there.
No, that's not gonna be on no drone. You gotta invent your own piece. But the thing is, you got the idea. You got the idea of what you need to invent. Think about the drone now. Think about how is it gonna affect the drone flying, where you're gonna put it, and things like that.
Yeah, like that.
It's possible.
You know what, Lance? What I was looking at was an alternator. You know, on the alternator, if it because it spins, it sends energy back to the battery. You understand what I'm saying? You know.
Yeah.
So since you got props on your drone, that means they're spinning. You can equate send that energy back to your battery or whatever else you're using for storage. You can send that energy back. That's what I was seeing some people doing with the cars now. The new inventive cars, they're sending the energy back. With anything that moves, they're taking the energy as they can from it. So I thought maybe you just look into that.
You can't take the energy back from the same thing that's spinning.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah. I'm just saying. Once your thing, you're getting it back from the doggone, what they call that thing? The alternator.
No, the alternator is not getting it back. The alternator is being spun by the engine. The engine is using.
You need something to spin the alternator, and spinning the alternator takes energy. So once you include the alternator, you're gonna you can create the loop, but the loop will never give you back as much as you give. So your output.
I agree with that part. You ain't gonna get what you're giving. I already.
You're not gonna create a loop, though. You're gonna dampen the system because you're gonna put a belt on the propeller's rotor, which is gonna slow it down, and you're gonna lose it to friction and heat. And so now you're hurting the system by doing that.
Oh yeah.
Well, I wasn't trying to use a belt. I was more trying to harness the wind.
What?
I would harness the wind from the props as opposed to the belt on the actual drone props. I would use the wind.
So you would build like some form of turbine.
I mean,
you would have to put some type of prop guards around the propellers to capture the wind and that feed into a turbine.
Nah, that's gonna add weight. You're gonna lose power.
Well, they got
there's a lot to think about
model stuff. They got model turbines. They got for planes and stuff. You can actually. I'm at this point. I'm mixing two technologies.
That's like a freaking that's like a airplane and a helicopter in one.
Yep, in one. But to capture the wind that's being produced, not necessarily by the
No.
prop.
You can't capture the wind. You can't in that scenario. In flight, no, because the wind is what you're using for flight. If you disturb that wind, I'm not saying it perfectly. If you disturb the dynamic of the system, the flight system, then you're gonna lose control, either to turbulence or you're gonna fall out the air, or you're gonna go spinning like a one-sided kite.
Well, hold on. If check this out, so I'm gonna explain it to you. You know how four props look, right? If you build like some prop guard that as it's spinning, is throwing wind across the prop guards that's leading into one area on the drone. So you can all four props is sending the wind. They still fly because you got prop guards on them anyway. You know what I'm saying? But to capture, instead of dispersing it outward into the atmosphere, you just capture it and send it into a tube. And all four props going into one spot to initiate the turbine.
I'm trying to think about how you could design it, but
am I explaining it good?
You would have to put that outside the flight path of your aircraft, because if you disturb the aerodynamics again, you're gonna lose stability.
Hey,
but
if
you build some extension to your drone, then your drone is no longer that shape. Your drone is the shape plus the extension, so your center of gravity is now shifted. There's a
you can always adjust the gravity.
Chat GPT to use CAD and figure
You
it
have
out.
to also counterbalance that, because you can't reuse it.
Well, with a flight controller,
because it'll throw it off.
Change your center of gravity.
I have an idea that about that transcendental flying machine that Terrence Howard come up with thing, which is to get that. You saw the props and stuff on it, how it does.
Yeah.
But by using it, just let it go ahead and spin, because it's want to spin, and let it spin and insert a gyro. So the spin don't really matter. Insert a gyro system. So as it spins, the inside of it doesn't have to spin. I got that from Doctor Who.
Well, the gyro is already on the flight controller, which is what tells if it's upside down or not. So the gyro is keeping it
already being used.
Yeah,
a system.
It's already a gyro on it.
But it's easier to move forward with a spin than it is with a direct offense, like trying like these other things fly. They offend the matter. Let's say that the matter is people call it ether now. I'm accustomed to call it platinum. So the matter is full. Everything, the atmosphere is always full. People see empty space, but there's no such thing as empty space. So all these designs are making these designs so they don't offend the space too much, and they can go through it faster. But we all know a ball goes through the space faster than a lot of stuff. So then I'm suggesting that take that flight usage that he got from his thing, you put it in there with the gyroscope like you're talking about, as far as keeping the internal of it level, and then you can see how far we get with that kind of concept. Not to say that concept itself, but that kind of concept.
That's too much for me.
Well, I'm about to go get my damn printer out of storage, and I'm gonna have to make something. I was gonna make a carbon fiber frame for the outside, to fit on the outside of my drone, to make it look like it's a spaceship, and just cut holes in the top of them for the 4 props.
You talking about a 3D printer?
Yeah, I got a 3D printer, but I probably want to. That's just a whole nother project. But just because I'm putting that on the outside, maybe I can put some type of system as it's flying, it's capturing air and being pushed into a certain spot. Because I mean, it goes 100 miles an hour. That's enough wind to
that's
pick up
fabulous.
to generate some energy,
That
a
is
fan on the
fabulous.
inside to actually generate energy.
Is it
But it's
AI
not
enhanced? Is your
intake.
drone Is your drone AI enhanced already?
No, I don't have no AI on. It's self-propelled. I gotta
Okay.
drive it.
I heard. I know a guy say he just got an AI drone. AI, drone.
Yeah.
It has a certain amount of AI going on it. Okay, so
Yeah.
what is the
Yeah.
general price? What's the general price of something like that? I'm curious now.
What do you mean? Well, you can make a drone from $70 to thousands. You know what I'm saying? Depends on what you want to use it for.
I'm saying the one that you have, what's like a general price, so I could have some
The
kind
ones
of
I
idea.
build cost me about $200 to $300 because I want GPS and lights and
really
certain type of, I want certain speeds on my drone. I don't want a regular. It's like why drive slow when you can drive fast? So I get the top of my line stuff for me personally.
You say the parts are only $200?
Yeah, like $80 flight controller, 4 motors, which is about $25 a piece.
That's another buck.
Yeah, and that's basically it. You know what I'm saying? A ESC. That's basically
You also program your drone?
Well, your flight controllers come programmed already. You don't have to do that like back in the day no more. They already did it. And then if I want to
program your drones though?
Yeah, if I want to program it any further, I just put it inside of Betaflight and tell Betaflight what I want to be done. So they got open source in Betaflight, so you can get inside your brain and do whatever you want, make it do whatever you want to do. Like some people don't want 4 props. Some people only want 3 props. You have to let the computer know that it's moving 3 props, and you need to know how fast you want it to spin when you move it this way and this, that, and the other. You got to balance it out because the computer data for a 4-prop engine don't work the same as it would for a 3-prop engine or a 2-prop.
Oh, that's beautiful. Okay.
Yeah, so they got open source programs that you can use you don't got to do like back in the day no more with the Arduino. You can do like now you can go in yourself. It's already set up. It's like presets already. You don't got to code no more.
Are you familiar with Python? Well, it's a programming language. Well, it's highly used for a lot of applications, but especially with drones. So even though drones may have a lot of built-in commands and etc., but just like you said, why drive a car that can only exceed at 50 miles an hour when you can modify it to do 150? So that's where the programming skills will come in. So just if you learn a little bit of Python, and I believe the library for drones, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, is CBS. It's a library, but I know I may be wrong. But just for the record, double check on Chat GPT, and you can definitely do some crazy stuff with your drone with the language.
Okay. I mean, I definitely know you need that when you increase the amount of weight you put on it and all of that type of stuff. But like I said, they have back in when I first started flying in 2015, you had to program stuff, bro. In 2000, was it 14? Yeah, you had to program. But look, 2 years later, now you don't have to program it. They already got it set up. The basic stuff.
But programming is fun though, man. You can't knock the brothers who actually like programming. Me, I love programming. So that's why
it's cool. But to remember all of those commands, like you only gotta build a drone when you break your drones. If I'm building them for a living, then to remember the commands is easy. Having it open on the side. But every time I have to go and do that, I'm so happy they got beta flight now, and you don't have to program and put those commands in or none of that. You feel what I'm
But
saying?
that's
I mean, I
the
know it's
beauty of
fun,
it.
but that's not my goal. My goal is to get my drone built so I can fly it. That's
No,
what
I feel you.
I
You know,
first
there's
built. When I
different
first built drones, when I
operations. That's
first built
all.
drones, bro, I didn't know anything about other than left and right, hot, cold. That's it. That's all I knew. So when people was
Yeah,
telling me
you're the
stuff
pilot.
about,
You just want to be the pilot rather than the engineer of the motor. That's all.
yeah, but as I got older and started flying more, I started requiring more and having more ideas. You know, I thought Terrence Howard sent email out. He's a part of the drone pilot thing that I'm a part of, and he sent the email out and said who can build a drone. And he put out the specifications and this, that, and the other, and it was exactly what it was. Actually, I know the guys that built it. He designed it, but somebody else built that. It was several other people that also had built it, but that was the one that won. You know, the thick prop guards connecting. You know, the way it connects and all of that. The first one was just a three-way. No matter which way it's turned, is right. It was only that part. But adding the pieces and stuff, that's a genius. It's actually a genius piece that he made. And nobody really want to give him props on it, but he created it, he designed it and everything. And that thing is something that can be used to pick up, it can connect to more to be able to lift more. I think it was a genius thing that he did, especially in the drone technology, seeing as where we going with it. Nobody had already done it. That's going to be a millionaire, man. I mean, he probably already is, but I'm talking about that particular piece is going to be very significant when it comes down to building and transferring things at short distances at heights.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Lance, I put a little thing in the back chat. Will you see if you know about this thing here? I'm gonna put the link in just a moment.
Okay.
And don't you have to have a license to actually fly the drone?
No.
If I'm not correct.
You don't. No, you don't need a license to 101. I mean, part 10 part.
So you need some type of certification. Is what I'm asking.
You don't need a certification to fly if you're not using it to make money. It's automatic for recreational flight. Now, part 107, you do need, if you're making money, like for instance, when I first started, I was using my drones to display houses. You know what I'm saying? And I make money off of that. So if it's not word of mouth and I'm going to promote that, then I have to have a part 107. Everybody
and does the government tax you for it?
Huh?
I said, does the government tax you for it? Like if you want to make money from it?
Yes. That's
crazy.
And look, it's something that
that's
you made.
crazy, bro. That's ridiculous, man.
Yeah. That's definitely it, bro. Right now, what I'm working on with my boy is trying to take these barber clippers and put some type of laser between there and cut hair with a laser. But at the same time, we can't, the hair can't catch fire. So that's what I'm working on now.
That's what's up. That sounds like a good business venture. But I will just say for all of those who want to get into the drone sector, and for those that are experts or specialists in that field, I would highly recommend you guys, those who have not knowledge of drones, to bring up the government policies and what's required by law, the legalities, because people can get into a lot of trouble, if they're specifically flying their drones in certain areas. Because I came across a YouTube clip, and there was a person that had a drone that flew his drone into an airport, and it was a big deal.
Yeah, almost $100,000 ticket.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So I think it's pretty important, when you guys do be educational about the drone sector. Just always take a key point to explain the legalities of it, though, too. Just to cover your ass. Excuse my French.
Yeah, but today what we talking about is drones that I build personally, right? But today, when people go and buy drones, they're not going to be able to fly to an airport because it's going to have a RFD chip on it, and it's going to shut down. It won't be able to fly in certain areas, airspace, because the drones won't allow you to go there. That's just since what's this 2004? That's just since 2022. At the end, they just passed the law on that, and then the whole thing is that's why they said that. Yeah, I think it's just people out there recreational flying. A lot of those drones that you see in Jersey is a lot of recreational flying of people trying to see what's going on. That's not illegal. Flying your drone is not illegal. Flying your drone over 400 feet is illegal. Flying your drone over groups of people is illegal. Flying your drone in unauthorized airspace, such as a government facility or airport, is illegal. You can fly at the park in open space. You can go 400 feet up. That's enough. 400 feet is enough, especially on a remote control drone that weighs about a good 2-3 pounds. It can fall on somebody and kill them. So those things are important, but many people don't fly drones. Anybody flying drones, that mug plastic. As soon as you stop the prop, you put your finger in the prop, it stops. That is being taken care of because drone technology is more prevalent today than it was even 5 years ago. A lot of people don't even know that some of those drones drones they were seeing in Jersey was actual flying cars or drone cars that people sit in. Those are legal. They're not reporting it, but I've seen a whole video of one. And anytime you got some damn red and green lights on a flying object, that mug is regulated. So it's not an alien. Something that's the size of a car. It's because it's a damn drone car, and they're not telling you all the truth. They're just fucking messing around. The drone technology is top tier, bro. We about to be using them to get from A to B real soon. I imagine at the rate that it's going and the regulations that they putting on it, that means they're about to start using it themselves and implement it for themselves. I seen a whole drone drop off some gear from Amazon, bro, and that mug dropped it. It didn't break the box or nothing. It just dropped. And I'm just imagining how much is that drone pilot getting paid to do that? Or is they just using GPS and doing it like that? Somebody have to monitor it because GPS can be affected by things that's on the ground. Like people can turn something on and cause your whole drone to drop out the sky. But it's definitely some kids should be learning at this point. They should be into drone building, the technology of the flight controller and regulation of energy. If they're in the science, that's something that they should really get into. Drone building, even remote control car making is going to because it's all model. It's all model. You know what I'm saying? But the way that it's used, the way that it's being built, it can be built for big scale using the same technology. Like all I got to do is buy bigger rotors, buy a bigger flight controller, buy a bigger drone harness or something like that. Like it's the same technology no matter how big it gets. So for kids to start now and doing it will definitely put them ahead of. It's almost like having computer when you was a kid and when you got older, you know what I'm saying, and computers was more prominent. They wasn't when you was taking the class, but when you got older, now you know how to damn code, and now it's required. It's a class now. But when you was a kid learning, it wasn't a class. It was something that you was just into. The same thing with this drone technology. And even with the discussion about batteries and, you know, all of that stuff is becoming more important as opposed to when we was younger. I don't know why, but it's a good conversation to have. It's a good thing to get your kids into. When I started, I didn't know none of that. I couldn't tell you nothing about. I didn't know what's an FC. Flight controller, bro. You building a drone, you don't know what a flight controller is? I just know this thing right here. Go here, bro. I know I know this motherfucker connect to the ESC. That regulate the energy, right? Yeah, that's all I know. But I still did it. My first one. I have a video. I was really popular for turning a model DJI drone into a drone that can be controlled with a remote control as opposed to DJI stuff. I gutted that mug out and put in RC equipment and used it like a RC as opposed to a AI guided, drone. And I did that with minimum understanding of what I was doing. I was able to achieve it just because I desired to. I watched a lot of videos, read a couple of articles, and was able to do it. But if they got classes for it, man, get your kids into that. Like what Q doing, I'm pretty sure he gonna get off into that technology. I think he's a model car person. And that's pretty much as close to the same thing, using severals and all of that. Man, them kids gonna be smart and ready for the world when it comes down to it. And they can pretty much an understanding of it. Just being able to understand what these things do will be able to help them in the long run in this ever changing world that we in. It's based around technology. Bet.
Yeah, that's definitely dope. You could definitely be an enthusiast on drones. Continue to do what you do in that sector. But I would also say I think it would be a good field to tap into 3D printing also, and just kind of learn how 3D printer works. Because a lot of items, a lot of things are 3D printed. That's not my area, nor I am not an expert on 3D printing, but I do know that a lot of things are made with 3D printers, and you can use AI as far as that too, to make 3D printer programs.
Yep, for sure. And you can tell AI what you want and tell it what particular printer you're using, and it'll set it up to where it download the CAD for your particular machine. Which I think they all read the same stuff, but I'm talking about particularly for yours. It's like you can download a gun. You know what I'm saying? And load it. If you got the right stuff, you can load it in and it'll make your gun in pieces. You have to put it together.
Right.
It'll make it that you're looking
crazy.
for in pieces. Probably only get one good use out of it, but I mean, you can make anything in 3D printing, bro. Like even if you pour, all you got is a 3D printer, you can make toys, little keychain things, and sell those. Like the 3D printer is a great investment if you got the time.
Right.
Especially if you
that's
get one
definitely
metal.
A niche.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys something. If you guys know about 3D printer, because I don't know shit about it.
Brother, we are in the same boat. I don't know if you're just trying to make a mockery of what I just said, but nah, I am not an expert. I have no expertise in 3D printing, but I know that it is a good technology.
It's just something that comes to mind. So, Lance, for instance, if you're building something, say you go with your example of a gun and you messed up, can you recycle that old material, or do you got to like throw that out?
No, you can definitely recycle that material.
Okay,
as long as you don't cure it.
What is it? The plastic or polymer?
It depends on that's what I'm about to say. You can use metal, nigga. You can use whatever it is that depends on what you're trying to do. Like my boy who put me up on it, this nigga make rubber washers.
Metal like copper and aluminum he could use, huh?
Yeah, you can use whatever metal. Like he got a Form 4. You know what I'm saying? It's about $7,000, $6,000 or something like that. He can make anything, bro. Like anything. Like if you in space and you lose a wrench, they can send you the CAD or whatever that's called with the forgot what it's called, but it's the design of it, and then you can print that exact wrench as long as it's got the same material in your machine on the space shuttle. A screw get lost, anything you can reprint it like it was never gone. Which kind of makes me think about, like, you know, if you can reproduce metals and different materials and stuff like that, mixtures, and you know, what can you do with flesh?
With what?
Steel chemicals. Yeah, they got. So I looked it up, and they got 3D printers, flesh. Like you can 3D print skin.
Yeah, come on. Oh yeah.
Lying, bro. I ain't gonna fucking lie to you. We having a good conversation.
But when you're talking about metals
That would
and
be
stuff like that,
synthetic, though, right?
like you could change
No, you
the
use the
physical
same.
structure. No, but Lance, with synthetic material like metal or polymer, you could manipulate the physical structure with heat. You know? So
Yeah, it's definitely
with flesh,
well.
I don't see. Well,
But metals is metals.
I know in surgery you could do engraftment and stuff like that, or implants. You're working with flesh. You're taking it from here, putting it there. But on a 3D printer,
Yeah, you take the matrix of the what the skin is, bro, and you start from the matrix and it layers it. I looked it up. They definitely have a skin 3D print. You could build it, an ear, a nose, all of that using the matrix of the original data, DNA.
see, I say it's building like a plastic nose, then, not like a real nose.
No, it's using your matrix. It's using your nose, your DNA. Here, let me show you.
No, that's on far-fetched. You can't 3D print biology.
3D bioprinting human skin. Come on, man, stop. Biomedical engineers 3D print skin, tissue engineering. Yes, bro. It's a whole bunch of stuff. So you didn't look it up. It's here. National Institute of Health. 3D printing for skin tissue engineering.
What is the material?
Skin matrix. It's your skin. It's your matrix. Or it's your DNA. They did it on a matter of fact, I'm looking at it right here. They did it on a damn 3D Lego printer. They printed skin at Cardiff University School of Pharmaceuticals with a fully functional 3D printer printing synthetic human skin.
So what is the material that they're using, though?
I don't know. Bro. I'll post it for you, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to find research on it. It's saying exactly what you're saying, but it's not telling me the material. You know, it's telling me like
they use fat
it's
tissue.
possible to 3D print human skin. The emerging technology, that means it's new, called 3D.
Well, it's at least 10 years old. It's definitely 10 years old. Because I first learned about it when they in a burn unit when I was in school, and they was telling us that they was working on something to where they extract your stem cells, put it in a gun, then spray it on. If you got 3D third-degree burns, they can spray this matrix on your skin, and where it'll take 6 months for healing, or getting back to where it was with no wrinkles, no cuts, and none of that. Your exact skin will be back where it was with this 3D printed spray gun, the skin gun. I think it's called a skin gun.
Oh. So instead of engrafting with a living tissue like a piece of skin, they're doing the engraft with stem cell and pretty much embedded it there for it to grow naturally.
Yeah, exactly. In a short period of time. It's like really fast,
Okay.
like 4 weeks. You know, with 3-degree burns, it take people years for them to get back to this. Take 3rd-degree burns, and shit. Let me find it, man. Hold on. Skin gun. Let's see, skin gun. A skin gun is a medical device that uses patients' own stem cells to treat burns and other skin injuries. Yep, skin gun. All right, so this video is 14 years old. So yeah, they're well into the technology.
Okay, so they're pretty much decreasing the amount of time it takes to heal. So healing is faster.
Yeah, and the invasiveness of it. Like you gotta debride the dead skin, and you gotta, you know what I'm saying? You gotta put plastic over that so it don't be open. Then you gotta, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, with this way, it's way faster. I was burnt before, so I know how long it takes and the type of pain you go through, the debridement of the flesh that's dying, and you gotta open that up, move that out the way. All that shit, man. This is a blessing for niggas that got 3rd-degree burns. Or even 2nd-degree burn, you know what I'm saying? That top layer is easily replaced. But since the skin is the first layer of defense, you know what I'm saying? It's like you don't get sick unless something get in your skin or in your nose or mouth. You know what I'm saying? They gotta get, like, you can't go outside. You're gonna catch a cold. You don't catch a cold because you go outside and it's cold. You go outside with hot skin, pores open, and when you get out there, diseases and bacteria and viruses get in your skin or through your breathing, and that's how you get sick, but not because it's cold. But skin is important. This whole little hookup, man, that 3D printing and that skin shit and all this is all, you can build things in layers. Why? Because things grow in layers. A child is born inside out. A child is created inside out. So it's in layers that things are created, right? So when you look at it from that perspective, you can pretty much see, you can 3D print functional pieces of your body. Three 3D print a whole heart, bro. I seen it already. I personally seen a 3D printed heart before for a baby. That mug was almost transparent. It looked like it's beige. It's almost transparent, right? So, they said when it connects to the, I didn't see it connected or nothing like that. It was just in a little box, clear box. But they said when you connect the vessels to it, it'll fill up with blood and look like a regular heart. So we there, technology there, 3D printing. My son, he play video games, bro, right? These video games that they got online, but they teach kids how to code already. So we see where they're going with it. Back when we was in school, they was teaching us about computers and all this. There was no such thing as computers, nigga, when we was kids. Not that we can have access to. Shit. Closest thing to a computer we had was a calculator and Atari.
Now let me pose a question. This is an open question. Anybody can answer it. Even though AI and technology is on the rise, would you guys think it's more important to learn how to operate AI or have real life skills, like physical skills?
I think both, personally, man, because you got to know where the AI fucked up at, what it didn't do, where it's not sufficient. You know, you got to know what's the problem before you just allow AI to, you know what I'm saying, to take over. So it's gonna have you. It's best to know both. You know now and later.
What physical skills do you think human beings are losing?
A lot of skills. I mean, for example, let's take Amazon for a clear example. When the people that work at the warehouse, they organize all of the shipments and etc. But now, Boston Dynamics, they actually have and they've actually showcased one of their robots or AI robots that are actually performing all of the human tasks in one day in the warehouse without any human
But
interaction.
a lot of us wouldn't really consider organizing parcel as skill. So once again, what skill do
But
human
I'm
beings?
I'm referring to warehouse jobs because a lot of people are being replaced from warehouses.
Well, I'm pretty sure they're not losing their organization skills. You could do that at home. I organize my living room, then sit in it and go on
Okay.
YouTube. I still got
Okay.
organized.
Well, let's look at another profession. Being an electrician, you can just chat GPT it and become an electrician, or have the skill sets to perform the same task as electricians.
You could chat GPT and burn down your house or electrocute yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's just
You
like
can't
with chat G.
your way.
No, right. I mean, I know what you're getting at, but that's just like having the same argument. Well, why use Chat GPT? You know, when it can crash a drone and do this, they're not going to care what you have to say, bro. Like the point is, you get on this bandwagon or you get left in the dust. Like they
One
say,
skill
yes.
that we're losing as a society, and I do not blame it on AI. We've been losing this skill since the start of the 20th century or even before, is writing. We're not very proficient at writing anymore. Even adults do not write properly anymore. So that's a skill we're losing as society, writing. We could say AI is going to amplify that more, where we could possibly even lose reading to some instance. But writing, yeah, it's definitely been under attack.
Well, we type. Well, we actually type though.
We type
Yeah,
now.
typing is not writing. It's not writing.
It's a
Writing
form
is
of writing though.
just like nope. Typing is typing. Well, yeah, you could say it's a form of writing, but writing, like handwriting. Let me put it that way. Be more specific. Handwriting, we're losing it.
I mean, if you want to get technical with it, you really just have to know the grammar of a language that you're writing in. So if you know how to write grammatically, then you'll have no problem forming
That's
and
what we're
structuring
losing.
sentences.
The to know part, we're losing that because the generation that grew up and the next one that coming up and the next one that's gonna come after, they're not gonna have the to know because they're not being taught how to write. Like there's no emphasis on handwriting anymore. Put it that way.
Yeah. Like
I
look at
guess
Hansi.
it's pretty much obsolete unless you're an artist, you're doing drawings or poetry or something. But
I mean, think about Hansi.
It's not required. It's not required for you to advance in any field.
But it's not required.
Yeah, so we're losing it because it's not required. I'm not saying anything. I'm not being negative about it. But I'm saying what skill is losing to AI, but Curious is giving me forklift jobs and packing boxes, stacking boxes. Like we lost those skills to the Mexican and the Filipino. So what if we lose them to the AI?
Ew. No skills of packing no damn boxes. But let me say this, dog. The Chinese language is mostly not known. Like it's a lot of characters to remember.
Nah, my son ain't say packing boxing skills. You ain't say packing boxing skills. You
Yeah,
ain't say that up, man. Come on, son. Come on, son. Don't do that. No, go ahead. I thought I was tripping.
No, I was saying that's similar to the Chinese language. Like their written script is becoming obsolete. Nobody's remembering all of those characters. They just, they got a quick script and they got this old language, this Hanzi language, this Hanzi script that is not remembered by a lot of people. It takes a lot of characters to write one word, so it's not even being used.
Yeah.
They're evolving still.
Yeah. But again, this is why I'm like, I'm not blaming it on AI. I'm just saying AI might amplify it, because there's been many form of script that went obsolete then extinct. Many. You know, people still trying to recover the Medionator that died 2,000, 3,000 years ago. Think about that. It was dead.
Well, shit, I ain't seen cursive writing in almost 15 years, bro.
Man, niggas wasn't world renowned for their writing skills anyway. Wasn't nobody checking for black niggas in penmanship ever since.
Yo, it was some niggas that
there was a time when your penmanship meant something.
Yeah.
There was
niggas wasn't. I said niggas wasn't never known. Niggas wasn't never known for having good handwriting. Like chicks was known for having decent handwriting, but not niggas. Niggas was never known for no handwriting.
Niggas, we write like what they call it? Crab, like when crabs
chicken
walk.
scratch.
Chicken scratch. Yeah, but you can't tell that to Buddha though.
Shit, doctors been known for their terrible handwriting. When doctors write them when doctors write them motherfucking them prescriptions and shit, and you gotta bring them shit to the pharmacy back in the days.
Man, you don't know what the fuck that shit say, bro. I can't even tell. I had to go back to the motherfucker like, bro, what the it's like, oh, I'm sorry. You better be. I can't even understand that shit. I had to walk back up here to ask for this shit. Look, and then they'll do like a quick circle in a straight line. Like, what the fuck is that? You don't know what that is?
The signature. Why you need
a side? What? Where's the H, bro? So do y'all think that AI is I think AI has made me smarter. But y'all think it's making you dumber?
Nah, it just depends on how you utilize it. It's just AI is just a tool.
Yeah,
they provide you tools. It's up to you how to use it.
You have less of an initiative to learn anything.
Yo, Taz, where you get that evil villain laugh from?
That
shit was straight out of some fucking superhero movie or something.
That nigga used to laugh like that. His ending line, your end line used to be like, "Fuck, nigga."
It's still like that. He still do that.
That was it, bro. Fuck, nigga.
No, I don't think AI making nobody smarter though, bro. I'm just be honest with you. Like Google and all this shit being at our fingertips is not giving the initiative to learn. You know what I'm saying? And just being real, like somebody that tries to get people to look at different information and shit that we may not have talked about over the years. It seems AI is making that conversation harder because I could have just Googled it. Even though you wouldn't know the prompt, even though you wouldn't know the information, a person doesn't really have to sit down and learn as much now because their mind is telling them, well, shit, if anything, I just put it in Google and the answer will come from there. I don't need to know it.
But it is a tool though. You do know this though, right?
A tool for what?
It's not just a program that just does something for you. It depends on how you use it.
I don't think it matters how the individual that's looking for the information and want to learn it. That's a difference than the typical usage of it, which is to simply answer a question and keep it moving. Very
that goes
rarely
back to how you use it.
Right. But if the vast majority of us are just using it to search for a video or answer a question in the moment, how would that relate to learning? Because, for example, learning meant going to the library and sitting down and studying this shit maybe 2 or 3 times out the week and for a couple months, and then then you can begin to talk about it as you know it. Nowadays, Google makes that an obsolete process. You don't have to study anything. It can be put into a synopsis in one paragraph.
It's optional.
I don't know, bro. I became a nurse at home. They only gave me the information at school. I went home.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The data that you get from AI is the data that you will get sitting in school. It's up to you to take it in. and it's up to you to
And
research.
I'm gonna tell y'all this.
I would have said that's true for Google, but AI, ChatGPT is a different beast. Like Google
Right.
will give you an idea of where the answer can be found, but ChatGPT will attempt to give you the answer.
Right.
Like
That's
it's
what I'm
a
saying.
different
You gotta
beast.
still research that information because ChatGPT can be giving you an opinion of somebody that has all that information is old now. They're new, so you still got to
Hey,
research.
thanks to truth. Hey, I learned that AI sometimes guess based
Yeah,
on the information it gets from the internet. So that to me was like, well, I mean, technically speaking, you should always check the references anyway. Like, where is it getting this information from? But that's not the nature of people who are using ChatGPT. They're using it as an end all be all. Like, I don't need to look it up. It told me what it is. Well, that might not tell you everything you need to know, though. So, you can tell it. Tell me what is the world in 10 words. It'll tell you in 10 words what it thinks the world is. But that's not that's an answer, but it might not be the answer. So you
it's a
still got to do
collection
your
of
work.
ideas that's on the internet, and it'll just surmise it to you. You know what I'm saying, in a sense, but it won't necessarily be the answer. I don't think that the AI can. It only can give you what's in it already. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It can't say like when I was doing research on Black Israelite a couple of days ago. It says it gives me everything that I was looking for. It gave me everything that I was looking for, but now I need to know. Now I needed to know where to find this data. So I asked for sources page. Can you give me the authors so I can look it up myself? Right. So I went through like 5 books, downloaded the books. Some of the page numbers was wrong because when you look at PDFs, the PDFs is not necessarily matching up. You know what I'm saying? Because you got other pages, printed by so and so, reprint of such and such. So, but yeah, like the data's out here, man. It definitely have made me smarter. And when I do my presentations and stuff like that, I'm putting facts. I'm not just trying to win a debate. I want to actually have something that I myself can fall back on and say that what's his name? Dr. What's that nigga name? I was looking up the other day that I said I shouldn't use him because most people don't believe. What's the black guy that says that they came before Columbus? The book they came before Columbus. Anti-Diop.
You got to go to the library to learn about that.
I just downloaded his book. He already did the information.
It was supposed to be a joke.
All that shit.
You're talking about Van Sertima.
Why Google it when you could just go directly to the library?
Yeah, they said Van Sertima, which was what I thought, but said Diop. So but yeah, they said Van Sertima in the chat. But again, I'm okay. Van Sertima. I believe that and I mean let's just do it real fucked up now since nobody want to be honest. So we talking about the group that sits at the bottom in terms of education and graduation rates. Can we really afford to move away from the learning process that many of us learn from and move to an easier way to learn for all people? Like I say, I think my aptitude is maybe higher than some others. But when I look at what's been happening over the years, there's something there with aptitude that's the issue. You mean to tell me that we're going to ignore that and usher in a new form of learning when we didn't do as well as we should have with the old form? I question that, man.
The problem is we have
to through Chinese and Japanese, like they got and Indians, they have a better form of learning than we do, right? So it should be obsolete. They didn't do a good job. Ask me a math question.
I think Taz's concern is
12 plus 15 is. Well, I do, but I'm just saying.
Taz's concern is we have this this thing that's moving in front of us, and we don't want to get left behind. But at the same time, we still got to catch up.
At the same time,
Right.
we still got to catch up. Right.
Well, it's too late for a lot of you 30-year-old niggas and up. This ain't for you 30-year-old niggas and up.
Damn.
And it's just like the mechanics that was in the backyard that made that money, and then when they implemented computers.
I'm in. You got to echo.
You got to echo. No, that's a curious mind. That's a curious mind.
No, that's not me, brother.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I'm watching your mic.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, you're right, Tez.
Yeah, car mechanics, they had to go back to school or they would have been left behind just in the car mechanic. Electricians, even plumbers, they use whole new equipment. They ain't using that copper or what you call it pipes no more. They're using plastic or what do you call it? Not plastic, but they use the blue and red wire plastic shit. Now I forgot what it's called. It's not plastic.
Damn.
They got to go back. Everybody got to. You always got to evolve with the technology, bro, or you're going to be left behind.
That's the issue too. Like I think, like I said, that's Taz's concern. Like, yo, we're already behind. Now we got to go learn this new thing. I don't think it's going to be a beneficial thing to lose that part of like deep understanding. That's not going to help. To start going to the shortcuts. Like I call it the shortcuts because you don't have to dig. You don't have to dig, man. You just type it in and I can generate a video. I can generate a audio. So I can do anything I want with just text-based. Type it in and the legwork is cut into a fraction. The legwork is gone, which is good for some stuff, but it's going to affect how we learn. It will. It has to.
It should.
I mean, it should, but at the same time, that's the problem. We're already behind. How do we adapt to that? We haven't even caught up to just the basic the understanding part. I'm fearful of the skipping to the front of the line myself because it comes with a responsibility that you know what you're doing. But if you don't have that foundation already, you're walking in the door depending on ChatGPT. So I don't know how to get around it. Pretty much, it is what it is. Like it's still going to keep moving. So maybe we do plow through and just say, hey, look, there's only a few is going to make it. As far as just understanding how to capitalize on what's coming.
But
everybody's not going to benefit.
Bro, I'm 50, so it definitely happened at least 3 times in my life.
I think ChatGPT is bigger than Google. I think the
Google
impact is going to be bigger than Google. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I said Google was ChatGPT at one point.
Yes. It had a big impact. It had a really big impact on society. I agree 100%. I'm thinking ChatGPT is bigger than that because it does what Google does. That's not even a problem anymore. Google will give you the references. Hey, this is where I got it. You want to look for your sources. It doesn't necessarily give you the answer. It gives you ways to find the answer. It was like taking away going to the library. So I think somebody mentioned that earlier. Go to the library. We're not doing that anymore. That's easy. That's nothing. It's at my fingertips. It's in my cell phone, my watch. Easy. But now you got something that's like, not only will I go get it, I'll write a paper on it and you tell me how you want it structured. Like that's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, that bug is dope, bro. And it help you edit your videos and shit too. That shit crazy, bro. I love it.
It eliminates a lot of the leg room, which inside of that leg room, inside of that operating as like trying to figure it out is the learning. That's where the learning is.
Yeah, that's true. That is absolutely true. But I mean, think about in the next, I give it a good 5 years when a lot of us is walking around instead of with phones, we have the actual goggles on. As soon as we say, hey, what's this? And when we point at something, it tells us what it is, the history of it. Like the information would be immediately. I'm working on the car.
Glasses already do that, Lance. The new Meta glasses, they like $300. The Meta Ray-Bans, they already do that. Like you be looking at like a stick or something, you be like, Meta, what's this? I don't know, where's this branch from? And they give you the whole breakdown of the tree and all that.
Right. So imagine in 5 years when all of us just about have them.
Yeah, everybody can get them right now. Everybody only about 300.
What would be the reason for storing information in your brain? When you can just pull it up at the see, think about how many numbers we used to keep as kids before cell phones kept the numbers.
Be able to recall anyway.
And then I used to remember at least 15 numbers off rip when I was younger. 15 phone numbers.
Should I remember a time when you
To
only
the
had
point
7,
where I
not
can
10
remember
numbers?
some of the numbers today. That's not required. Them kids ain't using none of that type of so I feel you in the growth portion of it, but it's still it's still something that needs to be done because information is required to be accessed faster today.
Yeah, I would say as a parent, it's actually harder now because if you know the impact of your kids not knowing, and you're still trying to instill that in them, right? You still want them to like, look, learn it, figure it out. Da 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 da. How are they going to turn down ChatGPT to just crunch out an answer? That's hard to just walk. Like you got it right there. We didn't have an option like that growing up. We didn't have it, but if we did, man, it'd be a different ball game. Like I don't have to sit here and read this book for what?
Right. You got they about to get rid of the Ray-Bans in 5 years. You're gonna have the damn the eye lenses that just go inside your eye and shit that peel over like a piece of rubber or plastic and something and access the information like that.
With eye contacts.
Eye contacts, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, but we gotta move with it. It's best to
we gotta move with it. We did. There's been many when it comes to the tech world, there's been many things that comes like the cell phone. That was a revolution, walking around with this device in your hand, giving up 90% of your privacy and everything. Camera on it. So now everyone got to be okay with knowing that anyone at any time could be recording you. That's something we got to get used to. The internet, that was, as you said, the online library. But a lot of people didn't like it because it gives information so fast and shortcut, You got to pick up a book and get familiar with the author. And, back then learning, and it's just how, as human being, we're wired to, That is why it doesn't seem as if we're going in the right direction with the the AI learning system, because it takes away the connection that we have. Back then, when you read like a Malcolm X book or something, you build a connection with the author. Before you get to the one verse or the one passage, the one line that's going to prove your truth, you got to build up everything knowing about these people's life story, what they've been through. Same thing with maths, science, everything. There is a history behind it, and it builds a human connection. So, and that creates a pathway for you to learn even more easily, not even easily, but you learn solidly. So whatever you learn, it like you ain't gonna forget that unless you really been through some trauma. But when you get everything so packaged, the fast answer, instant gratification kind of vibes, then you're gonna forget it very easily. Or sometimes you're gonna be talking out of context, where to a point where you could be talking about, I'm gonna use Malcolm X again. You could be talking about Malcolm X to someone who read Malcolm X book, know you're talking about Malcolm X, but you who never read the book and only know this one line from ChatGPT, don't know who you're talking about, and you're gonna wonder why people are treating you like that. Why you're looking so dumb all the time? Because you're getting fast answered packaged information, and you're not building a human connection. As I'm in my late 30s, so I would still say as we used to do back then when we were learning.
I think some people are just intimidated by technology. I think that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. Some people are just intimidated, and they fear because they don't know how to learn it, and it may be difficult for them to learn it. So that's completely understandable, but we can't be lazy, and just adapt to it.
And I think
And
it's a difficulty.
I'm not intimidated though. Like I'm really looking at this from a person who actually had to, and I'm not saying this in a negative way about nobody else, but I had to put in work to become what I am intellectually. It was not some easy shit. I'm telling you that because I'm a nigga from the hood with a little street background, a motherfucker that's actually done read some shit and studied some shit, they can't look at me and say I don't know what I'm talking about. But I'm also looking at that now, like you can be anybody who never read anything and get yourself into the same conversations. It might just take a little bit longer. It's not at the tip of the tongue, right? It's not right there where a person can just readily access it. But you can look it up. You don't have to do any real work to know this. And there's no need to do no real work to know it. Because like I say, I'm just thinking back to a time where if you wanted to know something as simple as who was the all-time home run leader, well, you would have to look at a baseball almanac. You might have to go to a library to get a baseball almanac, right? So next year, when those stats change, if you don't go and look in that same baseball almanac for the next year, you're left behind. That shit is updated by the minute now. You know what I'm saying? Like they tell you when a person passes the last person that hit a home run. He just passed number 19 on the home run list. It wasn't that hard to retain this information back then. I'm telling you that because you can get it at the snap of the finger, people ain't even gonna desire to retain the information. We seeing it now. This is how you get so many quote unquote pseudos on these panels. They don't intend to retain the information. They just simply intend on making a point off of something they heard or something they can prove quickly. There's no in-depth studies. And I'm saying that's the majority of people using these panels.
Hey, I'm gonna ask the panel this, and Miz, you probably could use this as a title. If whether or not AI is increasing the knowledge gap. Are we going to be so far? Are we going to be more behind with with AI becoming what it's going to be? Like,
no, I completely argue against it, 100%, because it just goes back to my initial statement about technology in general. Even AI is a tool of technology. So I know a lot of people are just not motivated to learn anything, even if AI had different ways and methods and techniques to teach the same thing. It has to come down to motivation. Are you motivated enough to learn any of these techniques? And the reason why that I highly appreciate technology in this way is because in traditional schools, I didn't learn shit from my teachers. The reason why is because they only had one way, one method of teaching. One method is not universal towards all students or all children. Everyone has a different learning curve. So with Google can give you literally thousands of different ways to learn the same thing. And this is why people have to be appreciative of it, because if you can't learn one thing from this method, you're not striking out like traditional school. Like if you only have one teacher, you have to drop out because, damn, I'm just not getting the information based on how she teaches it or how he teaches it. But I do understand that a lot of people, they are intimidated, and they are, damn. I mean, they may feel inferior because they don't know how to learn from technology, or it's just too difficult for them. But I would tell you guys, not you guys personally, but in general, people, they just need to not know how to be intimidated. You know, my mom was intimidated. I emphasize on that word.
Where were they? Where were they before, AI and Google, and where are they?
Technology in general?
No, I'm
You can
talking
just say
about
technology in general. What?
I'm talking about intelligence. So for me, I'm looking at the people that were around me. The people that were around me before the internet, their intellect level, their thirst and their need to learn, like this, the way they took it serious, it was a different crowd. I'm just letting you know. So if you're not going to pay attention to the subject, pay attention to the people around the subject.
Can you give an example? I'm kind of lost on that part. Can you expand on that with an example?
Let's see. Common sense core values. The ability to distinguish a noun and a verb. Something as simple as that. I'm not even getting real deep.
ChatGPT can teach you how to do that. Google can teach you how to do that.
Exactly. I have
the key
according
word.
to the
Teach.
student, according to the student, I don't even need or trust a human being. Go ahead.
Yeah. Wait. I'm curious how he used the
I'm a little
word
lost on
teach.
that.
Is
Yeah,
ChatGPT
teach.
teaching?
Exactly. When
Is
the
it teaching?
became a teacher.
Yeah, that's
You said
crazy.
wait. Two people are talking at once. Can one person, address on at a time? Go ahead.
Identity, you got it. You got him identity.
Yeah. When you use the word teach, what do you mean ChatGPT teaches?
Okay, let me be very thorough. Okay, so when I try to learn a new skill set as a hobbyist, when I use the term teach or the verb to teach, it shows you different methods of how to accomplish the same goal or to get the same results. So it actually gives you, if you look at the structure, when you type in how to build a car, it will literally lay out a step-by-step guide with images on how to accomplish that task. So if that task or if that method and series of steps if you find it difficult, it gives you an alternative. And if that works better for you, then you can use that alternative. So it gives you multiple ways to accomplish the same task. So that's what I mean about teach.
Here's a parallel. I go to class. I get a syllabus. It gives me everything we're going to talk about. Did they teach me anything?
That's completely different. That's a syllabus.
No.
That's a table of contents, brother.
Hold on. Because you said because it gives you the step by step. That's the procedure. Okay, that's how you do it. How is it teaching though? It's just it's giving you the answer, but it's not teaching you.
Wait. Let me address that, okay?
And that's not going to teach you what an adjective is.
Okay, so hold on. So let me address that. So identity. You just gave a table of contents. That is very different from actually teaching that thing step by step.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, so what we have to acknowledge first, the difference between a table of contents, which is, okay, these are the subjects in this class that you are going to learn. Now,
and
the next step, wait a minute, hold on, brother. So, okay, let me give you a clear example. So now, if we go to ChatGPT, this is an example, I'm hypothetically speaking, right? So, if you want to convert watts or currency or voltage, ChatGPT gives you a literal step-by-step formula of how to calculate that using the formula to get the results. So me personally, how did I learn that? From ChatGPT, okay? So power, aka kilowatts or watts, equals volts times currency. So that is a step-by-step guide. I mean, you can get into the different formulas, but what I'm saying is that it gives you alternative methods of ways to get the same result.
You got to use ChatGPT to teach yourself. Then ChatGPT.
I've been saying it's a tool. It's how you use it.
Let me give y'all another example of what he's talking about.
Jesus Christ.
Because if
you gave a table of contents, I'm not going to get away with that, man.
I'm curious. If you're in grade 3 and I'm doing maths, and I
You mean third grade?
98, yeah, third grade, and I say like 98 divided by 4 is 24 and a half. Write that down. 98 divided by 4, 24 and a half. And I give you no further explanation. That's it.
But ChatGPT actually gives you the formula and the steps on how to get that result.
Yeah, but most people, the point is with ChatGPT,
I'm not talking about most people. We're talking in a specific context, bro.
The answer. So you can't expect someone who's there for the answer, who's gonna get the answer. 98
Yeah, they give you
divided
the
by
answer.
4
It's
is
different.
24 and a half. You got the answer. Do you think that they care to know how? Do you think they're gonna go?
But that's their individual problem, though. Now you're talking about individual people.
No,
you're moving the goalposts now.
And that's the point, though. No, it's
but you're moving the goalpost, though.
Yeah, like what y'all saying is inherent. What y'all saying about people not wanting to learn is
no,
inherent to
that's
humanity,
them.
not to ChatGPT. Because I understand what he's saying. Because like I don't do grad school work without ChatGPT. And what I mean by that is it's like, for example, if I'm reading over, like it was a study that I was reading over about political discourse analysis. And there was within political discourse analysis, there was this thing called proximization theory. And proximization theory was and what I was reading, how they was explaining it, it was a lot of jargon and that I wasn't familiar with. So what I did was I took that passage, I put it in ChatGPT, and then I asked ChatGPT to explain what this passage means to break down proximization theory. And so what I was able to learn about proximization theory using the text and using ChatGPT to explain it in a way that makes sense. And so it's like,
thank you. That's my point. It gives you different ways to look at the same thing.
Or for example, like a part of our class, we had to at the beginning of the quarter, we had to come up with a research question, and a research statement, or a research statement, and research purpose and research questions. But what we had to do throughout the course, because it was qualitative studies. What we had to do throughout the course is we had to take the research question, or the research purpose and research statement that we created, and we had to figure out how to characterize that research statement in different forms of qualitative analysis. So, like for example, I had to take my research statement and research purpose and first explain why it was beneficial for a qualitative study. Then I took it, and then they asked, okay, now explain your research question through an ethnographic study. Now explain your research question through a case study or a narrative-based study. Now explain your research question through a phenomenological study. And so, but what?
Oh, you went out, Domo?
I think he got cut out, or his Wi-Fi.
Yeah, what ChatGPT was able to help with was it was able to help me take what, like, the general idea that I already created, and then it explained how, like, this is what you would have to do, this is how you would have to word it in order for it to meet these different criteria for different types of qualitative studies. And so that's why, like, I agree with Cuz is saying in terms of it being a tool, because listen, we both can have a pistol. You could be strapped, I could be strapped. But if I'm more equipped with how to use the tool, then I'm gonna get more out of it than somebody that just know how to pull the trigger. So it's like that. Right. That's similar to being like, all right, if I'm looking up 3 times 3, if I just put 3 times 3 in here, okay, cool, I get 9. You know what I mean? That's similar to a calculator. And we wouldn't say that calculators.
I didn't look at it like that, but yeah.
We wouldn't say calculators are making people dumb. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's a tool that allows us to.
You wouldn't. I would. That's what I'm saying.
Because calculators make people dumb.
But it's not just the fact that it's a calculator making them dumb. Because see, this is what I'm saying, bro. I'm trying to be nice about it. These niggas dumb any fucking way. So if the goal is to see people improve on their intellect, if the goal is to see our community, you know what I'm saying, able to get this information a little bit better, how is this moving us to that if the issues around it have already been long-standing? If what is it that's going to drive now people to go to that for learning if they've never wanted to learn anyway?
Right, motivation. No motivation. They lack motivation to learn.
So are you telling me then that's why black kids graduate at the lowest rate because they lack motivation? They can't learn?
A lot of people, absolutely, yes. Absolutely. Listen, bro. Listen, bro.
That means I'm correct.
Okay, listen, bro. I grew up in the hood. There were a lot of niggas that stayed on the block and shoot dice. And I was the type of dude who venture out with computers. We both had food stamps. We were on Section 8. We had the same motherfucking opportunities. But why did they decide to go one way and I decided to go the other way? And I hate these. And I'm not trying to pick on you, Taz, but I just hate the fact how black. Let me say black folks. Hold on, brother. Black folks in general, and I know. Hold on. This ain't no attack on you, because but I remember when our conversation, you like to be called a nigga, you hang around the niggas, you like to be on the block, this and that, right? Okay, I like to hang around the brothers. I don't like to get in trouble like that. So we are two different types of black folks, from the same cloth, but we take two different routes. Okay, so I'm just saying that we all had a lot of similar opportunities when we all grew up around each other. And when it comes to motivation, okay, let's keep it within this same context. Motivation, okay? They were motivated to stay on the block, pull licks, and do X, Y, and Z. While, I myself, I decided to, let me go search around here and let me see what other things may strike my interest of doing, right? So I hate the fact when people always use other things as an excuse, as an scapegoat. Well, yes, it's motivation and dedication, Taz. Stop getting around it. Hold people accountable for it. We all grew up in that same era.
Right, we did it. Exactly.
Have some motivation, goddamn. Stop being so goddamn lazy.
Right. So over the years, I get what you're saying. I don't even completely disagree. But there's a point where there's a question of why there was a lack of motivation. There's a question of why so many of us slipped through the cracks. And if you're
okay, so you tell us, Taz, what is the leading reason why us black folks don't have motivation?
Because you're telling me that there's no systemic issues that thrive.
I'm not talking about the system, bro. Let's keep it on a surface level.
But I am.
I don't want to hear about the system in this context specifically.
That there's more than just the inability to learn that's holding my people back, fam. It's more than just the inability. It's more than just looking it up on ChatGPT. There's more to this. There's an underlying issue with how we're educated in this country, and you telling me to remove that issue, bring forth a new one that'll lead us into a grand understanding of something we never had in the community.
Taz, how many niggas do you personally know that go to the library as of today?
As of today, none.
Okay, then why is that? Would it be fair to say because they have no interest and motivation?
No,
nigga, I go to the library. I take my son to the library. I don't really.
They got ChatGPT.
I got access to.
And that's what's up.
Why would they need to go to the library?
And salute to you.
But studying, you don't need to go to the library. It's right there in their fingertips. That's what we're talking about right now.
So what's the problem with that?
Hold on, is it a bad thing that it's right there at our fingertips?
Yes.
Exactly. That's what Taz is arguing against.
For example, if you don't have to learn it, you'll never know it. Some of the things that we're talking about, people that had the aptitude to learn it, they learned it, it benefited them, they moved forward with it, they took it with them forever. We're moving beyond that point where people are learning it.
Listen, Taz, really quick. Hold on, Taz, really quick. And I'm pretty sure all of us on this panel, when we were in 3rd grade or in elementary school, when we learned the multiplication chart or the timetable chart, I'm pretty sure we didn't learn it. We memorized it. We didn't learn it. So when you ask a person, hey, what's 3 times 3? We don't say, hey, you know what? Let me break it down and there's a formula. No, it's fucking 9. We remember the answers. What's 5 times 9? 45. We learn and we actually remember things because it's more convenient and it makes sense.
Is there a
formula?
Is there a formula
on the multiplication chart?
You're giving my point without understanding it. To learn that table took timer. It took time. Now you can just type that shit in. It don't take no time to know the table now.
But what's the difference though? If I type it in on my calculator rather than me knowing it in my memory, it's actually better to use my mind because I already know the answer. The answer is not going to change.
You don't just know the answer without learning it.
Okay, so how do you learn 3 times 3 is 9?
Right, but you had to learn that. How is somebody who's not sitting in front of a book and being taught that way going to learn that? I didn't memorize the table. Like, so, you know what I'm saying? I get what you're saying, but I think it was easier for people to memorize the table.
Okay, cool. So that's perfect. So Taz, give me the formula. Why is 3 times 3 9? Please explain to all of us. Enlighten us. How is that the result? Or 4 times 2 is 8. How do we come to those results? Go ahead. I'll wait. I'll leave it mute myself. Go ahead.
So you have 3 blunts right here, right?
There we go.
And with those blunts, you take another 3 blunts. Another set of 3 blunts.
This is called a flip.
And you count how many blunts you have, and you have a total of 9 blunts. I don't know.
Okay, so right. So in that case, in that case, it's more time consuming to go that route when you're going to get the same answer, the same results, when it's been already calculated. Why go through those steps when the answer has already been given with that formula?
Cause see,
I think the issue more so is that, and I understand this, is people use things like ChatGPT as a crutch.
Yes.
They don't use it as a tool. They use it as a source. That they use it as the foundation. It's kind of like how niggas use Google. So like we'll be going back and forth about some shit. And then a nigga be like, hold on, I'm about to pull up a source. And then he'll put it in Google, and then whatever the first, you know what I'm saying, response is, then a nigga will just read that first response and be like, see, it says this. Like what it's saying, the context behind it, what it means, niggas have no idea. No clue. But they see that Google pulled this up, and that's enough to validate why a nigga thinks something is true. And you can see that same shit with ChatGPT, because now niggas will just throw some shit in ChatGPT and then just read the ChatGPT, read whatever ChatGPT says, and then call it a day. I agree 100% that is how niggas use sources, particularly ChatGPT, AI, and search engines like Google, in order to like claim that they quote unquote know something.
But so, depending on the subject, they do have a very high accuracy of knowledge and things to be right. Not saying it's 100%, but the accuracy is extremely high, depending on the subject. Now, it could be biased.
Yeah, see, this is where it gets into the nuance.
Yeah,
so I did not.
Like
but I'm not talking about things that are controversial, though. I'm just talking about skill sets, how to do things. Does it carry out the same results? I'm not talking about, hey, who invented soul music? Like, no, I'm not typing in questions like that to learn something. Go ahead.
Well, so again, the idea of having it printed in front of you, that's one thing. To me, that's not the teaching and learning part. Like, I can give you a textbook for physics, 3,000 pages. You got it in your hand. I got the whole book in my hand. Yeah, but what do you know about it? Well, all the answers are right here. Yeah, but what do you know about it? There's no teaching until you open that book and start reading and start breaking down and start. That's where the teaching and the learning happens. To me, that's where it happens. I don't see that as just because I got it at my fingertips, I now know. No, you don't. You're leaning on it. That's a different thing.
And you can die on.
But I think the difference is you can know, though.
But I don't think
like you have it like knowing is
though. I don't think ChatGPT is promoted as a teacher. I think that once you apply something like AI with chat bots, like you got chat bots and stuff like that, then you have a type of teacher type of experience in terms of the chat box mixes with the data from the AI, and now you have a voice and everything else that goes along with the teacher besides the physical presence. But ChatGPT per se, I don't even think is promoted as being a teacher. And I don't
think so either.
No, it's not at all.
Teachers, but now, like I said, if you put those, once you start to add the chat bots to an AI, you are going to be hard. It's going to find it difficult to find a more thorough teacher, because teachers essentially don't have this range of knowledge where they could just reach back into their mind. A lot of times, a teacher going to have to reach back into a textbook, where ChatGPT, or not ChatGPT, but an AI chatbot is going to be filled with a certain amount of data that no human being is going to be able to essentially just reach back to within the same speed and the same time frame. So I think we think about ChatGPT in the wrong kind of way in terms of a teacher. When you talk about a teacher, they got the chat bots and stuff like that that they more than likely will essentially turn into the new style of teachers. And I mean, they pretty much already got those type of things for little kids anyway. When you talk about those, not iPads, what the kids got again? Not iPads.
Tablets.
Y'all got kids. Tablets. Come on,
Tablets,
I'm going to say it quick. Tablets. You already got virtual teachers on the tablets already, and that's like watching Sesame Street, right? Sesame Street was basically like your virtual teacher. You weren't in a classroom. It was somebody on a screen with a certain amount of data who fed you information, and you didn't respond to the Sesame Street in a way that Sesame Street could say, nah, not like that, Ms. Like this, because it's just essentially assuming that the response is with the response that they want from you, and then keep moving on. But with this new AI system and the new way they're gonna apply this technology, it's gonna have that reaction to say, no, Ms., not like that, like this. So in terms of the way that you're speaking about a teacher actually being effective, you're gonna be able to get that from that. But I think y'all asking from ChatGPT when that's not necessarily what being promoted.
And we got to recognize that it's like many different like AI that have different functions and you use for different purposes. Like I use ChatGPT to either give me a baseline foundational understanding of common of things that that's easily researched, and I use it as a like a language model. Like to do actual research, I use this shit called assistant assistant by site. And it's a research AI to where you can pose, or you like me, I just straight up ask for sources. So if it's a concept that I want a peer review source that describes, I'd be like, find sources that back back up the following statement. And then I'll just say the thing that I'm trying to prove. And then it'll pull up all the not all, but a lot of the most relevant peer-reviewed articles or peer-reviewed sources that back up the statement that I asked it to find a source for. So it's like what you get out of it is dependent upon one, what its purpose is, and two, what you're trying to use it for. Because mostly what I use ChatGPT for, where I feel like it's the most useful for me, is when I'm writing. And like, so we have like as especially as niggas, like we know what code switching is, right? Like we have how we talk, and then we have like what's considered like professional language. And so it's sometimes I'm typing, but I'm overthinking it because I'm trying to write this literature review, and I want to word it in ways that I don't naturally talk. Like I gotta word it in ways that fit more of the academic language than what it is that I'm trying to say. So what I'll do if I get caught up in trying to and how to phrase something, I'll just type it into ChatGPT naturally, and I'll ask ChatGPT to make this statement more professional and academic. And then I'll just say what I think, say it how I want to say it, and then boom, ChatGPT clean it up. So the what you get out of it, like is wholly dependent upon the skills that you have to utilize it to the best of its abilities in the first place. Like it's niggas that use ChatGPT for coding. I ain't got shit to do with coding. So like the fact that ChatGPT can code is wholly irrelevant for me. But when I'm trying to say something and I want to say it in a way that fit like the type of grad school culture or grad school lexicon, then I put it in ChatGPT, ask ChatGPT to clean it up, and then boom, it's my thought. But ChatGPT arranged it in a way to where I can put it on this paper, and I don't have to overthink what's the acceptable way to say this.
So, like I say, man, I do find myself wondering if this is it, though, Damo. Like, because what I don't feel like what I'm saying is addressed. I don't feel like we're dealing with the fact that ChatGPT, AI search engines, Google, all of these things are negating the person's necessity to learn. And
no,
again,
it's not.
Us, say it again.
I said it is not. It's the person's motivation. Google AI technology is not holding anyone's motivation back to learn. Like how, and I'm not trying to insult you or anything, Taz, but how dumb does that sound if technology is going to force a person to not have motivation to do something that they want to do?
I'm not saying force. I'm saying even because, like, okay, I'll use myself for the example. Even me, a person who has historically gone to the library, loved being there. While niggas was rapping about being on 63rd, I was at 63rd Street Library, okay, in Chicago. I don't need to go to the library no more. You see what I'm saying? So I would be lying if I sit here and pretend that even the methods I use to acquire knowledge, I'm using them. I don't have to go to the library no more. So now,
so you're not practicing what you preach.
But wait, no. Listen, I'm looking at it like now, though, if I hadn't went to the library the first 40 years of my life, then maybe I would be where a lot of these people at moving forward now, where they don't care about the library because the information is right here. I got used to I learned 90% of what I know from the library. You can tweak that shit with this Google AI shit because you already know the information. It's the difference between looking up Tulsa Black Wall Street on Google and reading it through the multiple sources that there are in a library. There's a difference. There's a difference in what this Google shit can give you. You have to begin to prompt it differently to get some of the responses that would lead you to writings about this event that happened 100 years ago.
So you have to be creative. You have to use your imagination. You have to use your creativity in order to get a response that you want.
Or
does that hold weight?
Authentic form from the newspapers and shit that came out in its time. Now we're negating that and we're trusting AI to wrap all that information up and give it to us correctly. That's nonsense, bro.
But Taz, you also Taz, I hear you. But
read.
How old are you, Taz? You say you're about 50?
No, 48. Don't push me.
Okay, 48. So okay, so me, I'm an 80s baby. I was born in 87. So at that time, technology wasn't around. So by default, the library was the primary and almost the only source. We had no other options, so it's not comparable. Now, if technology was around like it is today, back in the 80s, I'm pretty sure people would choose the internet to get their sources and etc. And again, a car cannot run without gas. You have to put gasoline inside of the engine in order for it to perform the task. Just like the internet. In order to see any document, you have to write an HTML page, which is a web page, in order to see that information. If every single web page was removed and exiled from the internet, guess what? We won't see any type of information on the internet. Why? Because it wasn't fed web pages.
I would be fine with that. Like I say, because again,
but that's not my point. My point, it goes back to it's how you use it. It's just a tool.
Right, but this
it
tool
didn't create itself.
This tool has been around in usage for 20 years, and I mean in everyday usage. Where
in the 2000s,
say it's made society smarter or better yet.
But that's not technology's fault, though. It's how you utilize it.
No, well, that's what I'm saying. If black people ain't utilizing it correctly, then again, what do we need to do to point to this same technology as being a benefit? Because it's been around in everyday usage for 20 years, and we still have some of the issues that were existing before we started using this technology.
I got you, Taz. So I think
technology's still behind.
No, right. I hear you. So I think your argument should be not, I wouldn't say hatred towards technology, but I think your idea should be mainly wrapped around, how can us as black folks in general, how can we learn but not be left behind at the same time, rather than blame it on technology and try to not get rid of technology, but trying to separate and give pushback towards technology instead of just trying to educate each other about how can we utilize technology as a tool to actually learn things to help us progress in life.
Yeah, this is not. I'm not like hating on or anti-technology. If anything,
that's what it sounds like you are, though.
Right, because you're hearing me wrong, bro. I'm telling you.
Okay, people on the panel, am I hearing something different? That I mean, please let me know if I'm just misinterpreting everything that you said.
I don't find he anti-technology to me.
Huh?
That's what it sounds like to me.
No, I said it doesn't sound like he's anti-technology.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, I'm not. That is the issue. My question is our brains, and are we going to still push them to capacity with the ability to get information on the fly? Are we gonna put? I'm telling you, I see niggas not trying to do that in competitive debates and conversations we have online. Niggas ain't even trying to push for info. Again, the first search is all they need. No, like sometimes, bro, just even in a simple conversation, I want to know what we talking about for real. Some people are just perfectly fine with the first search. But I'm telling you, those first search people are not going to move forward in this we're learning capacity.
Okay, so Taz, I have a personal question towards you. So I'm pretty sure you use Google, right? Yeah? The Google search engine? Okay, so when you type in something and you get the results, at the bottom of the page, there is a list of different page numbers that you can click on. Have you ever clicked on any page past the 10 results?
Yes.
You gonna keep it, but
let me give you another example. Bro.
I think you full of shit, bro. come on, bro. Be honest, man.
I'm being honest, bro. I used to do a lot of research on Marcus Garvey. Some of the things that I would have found would have come from the further out pages. Not everything is written in the first couple pages. Some things historically about John F. Kennedy aren't going to pop up in your first 10 results. You're going to need to search. You're going to need to look. You're going to need to look in different places. Some of this conversation is about prompting in AI multiple times to get the result of something you could have read once. So I mean, I don't think I'll go to result 50 looking for information. I'll go to the end looking for information. I used to do news based on what was coming into the Google's algorithm from around the world. So I would type in keywords and find news based on those keywords. You know what I'm saying? I've always gone past that 10 result, but the question I have again is, do you know that you have to keep prompting? Does that person who's really not well versed in how to use ChatGPT or Google know that they're going to have to come back, prompt again for another set of the information? Because like I say, the first prompt going to tell you Tulsa was burned down in a riot in 1921. The second prompt might tell you about Dick Rowland and what happened with the story with the white bitch. The third story might tell you about the 75 white men that came and surrounded Buddy at trying to get him out the jail. So because we're talking about multiple different stories within the Tulsa story, I'm arguing that the amount of times you'll have to prompt ChatGPT or Google or any of those are going to be the issue. Google might be a better bet because it's going to list you 50 options to find different examples within those stories. Whereas ChatGPT, as Identity said earlier, it's going to attempt to give you the answer and explain. It's going to attempt to teach. That's literally what it does. So if we want this information about
you said an attempt to what? I didn't catch that part. No, I'm asking you so we can be on the same page. I didn't hear what you said.
In-depth studies. Black history only comes from in-depth studies. You'll never get our history off of no fucking Google or ChatGPT. You're gonna have to go inside the subject, which goes inside of the source, and then you're gonna have to go from that source to another source to find our history.
That's true. You got to go to the source. That's true. You never going to.
So are you going back to are you going back to Africa to learn about our roots?
Jesus.
You asking me that, bro?
No, and this is an open question.
No.
Why not?
Because my
we got American history and we ain't never lived in that.
It's good for us in Ohio, bro. If you can show me my roots in Africa, I'll go over there and kick it with them. Other than that, nigga, I don't know them niggas, bro. I'm from Ohio.
Okay, so have you ever been to the lot? Have you ever requested? I don't know which type of book it's called, but it contains the info. Well, it will depend on which library, but they do have books where it contains deep information about slavery. I mean, some librarians may not expose that, but have you requested that information?
No, I'm not.
Why not?
I'm not interested in it. What would I need?
Why? Why do we want to know more about what we've been taught since we was here?
I'm trying. Like I
Who taught you that though?
So I mean, I'm trying to understand your.
Every year they taught us about slavery. Every year of school. Every year.
I don't mind learning more about slavery, but I'm asking specifically why that question.
Because it all goes back to the source, right? So I'm just listening to you talk. So I'm just using what you're saying. So if you focus on, okay, well, let's kind of just put a pin in technology and let's just talk about the original sources where we need to get back to. So that's why I brought up about using as an example about roots. It could be in America or Africa. The point is that did you go out and find information based on those roots in those hard-coded books? And you said no. You don't need to know about that.
When have you heard me say some shit about slavery?
I brought up slavery as an example.
Expertise. That's not what I care to study in depth.
That wasn't the point that I was making. On my point was for anything. It doesn't have to be about slavery. My point is that did you go back to the library to read a physical book to look up information, something deep?
On the topics
that was my point.
On the topics that I discussed, yes, which is post-slavery though, the post-slavery years. Again, no knock on the years you're talking about, but if you're gonna ask me my area of expertise in the years I've studied in regard to American history, yes, I've been to multiple libraries in multiple cities to study that history. So you have to go to Jackson, Mississippi, and put it up on the microfilm to see some of that history. So again, I get what you're saying about Africa, but that's just not my. I mean, I don't do the slave story. I can give you enough to make the point of slavery, though.
It was just an example. That's all.
Those narratives in those writings from that time period to legitimize that history, but that's not my in-depth studies. Are not in slavery and Africans who sold or participated in or were victims of. Again, my areas of expertise literally come after that. I feel like we all know the same story. I feel like what we don't know is Jim Crow. What we don't
maybe this right here could kind of, because I literally just said, you know what, let me ask ChatGPT, like, are you a teacher? You know what I'm saying? Or no, like, not even are you a teacher? I asked ChatGPT, do you teach people things? And the response that I got was, I don't teach in a traditional sense, quote unquote.
Facts.
It says, like standing at a chalkboard or with a pointer, but I'm here to explain, clarify, and share knowledge on just about anything you ask. Think of me as a conversation guide. You bring the curiosity, I bring the info, and we figure it out together. Whether
so now ask it, why did white people ask it why did
but that's a biased question though. But go ahead. I said that. Go ahead. It's gonna give you a bias. It may give you a biased answer. But go ahead.
Well, no. So I mean, okay. So forget the question is. So isn't that the problem though? If a young man wants to know why white people went and burnt Tulsa down, you're telling me they're going to get a biased answer.
It depends on the programmer.
Yeah. Plus, he got to even know that Tulsa was burnt down and what the fuck Tulsa is and where it is.
But I mean, the person that just it can be biased in a sense of in a book or from a teacher anyway, because the teacher may teach it in a biased way depending on how they feel about Tulsa. Or
right.
The book may write the book in a biased way depending on how they feel about Tulsa.
Exactly.
Bias within people is inherent. That's just people are just naturally born with bias. You really can't get around bias in a sense. But
you can't. But
I get what you're saying though.
With the primaries though, Miz, there's no bias in reading the newspaper from May 30th, 1921, and so on.
But those articles from the writers may be biased though, because it took a person to give that information. Right. Just like a journalist. A journalist can be very biased.
Yeah, but I'm not arguing that the writer in 1921 couldn't be biased. I'm arguing that the bias that's going to come through ChatGPT further distances us from the actual information.
Right, because what he's saying is ChatGPT is going to take the consensus of the data that's already online and present it. And if the consensus is aimed towards a bias, that's what you're going to get.
I think the words you're looking for is it'll try to interpret. It'll give its own opinion of what it thinks it wants you, that you think it thinks it want you, what you want to know. You know what I mean? It gives its own opinion based on its own research on scouring the internet. So it is devoid of your input on that side of it, because it's trying to figure out what you want. All right, here's what I think you want. But it's opinionated though. You know what I mean? That's what separates it from Google.
I typed that in as well. I asked, do you give your own opinion? And it says, I don't have personal opinions like a human does. I'm an AI, so I don't feel passion, bias, or the urge to take sides. My goal is to give you a clear, factual answers based on what I know, often with a bit of context or analysis to make it useful. For example, I can tell you, what the fuck? Oh, why Tesla AC beats Edison's DC technically, but I won't say I think Tesla was cooler.
Wow.
I'm basing this primarily off of what I've seen, learning off of truth. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't even know, like, the guessing game that went on behind AI. I didn't even know that was what it was doing. So this is new knowledge to me, to be honest.
Jihad said he just asked AI if it hinders intellect, and it just made my argument. So I'm cool with that. At least AI understands.
Why are we sitting there discussing this? Why don't we just ask ChatGPT, man?
Do you hinder intellect? Like, yeah,
right.
Like, I didn't even think about that, but yeah, that's
what are we doing? What are we doing?
But then there goes that bias though, then Saz, because it would have been, if it was biased, it would have said, nah, I don't hinder intellect. But if it was biased in its own favor, but it's more so like giving you like I guess not an honest opinion, honest answer, but
well, me is it
based on the data.
If anything, that's what scares me though, is that question right there. Does it matter any that these are being programmed by different people? Now, if it was just one standard, I think we could deal with that easily. But when you have multiple programmers programming different AIs different ways, that opens up the door for a possibility for.
Right. Because I don't know what he's using ChatGPT. I'm asking my questions to DeepSeek. So I asked DeepSeek the same thing that Jihad asked, like, do you hinder intellect? And it says, I'm designed to boost intellect, not hinder it. My purpose is to provide accurate info.
It ain't answer the question, bro.
And
but I would agree with it. It is designed to boost it, but like, how does that happen without the foundational knowledge that needs to be boosted? We need to be boosted on foundational knowledge, and a lot of that ain't gonna come through ChatGPT.
But that's where we need to actually take part in the AI revolution, because the bias come through the algorithm, and if everyone else is being the source of information, because what ChatGPT and all these other AI, DeepSeek and all these other AI are doing, they're learning from information being inputted from different sources. The edge it have over us human being is the way how it collects and compute information.
Yeah,
you know,
speed.
That's true, I mean.
And the amount of data that it can.
Yeah.
Hey, look it up. Check this out.
For us, we immediately have a bias if the information is coming from a group that we associate with or do not associate with. There is so much hindrance to how information comes and how willing a human being is to accept that information. When it comes to, say, ChatGPT, it doesn't matter who is on the computer, 2-year-old child or a 90-year-old old man, a woman, a man, a homosexual, a racist, a non-racist, a pedophile, a saint. It doesn't matter who is putting in that information. ChatGPT is not biased towards who is inputting the information, and it's taking all the information, and within its algorithm, it computes it and then give it out back to you.
But hold on, it's still growing. Because I asked you something in January. I said, are the Israelites black? It says flat out no. Now, if you ask ChatGPT whether Israelites black, it's not going to say that.
Oh, and you had my ChatGPT, because I got all of the AI bots, every one of them. But I asked,
they keep updating.
I asked DeepSeek, now I asked ChatGPT, do you hinder intellect? It says no. My goal is to enhance intellect by providing information, encouraging critical thinking, and facilitating discussion. I can help clarify concepts, challenge ideas, and offer different perspectives. I don't know what Jihad put in his thing, but I ain't get that either.
You say I can help. See, and that's what I'm saying. And that's the part of it I would agree with. But I think looking to it as the future is scary. I just don't know if us not having to learn is if that's a good thing. I don't think we have to learn with this shit around. I'm saying this using this shit, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't believe I would have been as in depth of a researcher if I had this shit. No way.
Yeah.
No reason.
And the way we use
you come from a time that you had to do the backgrounds. You ain't have a choice.
I don't think we're the generation that really using it.
Right.
Our usage to AI
true,
is probably less than 10%. I'm pretty sure with the Gen Zs and the other gens that coming up, I'm pretty sure they're topping 40 to 50% usage.
Absolutely. No
It's
shit. I
pretty
just
much
seen a whole
their-
video of a teacher complaining, like, I gave you
Yeah.
motherfuckers the answers. Why y'all still using ChatGPT?
Yeah, that's the generation it was built for. We're complaining because we're only using it maybe under 10% in our daily life. We're not
You
using
can't be scared of technology, man. You can't be intimidated by it.
Why would we need schools in the future? Where's truth at, bro? Like, it's over, fam.
But
Like,
you need
everything
schools
is
for
gonna
social
evolve.
purposes and a lot of things.
The traditional way we know school, maybe that is gonna
That
go
shit is
out.
trash.
And
I hope
schools,
it go obsolete.
private school, home schools, and organized schools, maybe those are gonna be the future school. And then you're gonna have like the maybe public school is
They
gonna
will be
online.
Man, did you see those kids almost went crazy doing that homeschool shit, bro?
Yeah, but that's a introduction to a generation that wasn't grown up under that. That's
They
a
kids.
Right.
They growing up under it now.
You know, and they were even prepped with the video game and everything, but they still couldn't manage that. Give it to them now, I guarantee you they would be okay with it. Kids nowadays, you got to force them. Since COVID, now you got to force kids to go outside. Now you got to remind a kid you can go outside every once in a while.
Going outside is a punishment now.
You should
take your ass outside.
Exactly. Like, do you know?
Back in the days, bring your ass in the house.
Have you ever been to the movies?
Is that a negative though or a positive? Because I would argue that is a negative.
It's a change that
is a negative
some
impact.
is going to be negative, but
There is
to
no
others it's going
social
to be
interaction.
positive.
You turn a bunch of kids into parents, fam.
Interaction is online. All my kids ain't got no friends for me.
Bro.
All them friends are online. It's some online thing going on.
Right, bro.
Everyone
That is
is no online.
That's online. That's on the internet. They're like, without that social interaction with other kids and fighting in the street and playing football and all the shit other kids did for the last 100 years. Yeah, fam, these kids finna be fucked up. Like we finna see more mass shooters, more serial killers, all type of shit. Like there is no socialization.
Probably that's a side effect of this AI technology. Probably that would be the side effect. But I'm telling you, these kids, you gotta ask them to go outside now. It's not like one time you gotta be worrying where my son is. He haven't been home. It's after 8. No.
But why? That's technology. They sitting now playing a game. They sitting now on ChatGPT and they phones and shit.
Yeah, they're not playing the game. They're on some chat meet with just like what we're doing online. The kids are doing this, but like think about it like on steroids.
Yo, on some real, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Taz don't know what he talking about. Amin don't know what he talking about.
Marley, you're not no god, nigga. You're from Brooklyn. You're not
the pseudo science brother don't know what he talking about. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I'm just messing with y'all. What's good, y'all?
Shit, you got it, bro. What's up with you?
Nah, I just joke. What's
the
good?
Brooklyn Joker.
Listen, bro. I understand, bro. Like. I understand why even curious mind would assume that I'm being anti-technology, but I'm just concerned about the direction it's headed in when we talk Black community. I don't think we being honest about it if we already have issues within these public schools. We can't say that the white people teaching their kids this shit and then say we too lazy to teach our kids and that's it. Good luck. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm hearing.
I honestly feel like you're missing out. I don't feel like it's all good because I could remember my childhood and remember playing ball, being outside, just doing stuff outside and sharing that time with inside time, playing video game, be on my Xbox for hours. It was somewhat of a balance, you know? No, I don't see that balance anymore. I don't see kids outside doing stuff outside no more. That's completely changed. And yeah, when they do go outside, they're on some bullshit.
Bro, I just think it's fucked up, period. Because I just set up and tried to dribble a basketball and shoot and got tired just doing that. I didn't even run. So I
That's
know it's
old age, bro.
Nah, it shouldn't be no age. Nah, it's a nigga my age that's dunking and killing these young niggas. So I know for sure it has to do with your activity.
I seen a 60-year-old.
Oh yeah.
This last week, 60. I said, God damn. 60 years old out there playing tackle football with my son. Now they get paid. It's a semi-pro league, but wow, 60, bro.
60, bro. That gives you Look at Mike Tyson when he had showed up with what's his name and how good he looked and he made the muscles. I was like, that nigga 50 what? That gave me inspiration. I started doing sit-ups immediately, nigga.
Physique,
I long stopped doing them since then, but it was inspiring.
Yeah, when Mike Tyson fought the other old guy, that was more interesting. Who was
I seen that nigga get sacked, bro. I just cringed, bro. I wasn't inspired to get out there. Let the record reflect. I'm just telling you what happened. I'll never be out there, fam. Them niggas
who was the old guy Mike Tyson fought like a few years back? The other old dude.
Yeah.
Roy Jones. Yeah, that was inspiring as hell, bro.
Like, I thought he was talking about B-Hop.
Yeah, this was really a fight for real.
I thought he was talking about B-Hop.
And let them young boys fight. That Roach Tank fight, that was good.
Yeah, that was really good.
That was a good fight.
They cheated that nigga. They cheated that nigga.
They robbed him.
That was definitely one for the ages.
But everybody know. But you know what? He got so much respect, bro, because that nigga Tank couldn't do what he normally did. He couldn't do what he ain't even talk shit to the nigga like he already knew.
Oh no, they was talking cash shit, bro.
Man, that fight was super trash, man. But
they was talking cash shit.
Man.
You ain't like the fight, Miz?
At all, man.
I think it was well calculated fight, bro.
Miz lost money.
At all, man.
Oh, Miz lost money.
I ain't good on that fight.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. ID.
I
Somebody ran them pockets.
Taz, if I was back at the my bookie days, I would have definitely bet on that knockout. I would have definitely been mad as shit.
Yeah, I had my money on 8th round, bro. But the looking back, that's kind of the problem as a person that bets and shit. You scared to make the real money bet. The real money bet was on the fucking draw. That's where the real
crazy.
Thing. You put 500 on that. You know
how much money you get on a draw, nigga?
Yeah, you put 500 on the draw, nigga. You green after that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Get 10,000 off that shit. You know what I'm saying? That, you know, I don't even be thinking about no shit like that. But yeah, you could have put $10 on the draw and came out with $250.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's because the nigga knockout ratio is crazy. Nigga got 30 fights with 28 knockouts. That's bogged out like that. I'm like, damn.
I think old boy did a real good job, bro. I think that's one of them niggas you cannot fuck around with.
I think
and his facial expressions, he looked like he was focused.
Nah,
that like giving rounds away shit. Ain't gotta quit doing that though, bro. That whole coming out in the first 3-4 rounds, giving rounds away. That's one of the reasons why he lost. You can't throw, you know what I'm saying, 17 punches in the first round, playing around out there trying to read every opponent. That shit backfired.
You come from the era that a bunch of us come from in terms of it ain't no you took a knee and told a ref hold up and
that was crazy.
That was the craziest thing I've seen in the
got grease in my eye.
He said he had grease in his eye. He said the grease of sweat was burning his eye.
But Marley, all that's good, but there's no way you telling me that the ref allowed you to take that knee and then count you as a knockdown. There's no knee taking in boxing. Like it's no way, bro. I don't care what you was going through. There's no
not in professional. They can do that shit in the amateurs, but you can't do that shit in the pros.
I mean, you could time out on mouthpiece, equipment issues.
No, and you can't time nothing out. The ref got to do
the ref. Yeah.
You can't stop. Hold on.
That motherfucker stopped the whole. But the thing was, he didn't get hit though.
Usually leads to a more positional development of the pieces.
What the hell is that?
You know, I've seen the only thing that works in Tank's defense is I did see
Marley. That's you.
Hold up, Taz. Yo, who is that? What is
The
that?
bishop comes into play, attacking the center.
That's AI. Somebody did text to speech.
That's why they AI.
No, the only issue I do see though with just
she's still going, man. Everybody you about Taz talking, man. Damn. What the hell is that?
There was a girl last year, I think her name's Sorrento, some shit like that. I was looking at that.
You
She
missed an
had
opportunity to develop a night in square. You allowed the opponent.
Shit. That is Wale. What the fuck, Wale? Go ahead, Taz.
Yeah, she had
having a conversation with AI. This shit is getting crazy. Hey,
what did I do, man? What did I do?
She had them braids too. She got braids.
You ain't do nothing, Baba Wale.
Oh, you're talking about that wrist thing. Okay.
At the weigh-in, she came to the weigh-in in sunglasses and shit. Didn't nobody know what was up. So the next day, they end up canceling her fight because some of the chemicals had ran into her eye. So they canceled her fight. That was last year. You know what I'm saying? So that's the only kind of like saving grace that Tank gets after the fight. There's no reason that should have been counted as a knockdown. But they canceled the whole fight last year because some of the chemicals ran out of the girl braids into her eyes and she had to put on shades. They said it almost blinded her and she couldn't fight.
I'm saying, watching that fight, even without the knee, Roach beat up on that boy, man. Like, I would have gave it to him without the knee.
You got to knock the champ out.
That's true too. That's true too.
The champ, you got to actually win that.
That's true too.
In the Cadillac.
But I do think that should have been scored a knockdown. And if that scored a knockdown, you got a new champ. You know what I'm saying? So that's the
they wonder why people getting turned off boxing.
If they got scored in a knockdown, they would have just changed the scorecard.
Yeah.
Would have still been a draw.
No, but he played his stuff go out. Didn't he? Like Sugar Ray Leonard and all of them was fighting with Jerry Curl Juice. Hearns had the crazy Jerry Curl when he fought. Yo,
man, Hearns had the crazy Jerry Curl.
Jerry Curl Juice. Like even when Mike Tyson fought, what you call his name? He had
Mitch Blood Green.
Mitch Green. Ain't nobody was greasier than Mitch Green.
Yo, Mitch Green was greasy as hell, bro.
Pause. And then not to mention the people who put the Vaseline over their eyebrows and so the punches could slide off of their face. Like anybody can complain about that. Like you don't.
Yeah, that blue magic coming out his hair, bro.
Worse, son.
Yeah, that was crazy though, man. I don't know. I think that taking a knee thing that's going to cause a new conversation. That was again just to not have it scored as a knockdown, and then the ref kind of move Roach away, which gives credence to like that's a timeout in the middle of the fight, bro. Like that got to be a rule change in terms like automatic. There's no
and the ref ran down on him and told him, yo, that's technically a knockdown. Like, come on, what are you doing?
Now here's something else I heard too, though, from after the fight too. I don't know if y'all was watching the after shit, but one of the fighters said, a different fight, I forget which one it was, but he said the judges technically still could have scored that as a knockdown.
Mm-hmm.
That they did that if anything, it ain't technically on the ref, it's on the judge.
Absolutely.
It's on the same fight. So they could have scored.
They could have put it on their scorecard. Yep. That's a fact.
I know one thing. That nigga Tank, man, that nigga need to go to go back to some type of school. Maybe start over again, 9th grade, 7th grade. Because the way he articulates himself is terrible.
Yeah, he talk like he ain't never been to school, bro.
Yo, listen, if you know Baltimore public schools, man, ain't no hope for fixing that. That's just, it is what it is.
Yeah, he probably.
Is that where he's from?
That. Yeah, he's definitely from Baltimore. He's definitely from B-more. But you're right about that. He probably way past that. But I'm listening to him and I'm like, this is sad. He sound like I don't know. He sound like his own person. I was about to say he sound like Mike and Mike,
hey, bro.
Mike got
let me get $1 million. Fuck you niggas and your schools and your education, nigga.
Yeah,
$1 million. Give me 2 million. This nigga got more than 1 million. So where you think he at with it?
Yeah, I don't like. I don't know, son. That might just be me being petty, son. I just
look. Floyd Mayweather couldn't even read, literally.
Yeah, I don't like the way Floyd talk either. Floyd is definitely Floyd. Oh, I could play. I got that Floyd
commercial with Floyd couldn't read.
Yeah, you ain't that nigga. You ain't see that shit back in the day when
Floyd can read a Harry Potter book now.
I didn't know he could read though.
Floyd can read a Harry Potter book now. He's worked on it.
Yeah, now.
That's the thing though. Not because Mike Tyson have a list doesn't mean Mike is stupid.
Hey, bro, this nigga Floyd Mayweather tried to prove that he can read, and he still was fucking up.
There's a difference between knowing how to read as far as an understanding and reading fluently. Now, he might not know how to read fluently, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't know how to read. Because he sure as hell know how to read them punches in the boxing ring when niggas is throwing them shit.
And comprehension is a whole nother beast in that conversation. Just because you read it don't mean you comprehended that shit.
Yeah, I think Floyd can read, but Floyd is another one who's bad with articulation.
Yeah, there's some people who don't read fluently. They don't read like they don't. You can have somebody that can read something and not.
Nigga, just sign your name right there. Just sign your name right there.
You have somebody who could read something fluently and not understand shit that they just not read fluently.
Yeah, Molly, just sign
the
your
nigga
name
couldn't
right
read
there.
the script though. He was supposed to read what he couldn't read what he was supposed to say. You ain't see that video?
You talking about the one that 50 pulled
Oh
up?
yeah, when he did some kind of commercial, I remember
Yeah,
that.
he couldn't read, and then he tried to prove it on the Breakfast Club or some shit, and he fucked up again. He couldn't read.
Yeah, that was 50 doing though, man. 50 crazy, bro.
50 is a petty monster, man.
He is.
That's a Queens nigga for you, man.
Hey, bro, I didn't know that Mayweather played 50, right? About that money. And he was telling him, he was like, when he was in jail and Mayweather entertainment and shit, and 50 put the money up for it. The nigga Floyd, when he got out, 50 like, with the money. He was like, I didn't tell you to do that.
Yeah.
Word.
He's like, I didn't tell you to do that, bro. That's why they was beefing. I just found that out.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Floyd know that bread, man. That's what definitely counts. Floyd know that bread.
Yeah, nah. I definitely respect Floyd. Even if he can't, so-called, I say he can't read, I respect Floyd Mayweather, son.
He know that money. You gotta respect that bread. He got
for a nigga who can't, for a dude who can't
Yeah,
read,
but we can argue this though. We can argue that not being able to read is what sets you up to be around niggas like your man Polite and them type of niggas. It makes you easier to be a victim. Yeah, I mean, you got some fucking sense
probably
you
gave
can read.
like a couple dollars. I can't front.
That's the only who I would say that would point to him being kind of
Nah, he gave him a bag. Like,
for him to be caught up with Polite so tight.
Yeah, Polite didn't get a long run with Floyd anyway. Polite was only around him for a little probably a year, maybe.
That's all you need.
Yeah,
you give me a year with Floyd, I'm set.
Yeah, he can set you up. I ain't gonna
especially if I'm out here writing pamphlets. Yeah,
$500,000.
But it's probably he got into other dude. Remember, Polite was with that other basketball dude, Meta.
Let a world peace run our test.
That nigga Polite is a bozo, son, for real, son, because he was up there, but he should have just, you know what I'm saying, whatever he was doing, and then just branched off. This nigga want to be out here doing dumb shit with his goofy ass.
I don't know. He was kind of
people got to be where they are, still, you know.
Because he already met with Floyd, right? He had already met up with Floyd, so he already had connections with Floyd. He had already met up with.
But Marlon, you got to check.
And hold on, and he was going to the Lakers games front row. You know what I'm saying?
That was all money team.
Yeah, he was. Yo, listen,
all money team.
Listen, he was connected. He was making connections already with black celebrities already, son. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all that. That nigga's stupid.
Well, he was doing what Dr. York did. He was Baby York.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Molly, I got courtside seats, man. I'm flying to Dubai, though. I ain't gonna make the game. Go ahead. Just, you know, I'm gonna take it easy.
That's part of that shit.
We got 7 courtside seats. That's how that shit worked, man.
Cause Sonetta called that nigga that shit, bro, on an old video I found. You know what I'm saying? And so for me, that's always my biggest issue with that shit is niggas knew. Like there was a video I found from back, you know what I'm saying, years before they fell out, where the nigga was threatening Polite and he was calling him baby Dr. York and insinuating.
Baby York, nigga, you baby York.
They used to go back and forth like wife and husband, like they fell out and then they make up and fell out again and make up. And whenever they fell out, then Polite is a pedo, he's baby York, and he's a scammer. Whenever they make up, then he's like the reincarnation.
Every time he bounced back, gave Sonnet a couple dollars. He back.
Yeah, it was like a roller coaster relationship with them.
Yeah, every time he front on a couple dollars, or don't let him hold no money to pay the rent, then it's like you out the whip. And every time he come back with some bread, and he need to get on.
Damn, that's what it was, man.
I let that nigga back.
Yeah, it wasn't just like a one-time fallout. Like. It was like a real shit going on.
God, nigga.
That's crazy.
Like, they had the weirdest friendship that I've seen.
Man, that shit was crazy. So he was on the Breakfast Club. He went on the Breakfast Club and all of that. Like, you know what I'm saying? So he was making.
They didn't say like the girl is Saw's wife, niece, or something. That means it was like a family shit going on over there. They were like mingling and commingling.
This nigga Marley know he was a new here. Yo, Marley, put us on.
What they used to wear?
Chill.
You got one of them little hats. You got the little boat hat.
Nigga, you was selling incense on 125th.
Yo, I fuck with the holy tablets though, bro. Them shits was sweet.
Nigga, Lance is the only nigga that paid $500 for that book. Nigga paid
the holy tablets was the first book that gave me black aliens, nigga. What?
Yeah, you
paid. They was getting niggas.
Nigga, you paid $500.
Yo, niggas was. Hey, Marley, niggas was driving in town to buy them books, man.
That's
yo, bro, the book, the shit is like, if you read it, it's what the white people is saying the aliens are now.
Which is why I'm saying
all them different races and different races of aliens and shit that he had in the book is what they fucking said.
Oh, niggas about to get Anunnaki on them. Oh, shit, Molly.
You ain't gonna get none of that shit. GPT though, Taz.
Here we go.
Hey, niggas about to go Anunnaki on the nigga.
Like that means,
huh?
What you said something about Chat GPT?
Yeah, I said you ain't gonna get none of that about no black aliens or none of that kind of.
Ain't no Anunnaki on Chat GPT. I hate this man's nigga B.
Hold on, B. It is the motherfucker do know about black aliens on Chat GPT.
Oh shit.
Now they gonna tell you who started that shit. They gonna be like.
Let me ask Chat GPT that they've ever discovered aliens. I'm about to ask Chat GPT that.
I mean, that was just a time when there was a wild west for information, man. If niggas would have came up with the cubed Earth theory, they could be rich right now, man.
They had it. They had all different kind of Earth, hexagonal Earth.
Humans ever discovered
pyramid Earth, flat Earth,
wild west, man.
Did you say hexagonal?
Oh yeah, they do have hexagonal.
Yeah,
Earth.
they got it. They got a hexagonal.
They
got a cube Earth too.
Go on out. I'm coming there. Go on out.
That's insane.
And Lance took pyramid Earth from tetrahedral Earth.
Yeah, I did. Well, I didn't take it from there. I had discovered it by myself, and then as I was researching,
that's
that was
the concept because
that was able to say the same shit.
They'll tell you, bro. Domo, all of them will tell you before I even researched Pyramid Earth. I was preparing for. I was a flat earther.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
right,
and
that's
how discovered was kind of crazy.
This nigga be wildin', son.
That nigga said before I discovered it.
I discovered it. Dang, this nigga Columbus.
Hey, y'all, just remember that I'm the first one that told you, bro.
What you told?
I don't know if you should brag on that, bro.
I know the first time I was Pyramid Earth. Still can't really understand the concept, but
Maybe
really
maybe
heard
a
nobody.
Taz. Maybe one day you can interview me. Get some views.
Yeah, well, to your credit, like I said, I've never really seen it, you know what I'm saying, debunked and thrown away. You seem to have put up a good fight every time. So till I see you get washed on it, bro, you know what I'm saying? I hear you.
That's my nigga, bro. At least you honest about the shit.
Yeah, I ain't seen nobody even come close. Like people ran from them debates, bro. I remember used to challenge people on that shit, bro. That like nobody wanted to
Taz, what do you think the final experiment was?
I'm just saying, but some things though, ID, if because for me, I don't know it, right? I have an understanding of what we were taught. But if a nigga can sit there and argue for hours about his argument and what he's saying it is, where's the motherfucker that actually shut him down and set it up and debate for him? Because nobody's done it, bro. I'm telling you, I went 2 years watching people scared of that debate, but talking mad shit about the nigga.
Yeah, and
it's like arguing with the crazy man. How do you approach that? Like,
bro, to call somebody crazy is easy to dismiss, bro.
I'm sorry, I hear that.
No, I'm just saying, because like I'm saying, things that I know that a person is wrong about, I can debate it and I'll win every time. So I don't understand why that don't apply to Lance.
Honestly, though, from debates, though, the charismatic one has a little bit of an edge, like the one that gets the crowd. I ain't gonna lie, Lance is entertaining as hell. You can't deny it. I'm never going to deny that. You know what I mean? So you're not just going up against his information. He delivers it where you're thinking like, damn, am I thinking about this wrong? This man is passionate. Like, he makes you think twice about it. I ain't gonna front.
Bro, you can't use the tool of entertainment and say that that's what I'm based off of. I bring information, bro. I bring books and books and books, years and years and years.
I think you're more entertaining, yo. I think you're more entertaining, to be real.
Physics and the maths lines, that's where you always.
So I'm just curious. Now that I have the opportunity to speak to you, how do you resolve GPS, global positioning? What is it? How do you resolve GPS that's based on a circular model?
I don't have a problem with that. Circular. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with.
So you're saying the flat surface might be circular.
No, he ain't flat Earth. He's pyramid Earth.
It's not the Earth. The Earth can't be flat. Sea level is 0, so we know it's thousands of feet of. It's 7,000 miles polar diameter. We know that's above sea level.
Illuminati's on their way.
Hey Lance, what about Terrence Howard's planetary building? Have you looked at that at all?
No, I haven't. His planetary building, I haven't. I didn't know Howard was into that.
Oh yeah, he said he built the planet. I think it was Jupiter, in a simulation based upon the mathematics, and he shows the simulation.
Don't laugh. Terrence Howard.
Have you seen? Wait a minute. Have you seen the thing with Joe Rogan? Have you seen his interview with Joe Rogan?
Will ain't been around.
Just him and Joe Rogan. Have you seen that yet, Lance?
I haven't. I seen some of it on here when.
I apologize, man.
Fuck all that, man. Go watch it yourself, Lance. It's just a couple of hours to watch it yourself and listen to what he's talking about. And see about the thing I'm saying, how they built the planet. That's all I'm asking you to do is once you look at it.
Did they actually build anything though?
Yeah, they built it.
Joe Rogan is like the white.
You should look at it. That's why I say just watch of it and see.
Hey, yo, I mean, you know who Joe Rogan is like now?
The father, the white daddy of pseudo conspiracy. That's who he is.
I'm not talking about Joe Rogan. I'm talking about not even Terrence. I'm talking about
he's the new accepted. What's the dude that had InfoWars?
As this,
hold on, I can't hear him.
With the planet. I want Lance to look at the planet and what he says about the planets, so he can get an idea about what the man.
But Wale, Joe Rogan is the new InfoWars nigga, man. Like he always gets the weirdest topics and sprinkles enough that it might make sense.
Well, he's playing it safe because he's just presenting. He's not.
Yeah, he's just putting the platform out there.
That's how the History Channel was at first, man.
Teaching.
The History Channel you could get some real information from until they started needing ratings And that's like Joe Rogan. As soon as he started to die on the ratings, he started to delve into a whole bunch of other
Bring the goofies out. Yeah.
He brought all of the.
Yeah.
Hey,
My thing is, if you
watched.
keep letting the goofies get the platform, I start thinking you believe what the goofies believe. Like,
nah, that's like when y'all put on here all pseudos come out the woodworks, nigga. If don't know pseudos come out the woodworks, you're gonna sit up and be listening to Miz all fucking day.
Well, at the end of the day, Joe Rogan ain't scared to do toad and ayahuasca and all that. So
yeah,
he ain't, you know what I mean? He kind of
Joe is in all that alien stuff. He love the weird stuff. The alien. He's the one who believes that ancient civilization was more advanced than us.
Yeah,
he believes in all of that.
He's definitely one of those.
You know, he believes that alien built Egypt and Egypt had technology that could outdo us and all that crap.
You gotta admit though, Lance, though, there is an attempt for balance over here. So we don't just let like anything fly. It's like, nah, somebody up here might know what you're talking about and put you in check, regardless if it's history or whatever. So there is a little bit of a balance. You don't just let everybody just shoot off pause, but you know.
No, that's why I said this is different. It depends. It just depends. You know what I'm saying? This is more of a spot where you come and test your theories against people.
Yo, he working this out like a comedy show, yo. He working out his material.
Yeah, that's
funny as shit. Test your theories. If you got thick skin, you can take the hecklers. You can get through this. You can come back, keep building. Me, I've been doing this with y'all for 2 years now. I have not been destroyed. I've been kicked off a panel.
Lance, come on now. Come on, Lance.
Identity.
I'm claiming W's, man. I don't know how we both wrong.
Bro,
Somebody wrong, bro.
Lance, you've been destroyed on the sun, the moon. You've been destroyed on elevation.
You're lying.
Like, what more?
You lying. You lying.
Look, if we get into a fight and I put you in a headlock and you submit, and then I let you get up, you get in the car and drive off, you go to your friend's house and say, I beat his ass. That's a bullshit.
You do all the time, though.
The problem is there's witnesses over here, Lance.
Look, I'll be beating the shit out of y'all. Y'all will mute me and say, he doesn't know when he's losing. What?
You the one that walk away with the black eye claiming W's. Like, you the one that you do it all the time. It either that or you rage quit.
Bro,
you rage quit a lot, bro.
You a flat earth, so Lance, you a flat earther?
No.
No, he ain't flat earther.
Okay.
Close to it though.
Shit, nigga, you say
I don't know if it's better to be pyramid. That ain't saying much.
You're a pyramid earther. Oh, he's a pyramid. Okay.
Yeah, I'm the father of the pyramid earth, bro. I claim that.
Told you. I openly wanted to debate you on electromagnetism. I still haven't heard anything, bro. I'm willing to do that one. You were arguing that gravity doesn't exist. It's electromagnetism. I said I'll challenge that. I will definitely challenge that because I want to see the numbers you pull for that one. I would love to sit back and watch that.
All right, let's just a quick dialogue between me and identity. So when you think about gravity, right? And let me tell you my No. Just let me tell you my position right quick because I've evolved.
Okay.
This a weigh-in. Identity is a weigh-in.
So here's the deal. When you think about gravity, let me ask you this, and we all know what it is, but just for the sake of, how do you define gravity? Identity.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. How do I define gravity?
Yeah. How is gravity defined?
It's not electromagnetism.
Brother, how is gravity defined?
It's not electromagnetism. That's my position.
So here's the deal. When
do you challenge that?
Yeah, I actually absolutely challenge it.
There's our debate, bro. That's the start of the debate. That's why I said I challenge you.
Gravity, electromagnetism.
When you weigh a mass against another mass, what is mass made of? What is a mass made of? Matter. What is matter made of? Atoms. How do atoms bind to form matter? Through electromagnetism. So if at the very smallest unit in a mass is electromagnetism, how is gravity electromagnetism when between two masses you're dealing with electromagnetism?
You see the charismatic delivery that he has? You see it? That's what you're debating, Taz. This is what happens when you go up against Lance. He's very passionate, and he can sway a crowd just from his inflections. I congratulate him for that. But his information is trash. That's the balance. That's the balance. He just said a lot of fluff. He just said a lot of fluff. I just said electromagnetism. Gravity is not electromagnetism. You tell me how it is electromagnetism. You went into atom structures, this and that. I'm talking about that force that pulls you to the earth.
No,
to the ground, pulling down to the center of the earth. That's all I want to know. Is that gravity or electromagnetism? You said what?
No, it's not gravity.
He was wrong 4 times.
This is what I'm saying. That's my debate. That's the debate.
Brother, gravity has to pull on something. What is it pulling? It's pulling a mass. What is the mass comprised of? Matter. What makes up matter? Atoms. What binds atoms? Electromagnetism, brother.
Wrong.
See, look, he always puts his foot in his mouth.
On my screen, Miz. It says,
what does that say?
Gravity is not electromagnetic.
No shit, it's going to say that.
There are 2 distinct fundamental forces in physics, meaning they operate on different principles and are not considered the same thing. Different nature. Gravity acts on mass, while electromagnetism acts on electric charges.
Now, well, hold on real quick, Marley, real quick. I always ask him what charge is moving when you say electromagnetism, and he never has an answer because he doesn't realize when he uses that word, he's implicating there's something moving as by way of a charge. That's
even when you're saying
electromagnetism. Electromagnetism
are not held by electromagnetism.
All right, listen. So
you're completely wrong about atoms. Atoms are not held by electromagnetism.
It is. What are you talking about? Electromagnetic forces binds atoms. What are you talking about?
Nope.
Look it up. All right. So as
you look it up. While you're looking it up, also look up the strong and weak nuclear forces.
Those are electromagnetic forces.
Yeah, that is the
Those
argument.
are not electromagnetic forces. Look up the strong and weak nuclear forces.
All right.
And look up electromagnetic forces.
Electromagnetism binds atoms. Yes or no? Just do that.
If you got 4 fundamental forces, one is electromagnetic, one is electromagnetic force, one is gravitational force, one is strong, and the other is the weak nuclear forces. 4
They're all electromagnetic forces, brother.
No, they're not.
Electromagnetic forces. They're lying.
He doesn't realize what he's saying.
It's like saying 4 individual are the same person.
Science agrees that there are 4 individual forces.
Chat, look up what binds matter, and y'all will see that it is electromagnetic forces that binds matter. Or just ask it. Does electromagnetic
force though?
bind atoms?
That's one force.
Huh?
That's one force.
Does electromagnetic forces bind atoms? Yes or no?
Are you going to accept this answer?
It says
you didn't
atoms
accept the
are
first
bound
one
together by a force called a chemical bond, which is essentially the electrostatic attraction.
Wait.
Covalent bond.
Everybody mic off. Everybody mic off. Hold on.
Oh,
you said electromagnetism. You did not say electrostatics. That's different, bro. This is why I asked you. This is why I asked you. What is the moving charge in electromagnetism, bro? You clearly got the answer wrong, bro.
He tried to catch us because he's seen
Will
this
is what I'm talking about.
He's seen Will as a weak link.
Hey, Taz, I need you to regulate this right here, Taz.
He tried to pull it off.
We about to handle this right now. Bring up that picture right there.
Electrostatics and electromagnetism are not the same, bro. Electrostatics means whoa. Electrostatic
put in there, Marley.